In a village overshadowed by despair, Chen Fan finds himself at the mercy of a tyrant, burdened by his mother's grave illness and his sister's plight. Having abandoned his education to fish, he feels as though life has cast him into shadows. In a moment of desperation, a shattered ancestral jade pendant unexpectedly awakens the legacy of the dragon ancestor within him. From that moment forth, he possesses the ability to see through the depths of the ocean and command schools of fish. While others fret over trivial catches, he hauls in prized golden yellow croakers that fetch astronomical prices. Legendary bluefin tuna, deep-sea king crabs, and even the long-extinct ambergris whale leap willingly into his nets. The aloof seafood restaurant owner exclaims, "Chen Fan, my establishment desires only your catch, set your price." The gentle widow offers, "Fan, you look weary. I've prepared fish soup for you." The fiery reporter declares, "Mr. Chen, my interest in you surpasses that of the colossal creatures of the deep." Witness how this young boy from a fishing village confronts bullies, embraces beauty, and, with a dilapidated fishing boat, launches an empire worth trillions in the fishing industry. Chapter 1. A mother's life at stake, and a girlfriend absconds with the life-saving funds. The acrid scent of disinfectant permeates the air. The stark white walls, sheets, and lights create an atmosphere of chilling sterility. Chen Fan's heart feels colder than the hospital corridor itself. Clutching the payment notice, its edges dampened and wrinkled by his perspiration, he reads the words, "Kidney failure, uremic stage." Those inky letters slither through his mind like venomous serpents, gnawing at his nerves. "Son, it's not that I'm rushing you," Dr. Zhang Tao says, patting his shoulder. Sympathy glimmers behind his glasses, yet his tone brooks no argument. "Your mother's condition has reached a critical point. We must prepare for a kidney transplant immediately. The surgery and subsequent treatment will require at least 200,000 yuan. You have 3 days to arrange this money, or we will be powerless to assist." 3 days. 200,000. These phrases loom over Chen Fan like insurmountable mountains, nearly suffocating him. As an ordinary boy from Longwang village in Donghai City, he dropped out of high school to fish alongside his father, who vanished at sea years ago, leaving behind no trace. Now, only he, his mother Wang Xiulan, and his sister Chen Shui remain to support one another. Over the years, he has toiled relentlessly at sea, casting nets day and night, barely scraping by to provide for his family and cover his sister's tuition. For him, 200,000 is a sum beyond imagination. "Doctor, I understand. I will think of something." Chen Fan's voice is hoarse, as if scraped by sandpaper. "Dr. Zhang sighs, offering no further words, and moves on to the next ward. He has witnessed too much human suffering to remain unscathed. Leaning against the frigid wall, Chen Fan slowly slides down until his face is buried in his palms. What to do? He has exhausted every relative and friend, managing to gather less than 20,000 yuan. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope ignites within him. He retrieves his old phone, its screen marred by cracks, and remembers her Li Wan. Li Wan, his girlfriend of 5 years since high school, had promised to save money together for a future home. They had agreed to deposit their savings into a card she kept, which should now hold a substantial sum after 5 years. Perhaps, with the 2,000 he just borrowed and all their savings combined, they could secure a down payment. This is his last hope. With trembling fingers, he dials the familiar number. After a prolonged wait, Li Wan's somewhat impatient voice answers. "Hello, Chen Fan. What's up?" "I'm busy," she replies, the background noise bustling with the sounds of a lively shopping mall, faint music drifting through. His heart sinks, yet he steels himself, urgency lacing his words. "Wan, where are you?" "My mother. She's critically ill and needs 200,000 for surgery. We've saved money on the card, right? Please withdraw some for me, I'll find the rest." His voice rises with anxiety, drawing the attention of passers-by in the corridor. Silence envelopes the line for several agonizing seconds, stretching out like an eternity. "Money?" Li Wan's tone suddenly shifts, becoming peculiar. "What money? We don't have that much." Chen Fan is struck dumb, as if struck by lightning. "How could we not? We've saved for 5 years. I've sent you most of my earnings each month. Surely there must be at least 130 or 40,000. "Oh, that," she replies dismissively, as if discussing a trivial matter. "I spent it on bags and cosmetics. It's nearly all gone." "What do you mean?" Chen Fan springs to his feet, nearly dropping the phone. He cannot fathom what he has just heard. "You spent it?" "Wan, don't joke with me. That money was for my mother's treatment." "Who's joking?" Li Wan's voice turns sharp and frigid, devoid of any prior tenderness. "Chen Fan, let me be honest. We are not suited for each other. Let's break up." "Break up?" Those words strike him like a heavy blow to the chest, leaving him dizzy. Suppressing a tempest of emotions, his voice trembles. Why? Li-wan, we've been together for 5 years. Just because my mother is ill and I can't provide the money, you want to end things? What else should I do? What hope do I see with you? Li-wan scoffs, her laughter piercing his heart. Look at yourself, a poor fisherman, with no car or home. Now your mother is sick, it's a bottomless pit. Why should I sacrifice my future for that? Chen Fan trembles with rage, unable to articulate a response. He never imagined that the girl who once vowed to share his joys and sorrows would utter such cold-hearted words. Enough of your pleas, Li-wan interrupts impatiently. I found my own happiness. Wang Xiao treats me well and can provide everything I desire. Let's end this, don't contact me again. Beep, 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 the call disconnects mercilessly. Chen Fan stands there, phone in hand, listening to the busy signal, feeling as though his world is spinning out of control. His heart feels as though a red-hot knife has carved out a piece, leaving him gasping for breath. He cannot comprehend how a 5-year relationship could shatter so easily. No, he refuses to believe it. Li-wan must be lying. She must have her reasons. Like a wild beast driven mad, Chen Fan storms out of the hospital. He must confront her directly. He knows she is shopping with her friends at Wanda Plaza in the city center this afternoon. Desperately, he flags down a taxi, shouting the address. Half an hour later, the cab halts outside Wanda Plaza. He pays and stumbles out, scanning the crowd with frantic intensity. Soon, he spots her by the fountain. Li-wan, clad in a chic new dress he has never seen, clutching an LV bag, laughing joyfully as she links arms with a well-groomed young man, preparing to enter a brand new BMW 5 Series. The man is Wang Kai, a well-known rich heir in the city. In that instant, Chen Fan feels his blood rush to his head, only to freeze in shock. Li-wan was telling the truth. She wasn't joking. Li-wan, he roars, like an enraged lion, striding forward with determined steps. Li-wan and Wang Kai turned at the sound, only to behold Chen Fan, his eyes bloodshot and wild. Instantly, Li-wan's expression soured, a hint of panic flashing across her face. Wang Kai, however, raised an eyebrow with evident amusement, a scornful smile curling at the corners of his lips. Oh, isn't this the impoverished boyfriend of Wan? What brings you here? Ignoring him, Chen Fan fixed his gaze upon Li-wan, demanding, where is that money? The money we saved together. That was my mother's life-saving fund. Confronted publicly, a flicker of shame crossed Li-wan's face, swiftly replaced by bitterness. Embracing her spite, she retorted coldly, what do you mean, our money? That was willingly given to me by you. It is mine now, and I can spend it however I wish. What business is it of yours? You? Chen Fan's chest heaved with rage as he pointed an accusing finger at her. Have you no conscience? Aunt Wang treated you so well, like her own daughter, and now she lies in a hospital bed waiting for money to save her, and you dare to. Shut up. Li-wan interrupted with a shrill scream. Don't mention that old hag to me. It's bad luck. These words ignited the last vestiges of reason within Chen Fan. He lunged forward, intending to grasp Li-wan's arm. What do you think you're doing? Planning to strike a woman? Wang Kai stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Li-wan, shoving Chen Fan back with a dismissive push. His eyes glinted with mockery and disdain. You pauper, take a look at yourself. 200,000? To me, that's merely the cost of a meal, but for you, it's an insurmountable fortune you'll never earn. With that, he produced a wad of 100 yuan bills from his wallet and contemptuously tossed them onto Chen Fan's face. Take it and leave. Don't linger here. The bills scattered across the ground like snowflakes, each one a resounding slap to Chen Fan's dignity. As onlookers gathered, their whispers pierced his heart like needles. Look at that guy, dressed like a laborer. He must have been dumped. Today's girls are so pragmatic. What kind of relationship can you have without money? He deserves it. Li-wan clung to Wang Kai's arm, her face alight with the triumph of a victor, looking down upon him as she whispered softly, audible only to them, Chen Fan, face reality. Being with you would confine me to that wretched fishing village, surrounded by the stench of fish. Now, I am going to live the life I deserve. With that, she turned and slipped into a BMW, leaving Chen Fan in stunned silence, surrounded by humiliation. The sky had darkened, and cold raindrops began to fall, soaking his hair, his clothes, and his wounded heart. Hope had evaporated, and with it, the last flicker of possibility. Despair surged around him like icy ocean waves, drowning him completely. He stood there like a statue in the rain, allowing the rainwater and his tears to merge and flow down his cheeks. At that moment, his phone, tucked away in his pocket, rang unexpectedly. Numbly, he answered without checking the caller ID. On the other end, his sister Chen Shui's voice trembled with fear and despair. Brother, please come back. Wang Hu. Wang Hu has brought people to our house. Chapter 2. My sister's humiliation. I will not share a sky with the village bully. Brother, please come back. Wang Hu. Wang Hu has brought people to our house. The panicked cry of his sister pierced Chen Fan's numbed ears like a burning needle. In that instant, despair and heartbreak were eclipsed by a more primal, explosive emotion rage. The icy grip of despair that had ensnared him just a moment ago transformed into a seething fury, igniting his very being. Chen Fan's once dull eyes flared with crimson intensity. Shue, don't be afraid. He'll return at once. He roared into the phone, barely pausing to end the call before shoving the device into his pocket and rushing into the downpour. Like a wild beast unleashed, he navigated through the flow of traffic, disregarding the blaring horns and the curses hurled at him by drivers. His focus was singular, needed to return home. His mother was still in the hospital, and his sister was alone. What did that scoundrel Wang Hu intend to do? The mere thought of his sister being harmed twisted Chen Fan's heart with agony, as if it were being sliced by thousands of blades, driving him to the brink of madness. Driver, take me to Longwang village. Quickly, he'll pay you double. He flung open the door of a taxi that had just dropped off a passenger, leaping inside before the driver could react, his voice hoarse and urgent, laden with unwavering authority. The driver, startled by the sight of the drenched, bloodshotted man, hesitated but instinctively pressed the accelerator upon hearing double. The taxi merged into the traffic, the urban neon lights outside blurred into a cascade of colors by the rain, rapidly receding behind him. Yet, to Chen Fan, it felt agonizingly slow. He wished for wings to sprout from the vehicle. His mind was a blank slate, consumed entirely by his sister's terrified scream. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, the pain a mere whisper compared to the turmoil raging within. Wang Hu, the son of the village tyrant, a butcher who wielded power through his father's influence and ties to the underworld of the seafood market, had been a scourge upon the village since childhood. He had committed unspeakable acts harassing women, oppressing fishermen without remorse. Though Chen Fan had clashed with him before, he had often chosen to endure in silence to avoid trouble at home. But today, he refused to endure any longer. Not even an ounce. The taxi sped along the slick coastal road, finally halting at the entrance of Longwang village an hour later. Just stop here, the road ahead is treacherous, the driver said, glancing at the muddy path leading into the village, visibly hesitant. Without hesitation, Chen Fan tossed several damp bills onto the passenger seat, not waiting for change, before pushing the door open and charging out. The rain had lessened slightly, but continued to fall steadily. The briny sea breeze hit him, momentarily cooling his boiling thoughts. The village was eerily quiet, every household had lights ablaze, yet the streets were devoid of life. He knew the simple, timid villagers must be hiding behind their doors and windows, sneaking glances towards his home, but none dared to speak a word. He cared not. He harbored no expectations. Family must be protected by him alone. Chen Fan's home lay deep within the villa, dilapidated two-story building, its walls peeling and weathered. From afar, he noticed the rickety wooden door ajar, with several crooked motorcycles parked outside. A sense of foreboding coiled around his heart like a viper. He softened his steps, moving stealthily like a hunting leopard, approaching with utmost silence. Little Shue, your brother is nothing but a waste. What future do you have following him? A lewd, oily voice drifted from within the housesite was Wang Hu. Don't touch me. Get away. Chen Shue's voice was rife with terror and defiance. Oh, quite the fiery temper. I like that. Wang Hu leered. I've heard your mother's illness requires a lot of money, right? Your brother's fishing income is hardly enough. Why not come with me? As long as you please me, he'll give you not just 200,000, but 30. That's right. Sticking with brother Hu means living the good life. Much better than staying with your sickly mother. A lackey chimed in. Little girl, don't be ungrateful. Get out. All of you get out. Hey, dare you curse? It seems that without showing you a bit of my might, you wouldn't know the true power of brother Hu. A cacophony of overturned furniture erupted from within the room, accompanied by a sharp gasp from Chen Shue. Chen Fan's eyes turned crimson. At that moment, it felt as if all the blood in his body ignited, and the strings of his reason snapped with a resounding bang. Wang Hu, a roar imbued with boundless murderous intent reverberated through the tranquil night sky of the fishing village like thunder. In the next instant, a thunderous crash resounded. The already precarious wooden door was forcefully kicked open by Chen Fan, splintered wood flying into the room. The sight within sent Chen Fan into a frenzy. The living room lay in disarray, tables were overturned, benches scattered, and the floor was littered with shards of broken dishes. Wang Hu, along with his two bleached-haired lackeys, had cornered his 16-year-old sister, Chen Fan, against the wall. One hand gripped her arm while a grotesque grin adorned his face, the other hand reaching out towards her cheek. Chen Fan's face was streaked with tears, her eyes filled with terror and despair, her school uniform torn and disheveled. Upon seeing Chen Fan's sudden appearance, everyone froze. "Brother!" Chen Fan cried out, as if she had seen a savior. Wang Hu was taken aback, instinctively loosening his grip. But upon realizing it was just Chen Fan, drenched and disheveled, his shock quickly morphed into scorn and disdain. "I thought it was someone important, turns out it's just you, the useless one. Back from begging in the city, are you? How convenient, I won't need to hunt you down. Have you gathered enough money for your mother's medical bills? If not, you could plead with me, considering how lovely your sister is." Before he could finish, Chen Fan sprang into action. Not a word was wasted. Only swift, decisive movement. He lunged forward like a cheetah poised to strike, stepping on the shards of porcelain with a sharp screech. "Damn it, still daring to fight?" The closest bleached-haired lackey shrieked, swinging his fist towards Chen Fan. Without a glance, Chen Fan sidestepped the blow, swiftly grabbing a broken bench leg and, channeling all his strength, smashed it down onto the lackey's knee. Crack! A sickening sound of bone breaking echoed. Ack! The lackey let out a horrific scream, collapsing to the ground like a sack of potatoes, instantly unconscious. This brutal scene left Wang Hu and the other lackey stunned. They had not anticipated that the usually timid Chen Fan could strike with such ferocity. In that moment of distraction, Chen Fan had already reached Wang Hu. His gaze was devoid of any human emotion, filled only with pure, primal intent to kill. A chill ran down Wang Hu's spine, his instinct from years of fighting sensed impending doom. He feigned bravado, shouting, "Chen Fan, are you insane? Do you know who I am?" In response, Chen Fan unleashed a fist the size of a cooking pot. This punch embodied all his anger, humiliation, and despair, crashing into Wang Hu's nose. Bang! The dull thud resembled the sound of a rotten watermelon being struck. Wang Hu's nose instantly collapsed, blood mingling with tears and snot, erupting forth. He flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the wall before crumpling to the floor. My nose!" Wang Hu howled, clutching his face in agony. The other lackey, witnessing this, was paralyzed with fear and turned to flee through the shattered doorway. Trying to escape? Chen Fan's cold voice echoed behind him, like the whisper of death. The lackey felt a tightening grip around his neck, lifted off the ground by an overwhelming force. He turned to meet Chen Fan's bloodshot, beast-like gaze. "Did I allow you to run?" Chen Fan held him aloft by the neck and then, as if discarding refuse, hurled him towards the fallen Wang Hu. The two thugs tumbled together, emitting pained groans. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Chen Fan stood amidst the chaos of the living room, his chest heaving, rainwater dripping from his hair, mingling with the blood on the floor. He slowly turned to his sister, who remained paralyzed in shock in the corner. The overwhelming intent to kill dissipated, replaced by boundless concern and guilt. "Shua, it's all right, brother is back." He approached her, gently removing his soaked coat and draping it over her shoulders, pulling her tightly into his embrace. "Brother!" Woo-woo. Chen Fan could no longer contain herself, collapsing into her brother's arms, weeping uncontrollably. Chen Fan gently patted her back, yet his gaze pierced over her shoulder, like poisoned daggers, fixed on the struggling Wang Hu. Wang Hu felt a shiver run down his spine under that stare. As he spat blood, he fumbled in his pocket for his phone, venomously shouting, "Chen Fan, you dare to leave? I'll call for help right now. My father and Scarface Liu, they won't let you get away with this." Chapter 3. The jade pendant shatters and a dragon's roar resonates in my mind. "Are you calling for someone?" Chen Fan chuckled, his laughter chilling and sinister. He advanced slowly, step by step, towards the crumpled Wang Hu, his crimson eyes brimming with unrestrained, murderous intent. Each step he took felt as though he were treading upon Wang Hu's very heart, instilling in the once arrogant village bully a profound sense of terror that he had never before experienced. "Don't come any closer," Wang Hu stammered, genuine fear coursing through him. He had never encountered such a version of Chen Fan. The figure before him was no longer the timid boy who would argue over mere sins with fishmongers and avoid his father at all costs. This was a beast, thoroughly enraged and poised to devour its prey. Ignoring Wang Hu's pleas, Chen Fan stood over him, looking down with an air of superiority, before raising his foot and sending the phone tightly clutched in Wang Hu's hand flying. The pristine smartphone traced a trajectory of despair through the air, colliding violently with the wall, shattering into countless pieces upon impact. Wang Hu's threats were rendered impotent, lodged in his throat. You just asked, who is the old fool? Chen Fan squatted slowly, his voice soft, yet piercing, akin to a multitude of icy needles stabbing into Wang Hu's ears. Gazing into the face before him, Wang Hu was struck by the madness in those eyes, sending shivers of terror through him. He had no doubt that a single misstep in his words could lead to his demise. I'm wrong, Brother Fan, I was wrong. His instinct for survival compelled him to forsake all dignity, and he began to babble incoherently. I'm a beast. I'm not human. I should never have laid a hand on little Shui, and I should never have spoken ill of Aunt Wang. Too late. Chen Fan's voice remained devoid of emotion. He reached out, seizing Wang Hu by the collar, lifting his hefty frame off the ground with ease. At that moment, another yellow-haired thug, who had been feigning death on the ground, suddenly glinted with malice. Spotting Chen Fan's full attention on Wang Hu, with his back turned to him, he seized the opportunity for a stealthy attack. Quietly, he retrieved a spring-loaded knife from his waistband, the blade snapping out with a menacing click, glimmering ominously in the dim light. Brother, be careful. Chen Shui, huddled in the corner, screamed in terror upon witnessing the scene. The yellow-haired thug revealed himself, roaring as he leaped from the ground, spring-loaded knife aimed directly at Chen Fan's back. If this strike landed, it would surely result in either death or grave injury. In a flash, Chen Fan seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. Without even turning around, he yanked Wang Hu's body back with a fierce motion. With a sickening thud, the blade plunged precisely into Wang Hu's abdomen. Wang Hu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed down at the knife handle. Blood oozing from the wound. The yellow-haired thug stood in shock, never having imagined he would stab his own leader. Yet Chen Fan offered them no respite. In a swift, ferocious turn, he delivered an elbow strike that connected squarely with the thug's temple. The golden-haired assailant barely had time to utter a cry before his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed backward, utterly unconscious. Having dealt with the ambusher, Chen Fan's gaze once again settled on Wang Hu. At this moment, Wang Hu was in excruciating pain, unable to articulate a word. He clutched his bleeding wound, his eyes reflecting resentment, fear, and a hint of madness as he stared at Chen Fan. He understood that this matter could not conclude peacefully today. Chen Fan, I shall fight you to the bitter end. Driven by the agony and a primal instinct for survival, Wang Hu unleashed a ferocious roar, disregarding his abdominal injury, and lunged at Chen Fan like a wounded wild boar. He wrapped his arms tightly around Chen Fan and opened his bloodied mouth, aiming to bite into Chen Fan's neck. Taken aback by this unexpected maneuver, Chen Fan found himself firmly embraced. He swiftly turned his head to evade Wang Hu's bite, and the two of them immediately engaged in a fierce struggle, crashing violently against the nearby wall. Bang! Chen Fan's back slammed against the wall, sending a jolt of pain through him. In the midst of this violent collision, an object that had been hanging around his neck was flung from his collar. It was a jade pendant, roughly the size of half a palm, intricately carved with a lifelike dragon using ancient techniques. The jade was not translucent, and in some places, it bore mottled colors, giving it an unremarkable appearance. This pendant had been solemnly entrusted to him by his mother, Wang Xiulan, on his 18th birthday. His mother had said it was the only token left by his father, a cherished heirloom of the Chen family, and he must keep it close to ensure his safety. For years, Chen Fan had regarded it as a treasure, never parting with it. In a frenzy of tearing, Wang Hu seized the red cord and yanked it forcefully. Snap! The red string broke. The pendant slipped from his grasp, plummeting toward the hard concrete floor. No! Chen Fan's pupils dilated, and he let out a desperate scream. That was not an ordinary jade pendant. It was the sole remnant of his father's memory, one of the few spiritual anchors in this fractured family. Without a moment's hesitation, he shoved Wang Hu away and lunged frantically toward the pendant's trajectory, desperate to catch it before it hit the ground. But it was too late. Cependant, a vessel of his mother's hopes and his father's only sentiment, met the unforgiving concrete with a catastrophic impact. Crack! A sharp sound, reminiscent of a heart shattering, echoed. The pendant shattered, splintering into 7 or 8 uneven fragments. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Chen Fan knelt on the ground, his outstretched hand hovering in midair, staring blankly at the scattered shards, his mind a void. It was over. Everything was over. His mother was gravely ill, his girlfriend had betrayed him, his sister had been humiliated, and now, even the last vestige of his father's memory lay in ruins. The final straw had finally broken the camel's back. An indescribable sense of despair and sorrow surged within him, like a flood that had breached its dam, instantly engulfing his entire being. Wang Hu, clutching his stomach and leaning against the wall, observed this scene with a morbid glee, letting out a sickly laugh. This is your retribution, Chen Fan. You worthless fool, incapable of protecting anything. However, before his laughter had faded, an unexpected transformation occurred. The shattered fragments of jade on the floor suddenly erupted with a dazzling golden light. This radiance was so brilliant and intense that it illuminated the dilapidated living room, as if it were midday. Everyone was momentarily blinded by this sudden burst of light. Shortly thereafter, a dragon's roar, seemingly emanating from the primordial chaos, filled with boundless majesty and desolation, resounded explosively within Chen Fan's mind. The sound was not merely heard through the ears, but resonated directly with his soul. Chen Fan felt a deafening thud in his head, as if struck by an immense hammer weighing thousands of pounds, instantly severing his connection to the external world. Before him, the ruined living room and the disarray of debris vanished, replaced by an endless, vast golden ocean. A colossal golden dragon, whose grandeur and magnificence defied description. Coiled within this ocean, its eyes, more radiant than the sun, gazing indifferently at him as though scrutinizing a trivial ant. Simultaneously, an indescribable wave of warmth surged from the glowing jade fragments, coursing through Chen Fan's palm and furiously infiltrating his body. This warmth was overpowering, swiftly sweeping through his limbs and bones. Where it passed, the pains from battles fought and the accumulated injuries from years at sea were astonishingly healed at an incredible speed. Within mere breaths, all fatigue and pain dissipated entirely. In its place arose an unprecedented sensation, brimming with explosive vitality. His senses, including hearing and vision, sharpened to an extraordinary clarity. He could distinctly hear the sound of raindrops falling on banana leaves outside and discern the intricate patterns on the wings of a tiny insect caught in a spider's web in the corner. Outside, the golden light appeared swiftly and vanished just as quickly. As the radiance faded, the living room returned to its dim state. The jade fragments lay stripped of their luster, reduced to a mundane pile of gray-white stones. Wang Hu and his startled companions gazed in horror at Chen Fan, who knelt motionless on the ground, their faces etched with fear. What had just transpired? Had a divine being manifested, or was it a haunting? They looked at Chen Fan, whose eyes were vacant, as if his soul had departed, then exchanged glances at their own injuries. A chill surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. This place was too sinister. Ghostly apparitions. It was unclear who voiced it first, but the two could no longer endure their agonizing wounds. They scrambled and rolled out of this unforgettable abode, vanishing into the rain-soaked night. Inside, tranquility was finally restored. Only Chen Shui and the kneeling Chen Fan remained. Chen Shui, equally shaken by the strange scene, observed her brother, who knelt there, motionless, his face devoid of color, his gaze hollow, as if his spirit had been displaced. "Brother, what has happened to you?" Chen Shui asked, her voice trembling with concern as she cautiously approached and gently nudged a shoulder. "Brother, please don't scare me." Chapter 4. Awakening the Ancestral Dragon Legacy. This sea has become my private garden. Brother, what is wrong? The trembling voice of my sister, tinged with tears, pierced through Chen Fan's chaotic consciousness, forcibly pulling him back from the boundless golden ocean to reality. The emptiness and confusion in his eyes gradually receded like the ebbing tide, ultimately coalescing into a point of clarity. "Brother, please don't scare me," Chen Shui exclaimed as she noticed her brother finally responding, tears streaming down her face. Filled with lingering fear, Chen Fan slowly blinked, the reverberation of the dragon's roar echoing in his soul, still lingering. His mind a whirlwind akin to being forcibly crammed with the contents of a vast encyclopedia. Instinctively, he lifted his hand to touch his body. There was no pain. The excruciating ache from slamming against the wall, the bruises from wrestling with Wang Hu, and even the small cut on his palm from the shattered porcelain, all vanished without a trace. Moreover, an unprecedented surge of vitality flowed from every cell in his body. He felt as if he could now strike down a bull with a single punch. This was no illusion. Chen Fan took a deep breath. The vastness of the golden dragon's eyes, the wave of warmth coursing through him, and the flood of unfamiliar yet innate knowledge, all felt terrifyingly real. Ancestral Dragon legacy. He murmured instinctively. The jade pendant shattered, not in destruction, but in unsealing? Brother, what are you saying? Chen Shui, unable to hear clearly, supported Chen Fan's arm. Worry etched on her face. Are you hurt? We should hurry to the hospital. Seeing the tear-streaked face of his sister and the lingering fear in her eyes, Chen Fan's heart tightened. All his chaotic thoughts were forcibly suppressed, replaced by an overwhelming sense of gentleness and guilt. Silly girl, I'm fine. He stood up, his movements surprisingly light, then reached out his broad palm to gently ruffle her hair, pulling her into an embrace. Don't be afraid. It's all over now. With me around, no one will dare to bully you again. His voice was steady and powerful, imbued with an unprecedented sense of security that allowed Chen Shui's anxious heart to finally settle. Nestled in her brother's warm embrace, inhaling the familiar scent of rain and sea breeze, she began to weep freely, releasing all her fears and grievances. Chen Fan remained silent, simply holding her close and gently patting her back. His gaze swept across the disarrayed home, lingering on the remnants of the jade pendant turned to gray-white stones. His expression growing resolute. From this day forth, I shall protect this home. No one shall lay a finger on it. After a while, Chen Shui's sobs gradually subsided. All right, no more crying. Your face is all puffy. Chen Fan wiped her tears and then rolled up his sleeves. Let me help you tidy this up. You go upstairs and stay in your room, locking the door. Okay. Chen Shui obediently nodded, glancing back several times as she ascended the stairs. The living room was left with only Chen Fan. He gazed at the chaos around him, but did not immediately begin to clean up. He slowly closed his eyes, attempting to once again immerse himself in that wondrous state he had just experienced. The sound of rain pattered softly, each drop distinctly audible. He could clearly differentiate which raindrops struck the tiles of the roof, producing a crisp sound, which fell upon the banana leaves in the yard, resonating with a dull thud, and which splashed into the muddy puddles at the doorstep, creating a gentle sound. Within a radius of 100 meters, every rustle of the wind and movement of grass seemed to be laid bare to his ears. Yet this was not the most astonishing part. As he concentrated his awareness and extended it towards the familiar sea beyond the village, an unprecedented, fantastical new world slowly unfolded in his mind. The moment he closed his eyes, all external clamor seemed to be isolated by an invisible barrier. In its place emerged a vast, three-dimensional map composed of countless luminous points. These points, varying in size and color, drifted and flickered across the dark canvas, creating a tapestry more resplendent and vibrant than the most brilliant star map in the night sky. He beheld a multitude of sardines emanating a faint white glow, densely clustered beneath the village dock, akin to a silver cloud. He observed a large eel, radiating a soft yellow light, languidly nestled within a crevice in the eastern reef, its luminescence markedly brighter than that of the sardines. Further out on the seabed, he spotted several large crabs, exuding a bluish hue, assertively foraging for sustenance. At that moment, Chen Fan's heart began to race uncontrollably. He abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The sights he had just witnessed were utterly breathtaking and unfathomable. Was this the dragon's breath perception mentioned in the torrent of information? Wherever there was water, all living beings were interconnected in sensation. To validate this hypothesis, he stifled his excitement and closed his eyes once more, fully immersing his consciousness into that extraordinary realm of perception. This time, he directed his gaze towards the more distant and profound waters of Longxian Bay. This location served as the primary working area for the fishermen of the village and was a place he had known intimately since childhood. Within his perception, the luminous points in Longxian Bay were significantly denser and brighter than those in the nearby sea. Schools of ribbonfish, scattered flounders, and grouper weaving through the seaweed, all emitted subtle variations in their life force, light points. He could even discern the size and plumpness of the fish through the brightness and size of their luminous points. Suddenly, his attention was captured by an exceptionally brilliant light point. It was an enormous point radiating a dazzling golden glow, leisurely gliding near a trench deep within Longxian Bay. Its brilliance surpassed that of all surrounding light points combined, exuding a regal aura. What kind of fish was that? Merely sensing its presence ignited an indescribable longing within Chen Fan. He knew, without a doubt, that it was a fish king of immeasurable value. With a deep exhale, Chen Fan released a long breath of murky air and opened his eyes once more. This time, the confusion and shock that had previously clouded his gaze had vanished, replaced by an eruption of joy and excitement akin to a volcanic explosion. It was real. Everything was authentic. He had indeed acquired an unimaginable fortuity with this newfound ability. What secrets could the vast ocean possibly hold for him? Where schools of fish gathered, where valuable hauls could be found, where rare marine treasures lay, all would be laid bare beneath his dragon's breath perception. This sea would, from now on, transform into his private fishing ground, his personal paradise. 200,000. That astronomical figure, which had once suffocated him with despair and humiliation, suddenly seemed far less unattainable. Heaven has not closed off my path. Chen Fan clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, his body trembling slightly from overwhelming excitement. He longed to laugh, to roar loudly, to release all the pent-up frustration and agony that had accumulated within him during this time. His mother's illness would be cured. His sister's tuition would no longer be a concern. The betrayal of Li Wan, the humiliation by Wang Kai, the bullying by Wang Hu, an ominous glint flickered in Chen Fan's eyes. Just wait. The pain and disgrace you have inflicted upon me today, I shall repay 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold in due time. Without further hesitation, he immediately began to tidy up the mess in the living room with utmost speed. The shattered dishes were swept into the trash bin, and the toppled tables and chairs were righted. After completing this task, he glanced at the wall clock. It was already 11 o'clock at night. The rain continued to pour outside. Yet, Chen Fan's heart burned with a fervor greater than ever before. He could not wait another moment. He needed to verify his extraordinary ability and transform it into tangible, life-saving funds. He approached the staircase and called softly to his sister upstairs. Xiaoxue, are you asleep? Not yet, brother. Chen Shui quickly opened the door, peeking her head out. Chen Fan looked at his sister, donning a reassuring smile. Xiaoxue, lock the door securely and do not go out or open it for anyone. I'm stepping out for a bit. Chen Shui hesitated, studying her brother's resolute expression, and with a hint of worry asked, Brother, it's so late, and it's still raining. Where are you going? Chapter 5. The first dive into the sea. A rare fish king bites the hook. Seeing the concern in his sister's eyes warmed Chen Fan's heart. He replied in an unwavering, confident tone, I'm going to earn money to save our mother. These words carried more weight than any explanation. Chen Shui ceased her inquiries, simply nodding solemnly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Brother, please be safe. Don't worry. Chen Fan reassured her one last time before donning his raincoat. Placing a bamboo hat upon his head, taking the house keys, and resolutely stepping out into the stormy night. The darkness enveloped the surroundings like ink, while the rain fell in a slanted cascade, weaving an endless net. The sea breeze howled through the narrow alleys of the village, carrying the salty mist and echoing with sounds reminiscent of ghostly wails. In the village, the dogs cowered in their dens, silenced by the tempest, and the entire Longwang village seemed to have succumbed to a deep slumber amidst the storm. In times past, such inclement weather would have deterred fishermen from venturing into the sea, for it was akin to courting death. Yet, Chen Fan remained unfazed. After inheriting the legacy of the Ancestral Dragon, he felt not the chill of the storm. Rather, an inexhaustible vigor coursed through his veins. The howling sea wind caressed him like a familiar greeting, while the icy raindrops upon his face felt more like a gentle embrace. An uncanny intuition whispered to him that this vast ocean would not harm him. He hastened to the small dock at the village's edge, where a number of fishing boats bobbed gently with the waves. Among them, the most dilapidated and modest vessel was his own, the Voyager. It represented the sole inheritance left to him after his father's mysterious disappearance. The hull was already adorned with rust, and the sides bore the scars of countless collisions, while the diesel engine often displayed its own temperament. Chen Fan skillfully leapt aboard, untied the mooring ropes, and stepped into the cramped cockpit. Placing his hand on the cold ignition lever, he inhaled deeply. This time, the Voyager would carry all his hopes as it truly set sail. With a sputter and a whine, the aged diesel engine, after a few reluctant protests, finally roared to life, emitting a familiar, rhythmic growl. The small fishing boat turned its bow and slowly departed the dock, slicing through the tumultuous darkness like a resolute black dagger. The vessel pitched violently in the tumult, and under normal circumstances, Chen Fan would have needed to exert all his strength to stabilize it. However, today he sensed a remarkable connection with the boat and the sea. He could anticipate the direction and force of the next wave with uncanny accuracy, allowing him to deftly counterbalance the impact with a mere turn of the steering wheel. The Voyager transformed into a nimble seabird, gliding effortlessly through the stormy waters. He refrained from activating the fish finder or the navigation system. Instead, Chen Fan closed his eyes, immersing himself in the wondrous star map that resided in his mind. In his perception, the Voyager became a moving coordinate, and his objective, a resplendent golden glow shimmering deep within Longyan Bay, served as his singular beacon. Turn left, advance 500 meters, steer 10 degrees to the right, circumvent this reef. Guided solely by the breath of the dragon, he navigated the pitch-black, tempestuous sea with astonishing precision, racing toward his destination. Approximately half an hour later, the engine's roar gradually diminished until it came to a halt. Chen Fan opened his eyes to find himself enveloped by an impenetrable darkness, utterly unable to discern direction. Yet, within his consciousness, the immense golden light pulsed directly beneath him. It dwelled in a trench about 50 meters deep, gliding gracefully and exuding an aura befitting royalty. It was it. Chen Fan's heart raced wildly. He suppressed his exhilaration and moved to the stern of the boat, preparing his fishing gear. He did not employ a fishing net. Against a fish of such formidable caliber, a net would be utterly futile, easily torn apart. Instead, he resorted to the most traditional and technically demanding method of longline fishing. He produced a specially crafted fishing line, thicker than his thumb, to which a massive hook, glimmering with a cold sheen and the size of a palm, was affixed. From the bait box, he deftly seized a lively mackerel, expertly threading it onto the hook. Taking a deep breath, he cast the hook and bait towards the direction he sensed. Plop! The bait, tethered to the lengthy line, swiftly descended into the inky depths of the ocean. Without a fishing rod, Chen Fan secured the main line firmly to the winch at the stern of the boat. He gently pinched the line between his fingers, closed his eyes, and quietly attuned himself to the underwater currents. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes. 10 minutes elapsed. Below the surface, there remained an unsettling stillness. The enormous golden luminescence seemed disinterested in the culinary offering presented to it. Chen Fan remained unperturbed. He understood that the more cunning the fish king, the greater its vigilance. Patiently, he waited, becoming one with the fishing vessel amidst the tumult of wind and rain, transforming into a sculpture of unwavering patience. After an indeterminate period, just as he feared his efforts might be in vain that night, a minuscule yet unmistakable tremor surged through his fingers gripping the line. It had arrived. Chen Fan's eyes snapped open, a spark of intensity igniting within his pupils. In his perception, the colossal golden glimmer cautiously approached the minuscule bait, tentatively brushing against it with gentle nudges. Chen Fan held his breath, remaining utterly still, even slowing his heartbeat deliberately. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of tentative exploration, the golden entity seemed to lower its guard. In the next moment, an overwhelming, irresistible force surged through the line. He had hooked it. A triumphant roar echoed in Chen Fan's mind as the fishing line tightened instantly, emitting a mournful hum. The winch at the boat's stern was violently whirled by this tremendous force, screeching in protest, as if on the verge of disintegration. The small fishing vessel lurched perilously as the terrifying strength from the depths of the sea pulled it downward, nearly capsizing. What incredible power! A mixture of astonishment and exhilaration coursed through Chen Fan. He had no time to contemplate further. Gripping the winch handle with determination, he tensed every muscle, the veins in his arms bulging like coiling dragons. An unprecedented surge of strength emanated from his limbs. Previously, facing such a colossal creature, his sole recourse would have been to sever the line immediately, for otherwise destruction was inevitable. However, he now felt capable of a contest of strength. Come on me. Chen Fan anchored his feet firmly to the deck, channeling his core strength, and yanked back with all his might, forcibly halting the winch's frenzied rotation. A contest of primal and pure power unfolded between man and fish, separated by 50 fathoms of ocean and a line that could snap at any moment. The colossal creature beneath the waves was evidently unprepared for the fierce resistance posed by such a seemingly trivial morsel. It became enraged, thrashing wildly underwater in a desperate attempt to free itself from the hook. The vessel, named Chi was dragged along, leaving a chaotic trail upon the ocean's surface and stirring up a tumult of frothy waves. Chen Fan gritted his teeth, acutely aware of the terrifying force transmitted through the fishing line, which surged in relentless waves. His arms were already numb with fatigue, yet the conviction in his heart remained unwavering. This was his mother's lifeline. This was his sister's future. This marked the first step in Chen Fan's defiance against fate. He could not let go. Time became an abstract concept as he endured, perhaps for an hour, perhaps two. Chen Fan felt as though every ounce of strength was being drained from him, yet the creature's might beneath the surface began to wane. It was weary, an opportunity. A spark of determination ignited in Chen Fan's eyes. No longer would he merely endure, but he began to rhythmically turn the winch handle, steadily hauling the gargantuan beast towards the surface. The winch groaned under the strain, yet Chen Fan's movements were resolute and powerful. 50 meters, 40 meters, 20 meters. At last, with a thunderous splash, a massive shadow, shimmering with resplendent golden light, burst forth from the water, sending droplets cascading into the air. In the dim glow of the ship's lights, Chen Fan finally beheld its true form. It was a fish, a colossal yellow croaker, so immense that he had never even envisioned its like, not even in dreams. Its length appeared to exceed 1.5 meters. Its body adorned with scales the size of bowls, particularly its back, which radiated a dazzling hue of pure gold, gleaming as though crafted from the finest metal. Chapter 6. A fish that shocked the entire seafood market. Chen Fan's throat was filled with briny blood, remnants of his earlier exertion, the result of clenching his jaws in sheer determination. His arms felt as though they were laden with lead, nearly incapable of movement. Yet, he paid no heed to the pain. He fixated on the magnificent creature that had burst forth from the depths, his eyes wide, bloodshot, yet burning with an intense fervor. It had happened. This time, it was truly happening. The yellow croaker was renowned as one of the most prized catches in the East China Sea, often referred to as soft gold. Even ordinary half-kilogram or 1-kilogram specimens could fetch prices exceeding 1,000 yuan. Those weighing over 3 kilograms were exceedingly rare, often requiring pre-orders. But the creature before him had completely transcended Chen Fan's understanding of fish. This was no mere fish. It was a mythical being adorned with golden scales, poised to transform into a dragon. He harbored no doubt that for this fish, not even 200,000 nor 500,000 would suffice to contain its value. A euphoric surge, akin to a thunderclap, struck him, jolting his weary mind into a state of acute clarity. Yet, a critical question loomed. How would he manage to bring it aboard the ship? The Fish King, upon visual estimation, weighed at least 150 pounds. Coupled with its frantic thrashing as it emerged from the water, the splashes it created struck with astonishing force. Given the tonnage of the small vessel, the Chi, a slight misstep could result in being overturned and plunged into the sea. In the past, Chen Fan would have felt utterly helpless in such a predicament. However, now he roared, "Come on up." The muscles in his arms swelled once more, infused with an inexhaustible power passed down through generations, coursing through his limbs. Grasping the thick fishing line, he summoned all his strength and, with a sudden surge, hoisted the struggling behemoth from the water 1/2 meter upward. Seizing the moment, he swiftly wrapped the line around the mooring post at the stern of the boat 7 or 8 times, securing it tightly. Then, grabbing the massive net from the deck, he aimed for the fish's head and, with every ounce of strength, he dragged and heaved with tremendous effort, finally managing to haul the gigantic golden-backed yellow croaker onto the deck, just as the Chi teetered on the brink of capsizing. With a thunderous crash, the enormous fish thudded onto the deck, sending a resounding tremor through the entire vessel. It continued to thrash defiantly, each slap of its tail creating a loud crack against the deck, as if it might shatter through at any moment. Chen Fan gasped for breath, his body thoroughly drenched in sweat and rainwater. He plopped down on the deck, gazing at the golden giant that nearly occupied half the stern, and finally, unable to contain himself, broke into a hoarse yet triumphant laugh. His laughter echoed far across the storm-tossed sea. As dawn approached, when Chen Fan piloted the Qihong back to the Donghai City fishing dock, the tempest that had raged throughout the night finally subsided. The rising sun pierced through the clouds, casting a golden glow upon the sea and illuminating his youthful face, which bore a pale hue yet was filled with exuberance. At that moment, the fishing dock was at its most bustling hour. Fishing boats of all sizes returned in succession, and bare-chested fishermen shouted as they unloaded baskets of catch from their vessels. Various fishmongers, restaurant buyers, and middlemen gathered nearby, loudly haggling, while the air was thick with the pungent scents of fish and diesel, brimming with vibrant life. Amidst the throng of fishing boats, the Qihong appeared unremarkable. As he steered the small vessel toward an available berth, it immediately caught the attention of familiar fishermen and fishmongers nearby. "Isn't that the Chen lad? Quite bold, daring to venture out in such a storm last night," exclaimed a middle-aged fisherman unloading his catch, his tone laced with mockery. Nearby, a sharp-featured fishmonger chimed in. "Ah, he's got a death wish. I bet that medicine jar at home is demanding more money." "So, Chen Fan, did you strike gold today? I hope it's not just a bunch of small fish and shrimp that won't even cover your fuel costs." His words dripped with unabashed derision. Chen Fan chose to ignore them. He was acutely aware that over the years, both within the village and beyond, countless individuals had relished mocking his family. In the past, he might have flushed with embarrassment or silently endured their scorn. Yet today, he yearned to silence their jeers with undeniable evidence. Without uttering a word, he quietly steadied the boat, then proceeded to the stern, bending down to grasp a corner of the massive tarpaulin covering his catch. Still covered? What could possibly be under there?" sneered the gaunt fishmonger, contempt etched across his face. The onlookers, driven by morbid curiosity, craned their necks in anticipation. In the next moment, Chen Fan abruptly flung the tarpaulin aside. Instantly, a dazzling golden hue burst forth, akin to the rising sun, piercing the eyes of all present. Lying serenely on the deck was a magnificent golden-backed yellow croaker, each scale reflecting a radiant golden light under the dawn's glow, exuding an aura befitting a true sovereign. Hiss! At that moment, the entire dock seemed to be muted, as if a button had been pressed to silence the cacophony. All the clamorous chatter, bargaining, and shouts ceased abruptly. Time appeared to freeze. Every gaze was fixated, greedily and incredulously, upon that fish. Mouths gaped wide enough to fit an egg, each face displaying a singular expression of utter astonishment. "My heavens, what am I witnessing?" After an indeterminate period, one person finally emerged from their stupor, uttering a dreamlike groan. This sound was akin to a drop of cold water splashing into a pot of boiling oil, igniting the entire scene. A yellow croaker? A fish of this magnitude? This is sheer gold-backed. It's the king of wild, golden-backed yellow croakers. 1.5 meters. It must weigh over 100 pounds. Does such a creature even exist? Was it not thought to be extinct? Madness. This world is truly insane. The middle-aged fisherman who had just mocked Chen Fan, along with the gaunt fishmonger, stood as though struck by lightning, rooted to the spot, their expressions more vivid than if they had consumed something repulsive. News spread like wildfire, wings sprouting as it traversed the seafood market in mere minutes. Countless fishmongers, proprietors, and buyers, akin to sharks sensing blood, surged from all directions, enveloping Chen Fan's modest vessel. The Qihong, in layers of eager onlookers. Young man, is that fish for sale? I offer 100,000. 100,000. I'll transfer it to you right now," cried a portly businessman, the first to regain his wits, brandishing his checkbook and shouting hoarsely. "Get lost. 100,000? You insult this king of fish," retorted another man in a suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, shoving the first aside. 150,000 is nothing. 18,000. 20,000. I offer 20,000. The price escalated at a bewildering pace, spiraling into madness. They had all gone insane. They understood that a fish of this caliber could no longer be regarded merely as a culinary ingredient. It had transcended to a symbol, a portent worthy of being the centerpiece of a prestigious establishment. Whichever top-tier hotel was fortunate enough to acquire, it would undoubtedly garner immense attention. The promotional impact and potential value it brought far exceeded the mere price of the fish itself. Standing at the bow of the boat, Chen Fan coldly observed the crowd. their faces flushed with fervor as they vied for his prize catch. His heart remained largely unperturbed, for he had anticipated this very scenario. He listened quietly to the bids until the figure he most desired was finally called out. "I bid 200,000. The voice belonged to Zhang, the owner of a sizable seafood establishment. 200,000. This was the number he needed. His mother's life-saving funds were within reach. Chen Fan raised his hand, signaling for silence. Miraculously, the raucous crowd fell quiet, all eyes fixated on this previously reticent young man. "For this fish, I request 250,000. Chen Fan's voice was soft. It resonated clearly in every ear, his tone unyielding and decisive. A profound stillness enveloped the room. 250,000. This was undoubtedly an exorbitant sum. Zhang gritted his teeth, gazing at the majestic fish with a pang of regret. Yet his resolve remained steadfast. He understood that should he let this opportunity slip away today, he might never encounter such a marvel again in his lifetime. "All right, 250,000. It's a deal." Just as Zhang prepared to retrieve his phone for the transaction, a melodious yet slightly frosty and haughty female voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. "I bid 300,000. Chapter 7. The exorbitant price of the fish, a lifeline for mother. 300,000. This figure detonated like a bomb, effortlessly tossed into the already surging crowd by that cool voice, instantly creating a tidal wave of astonishment. Once again, the room fell into an eerie silence. All gazes swiftly shifted from the magnificent fish to the source of the voice. Gulps echoed through the air. The previously confident Zhang struggled to swallow, his expression a masterclass in disbelief. He glanced between the fish and the direction from which the voice had come, eventually dejectedly lowering his hand that had been poised to reach for his phone, his face etched with bitterness. He realized he was outmatched. To audaciously raise the bid by 50,000 with such nonchalance, this was not a contest he could hope to win. The throng seemed to part as if guided by an invisible hand, creating a pathway through which a woman slowly approached. Upon recognizing her, those who knew her instinctively inhaled sharply. She was a woman in her mid-20s, tall and strikingly beautiful. Her sleek black bob accentuated her already exquisite oval face, rendering her complexion even fairer. Clad in a tailored white Chanel business suit and stepping confidently in silver high heels, she walked with a grace that was both steady and commanding. Her innate, noble aura stood in stark contrast to the noisy, chaotic, and foul-smelling dock. She did not appear to be someone there to purchase fish. Rather, she resembled a queen surveying her domain. It was none other than Su Wanqing, the esteemed manager of Tianxian Pavilion. Why had she come to the dock in person? Obviously, with such a rare fish of a century, how could she not make an appearance? In the entire city of Donghai, who else could possibly handle such a catch besides her? Whispers of astonishment and speculation rippled through the crowd. Tianxian Pavilion, the most prestigious and opulent seafood restaurant in Donghai, boasted a minimum expenditure in the 4-digit range. A veritable gilded cage for the affluent. Su Wanqing was renowned as the Ice Queen, a formidable woman in the culinary realm of Donghai, known to all. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing this powerful woman. Although he had never seen her in person, he had heard of the illustrious Tianxian Pavilion, ignoring the murmurs around her. Su Wanqing strode directly to the side of the Qihong vessel. Her cold, autumn water-like gaze lingered on the gigantic golden-backed yellow croaker for 3 seconds, flashing a barely perceptible look of awe and determination before settling on Chen Fan, who stood at the bow of the boat. Their eyes met. Su Wanqing's expression remained calm, imbued with an air of scrutiny. She noted Chen Fan's attire, an inexpensive, faded training uniform, stained and tattered, paired with worn-out liberation shoes. He appeared youthful and handsome, yet there was a resilience and weariness in his brow that belied his age. "I'll take this fish," Su Wanqing stated, her voice still cool, devoid of any emotional inflection, as though declaring an established fact rather than negotiating. Chen Fan's heartbeat quickened slightly at the price she had just mentioned, though he maintained an outward composure. A sleepless night and a series of upheavals had rendered him somewhat haggard, yet his eyes shone brightly, and his posture remained erect. He was not daunted by Su Wanqing's formidable presence. "Very well," Chen Fan nodded, his voice hoarse as he spoke. 300,000, a fixed price. "However, I have a condition." "Oh." Su Wanqing's delicate brows arched slightly, her surprise evident at the audacity of this seemingly destitute fisherman, who remained composed enough to propose conditions. This sparked a flicker of interest in her towards Chen Fan. "Speak. I do not want a bank transfer or a check." Chen Fan met her gaze, enunciating each word clearly and resolutely. "I want cash. Now, immediately." He could not afford to wait. His mother's illness could not be postponed. He needed to take the money to the hospital for payment without delay. Upon hearing this condition, the crowd erupted into a flurry of murmurs. Had the young man lost his senses? 300,000 in cash. Could he even carry that much? Who still brought such a sum in cash these days? Was he deliberately making things difficult for the manager? Youthful naivety, some whispered. If he angers Su Wanqing, he won't sell for 30,000, let alone 300. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, a hint of a smile played at the corners of Su Wanqing's lips, her expression devoid of anger. She appreciated this straightforwardness. Very well. She succinctly uttered 2 words and then gracefully retrieved her mobile phone, dialing a number with composed elegance. "Xiao Wang, come to the fishing port area with 300,000 in cash. I want to see it within 10 minutes. Upon finishing, she hung up and stood quietly by the side of the boat, arms crossed, leisurely observing Chen Fan, as if to say, "It is your turn now." The entire dock fell silent once more. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the unfolding events. Time ticked away, second by second. Many believe this was merely Su Wanqing's delaying tactic. Where could one procure 300,000 in cash in just 10 minutes? However, barely 8 minutes had passed when a deep, rumbling engine sound drew near. A sleek, black Audi A8, polished to a high shine, approached at a speed incongruous with its dignified appearance, stopping precisely at the edge of the dock. The door swung open, and a formidable man clad in a black suit and sunglasses stepped out briskly, carrying an enormous black briefcase. In the awed gaze of the onlookers, the man known as Xiao Wang hurried to Su Wanqing, slightly bowing. "Miss Su, I have brought the money. Open it for inspection," Su Wanqing instructed coolly. "Understood." Xiao Wang placed the briefcase on the ground and unlocked it. With a click, the lid flew open. Neatly stacked bundles of red bills, exuding the unique fragrance of fresh ink, lay exposed before all eyes. The strikingly vivid scene caused every heart present to constrict with intensity. 300,000 in cash. For these fishermen and fishmongers, who spent their lives amidst the scent of fish, most had never encountered such a sum amassed in one place. Chen Fan's breath quickened at that moment. His eyes fixated on the overflowing briefcase, his body trembling slightly with excitement. This was not merely money. It was hope. It was his mother's life. "The money is here," Su Wanqing remarked, her voice cold yet resolute. "The fish now belong to me." Chen Fan snapped back to reality, inhaling deeply to quell the tempest within him, and nodded emphatically at her. "All right." He leaped off the boat, approached the briefcase, and without counting, grasped a bundle, feeling its substantial weight before sealing the lid once more. He trusted that someone like Su Wanqing would not resort to deceit in such matters. "The fish is too heavy. I will assist you," Chen Fan stated to Xiao Wang, who was preparing to board the boat for the fish. Subsequently, under Su Wanqing's direction and the envious gazes of countless onlookers at the dock, Chen Fan and Xiao Wang carefully lifted the enormous golden-back yellow croaker into the spacious trunk of the Audi A8. "Little brother, leave me your number," Su Wanqing suggested after everything was settled. "If there are more exceptional goods like this in the future, contact me first. We can negotiate the price." "Sure," Chen Fan replied, providing her with a series of numbers. After Su Wanqing took note, she said nothing further, turning decisively and entering the car. The sleek black Audi A8 gradually departed from the bustling dock, leaving behind a flurry of envious gazes and a young man clutching 300,000 in cash, still feeling as if he were in a dream. When the Audi vanished from sight, the crowd erupted once more, thronging around to connect with this suddenly affluent young man. Yet, Chen Fan was no longer in the mood to engage with them. He grasped the heavy suitcase tightly, pushing through the crowd and sprinting frantically towards the exit of the dock. A singular thought consumed him. To the hospital. Quickly. To the hospital. He hailed a taxi, clutching the suitcase to his chest, as if it contained the most precious treasure in the world. As the vehicle lurched forward, Chen Fan gazed out at the rapidly retreating streets, his eyes unknowingly glistening with moisture. He cracked open a seam in the suitcase to glimpse the dazzling red within, conjuring images of his mother's gentle face, the harsh features of his girl-friendly Wang, and the humiliation of Wang Kai tossing money in his face. In that moment, all his grievances, anger, and resentment seemed to spill forth, liberated by the weighty cash. He retrieved his cracked old phone, his fingers trembling as he located the number of his attending physician, Dr. Zhang Tao, and dialed. The call was swiftly connected. "Hello, who is this?" "Doctor." Zhang's somewhat fatigued voice resonated through the receiver. Chen Fan took a deep breath, gathering all his strength to steady his quivering voice, and articulated each word with conviction. "Dr. Zhang, it's me, Chen Fan. Have I gathered my mother's surgical fees?" Dr. Zhang seemed to anticipate his words, his tone laced with reluctance and urgency. "Young man, it's not that I'm pressuring you, but your mother's condition cannot be delayed any longer. Today is already the second day. If you cannot gather the funds by tomorrow..." "Dr. Zhang," Chen Fan interrupted, his voice soft yet imbued with a reassuring firmness. "I have enough. I've gathered the money." Chapter 8. The jealousy and threats of the village tyrant on the other end of the line. Silence reigned. It was so profound that Chen Fan almost suspected the call had dropped. After a full 5 or 6 seconds, Dr. Zhang's voice emerged, thick with astonishment and disbelief. "What did you say? You've gathered it? Over 200,000, and you managed to do it in a single day?" His tone had shifted. As a physician with over a decade of experience, he had witnessed countless families crushed under the burden of medical expenses and far too many tragedies where individuals were unable to afford surgical fees, helplessly watching their loved ones slip away. In his eyes, a situation like Chen Fan's was nearly hopeless. Yet now, this young man calmly informed him that the money was secured. "Yes, it's secured," Chen Fan replied, his voice embodying a sense of relief and determination akin to the calm after a storm. "I'm currently in a taxi heading to the hospital. I should arrive in about 20 minutes. Dr. Zhang, please, I beg you to arrange my mother's surgery immediately." As he concluded, his voice quavered with barely restrained emotion. All right. On the other end of the line, Dr. Zhang Tao could hardly contain his excitement, repeatedly exclaiming, "Good. Rest assured, I will arrange everything immediately. Please head directly to the payment office. I will notify them." After hanging up, Chen Fan exhaled a long, deep sigh. The immense weight that had burdened his heart since his mother's diagnosis had finally been lifted. 20 minutes later, the taxi halted at the entrance of the city's first hospital. Chen Fan, clutching a heavy black briefcase, sprinted directly to the inpatient department's payment hall. "Hello, I am here to pay for my mother Wang Xilan's surgery," he gasped, placing the briefcase on the counter. The young nurse behind the window, engrossed in her phone, replied without looking up, "Please provide the hospitalization number. Will you be paying by card or QR code?" "Cash," he responded. "Cash." At this, the nurse finally lifted her head, casting an impatient glance at him. Upon seeing Chen Fan's tattered, grease-stained clothing and the enormous briefcase in his arms, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. "We don't have time to count coins here." Without engaging in further conversation, Chen Fan silently unlatched the briefcase in front of her. With a click, the case swung open, revealing a bounty of crimson banknotes that caught the nurse completely off guard. Her pupils dilated in astonishment, her mouth agape, and her latest model smartphone slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor unnoticed. In that moment, the entire payment hall fell silent. All those in line gaped at the briefcase as if they had encountered a ghost. "Now, do we have time to count?" Chen Fan asked nonchalantly. Yes. The nurse's face flushed crimson, her hands flustered as she scrambled to retrieve her phone, stammering, "I am so sorry, sir. I will call our supervisor immediately." Soon, the head of the payment office and Dr. Zhang Tao arrived. Even they, seasoned as they were taken aback by the sight of the cash-filled briefcase. After a thorough verification with both the counting machine and manual checks, the surgery fee of 200,000 was finally settled. As Chen Fan received the receipt stamped with a red seal, he felt that this seemingly light piece of paper bore a weight far greater than any basket of fish he had ever carried in his life. He carefully folded the receipt and placed it in his inner pocket with utmost reverence. "Young man, you've done remarkably well." Dr. Zhang Tao patted him on the shoulder with genuine approval and reassurance in his gaze. "Rest assured, I will personally oversee the surgery, employing the best techniques and medications. Your mother will be saved." "Thank you, Dr. Zhang. Thank you." Chen Fan bowed deeply in gratitude. By the time he exited the hospital, It was already noon. The sun shone brightly, dispelling the remnants of the previous night's storm. Chen Fan walked along the path back to his village, carrying the briefcase. Now lightened by 2/3, yet still substantial. His steps felt unprecedentedly buoyant. The world around him seemed transformed. The sky appeared so blue, the clouds so white, and even the colors of the wildflowers by the roadside seemed to radiate with an unusual vibrancy. The immense burden that weighed upon his heart had vanished, replaced by an infinite yearning and hope for the future. He even found himself contemplating his next steps. The Fish King had been sold for 300,000, with 200,000 allocated for surgical expenses, leaving a substantial sum of 100,000 still in the box. This sum was a fortune he had never before possessed in his lifetime. It could afford his sister a new computer, furnish their home with fresh decor, and still provide him the capital needed for a resurgence. Everything seemed to be evolving in a positive direction. Upon returning home, his sister, Chen Fan, was anxiously peering out the door. When she saw her brother return safely, she finally exhaled with relief and hurried towards him. "Brother, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Chen Fan replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling her hair before placing the suitcase on the living room table. "Brother, what's in the box?" Chen Fan inquired, her curiosity piqued. Chen Fan remained silent, slowly opening the suitcase before her. As she beheld the stacks of crisp bills inside, her mouth fell open in astonishment. "Brother, is this so much money?" "It's enough for Mother's surgery." Chen Fan spoke calmly, yet the joy in his eyes was unmistakable. "Xiao Shui, our days of hardship are over." However, before the siblings could revel in this newfound joy, a cacophony of raucous motorcycle engines erupted outside, growing closer until it halted right at their doorstep. Then came a thunderous bang. The already dilapidated gate of their yard was forcefully kicked open from the outside. Chen Fan's expression darkened instantly. He closed the suitcase and handed it to his sister, whispering for her to go upstairs, before striding purposefully towards the yard. In the yard stood two figures. Leading the duo was none other than Wang, who had been soundly beaten by him the previous night, his nose bandaged and his eyes swollen like walnuts. His face marred with bruises, an appearance both pitiable and comical. Yet, within those slits that were once his eyes, a glimmer of resentment and avarice shone through. Beside him stood a burly man, likely in his 40s, towering nearly 6 feet 3 inches, with a muscular build. He wore a grease-stained white tank top, revealing arms adorned with a fearsome tattoo of a descending tiger. In his hand, he wielded a boning knife, none other than Wang Dapio, the butcher who had operated his meat shop in the village for decades. "Chen Fan, you little bastard, you dare to come back." Upon sighting Chen Fan, Wang Hu pointed at him and began to curse, though instinctively he shrank back behind his father, recalling the previous night's humiliation. Wang Dapio stepped forward, driving the boning knife into the stone table with a resounding thud, his triangular eyes glaring fiercely at Chen Fan. "Boy, was it you who assaulted my son last night?" Chen Fan's gaze traversed from Wang Dapio to Wang Hu's swollen and grotesque face, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smirk. He understood that this father-son duo had not come merely for revenge. The news of his lucrative catch, the Fish King, had likely spread throughout the village. "It was I who struck him." Chen Fan calmly acknowledged the situation, his tone as tranquil as if he were discussing a trivial matter. "What? Did last night's beating not suffice? Are you eager for another try today?" Chapter 9. Have you been given face? A punch that even your father wouldn't recognize. Chen Fan's casually dismissive yet provocatively charged words were like a match ignited and tossed into the powder keg that was Wang Dapio. "You little wretch, you court death." Wang Dapio erupted in fury, his face, thick with flesh, turned a deep shade of liver red from rage. Having dominated Longwang village for decades, he had never encountered a junior bold enough to speak to him in such a manner. He violently drew the bone knife embedded in the stone table, its blade gleaming ominously in the sunlight, and pointed it at Chen Fan's nose, spitting as he roared. "Do you think that because you stumbled upon some luck, caught a measly fish, and earned a pittance, you can act tough in front of me? Let me tell you, if you do not kneel and kowtow to my son today, and produce 200,000 in medical expenses, I will ensure you leave this village horizontally, just like your deceased father." Behind him, Wang Hu's eyes, squeezed into mere slits, ignited with unbridled greed upon hearing the sum of 200,000. This was indeed their true motive for coming today. Father, why waste words on him? Wang Hu, hiding behind Wang Dapio, bellowed with feigned bravado. This brat needs a lesson. Break his legs first, and let us see how he continues to be arrogant. That money must be hidden in the house. The surrounding neighbors had long been stirred by the commotion. Heads peeked out from behind doors and windows, all pointing and whispering about Chen Fan's family. Yet none dared to speak a word of justice. The Wang butcher and his son had instilled such fear in the village that no one dared to provoke them. Everyone believed that Chen Fan was certainly facing great misfortune this time. However, in the face of Wang Dapio's menacing threats and the glinting bone knife, there was not a trace of fear on Chen Fan's face. In fact, he smiled, a cold smile tinged with a hint of pity. Wang butcher, Chen Fan began slowly, his voice not loud, yet clearly overshadowed Wang Dapio's roar. Where were you when your son came to my house last night, intending to bully my sister? Wang Dapio was momentarily taken aback. This morning, I just received news of earning 300,000 from selling fish, and you show up with a knife demanding 200,000. Chen Fan's gaze sharpened like a blade. I must inquire, who granted you this audacity? Did I give you face? Wang Dapio burst into laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke. Wielding the bone knife, he sneered, in Longwang village. My word is the law. Today, not only will I take your money, but I will also take your life. Before his words had fully left his lips, his burly body lunged forward, the bone knife slicing through the air with a menacing force aimed directly at Chen Fan's shoulder. If that strike landed, it would surely cripple his entire arm. A chorus of frightened gasps erupted from the onlookers, with some women already covering their eyes in terror. Behind the window on the second floor, Chen Shui was utterly terrified, her face as pale as a ghost, her heart lodged in her throat. However, just as the sharp blade was about to make contact with Chen Fan's body, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chen Fan moved. His actions were astonishingly swift. He slightly tilted his body, evading the forceful strike at an incredibly precarious angle. Wang Dabiao's blade cut through the air, and the tremendous inertia caused him to stagger, leaving him wide open. Now was the moment. A glint of cold light flashed in Chen Fan's eyes as the explosive power inherited from his lineage surged into his right fist. Without the slightest hesitation, he executed a clean and decisive turn. His right fist, clenched tightly, launched like a cannonball, channeling all his strength to strike fiercely and precisely against Wang Dabiao's astonished face. Bang! A deafening sound reverberated, so intense it made one's teeth ache. That noise was louder and heavier than the one that had struck Wang, whose nose the previous night. Wang Dabiao's massive frame, nearly 200 pounds, was as if struck by a speeding truck, sending him soaring backward, his feet leaving the ground. He traced a hapless parabolic arc through the air, soaring over his son Wang Hu's head, crashing face first into a muddy puddle outside the courtyard. Splash! Mud and water flew everywhere. Tom seemed to freeze at that moment. The entire courtyard fell into a profound silence. Everyone stood as if under a spell, dumbfounded by the scene before them, their minds blank. A single punch? The butcher, known for his immense strength in Longwang village, who could single-handedly subdue a 300-pound pig, was sent flying by one punch? Wang Hu, hiding in the back, was utterly stunned. His already limited capacity for comprehension could not fathom the surreal spectacle unfolding before him. His father, a man who loomed like a mountain in his eyes, had just been so easily defeated? In the courtyard, Chen Fan slowly retracted his fist, gently shaking his hand. He gazed at his unscathed knuckles, feeling the abundant power still coursing through him, astonished at his own strength. Cough, cough, cough. A violent coughing fit erupted from the muddy puddle outside the courtyard. Wang Dabiao struggled, propping himself up with his arms, his upper body smeared with mud. When he lifted his head, everyone who beheld his face couldn't help but gasp in horror. It could scarcely be called a face any longer. His nose and mouth had almost completely caved in, forming a gory, grotesque pit. At least half of his teeth were gone, a mixture of blood and mud streaming from that horrific cavity. He resembled a demon that had just crawled out of hell. Father. Wang Hu finally snapped back to reality, scrambling to his father's side, eager to help him. Ugh. Wang Dabiao attempted to speak, but only a muffled, winded whimper escaped his lips. In his triangular eyes, the earlier ferocity and arrogance had vanished. leaving only an abyss of fear and anguish. He gazed at the youth standing in the courtyard like a javelin, his expression filled with unprecedented terror. Was this still human? Was this a monster? Now, did he seek my money, my life? Chen Fan took a step forward, slowly, deliberately, making his way toward the gate. With each step he took, Wang Hu's already pale face grew even more ashen. When Chen Fan stood before him, Wang Hu's legs buckled in fright, and he collapsed into the muddy water, trembling like a leaf in the wind. "Do not hit me, Brother Fan. I was wrong, we were wrong," he cried incoherently. His face streaked with tears and snot, a picture of utter disarray. "We don't want the money anymore. We'll never dare again. Please, I implore you, spare us." He was utterly terrified. Although Chen Fan had beaten him the previous night with considerable force, it was within the realm of his understanding. However, that recent punch had transcended anything he could comprehend. It was a terrifying force capable of killing a man. Chen Fan ignored his pleas for mercy. He walked over to the bone-cleaving knife that lay discarded in the mud, bent down, and picked it up. Then he approached the kneeling Wang Hu and, with a cold, filthy blade, gently, one after another, tapped against Wang Hu's already pale face. Snap! Snap! Each soft sound resonated like the tolling of death's bell, striking fear into Wang Hu's heart. "Return and inform those behind you." Chen Fan's voice was devoid of warmth. "My home is not a place anyone can intrude upon at will. Should there be a next time?" He paused, swinging the bone-cleaving knife down with sudden force. Thud! The blade grazed Wang Hu's ear and plunged violently into the ground beside him, embedding itself half a foot deep. A lock of severed hair, accompanied by a few drops of urine expelled in fright, drifted slowly down. Wang Hu felt warmth in his trousers, a foul odor quickly permeating the air. He had wet himself. Chen Fan regarded his pitiful state with a flash of disdain in his eyes. He stood up, no longer looking at the wretched father and son, and turned back into the courtyard. As he reached the gate, he addressed the neighbors outside, who remained in a stupor. "Ladies and gentlemen, I understand your fear of the Wang family, and I do not blame you." His voice paused, becoming strikingly clear and resonant. "However, from this day forth, I, Chen Fan, lay down the law. Should anyone dare to harm even a hair on my family, the butcher Wang and his son shall meet the same fate." With that, he slammed the courtyard door shut. Outside, Wang Hu stared at the firmly closed door, then looked at his father, who was still sputtering blood, and finally couldn't help but cry out in a voice choked with sobs, "Father, what are we to do now?" Wang Dapio struggled for what felt like an eternity before finally mustering all his strength to rasp out a few indistinct words. "Find the scarred Lu." Chapter 10. The tenderness next door, Li Xiuying's fish soup. With a resounding bang, the courtyard door was shut. The sound enveloped him like an invisible barrier, isolating him from the cacophony of the outside world, the fears, and the incessant chatter. In the courtyard, only Chen Fan remained, standing there with his back to the door, quietly lingering for an extended period. Gradually, the overwhelming tide of blood boiling from sheer anger began to subside, and a profound sense of exhaustion, as if it could drain the very marrow from his bones, surged towards him like a tidal wave, completely submerging his being. From last night until now, he had endured his mother's critical illness, his girlfriend's betrayal, his sister's humiliation, an extraordinary awakening, a rain-soaked struggle for fish, a rise to fame in the market, hospital payments, and the recent confrontation against two adversaries. His taut nerves had borne far too much strain. Slowly, he leaned against the door, his body sliding down until he sat despondently on the ground. He raised his gaze to the square patch of blue sky, framed by the eaves above, and gasped for air. As the adrenaline faded, the aches in his arms, the stiffness in his back, and the extreme mental fatigue began to retaliate violently. Yet within him, there resided an unprecedented sense of stability. Money had been secured. Those who had bullied his family had been dealt with. From this day forth, he could finally hold his head high and live with dignity in this village. A faint sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase, and his sister, Chen Shui, cautiously peered from the room, clutching a suitcase filled with money, resembling a startled little rabbit. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Her large eyes still reflected lingering terror, but more prominently, a complex mix of admiration and concern. She had witnessed everything from upstairs, the man who struck down Wang the butcher with a single punch, resembling a celestial being, was truly her somewhat reticent brother. "Silly girl, What could possibly happen to me? Chen Fan smiled at her, a weary grin laced with reassurance. Come down, it's all over now. Only upon receiving her brother's confirmation did Chen Shui, with the suitcase in her arms, scamper to his side. Brother, that money. Hand me the suitcase. Chen Fan took it from her, rising to enter the house. He placed the suitcase on the table, opened it, and extracted 20,000 yuan, handing it to his sister. You keep this money. 10,000 for new clothes, maybe a new computer. No more suffering with that outdated piece of junk. The remaining 10,000 is for household expenses. No, I don't need so much. Chen Shui hastily waved her hands. Brother, it's crucial for mom's treatment. Chen Fan's tone brooked no argument as he firmly pressed the money into her hands, then ruffled her hair with an exceedingly gentle gaze. My sister deserves the best. From now on, I shall never allow you to suffer again. With that, he stowed the remaining 80,000 yuan, along with the suitcase, into a dilapidated wooden cabinet in the corner of the living room, locking it with a small padlock. He understood the insecurity of this place, yet he had no better alternatives at present. Once he had accomplished all of this, he felt a rumbling protest from his stomach. He had not consumed a single drop of water or a morsel of food since last night. Are you hungry? I'll go prepare a meal. He rolled up his sleeves, preparing to head to the kitchen, but was abruptly halted by his sister's firm grasp. Brother, take a break. I will handle it. Chen Shui insisted, pushing him down onto a chair while she dashed into the kitchen like a diligent little bee, watching his sister's busy figure. Chen Fan felt a warm wave of contentment wash over him. Home, indeed, still existed. That was enough. Leaning back against the chair, he closed his eyes, allowing his tumultuous thoughts to gradually settle. A profound weariness enveloped him, and before he knew it, he had dozed off. He awoke, though, to a gentle and rhythmic knocking on the door. The sound was soft and tender, imbued with a sense of hesitation and timidity, starkly contrasting with the violent banging of the butcher wong during the day. Chen Fan abruptly opened his eyes, his expression instantly sharpening with vigilance. Was it someone from the Wong family returning? A glance towards the kitchen revealed his sister still engrossed in her tasks. He made a shushing gesture towards the kitchen and quietly tiptoed to the door. Who is it? He asked in a low voice. Silence lingered outside for a few seconds before a gentle, somewhat timid woman's voice responded. Little Fan, are you home? It's me, Sister Xiaoying. Hearing that voice, Chen Fan's previously tense body gradually relaxed. He unlatched the door and opened it. Standing at the threshold was a woman in her late 20s, dressed in a somewhat faded floral cloth dress. Her long hair was elegantly pinned up with a simple hairpin, revealing a graceful neck. Her features were gentle, and though her skin bore the roughness from years of exposure to sea winds, it could not disguise her inherent beauty. In her hands, she held a large porcelain bowl covered with a lid, from which wisps of steam were rising. It was the charming widow, Li Xiaoying, who lived next door. Sister Xiaoying? Chen Fan exclaimed in surprise. Li Xiaoying appeared somewhat anxious upon seeing him. She instinctively lowered her head, avoiding his gaze, her voice barely a whisper. Little Fan, I heard the commotion during the day and was worried, so I made a bowl of fish soup to warm you up. As she spoke, she carefully extended the large porcelain bowl toward him. Chen Fan then noticed that her hands, holding the bowl, bore the marks of hard labor, with slightly thickened knuckles. Yet they were impeccably clean. A rich aroma, mingling the fragrance of fish and a hint of medicinal herbs, wafted from the bowl, tantalizing his already hungry stomach. Sister, you are too kind. Please come in, he urged, hastily accepting the bowl, which felt pleasantly warm in his hands. No, no. Li Xiaoying quickly waved her hands, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. I have things to attend to at home. You two should drink it while it's hot. Li Xiaoying's husband had gone missing at sea alongside Chen Fan's father. Over the years, she had been raising their daughter alone, enduring hardships even greater than those faced by Chen Fan's family. The two families, sharing their misfortunes, had always supported one another. Whenever Chen Fan returned from fishing, he would often bring some catch for her family, and she would reciprocate by sharing whatever delicious food she had prepared. Their bond had long transcended that of mere neighbors. Sister, please don't leave. Chen Fan called out to her, gazing at the kind and gentle woman before him, who was seemingly suffocated by the burdens of life. He felt a stir within his heart. Did you witness what transpired during the day? Li Xiaoying trembled slightly, nodding her head before raising it again. In her tender eyes, there was an unmistakable glimmer of admiration and relief. Xiao Fan, you did the right thing. That father and son from the Wang family deserve to be dealt with in such a manner. Are you not afraid of their retaliation? Chen Fan inquired with a smile. Yes, I am. Li Xiaoying candidly nodded, but then shook her head, her gaze turning resolute. Yet, I do not regret it. If my husband were still alive, he would certainly stand by your side to assist you. Seeing the sincerity in her eyes, a warm current flowed through Chen Fan's heart. It reassured him that there are indeed good people in this world. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke, Sister-in-law, please refrain from calling me Xiao Fan from now on. Li Xiaoying was momentarily taken aback, looking at him with uncertainty. Then what should I call you? Chen Fan looked at her, revealing the first genuine smile of the day, devoid of any malice. Call me Fandi. Chapter 11. Setting sail again, returning with abundance, leaving the entire village astonished. Fandi. Li Xiaoying was momentarily stunned by this address. A flicker of confusion, shyness, and indescribable joy danced in her gentle eyes. Instinctively, she raised her hand to tuck a strand of hair, tousled by the sea breeze, behind her ear, the blush on her cheeks spreading to her ears. This term was too intimate, so much so that it caused her long-dormant heart to skip a beat uncontrollably. Indeed, Chen Fan nodded earnestly, observing her bashful demeanor. The anger that had arisen from the Wang butcher and his son dissipated significantly. From now on, let be so. Sister-in-law, you should return quickly. The soup will grow cold. Oh, right. Li Xiaoying, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly nodded and almost fled back to her neighboring courtyard. Watching her somewhat flustered retreating figure, Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle softly and shake his head. He closed the door and entered the house with the still warm bowl of fish soup. In the kitchen, his sister, Chen Shui, had already prepared a pot of white rice and was stir-frying a dish of greens. Upon seeing the fish soup in her brother's hands, she inhaled deeply and curiously asked, Brother, where did this fish soup come from? It smells delightful. It was sent by sister-in-law Xiaoying. Wow, sister-in-law Xiaoying is truly kind to us. The siblings exchanged no further words, yet each held the memory of this timely kindness in their hearts. This meal was the most satisfying and grounding Chen Fan had experienced in a long while. The delectable fish soup, the light stir-fried vegetables, and the fragrant white rice embodied the comforting essence of home, sufficient to soothe all pains. After the meal, Chen Fan did not rest. He understood that the Wang butcher and his son, having suffered such a significant loss, would not let the matter rest easily. The scarred Lu they mentioned was likely one of the underworld figures from the seafood market. He needed to enhance his strength and accumulate more resources swiftly before they sought him out. His greatest asset at present was the extraordinary perception of dragon breath that resided in his mind. Xiaoxue, stay at home and read well. Lock the door and don't go out, Chen Fan advised. I'm heading out to sea again. Ah, you're going again? Chen Shui expressed her concern. Brother, you just returned and Haven Tea rested. It's fine. I'm not tired, Chen Fan replied with a smile, his eyes brimming with confidence. Now is the perfect time to make money. We cannot let it slip away. With that, he donned his straw hat once more and took up his tools, striding toward the village dock under the warm afternoon sun. This time, he made no effort to avoid anyone. As his tall figure appeared on the village path, nearly all the villagers who saw him instinctively paused their work, their gazes filled with a myriad of emotions: reverence, curiosity, envy, and undoubtedly a hint of jealousy. Look, it's that Chen Fan kid. TSK, he truly hides his talents well. He usually seems so quiet, yet he dares to strike down even Wang the Butcher. Indeed, I heard Wang the Butcher's face was battered and his teeth all knocked out. Quite satisfying. Satisfying it may be, but he's certainly made an enemy. I've heard that Wang, who has gone to the city to seek help, his family will likely face tough times ahead. Not necessarily. He is a wealthy man now, 300,000. Which family in our village can produce such a sum all at once? Unfazed by their chatter, Chen Fan walked directly to his vessel, the Chi Hong, only to find a small group gathered around. Leading them was an elderly fisherman named Sun Laoyan, known throughout the village for his dark skin and lean frame, meticulously inspecting the worn hull of Chen Fan's boat. Grandpa's son, Chen Fan approached courteously. Sun Laoyan looked up, his eyes squinting against the sea breeze, reflecting a keen intelligence. He pointed to several fresh, deep scratches on the hull, and then to the nearly obsolete winch at the stern, his murky eyes filled with suspicion. Young man, speak honestly. Did you really catch that golden-backed yellowfish all by yourself this morning? The surrounding villagers perked up, intrigued. This was the question on everyone's mind. That fish weighed over 100 pounds. Not even the village's largest boat, manned by several strong laborers, could have brought it in. Chen Fan chuckled, neither confirming nor denying. Grandpa's son, why not come out to sea with me? Then you can see for yourself. Son Laonian paused, his eyes suddenly lighting up with excitement. Are you serious? Of course, Chen Fan nodded. However, I must insist that all the fish we catch today belong to me. You can consider it a leisurely outing. Deal. Son Laonian readily agreed, a smile of excitement spreading across his face. I'm eager to see what divine insight you've received. Thus, to the astonishment of the entire village, the oldest fisherman in Longwang village boarded Chen Fan's humble little fishing boat. The Qihong roared to life once more. This time, it was no longer a solitary night voyage, but rather a journey beneath the expansive sky, under the watchful gaze of countless eyes. As they boldly sailed towards that azure treasure trove, young man, what do you intend to cast your net? After sailing a distance, old Sun, hands clasped behind his back, stood at the bow, assuming a scrutinizing demeanor. Not to the usual spots, Chen Fan replied, his eyes closed as he steered the helm. In his mind, the splendid star map unfolded once more. After a night of recuperation, he felt his mental energy more robust than before, and the range of his dragon's breath perception seemed to have expanded slightly. He swiftly scanned the entirety of Dragon Saliva Bay. Since the Fish King had been caught, there were no longer any regal glimmers near the trench. However, in a distant rocky area further offshore, he discovered a vast cluster of dazzling silver orbs, densely packed. The area covered by this luminous mass was easily several basketball courts in size. It was a school of fish. Moreover, an extraordinarily large school of fish. Old son, brace yourself. Chen Fan abruptly opened his eyes, a confident smile gracing his lips, and then he forcefully pushed the control stick. The ship Voyage emitted a joyful roar as it surged forth with unprecedented speed, slicing through the waves towards that targeted marine expanse. Old Sun, startled by the sudden acceleration, quickly grasped the ship's railing. Observing Chen Fan's self-assured profile, his heart filled with deeper confusion. The place the lad was heading to was a rocky shoal, an area fraught with hidden reefs, perilously easy to snag a net, a region universally acknowledged by the village fishermen as a forbidden zone, where no one dared to cast nets. What on earth was he planning? After more than half an hour, the voyage came to a halt near the rocky shoal. This is it. Chen Fan turned off the engine. Young man, are you sure about this? Old Sun frowned, his face reflecting disapproval. It's all rocks beneath. Casting a net here will ruin it. It's utterly futile. Chen Fan offered no explanation, merely smiled and said, Old Sun, just watch. With that, he proceeded to the stern and began to leisurely prepare the fishing net. Old Sun stood by, shaking his head repeatedly, muttering about the folly of youth and the ignorance of the young. However, just as Chen Fan was about to cast the net, Old Sun's weathered eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. What had he seen? The previously calm sea surface had, unbeknownst to him, begun to bubble vigorously. Following that, countless palm-sized silver fish leaped from beneath the water, frantically breaking the surface, creating a cacophony of splashes. The scene resembled the very ocean boiling over. This is a school of ribbonfish, a migration of ribbonfish. Old Sun's voice, filled with shock and excitement, became sharp as he pointed at the roiling sea, his lips trembling, barely able to form a coherent sentence. Good heavens, such a massive school of ribbonfish. I have spent my entire life at sea and have never witnessed such a spectacle. Chen Fan smiled. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Old Sun, what are you still dawdling for? It's time to haul in the net. He let out a mighty roar, seizing a corner of the fishing net, summoning every ounce of his strength to hurl the immense net towards the boiling center of the water with great fervor. The colossal net traced a graceful arc through the air, akin to an elaborate web, precisely descending upon the tumultuous waters. What followed was a moment of miraculous spectacle. In less than 10 minutes, Chen Fan began to retrieve the net. The heavy sensation in his hands assured him that this catch was indeed a resounding success. Sun Laonian hurriedly joined him, and together they exerted tremendous effort to gradually drag the enormous net out of the water. As they beheld the sight of the nearly overflowing net, shimmering with silver, even the seasoned Sun Laonian could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. The net was brimming with lively, exquisite ribbon fish, each over a meter long and broad as a palm. A rough estimate suggested that this haul weighed at least 1,000 jade. This was not merely fishing, it was akin to dredging gold from the sea. For the next hour or two, Sun Laonian was utterly numb. He watched in awe as Chen Fan cast net after net, each haul resembling a direct extraction of treasures from the Dragon King's treasury. The small vessel, the Qihong, soon filled its hold, followed by the deck. Piles of silver ribbon fish accumulated like mountains, nearly covering the entire deck, leaving little room to stand. The boat, burdened heavily, sat perilously low in the water, its sides almost level with the surface, as if it might succumb to the weight at any moment. Having lived over 70 years and spent a lifetime at sea, Sun Laonian had witnessed countless fish, more than the salt consumed by the villagers. Yet, he swore he had never encountered such an absurd and unfathomable scene of fishing. This was not fishing. This was divine intervention. That's enough, young man. Do not cast another net. Sun Laonian's voice trembled as he grasped Chen Fan, his face etched with fear and reverence. If you cast another, the boat will sink. Reluctantly, Chen Fan ceased his efforts, gazing at the bountiful catch with immense pride. A rough estimate suggested that the vessel was laden with at least 5,000 to 6,000 jade of exquisite ribbon fish. At market value, this would translate to tens of thousands of yuan in earnings. Set sail for home, Chen Fan commanded, turning the boat around, navigating the heavily overloaded vessel, resembling a mobile silver mountain, slowly yet majestically towards the dock of Longwang village. As the Qihong, nearly submerged, appeared at the dock, the entire village erupted in excitement. Good heavens! Look, it's Chen Fan's boat. My God, has he plundered the Dragon King's home? How many fish could that possibly be? How is the boat not sunk yet? All the villagers, who were mending nets and engaging in idle chatter at the dock, surged towards the scene like iron filings drawn to a magnet, their excitement palpable as they rushed to the dock. One by one, they craned their necks and widened their eyes, gazing at the small boat approaching slowly, laden with silver mountains of fish, their faces etched with a rare astonishment. As the vessel docked, the elderly son, trembling, was the first to leap ashore, immediately encircled by the villagers. Old son, what is going on? Did that rascal Chen Fan disturb a fish nest? Old son, did you witness it with your own eyes? How did he catch them? Son cleared his throat, his face flushed with overwhelming excitement. Standing tall, he spoke with a tone akin to that of a pilgrim, articulating each word to the crowd. I beheld it with my own eyes. This lad Chen Fan is the blessing of our Longwang village. He is a deity sent by the Sea Dragon King. He recounted the miraculous scene at sea with embellishments. A collective gasp of astonishment filled the air. If such words had been uttered by another, doubts might have lingered. However, coming from the village's most seasoned and respected fisherman, son, they bore the weight of undeniable truth. In an instant, the villagers' gazes towards Chen Fan transformed. No longer mere envy and jealousy, but a profound reverence emanated from their hearts. Chen Fan paid no heed to the reactions on the shore. He steadily began to transport basket after basket of ribbon fish onto the land. Fan, are you selling those fish? Save me 100 pounds. 100 pounds? That's nothing. I want it all. I'll pay you market price. Get lost. Can you even eat that much? Fan, ignore him. I'll offer you 10% above market price. The villagers and small fishmongers who rushed over immediately devolved into a heated dispute over the ownership of the fish. Yet, amidst the cacophony, a harsh and discordant voice thundered like a clap of thunder, overpowering all other sounds. Get the hell out of my way. The crowd turned to see Wang Dapio, the butcher, accompanied by his whimpering son Wang who, followed by 7 or 8 ruffians armed with sticks, forcefully parting the throng as they barged in. Wang Dapio's face was wrapped in thick bandages, revealing only a pair of venomous triangular eyes, though he appeared disheveled. The fierce aura from years of bullying in the village caused the gathered villagers to instinctively retreat several steps, falling silent in fear. Chen Fan. Wang Dapio pointed at the bountiful catch, then at Chen Fan, his voice muffled yet suffused with an undeniable tyranny. You'll pay for injuring my son and me later. For now, these fish on your boat belong to the Wang family. Behind him, Wang Hu immediately echoed, exactly. Why should the fish of Longwang village be monopolized by you alone? Consider these fish as compensation for what you owe us. This father-son duo had sunk to the depths of shamelessness. Seeing Chen Fan return with a bountiful haul had turned their eyes red with envy. Unable to seize the fish by force, they concocted such a rogue scheme to claim the catch. In their eyes, no matter how formidable Chen Fan might be, he was ultimately just one man, while they had nearly 10 strong men on their side. Moreover, the notorious Gardloo's men are already en route. Today, they intend not only to reclaim their lost dignity, but also to secure a bountiful haul. The villagers on the shore seethe with indignation, yet remain silent. Though they harbor disdain for the Wang family's actions, the glint of clubs silences any dissent. Elder son trembles with rage, stepping forward to denounce Wang Dabiao. Wang Dabiao, have you no shame? These fish were caught by Fangzi through skill. Why should they belong to your family? Old fool, what right do you have to speak here? Wang Hu retorts, glaring as he advances to shove Elder Sunday. However, before his hand can graze son's sleeve, a hand, as strong as a vice, seizes his wrist with startling force. It is Chen Fan, who has stealthily appeared on the bank. Confronted by Chen Fan's icy gaze, Wang Hu's legs weaken, and the terror of the previous day surges back. Release my son, Wang Dabiao bellows, swinging his club toward Chen Fan's head. Gasps ripple through the crowd. Without so much as a glance, Chen Fan merely tightens his grip on Wang Hu's wrist and forcefully flings him forward. Tragically, Wang Hu is once again treated as a human punching bag by his own father. With a resounding thud, the club crashes against his back, eliciting a pained scream. Seizing the moment while Wang Dabiao is momentarily weakened, Chen Fan springs into action. He releases Wang Hu and steps forward, his movements swift as a wraith. This time, he does not throw a punch, but raises his palm. With a sharp crack, the sound of a resounding slap echoes across the wharf. Wang Dabiao's massive frame spins like a top, completing 2.5 revolutions before collapsing onto the ground, utterly dazed. His already bandaged face swells visibly, transforming into a grotesque visage. One slap, merely one slap, and the village bully is left bewildered. A profound silence envelopes the scene. All are awestruck by Chen Fan's decisive and humiliating blow. What are you all standing there for? Attack! Beat him to death! Wang Dabiao roars, clutching his face, directing his frenzied command at the group of village ruffians behind him. The 7 or 8 ruffians exchange wary glances. Despite their fear, they muster courage in numbers, howling as they brandish their clubs, charging at Chen Fan. Come at me. A bloodthirsty smile curls at the corners of Chen Fan's mouth. Today, he will publicly trample this father-son duo into the mud. He advances rather than retreats, like a fierce tiger plunging into a flock of sheep. What follows is a scene forever etched in the memories of the villagers present. They witnessed Chen Fan's figure weaving effortlessly among the flailing clubs, akin to a butterfly dancing through flowers, evading the ruffians who cannot graze even the hem of his garment. With a thud, one ruffian is sent flying after a kick to the chest, crashing into a basket of fish. With a swift motion, he effortlessly snapped the wrist of another ruffian, eliciting a sickening crack that sent shivers down the spine. Bang, bang, bang. In less than a minute, those 7 or 8 menacing thugs lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their broken limbs and wailing in agony, utterly devoid of combat prowess. Meanwhile, Chen Fan remained unscathed at the center of the scene, his clothing untouched. He brushed off non-existent dust from his hands and, step by deliberate step, approached the utterly dumbfounded Wang Dabiao and his son. Do you still desire my fish? He inquired, gazing down at the crumpled Wang Dabiao with an air of indifference. Wang Dabiao looked at his writhing subordinates and then at the young man before him, who resembled a demonic figure. At that moment, the last remnants of his ferocity and misplaced hope were irrevocably crushed, replaced by an overwhelming dread. Fear gripped him. He was genuinely terrified. He had no doubt that should he utter even a single word of defiance, this harbinger of doom would not hesitate to end his life. No, we no longer want it. Wang Dabiao's voice trembled like leaves caught in a tempest. The fish is yours, all yours. Next to him, Wang Hu, without a moment's hesitation, collapsed to his knees, fervently bowing his head to Chen Fan, as if in supplication. Brother Fan, Master Fan, I was wrong. We were truly mistaken. Please spare us. We shall never dare again. Never again. Seeing his son kneeling, the visage of Wang Dabiao, swollen like a pig's head, flickered with inner conflict, but ultimately, The instinct for survival triumphed over his ludicrous pride. He struggled to shift his body and, in a moment of utter humiliation, knelt down as well. Chapter 13. Sister Xiaoying. Take this exquisite abalone to nourish your health. In that moment, as Wang Daipio, the notorious bully of Longwang village for decades, humiliatedly knelt, an eerie silence enveloped the entire dock. The gathered villagers felt their worldview shatter. They gazed at the youth standing like a spear, his indifferent gaze fixed upon the father and son of the Wang family, and all traces of disdain and sympathy vanished, replaced by a profound reverence that resonated deep within their souls. The heavens had shifted. From this day forth, it seemed that Longwang village would bear the name Chen. Chen Fan paid no heed to the complex expressions surrounding him, nor did he glance at the now utterly disgraced father and son. He was not a bloodthirsty individual, demonstrating his prowess and decisively dismantling the Wang family's intimidation before the eyes of the entire village was, for him, sufficient. Turning to the eager fishmongers and villagers, he proclaimed with clarity, "Dear compatriots, fishmonger proprietors, I, Chen Fan, fish solely to provide for my family. Those wishing to purchase fish may approach now. Prices are negotiable, but there is one rule." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, imbued with an undeniable authority. "Form a line, and no pushing." As his words resonated, the previously chaotic crowd transformed into a remarkably orderly assembly. The fishmongers, who were typically accustomed to seizing positions, were now standing in a long, orderly queue, behaving like well-mannered children. It was quite amusing. Even the butcher Wang had been brought to his knees with a single slap. Who among these small fish and shrimp would dare to provoke Chen Fan at this moment? The ensuing scene transformed into one of remarkable harmony and fervor. The ribbon fish that Chen Fan had caught were of exceptional quality, impressively large, and they were snatched up almost immediately after being weighed. In less than an hour, the towering pile of over 5,000 pounds of ribbon fish was sold out. Chen Fan's pockets were now filled with a substantial sum of nearly 40,000 yuan in cash. In a single day, with 2 outings at sea, his total earnings exceeded 340,000. Such a feat was something he had never dared to dream of before. As the last fishmonger departed, satisfied with his haul, only Chen Fan and the awestruck old man's son remained at the dock. From the thick stack of cash, Chen Fan extracted a generous portion, at least 3,000 yuan, and handed it to Sunday Grandpa's son. "You worked hard today. Please take this to enjoy some tea." No, this is too much." Son's face flushed crimson as he waved his hands vigorously, akin to a rattledrum. "I didn't do anything today. I simply accompanied you to broaden my horizons. How could I possibly accept your money? Please take it." Chen Fan's tone was resolute as he insisted on placing the money into Son's hands. "You are highly esteemed in the village, and your presence on my boat today is a tremendous honor for me, Chen Fan. This is rightfully yours." He understood that had it not been for Son accompanying him at sea and returning to vouch for his character, no matter how many fish he caught, he would merely be seen as a lucky boy in the eyes of the villagers, lacking the mythical aura he now possessed. This kindness must be acknowledged. Son gazed at the money in his hands, and then into Chen Fan's sincere eyes, finally relenting. He nodded heavily, his old face filled with gratitude and pride. "Good lad, you have a bright future ahead. You surpass your father in his prime." After bidding farewell to Son, Chen Fan selected a dozen of the largest and plumpest ribbon fish from his catch, binding them with straw. He carried the fish through the village and returned home. In the yard, the kneeling father and son had long since vanished, and the few injured rascals from the village had also been taken away, leaving only a scene of disarray and faint traces of blood. "Brother, you're back." His younger sister, Chen Shui, heard the commotion and dashed out of the house, her little face brimming with excitement and admiration. "You were so impressive just now." "Impressive, you say?" Chen Fan chuckled, playfully ruffling her hair. "No one will dare bully us again. Here, take these fish and share some with our neighbors." He knew that to truly establish himself in the village, mere authority was insufficient. One must also show kindness. "All right." Chen Shui gleefully accepted the fish, skipping joyfully as she ran off. Chen Fan then entered the house, rummaging through a pile of fishing gear in the corner, where he unearthed a small net bag. This was something he had casually pried off the stone wall of the sea trench while fishing the previous night. In the rush of the moment, he had tossed it into the live well of the boat without taking a closer look. He poured the contents of the net onto the stone table in the courtyard. With a clatter, 3 abominably large stones, each exceeding the size of an adult's palm, rolled out. Their deep brown shells, adorned with seaweed and tiny parasites, were quite unappealing. Yet, the moment Chen Fan beheld these 3 stones, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Abalone. Moreover, they were wild specimens of the magnificent black gold variety. Such top-tier, wild abalone commands a price in the market that is calculated by the piece. For this trio, the value of a single one is certainly in the 5-figure range. Collectively, they represent a substantial income of several tens of thousands. What an unexpected delight. He delicately picked up one of the abalone. Its weighty presence and the firm, resilient texture of the flesh attested to its extraordinary quality. As Chen Fan gazed at the exquisite abalone, the gentle visage of Li Xiaoying, with a hint of timidity, surfaced in his mind, along with her hands. Slightly roughened from years of labor, an idea blossomed in his heart. He took hold of the largest black gold abalone and withdrew 10,000 yuan from the remaining money earned from selling fish, carefully placing it into a plastic bag. Then, he stepped out of the courtyard and approached the adjacent, even more dilapidated gate. He raised his hand and gently knocked. Knock, knock. Soon, the gate creaked open. Li Xiaoying peeked out. Upon seeing Chen Fan, a flicker of joy and nervousness sparkled in her gentle eyes, and her cheeks involuntarily flushed. Fan, do you need something? Her voice was soft, laced with uncertainty. Chen Fan looked at her and handed over the items without hesitation. Sister-in-law, I made a bit of money today. His tone was as natural as if performing an utterly mundane act. Take this 10,000 yuan and buy Xiaoya, Li Xiaoying's daughter, some treats and a few new clothes. And this abalone I just caught from the sea. It's a great tonic. You should also take it to nourish yourself. Li Xiaoying was utterly stunned. She stared at the thick wad of money in Chen Fan's hand, along with the abalone, which was so enormous that she had never seen its like in her life, leaving her mind in a haze. No, Fan, this absolutely cannot be. Regaining her composure, she shook her head vigorously, retreating repeatedly. I cannot accept your money, let alone such a precious item. Please take it back. This is 10,000 yuan, and such a large abalone. This is far too costly. Sister-in-law, please listen to me. Chen Fan stepped forward, resolutely pressing the money and the abalone into her embrace. He gazed in her eyes, his expression profoundly earnest. Over the years, during our most challenging times, it was you who assisted us. When my father passed away, and we could barely make ends meet, it was you who secretly brought us half a bag of rice. When my mother fell ill, you sacrificed our only laying hen to provide for us. He paused, his voice growing hoarse. I have always remembered these acts of kindness. In the past, I lacked the means to repay you. Now that I am capable, if I were to allow you to continue enduring hardships alongside us, then I, Chen Fan, would hardly be worthy of being called a man. As Li Xiaoying listened to him recount the memories she had long since forgotten, her eyes unwittingly began to glisten with tears. She had not anticipated that the seemingly inconsequential gestures, which she had dismissed, had been meticulously etched in the mind of this young man. Yet, the weight of it all felt overwhelming. Cradling the burdens in her arms felt akin to embracing a blazing fire, leaving her at a loss. With a gentle smile curving at the corners of his mouth, Chen Fan reassured her, Sister-in-law, why be so formal with me? From now on, your affairs are my affairs. Having uttered these words, he turned to leave, fearing she might refuse his offer. Hey, Fan, Li Xiaoying called out hurriedly, clutching her belongings. Chen Fan halted and glanced back at her. There she stood, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, her delicate features adorned with tears, yet her lips endeavored to curve upwards, revealing a smile warmer than the sunset itself. Summoning the greatest courage of her life, she asked softly, her voice tinged with a tremor, Fan, would you like to come over for dinner tonight? Chapter 14. The beautiful woman driving a Ferrari is the CEO of Tianxian Pavilion. Faced with Li Xiaoying's gentle eyes, glistening with tears, yet shining with unparalleled courage, Chen Fan's heart quivered. From her softly spoken, trembling invitation, he discerned the most genuine and unpretentious emotions a woman could offer. She was a kind-hearted woman, clumsily and cautiously expressing her gratitude and reliance in her own way. A warmth enveloped Chen Fan's heart, yet he maintained his smile, gently shaking his head. Sister-in-law, it's too late, and I'm quite exhausted today. His voice was soft, imbued with an understanding that brooked no refusal. Let's postpone it. Next time, I'll catch the freshest fish and personally cook a meal for you and Xiaoya. He knew that the time was not yet ripe. For both him and Li Xiaoying, delving too deeply into emotions was premature. He had too many unresolved troubles and did not wish to entangle this kind woman in his turbulent affairs too soon. Upon hearing Chen Fan's tactful refusal, Li Xiaoying's gaze dimmed momentarily. Yet, she quickly masked her disappointment, forcing a smile as she nodded, her voice regaining its timidity. All right then, Fan, do rest early. With that, she turned and closed the gate behind her. Chen Fan lingered at the gate for a moment before returning home. The night passed in silence. Early the next morning, Chen Fan was roused from his slumber by a cacophony of voices outside the courtyard. He opened the window to discover a throng of villagers gathered at his doorstep, their faces a mixture of curiosity and trepidation as they pointed and whispered among themselves. Among the crowd, he immediately spotted Wang, who, bruised yet seething with resentment. Chen Fan's brow furrowed slightly. What mischief were this father and son scheming now? Ignoring the commotion, he proceeded with his morning routine, having breakfast in peace. After his meal, he gathered his tools, preparing to head to the dock and set sail, as usual. However, at the very moment he pushed open the gate, a cacophony of ferocious engine roars, utterly discordant with the tranquility of the quaint fishing village, surged forth with alarming proximity. Akin to an enraged beast roaring in fury, the sound, resounding and piercing, instantly drowned out the crashing waves, the whispers of the wind, and the murmurs of the villagers. All the inhabitants instinctively turned their gaze towards the village entrance. There, upon the narrow, muddy lane, a fiery crimson shape, embodying sleek lines and exquisite industrial beauty, hurtled towards them at an incongruous speed. A Ferrari, a red Ferrari, its body blazed like a burning flame, the chassis almost grazing the ground, and the prancing horse emblem on the hood. Each element struck the hearts of the villagers like a hammer from another realm. My goodness, what kind of vehicle is this? It's a sports car. I've seen it on television. Worth millions. How could such a car possibly grace our humble, forgotten village? The villagers erupted in astonishment. In their lifetime, they had scarcely laid eyes on a BMW or a Mercedes, let alone this legendary epitome of automotive excellence. Under the astonished gaze of all, the red Ferrari executed a stunning drift, splashing mud everywhere, before finally coming to a precise and stable halt at the doorstep of Chen Fan's home. Its ostentatious presence starkly contrasted with the surrounding dilapidated houses and the muddy road, creating an absurd yet breathtaking tableau. The car door opened slowly, akin to the wings of a butterfly. A slender, fair foot clad in silver high heels emerged first, delicately touching the muddy ground. Following that, a statuesque beauty in a white professional ensemble stepped out of the vehicle. It was Su Wanqing. The moment she appeared, it seemed as though the entirety of the world's attention converged upon her. Her cold, noble demeanor and exquisitely ethereal beauty rendered all the men present breathless, while the women felt a pang of inadequacy deep within. Among the crowd, Wang Hu's eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing Su Wanqing. Yet almost immediately, a wave of jealousy and resentment surged within him. He recognized who she was. She was the woman who had spent 300,000 yesterday, purchasing Chen Fan's meager catch. He quickly concluded that this worthless man, Chen Fan, must have sold his charm to ensnare this affluent woman. A mere gigolo. Wang Hu cursed inwardly, but even with tenfold courage, he would not dare voice his thoughts in Su Wanqing's presence. Su Wanqing paid no heed to the envious, greedy, and astonished gazes surrounding her. Her cold eyes, as if equipped with radar, scanned the crowd before locking on to Chen Fan, who stood at the gate. With her high heels clicking against the ground, she stepped forward, disregarding the muddy mess beneath her feet, and approached Chen Fan with deliberate elegance. A delightful aroma, a blend of exquisite perfume and a subtle fragrance, wafted into Chen Fan's nostrils. Are you Chen Fan? Su Wanqing inquired, her voice as cool and melodious as her demeanor, imbued with an air of condescension. I am. Chen Fan nodded, a flicker of surprise coursing through him. He had not anticipated that the woman who had purchased his prized fish at the dock yesterday would personally drive to his humble abode today, especially in such an ostentatious Ferrari. Clearly, he had underestimated her financial prowess. Your fish is remarkable, Su Wanqing remarked, her praise tinged with the flavor of a superior assessing a subordinate. The flesh is succulent, imbued with a unique energy, and is an unparalleled delicacy. She paused, her striking eyes locking onto Chen Fan's as she stated directly, I am here to discuss a long-term collaboration. Collaboration? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Suvankin affirmed, her tone brooking no dissent. From now on, all premium seafood you catch must, and can only, be sold to Tianxian Pavilion. I shall offer you a price 30% above the market rate. What do you think? Her tone radiated formidable confidence, as if she believed no one could possibly refuse such an offer. A 30% increase over the market price is a tremendous boon for any fisherman. Yet, Chen Fan merely smiled, neither immediately accepting nor rejecting her proposal. He gazed at the lofty woman before him and slowly inquired, Ms. Su, your personal visit in a Ferrari to my humble fishing village must entail more than merely discussing a preferential purchasing agreement, correct? A flicker of surprise crossed Su Wanqing's eyes. She had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary fisherman would possess such perceptive insight. After a moment of silence, she resolved to disclose her true purpose for visiting. Her gaze grew serious and earnest as she addressed Chen Fan. The preferential purchasing agreement is merely the foundation. She paused, articulating each word with precision. What I truly wish to ascertain is whether you can procure another golden-backed yellow croaker of the same quality as the one from yesterday. Chapter 15. She looked at him with disdain. Let her witness a miracle. As Su Wanqing posed her question, her heart raced uncontrollably. The fish had left an indelible impression on her, far exceeding Chen Fan's expectations. As the helm of the finest seafood establishment in Donghai City, she had savored countless culinary delights. Yet the golden-backed yellow croaker, meticulously prepared by her elite culinary team, had unveiled a level of exquisite flavor and extraordinary energy that completely transformed her culinary understanding of over 20 years. Her grandfather, a retired titan of the business world, had tasted a mere morsel of the fish and had passionately proclaimed, this fish ought only to exist in the heavens. One is seldom fortunate enough to encounter it in this world. He asserted that if Tianxian Pavilion could feature this caliber of ingredient as its exclusive signature dish, it would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the national culinary scene within 3 years. It was this very conviction from her grandfather that compelled her to personally drive to this remote fishing village today. She fixated intently on Chen Fan's eyes, attempting to discern even the slightest hint of insight from his gaze. However, Chen Fan's reaction once again defied her expectations. In the face of her penetrating and hopeful stare, he neither boasted nor exhibited any signs of discomfort. He merely smiled faintly and, with an air of nonchalance, countered her inquiry, How much do you desire? His tone was as casual as if he were inquiring whether she preferred cabbage or radishes for dinner. For the first time, a tempestuous ripple surged through Su Wanqing's otherwise serene and beautiful eyes. She was taken aback. She had envisioned countless possible responses from Chen Fan. He might have stated that such a rare fish was a stroke of luck, hard to come by. He could have claimed he knew where to find it, albeit at great risk. He might have even raised the stakes with stringent conditions. Yet, she never anticipated that he would respond with such a relaxed demeanor, as if it were as simple as picking vegetables from his own garden, asking her how much she wanted. How could this be possible? Was the legendary fish, so rare and elusive, akin to mere cabbage in his eyes? In an instant, an uncontrollable thought surged through Su Wanqing's mind. He is boasting. This young man must be aware of her desire for that particular fish, and thus is deliberately putting on a show to inflate his worth. With this realization, the glimmer of anticipation that had briefly ignited in her eyes was extinguished, replaced by a subtle disappointment and disdain. She loathed men who, lacking genuine skill, resorted to opportunism. Although her expression remained largely unchanged, the fleeting look of contempt in her eyes did not escape Chen Fan's keen observation. He found the situation somewhat amusing. Recognizing that this esteemed female executive harbored doubts about him, it appeared that President Su did not trust me. Chen Fan refrained from addressing this directly, merely shrugging with a nonchalant demeanor as he replied, It's not that I don't trust you. Su Wanqing's tone reverted to its original coolness and detachment as she responded, I am merely a businesswoman who believes only in what can be seen. Words hold no weight. Very well, Chen Fan smiled, having anticipated her retort. He turned away to gather his fishing gear and net from the yard. then glanced back at the still-dazed Su Wanqing, raising an eyebrow. Then I invite you, President Su, to accompany me to the sea and witness it for yourself. Half an hour later, at the dock of Longwang Village, an extraordinarily bizarre scene unfolded, causing the villagers' eyes to nearly pop from their sockets. On Chen Fan's dilapidated, rust-covered, and oil-stained fishing boat sat a stunning beauty dressed in a Chanel ensemble, her silver high heels and regal demeanor akin to that of a princess. Su Wanqing found herself in the cramped, swaying, and fish-scented cabin of the boat, gazing at the filthy surroundings, then glancing down at her immaculate white suit. Her charming face had turned as cold as ice. She felt utterly deranged. How curious it is that I would agree to accompany this rustic lad onto his rickety vessel, which seems liable to disassemble at any moment. Her $1 million crimson Ferrari stood defiantly at the dock, a stark contrast to the dilapidated fishing boats and the drying nets surrounding it, creating an enchanting tableau of magical realism. Once settled, Chen Fan glanced at her aloof expression, stifling a chuckle before he abruptly thrust the throttle. The aged diesel engine roared to life, emitting a thunderous growl as the boat jolted violently, setting sail towards the azure expanse of the ocean. The sudden turbulence caught the unprepared Su Wanqing off guard, nearly causing her to lose her balance. She hastily grasped the cold railing, a flush of indignation crossing her delicate features as she shot a glare at Chen Fan's retreating figure. This fellow is undoubtedly doing this on purpose. Chen Fan paid no heed to her accusatory glare. He navigated the vessel directly to the rocky shore where the ribbonfish had been caught the previous day. "Why have you brought me to this barren stretch of sea?" Su Wanqing inquired, frowning at the rocky expanse devoid of any signs of fish. "Who said I intended to catch any fish?" Chen Fan shut off the engine, turning to lean against the railing, a smirk playing on his lips. "Miss Su, since we are to collaborate, I must first demonstrate my capabilities, would I not?" He retrieved 2 exquisite black gold abalone from the cabin, specimens he had casually pried off the ocean floor yesterday, and tossed them onto the deck before her. "Now, Miss Su, what price do you believe these abalones could fetch at your esteemed Tianxian pavilion?" Upon seeing the 2 abalones, each larger than her own face, Su Wanqing's cold gaze widened in astonishment. As the proprietor of a premier seafood restaurant, her understanding of ingredients surpassed that of the average person. She immediately recognized these as the rarest wild triple abalones, long extinct in nearby waters. At international auctions, a single specimen could command a 6-figure sum, and yet, this rustic lad had carelessly tossed 2 of them, as if they were refuse. "Where did you acquire these?" Su Wanqing's voice trembled slightly with disbelief. Chen Fan offered no reply, merely gesturing towards the tumultuous sea beneath them. Then, he performed an unforgettable act before her eyes. He removed his shirt, revealing a physique that, while not ostentatious, possessed a graceful, sculpted allure. He then picked up a spare oxygen tank, which he would not actually need, donned a diving mask, and brandished a crowbar, flashing her a radiant smile. "Miss Su, please allow me 10 minutes. With that, he plunged headfirst into the deep blue waters, leaving behind only a massive splash and a bewildered ice queen of a CEO. What is he intending to do? Is he truly going to pry abalone from the rocky depths with his bare hands? Su Wanqing felt her worldview being relentlessly and mercilessly overturned multiple times today by this young man named Chen Fan. She instinctively approached the edge of the boat and gazed downwards. The sea was clear, yet visibility extended only 7 to 8 meters. She could not discern Chen Fan's figure at all. Time passed, each second stretching into eternity, and Su Wanqing's heart began to grow increasingly anxious. Though she harbored no particular fondness for Chen Fan, she certainly did not wish for him to perish in the depths of the ocean. Just as her agitation escalated, her fingers itching to grasp the radio and call for rescue, a sudden splash erupted beside her. A figure, as agile as a dolphin, burst forth from the water. It was indeed Chen Fan. He grasped the boat's railing and effortlessly vaulted aboard, removing his diving mask with a flourish. In his hand, what had once been an empty net bag now bulged with a bounty. With a thud, he tossed the net bag at Su Wanqing's feet. The net's opening widened, and out rolled a dozen exquisite black gold abalones, each larger than the 2 from yesterday, and coated in fresh seaweed, spilling across the entire deck. The spectacle was so magnificent that any top chef would be rendered faint with excitement on the spot. Su Wanqing was utterly dumbfounded. She stared at the deck, now adorned with premium abalones, any one of which could cause a market sensation, and then at the young man before her, drenched and dripping, yet wearing a playful smile. Her mind was completely overwhelmed. In a mere 10 minutes, less even, he had emerged from this area deemed forbidden by all fishermen, retrieving ingredients worth possibly over $1 million. This was not fishing. This was not diving. This was nothing short of a miracle. For the first time, her usually cool and proud countenance displayed an expression of utter shock, as if she had seen a ghost. Chen Fan flicked the droplets from his hair, observing her adorable, dazed expression with a sense of satisfaction. He stepped closer, leaning slightly to meet her wide-eyed gaze filled with astonishment, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With a voice rich in magnetism and laced with teasing, he softly asked, "Miss Su, do you still think I am boasting?" Chapter 16. The CEO's shock and the signing of an exclusive supply contract at a hefty price. "Miss Su, do you still think I am boasting?" Chen Fan's playful tone was like a stone cast into a placid lake, stirring tumultuous waves within Su Wanqing's already tumultuous heart. She gazed into the youthful face, so near, his deep-set eyes shimmering with a blend of confidence, mystery, and a hint of mockery she had never witnessed before. The dampness clinging to him, mingled with a faint scent of seawater and a distinct masculine aroma, infiltrated her senses, causing her usually calm heart to race uncontrollably. Boasting? Su Wanqing's mind was a blank slate. If the miraculous scene before me is merely a fabrication, then what in this world remains authentic? On her exquisitely beautiful face, which had always exuded an air of coldness and pride, there appeared for the first time an unmistakable blush, reminiscent of a fiery sunset, ignited by the presence of a man. Instinctively, she took a half-step back, creating a space that was somewhat too intimate, in an effort to disguise her inner turmoil. She forced herself to avert her gaze, unwilling to meet Chen Fan's penetrating eyes, which seemed to see through everything. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she attempted to mask her discomposure and reclaim the poise and authority befitting a female executive. "I concede I underestimated you." Her voice, no longer as frosty and aloof as before, now bore a subtle softness, almost imperceptible, one she herself had yet to recognize. Chen Fan, observing her facade of composure while her ears betrayed her with a rosy hue, found himself amused and chose not to tease her further. He understood that the moment had arrived. "Miss Su, shall we discuss our collaboration in earnest now?" Chen Fan straightened his posture, his tone reverting to its usual neutrality. "Very well." Su Wanqing inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the shock and the peculiar emotions stirring within her. Her gaze regained the sharpness and acumen of a seasoned businesswoman. "Name your price." Having witnessed Chen Fan's remarkable ability akin to turning stone into gold, she realized that her previous condition, which had been 30% above the market rate, had become a mere jest. The initiative had now completely shifted to the hands of this youthful man before her. "The price is negotiable." Chen Fan refrained from making exorbitant demands immediately. Instead, he gestured toward the exquisite abalone still writhing on the deck. "However, before we discuss pricing, I have a small request." "Go ahead." "I require a formal, legally binding exclusive supply contract," Chen Fan stated, locking eyes with her, emphasizing each word. "The duration must be at least 1 year. Additionally, I will need a down payment." "A down payment?" Su Wanqing's brows furrowed once more. "How much do you require?" In her view, this was yet another unreasonable demand. In commercial partnerships, especially with suppliers, the norm is to pay after delivery or settle monthly. Instances of advance payments are virtually unheard of. "Not much," Chen Fan replied, extending a single finger. 1 million? Su Wanqing ventured. Given the capabilities Chen Fan had displayed, this figure, while somewhat high, was still within her realm of acceptance. However, Chen Fan slowly shook his head. "It is 10 million. "What?" Even though Su Wanqing had mentally braced herself for being taken advantage of, she could not suppress her incredulous gasp upon hearing that sum. 10 million. This was sheer madness. This was no longer a down payment. It was outright robbery. "Chen Fan, you are being excessive." Su Wanqing's charming visage instantly turned frigid, her eyes sharpening with intensity. A 10 million down payment was simply impossible. No company would acquiesce to such an outrageous condition. "Is that so?" Chen Fan, however, wore an expression of serene indifference. He crouched down, casually picked up the largest black gold abalone, weighed it in his hand, then looked up at her and said leisurely, "Ms. Su, you are an astute individual and should be more aware of the value of these items than I am." He gestured towards the ground strewn with abalones. "With just these on the deck, selling them in the international market could easily fetch $1 million or $2 million. Wouldn't you agree?" Suvankin Diman Saident, tacitly acknowledging his statement. "What if I told you that I could consistently provide you with one of those premium golden-backed yellow croakers every month?" Chen Fan dropped another bombshell. Su Wanqing's pupils dilated in shock. A stable supply every month. If what he claims is true, what does that imply? It would mean that Tianxian Pavilion would possess an unending treasure capable of astonishing the entire culinary world. Moreover, he hinted at even more exquisite ingredients, rarer than the king of fish. A mysterious smile curled at the corners of Chen Fan's lips. "Whatever you desire, as long as it exists in these waters, I can procure it for you." His voice, though soft, carried an irresistible allure. "Ms. Su, do you believe my unique stable and premium supply capability warrants a prepayment of 10 million as a show of good faith? Is that too extravagant?" Su Wanqing fell into a profound silence. Her astute business acumen was racing, evaluating the veracity of Chen Fan's words, assessing the risks and returns of this investment. The risks were considerable. 10 million, while not crippling for Tianxian Pavilion, was certainly not a trifling amount. If Chen Fan were merely boasting or intended to abscond with the money, that sum would be lost in vain. However, the potential returns, if his claims held true, would be immeasurable. Tianxian Pavilion would solidify its position at the pinnacle of the national culinary industry and might even ascend to legendary status on a global scale. It was a high-stakes gamble, with 10 million on the line, and on the other side of the table stood this enigmatic young man. Su Wanqing's gaze lingered on Chen Fan's calm and confident face for a full minute. Ultimately, a flash of unprecedented determination and audacity shimmered in her cool, beautiful eyes. She took the plunge. "All right, I agree." She looked at Chen Fan, enunciating each word deliberately. "A 10 million prepayment, with a 1-year exclusive supply contract. However, you must also agree to one condition." "Please proceed." Chen Fan anticipated that the matter would not be so straightforward. "Throughout this year, all the valuable seafood you capture, every single piece, must be exclusively supplied to Tianxian Pavilion, and you are not permitted to sell to any third party." Su Wanqing's tone was firm and unyielding. "Furthermore, you must prioritize our pricing. If you find it unsuitable, we can negotiate further. But you absolutely cannot circumvent me to sell to others." What she demanded was complete, absolute monopoly. "Deal." Chen Fan smiled. This condition suited him perfectly. What he needed most at present was a stable, reliable, and powerful channel for distribution. Su Wanqing and the Tianxian Pavilion behind her are undoubtedly the best choice. Words alone cannot suffice. Written proof is essential. Su Wanqing's approach is marked by an unparalleled decisiveness. She promptly retrieved her phone and dialed the company's legal department, clearly articulating the terms of the contract in front of Chen Fan. 15 minutes later, a meticulously worded formal contract was sent to her email. "I don't have a printer on the boat," Chen Fan shrugged. "That's unnecessary," Su Wanqing replied, handing her phone to him. Signing the electronic version holds the same legal weight. As Chen Fan took the phone, he gazed at the screen, displaying a life-altering contract, feeling a wave of emotions. Without a moment's hesitation, he inscribed his name in a flamboyant flourish at the signature line. The moment the signature was completed, the tension on Su Wanqing's previously taut face gradually transformed into a genuine smile of relief. It was a smile that melted the ice, akin to a blooming snow lotus, stunningly beautiful, leaving Chen Fan momentarily entranced. "Pleasure to collaborate." Su Wanqing extended her fair, delicate right hand. "Pleasure to collaborate," Chen Fan responded, gently shaking her hand. Their palms, one warm and firm, the other soft and cool, evoked an unusual sensation upon contact. Su Wanqing quickly withdrew her hand and opened her mobile banking app, initiating a transfer in front of Chen Fan. Soon his old, cracked screen phone received a notification that could induce cardiac arrest in any ordinary individual. "Your savings account ending in XX has received a deposit of 10,000,000 RMB on the XX day at XX time. The current balance is 10,080,000 RMB." Staring at the long string of zeros, Chen Fan felt as though his breath had momentarily ceased. He, Chen Fan, had transformed within a day from a desperate young man seeking 200,000 for surgical fees to a millionaire with a fortune of 10 million. Now, shall we discuss the pricing of these abalones on deck? Su Wanqing's voice pulled him from the stupor of disbelief. About those, Chen Fan glanced at the exquisite abalones scattered before him, then at Su Wanqing's businesslike demeanor, and suddenly felt a playful urge. He flashed a broad smile, revealing a set of pristine white teeth, and, in a teasing tone, said, "Ms. Su, I won't sell them." Chapter 17. Now that I have money, I should buy my sister a new phone. I won't sell. As those words floated lightly from Chen Fan's lips, Su Wanqing's face, previously illuminated by a breathtaking smile after signing the contract, instantly froze. The atmosphere grew thick and tense in that moment. Her beautiful eyes slowly narrowed, emanating a glint of dangerous coldness. Gazing at the seemingly harmless young man before her, she felt her blood pressure surge dramatically in mere seconds. Chen Fan. Her voice once again regained that frigid chill that kept others at bay, even carrying a hint of bitterness. "Are you mocking me?" she questioned, beginning to doubt whether she had momentarily lost her senses by signing a multi-million-dollar contract with such a capricious and untrustworthy individual. "Of course not." Chen Fan's smile remained radiant. "Director Su, please do not misunderstand. A contract is a contract, and business is business. Since I have signed, I will certainly abide by it. The reason I mentioned that these abalones are not for sale," he paused, lifting the largest abalone and brandishing it before Su Wanqing, "is because they are a gift for you." "What?" Su Wanqing was utterly taken aback, her astute mind momentarily short-circuited. "A gift for me? These exquisitely rare abalones worth over $1 million are being given to me? Consider it a token of our collaboration." Chen Fan shrugged nonchalantly, as if he were offering a basket of inconsequential potatoes rather than a fortune in gold. "From now on, we shall be partners. Surely, this modest gift is not something Director Su would refuse." Su Wanqing gazed at him, then at the pile of abalones, momentarily at a loss for words. Her heart, hardened by the ups and downs of the business world, was unexpectedly softened by Chen Fan's sudden, audacious gesture, reminiscent of a domineering CEO. This man was astonishingly unpredictable. At times cunning as a fox, at others, he displayed the generosity of a rugged hero. The blend of rustic simplicity and perceptive shrewdness in his character evoked a feeling of curiosity within her that she had never experienced for any man before. After a lengthy pause, she regained her voice, which unconsciously softened further. "This is far too extravagant. No free lunch." "Stop," Chen Fan interrupted, raising his hand. His gaze turned grave as he addressed her. "Director Su, this is not a matter of unearned rewards. I, Chen Fan, believe in clarity of relations. Yesterday, when I needed funds desperately to save my mother, you purchased my prize fish for 300,000. I remember this kindness. Thus, you must accept this boatload of abalones today. We are now even, and from this moment onward, we are equal partners." Listening to his resolute words and sensing the undeniable sincerity and pride in his voice, a tempest surged within Su Wanqing's heart once more. She looked at this young man, albeit in tattered clothing yet with an upright posture, and for the first time, a glimmer of admiration flickered in her cool eyes. "Very well," she finally conceded, nodding emphatically. "Chen Fan, I accept you as a friend." On the return journey, the atmosphere aboard the ship transformed into one of harmony. Su Wanqing was no longer the aloof Ice Queen CEO. She had even shed the high heels that had impeded her movements on the boat, revealing her delicate, porcelain-like feet. With genuine interest, she observed Chen Fan as he meticulously arranged the abalone, occasionally posing questions about marine life. Chen Fan, in turn, delighted in sharing obscure knowledge he had gleaned from his ancestral dragon lineage, knowledge that even marine experts might not possess. Their exchange was marked by an unexpected rapport. When the Qihong returned to the dock of Longwang Village, the villagers who had been waiting on the shore were astonished to see Su Wanqing truly returning from the sea with Chen Fan, their camaraderie evident. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Particularly, Wang Hu, upon catching sight of Su Wanqing's bare, flawless feet and the faint, genuine smile gracing her face, felt a surge of jealousy that threatened to consume his rationality. In his mind, the outing must have involved some untold secrets. Chen Fan paid no heed to the gazes of awe and envy directed at them. He first assisted Su Wanqing in carefully loading the dozen exquisite abalones onto her ostentatious Ferrari. By the way, your boat could use an upgrade, Su Wanqing remarked, pointing to the dilapidated Qi Hong in an authoritative tone. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for a brand new, top-of-the-line small fishing boat to be delivered to you. Consider it a token of my gratitude. Without waiting for Chen Fan's refusal, she gracefully entered her car, and with a roar of the engine, she departed in a cloud of dust, leaving Chen Fan amidst a group of villagers splattered with mud. Watching the Ferrari disappear from sight, Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. This woman was indeed charmingly domineering. Upon returning home, his sister, Chen Shui, rushed towards him like a jubilant little bird. Brother, you're back. Yes, Chen Fan replied, gazing at his sister's vibrant smile, feeling a warmth in his heart. Suddenly, he recalled something. Shui, where's your phone? Huh? It's charging in my room, Chen Shui replied, looking puzzled. Bring it to me. Though confused, Chen Shui obediently dashed upstairs and returned with her phone. It was a battered domestic brand she had used for several years, its body worn and the screen riddled with cracks resembling a spiderweb. As Chen Fan held it and attempted to operate it, the sluggish response caused his brow to furrow deeply. This worn-out device, which his sister cherished, was one she was reluctant to use excessively even for online classes. A wave of mixed emotions, pain and guilt, washed over Chen Fan. Without a moment's hesitation, he took his sister's hand and led her outside. Brother, where are we going? Chen Shui asked, bewildered. To the town, he declared resolutely. We're getting you a new phone. What? No, that's unnecessary. Chen Shui protested, struggling. This one still works. Besides, phones are expensive. Is any price too great for my sister? Chen Fan replied firmly. Chen Fan turned around and cast her a glance. Although his tone was domineering, his eyes brimmed with affection. Listen well. Today, not only will I buy you a new phone, but also a new computer and new clothes. We shall purchase whatever we desire. Amidst his sister's mix of astonishment and delight, Chen Fan swiftly hailed a three-wheeled motorcycle at the village entrance, heading towards the town. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the largest mobile phone market in the town. Faced with a dazzling array of the latest smartphones, Chen Shui's eyes widened. Yet she clung to her brother's shirt, hesitant to step forward. Which one do you like? Chen Fan inquired. They're all too expensive, Chen Shui replied, sticking out her tongue. Chen Fan did not press further. He confidently approached the most expensive counter and pointed at the latest pink fruit phone, addressing the enthusiastic sales assistant with grandiosity. This one, along with that latest model of the laptop beside it, please wrap them up. Certainly, sir. The sales assistant's eyes sparkled with excitement. As the brand new phone and laptop were presented before them, Chen Shui felt as if she were in a dream, just as she held the new phone. Unable to take her eyes off it, a voice filled with surprise and disbelief suddenly echoed behind her. Chen Fan, is that really you? Chapter 18. The whole village is abuzz. Chen Fan has struck it rich. Chen Fan, is that really you? The voice, brimming with astonishment, pierced Chen Fan's ears like a venomous needle, catching him off guard. His smile froze instantly. He recognized that voice all too well, so familiar that he would recognize it even in ashes. Slowly, he turned around. Indeed, not far behind him stood a flamboyantly dressed young woman. She wore a tight-fitting dress, her face adorned with heavy makeup, and carried a brand-new handbag. It was none other than his former girlfriend, Li Wan, who had ruthlessly abandoned him in the hospital just days ago for money, subjecting him to humiliation. Beside Li Wan stood Wang Kai, a wealthy second-generation rich kid who impatiently fiddled with his phone, clearly disdainful of shopping in a small-town mobile market. Their eyes met. Initially, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Li Wan's gaze upon their reunion. But as her eyes fell upon Chen Fan's sister, Chen Shui, and the brand-new pink smartphone and unopened laptop box, that surprise was swiftly replaced by shock and greed. Chen Fan, where did you get the money to buy these? Li Wan's eyes were fixed on the phone, her voice slightly trembling. This must cost over 20,000, right? Are you involved in something illegal? Her tone feigned concern, yet the jealousy and suspicion in her gaze were unmistakable. To her, a pauper like Chen Fan could not possibly amass such wealth in a mere few days. The only explanation was that he had taken a wrong path. Beside her, Wang Kai finally lifted his head. When he spotted Chen Fan, he momentarily froze, only to quickly break into a smirk replete with condescension. Oh, who is this? Is it not the impoverished fool whom I tossed a wad of cash in the face? Wang Kai remarked with a tone dripping with sarcasm, intentionally raising his voice to draw the attention of surrounding customers and salespeople. So, was that tip enough for you to indulge in such a place? Or have you finally come to your senses, unplugged your mother's respirator, and used that money to buy your sister a phone? His words were laced with malice. Chun Shui, whose pallid face had already lost color upon seeing Li Wan, turned ghostly white. She instinctively hid behind her brother, clutching the hem of his shirt. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Chen Fan's expression remained devoid of anger in the face of such vicious humiliation. Not even a single brow twitched. He simply regarded the pair before him, acting like a couple of buffoons, with an air of indifference, as if observing two insignificant ants. This utter disregard unsettled Wang Kai, who thrived on attention. "What's the matter? Lost your tongue?" He stepped forward, jabbing a finger at Chen Fan's chest, boldly declaring, "Listen here, kid. I warn you to stay away from our Waner. She is now mine, not someone like you can touch." Li Wan crossed her arms, her expression brimming with arrogance as she chimed in. "Did you hear that, Chen Fan? We no longer inhabit the same world. Out of respect for our past, I advise you to return what doesn't belong to you and use the money for your mother's treatment. Don't put on a fade. It's pointless." Her words masqueraded as advice, yet dripped with boastfulness and superiority. Nevertheless, Chen Fan continued to ignore them. He simply turned to the sales associate, who had been drawn over by the commotion, and calmly inquired, "Excuse me, may I proceed to check out?" "Oh yes, please this way." The young saleswoman, suddenly awakened from her stupor, eagerly led Chen Fan to the cash register. This decisive act of dismissal was more humiliating to Wang Kai and Li Wan than any venomous retort could have been. "Let us see how you pay for that." Wang Kai sneered from behind. Li Wan, arms still crossed, wore a face that anticipated the spectacle. She did not believe Chen Fan could actually produce over 20,000 yuan. Clearly, he was only saving face while enduring humiliation. Before long, the cashier had scanned all the items. "Sir, your total is 23,899 yuan. Will you be paying by card or scanning?" "By card," Chen Fan replied, producing an ordinary debit card from his pocket and handing it over. "Oomph. Is there even money in that card?" Wang Kai scoffed disdainfully. Li Wan's lips curled into a mocking smile as she prepared herself for the moment when Chen Fan's card would inevitably be declined. Yet in the next instant, a crisp confirmation sound resonated from the machine, indicating a successful transaction. A purchase receipt was slowly printed out. "Sir, it's ready. Please sign here." The entire process flowed seamlessly without any interruptions. The mocking smiles on Wang Kai and Li Wan's faces instantly froze. They resembled ducks caught by the neck, staring blankly at the receipt, their minds a void. Could he really be wealthy? Just then, Wang Kai's phone vibrated in his pocket. Flustered, he answered, seemingly a call from his father. "What? Dad, our company's cash flow has collapsed. How could this happen?" "The Shuhai Group has been maliciously acquired by a mysterious figure." Wang Kai's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, his voice trembling. He hung up, utterly despondent, as if the sky had fallen upon him. Chen Fan signed a receipt, reclaimed his card, and then handed a brand new phone and computer to his sister. Throughout the ordeal, he did not cast a single glance at the couple. "Let us go," he said, taking his sister's hand and turning to leave. At the moment he brushed past Li Wan, she finally emerged from her stupor of shock and regret. Grasping at the final thread of hope, she abruptly seized Chen Fan's arm. "Chen Fan," her voice quivered with an unrecognized tremor and a plea. "Have you struck it rich? Please let me explain. I was only trying to provoke you that day. Deep down, I still care for you." Her words tumbled out in a hurried, frantic rush, laden with confusion. Regret consumed her, as she witnessed Chen Fan nonchalantly swipe away over 20,000 yuan, an indescribable remorse, akin to a venomous serpent gnawing at her heart, engulfed her entirely. She realized she might have discarded a lottery ticket of immeasurable worth. Chen Fan halted. Slowly, he pried her fingers away from his arm, one by one. Then, he turned his head, for the first time meeting the gaze of the woman he had once loved for 5 years. In his eyes, there was no anger, no resentment, not even a ripple of emotion, only a chilling indifference, as if he regarded a stranger. "We're no longer from the same world." With these words, he turned away, taking his sister and disappearing through the entrance of the mobile phone store, leaving Li Wan standing there, dazed, staring at her empty hands as tears silently streamed down her face. when Chen Fan returned to Longwang village with his sister, carrying the latest fruit-branded smartphone and laptop. The entire village was set abuzz. Look, ISNT, that Chen Fan and his sister. What do they have in their hands? It's a box for the fruit phone and a computer. My heavens, how much must that cost? My son just mentioned the other day that the phone costs over 10,000 yuan. This kid has really struck it rich. The news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the village in an instant. The villagers could no longer maintain their reserve. One by one, they rushed out of their homes, encircling Chen Fan and his sister, their eyes ablaze with fervor, even more intense than if they had encountered the god of wealth himself. Ah, it's little Fan who's back. Have you eaten? Come, join us for a meal. Fan, this must be for your sister, right? What a wonderful brother you are. Unlike my rascal, who only knows how to ask me for money. Fan, look at you now. You've made something of yourself. When will you take your uncles and aunts along to prosper? Countless compliments, flattery, and probing remarks surged towards Chen Fan like a tidal wave. In that moment, he truly grasped the meaning of the adage. When poor, no one pays heed. When rich, distant relatives appear. He gazed at these villagers, who had shunned him just yesterday, now exuding warmth as if they were his kin, and felt a surge of emotion. At that moment, a plump figure pushed through the crowd and excitedly rushed towards him, wrapping his arms around Chen Fan's. Brother Fan, my dear brother, you've finally returned. I've searched for you everywhere. The newcomer was none other than his childhood companion, Wang Fatty. Looking at his exaggerated expression, Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle and scold. All right. You rascal, what do you want? Out of money again? No. Wang Fatty shook his head vigorously. He leaned closer to Chen Fan, lowering his voice to a tone that was both excited and mysterious. Brother Fan, something big has happened. Guess who has come to our village? Chapter 19. The Sea Shark Gang collects protection fees? It's reached my doorstep. Something big has occurred. Guess who has come to our village? Wang Fatty's exaggerated expression and hushed tone piqued Chen Fan's curiosity. He raised an eyebrow at his childhood friend, who had shared his pants since they were young. Who? Is it the mayor coming for an inspection? What does the mayor even matter? Wang Fatty scoffed, his demeanor shifting to one of overwhelming excitement and admiration. It's Scarloo, the leader of the Sea Shark Gang. Scarloo has arrived. Scarloo? The Sea Shark Gang? Chen Fan's expression darkened instantly. That name rang a bell. Just yesterday, after he had brought Wang the butcher and his son to their knees, the last desperate cry for help had been Scarloo. What was he here for? Chen Fan's voice revealed no trace of emotion. What could it be? What else could it be? Wang Fatty slapped his thigh, his excitement swiftly replaced by concern and anger. It must be that old bastard Wang the butcher who complained. Now, Scarloo is at the dock with a dozen people, specifically asking for you. He paused, anxiously tugging at Chen Fan's arm, urging him to retreat. Brother Fan, listen to me. Hurry and take Xiao Xue through the back road of the village. I've heard that Scarloo is ruthless and has blood on his hands. No matter how strong you are, you can't fight off so many. A wise man does not suffer immediate loss. The smiles on the faces of the villagers, who had just been so warm towards Chen Fan, froze the moment they heard the name Scarloo and the Sea Shark Gang, replaced by a palpable sense of fear. They all retreated as if confronted by a plague, distancing themselves from Chen Fan, fearful of being implicated. At that moment, the essence of humanity was laid bare. However, Chen Fan appeared oblivious to Wang Fatty's counsel. He stood silently, his expression eerily calm. He first turned to his frightened sister, Chen Xue, and offered her a reassuring smile. Xiao Xue, return home and lock the door. Remember, no matter what transpires outside, do not come out. Chen Xue anxiously clutched the hem of his garment. Be obedient. Chen Fan's voice brooked no dissent. Gazing into her brother's resolute eyes, Chen Xue ultimately nodded, clutching her newly acquired computer and phone, and hurried home. Once he ensured his sister's safety, Chen Fan turned back to the anxious Wang Fatty, smiling as he patted his shoulder. Thanks, Fatty. For what? Hurry and run, Wang Fatty exclaimed, nearly beside himself with urgency. Run? The curve of Chen Fan's lips turned icy. The word run does not exist in my vocabulary. He paused, his gaze piercing through the crowd towards the docks. His eyes sharp as a blade. I intend to see how many heads this so-called Scarloo possesses, daring to set his sights on me. With that, he disregarded Wang Fatty's protests, parting the crowd and stepping forward, undeterred by the gazes of sympathy, pity, or schadenfreude, striding resolutely towards the docks. Wang Fatty watched Chen Fan's determined figure with rising anxiety, stamping his feet in frustration. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth, seized a wooden stick used for drying fishing nets from the roadside, and cursed as he chased after him. Damn it, I'm all in. Let us indulge in a bit of madness today. At the Dragon King village docks, the atmosphere was stifling. A group of a dozen muscular men dressed in black vests, displaying tattooed arms and exuding a rough demeanor, stood in a semicircle, either squatting or standing, cigarette butts dangling from their lips, their menacing glares sweeping over the surroundings, effectively sealing off the entire dock. Behind them, a grandmaster chair had been transported from the village committee. Seated in it was a man in his 30s, his face marred by a grotesque scar stretching from his left brow to the right corner of his mouth. He wore a flamboyant shirt and a large gold chain, casually toying with two shiny iron balls in his hands. He was none other than Scar Lu, the local head of the Hai Sha gang. At his feet, the butcher Wang Dapio and his son Wang, who acted like eager lapdogs, one fawningly fanning him while the other, with a face full of obsequiousness, offered him cigarettes. Brother Lu, look, Wang Dapio gestured towards the village entrance, his face bandaged like a pig's head contorting into a smile more grotesque than tears. That little wretch seems to have returned. Scar Lu did not even bother to lift his eyelids, merely grunting in acknowledgement as he leisurely twirled the iron balls in his hands, producing a sound that, though faint, resonated like tiny hammers against the hearts of every villager present. Soon, Chen Fan's solitary figure appeared at the entrance of the dock. Lugu, that's him, that little beast. Upon spotting Chen Fan, Wang, who reacted as if he had encountered the murderer of his father, pointing at him and shrieking. Slowly, Scar Lu raised his head. His hawk-like, piercing eyes scrutinized Chen Fan from head to toe. When he observed Chen Fan's cheap attire and somewhat frail physique, a flicker of undisguised disdain crossed his gaze. How could this unformed boy possibly have beaten Wang the butcher into a pulp? You must be Chen Fan. Scar Lu leaned back in his chair, adopting a condescending tone as he lazily inquired. Chen Fan refrained from answering his question. His eyes swept over the dozen or so thugs brandishing clubs, ultimately resting upon Scar Lu's face. Your sea shark gang certainly carries a formidable air. Chen Fan spoke softly, yet his words resonated clearly in everyone's ears. What brings you to our humble fishing village, parading around like this? What do you intend to accomplish? What do you intend to accomplish? Scar Lu chuckled as if he had heard an amusing joke, prompting laughter from the thugs behind him. Scar Lu slowly stood up, towering over Chen Fan by half a head and possessing a far more robust build. He approached Chen Fan, lightly tapping his cheek with the iron rod in his hand. His eyes filled with mockery and cruelty. Kid, I heard you struck it rich yesterday by sheer luck. Chen Fan remained silent, his icy gaze fixed upon him. Excellent. Scar Lu seemed pleased by this unspoken understanding. He withdrew his hand and spoke leisurely. Our sea shark gang is not unreasonable. You've harmed our men, and according to the rules, you owe us some medical expenses. He paused and extended 5 fingers. Not much, just 500,000. At the mention of this figure, the villagers around them couldn't help but gasp in shock. 500,000. This was no mere medical fee. It was outright robbery. Moreover, Scar Lu, reveling in the fearful expressions of the crowd, pointed at the dock beneath his feet and continued in an imperious tone, from today onward, all fishing boats from Longwang Village must sell their catch exclusively to our sea shark gang. We will pay you 70% of the market price. His gaze shifted back to Chen Fan, filled with greed, as if he were regarding a hen that laid golden eggs. In addition, every time you fish, you must hand over half of your catch as a protection fee. He paused, grinning to reveal a set of teeth stained yellow from smoke. Of course, we want to just take your money for nothing. Once you pay the protection fee, our sea shark gang will ensure your safety in these waters. How does that sound? Kid, isn't that a fair offer? Behind him, Wang the butcher and his son were practically glowing with excitement, their faces alight with satisfaction. They knew that Chen Fan was finished. Yet, in the face of these extortionate terms, Chen Fan displayed no hint of fear. In fact, he even smiled. He gazed at the self-satisfied, scar-faced man before him, slowly shaking his head. Not impressive. The smile on Scar Lu's face instantly froze. His sharp eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a glimmer of dangerous coldness. Kid, what did you just say? Chen Fan met his gaze, a cold smile curving his lips, and articulated clearly and powerfully, I said, Remove your filthy hands from our Dragon King village. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. The muscles on Scar Lu's face began to twitch uncontrollably, for the first time in as many years. He encountered someone audacious enough to speak to him in such a tone. Very well, he replied with a twisted smile, squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. Kid, it seems you won't understand the meaning of death until you see some blood. He abruptly waved his hand, issuing a command to the dozen or so eager subordinates behind him. Take him down. Chapter 20. This is my territory. Even the king must abide by the rules. Take him down. When Scar Lu's chilling words echoed, the group of black-clad brutes, unable to contain themselves any longer, surged forward like hungry wolves, howling as they brandished steel pipes and wooden clubs, viciously charging at Chen Fan's slender figure from all directions. The scene was enough to terrify any ordinary person into a state of sheer panic. Be careful, Fanga. In the distance, the recently arrived Wang Pongzi, witnessing the unfolding chaos, was struck with terror. He shouted, raising the ludicrous wooden stick in his hand, ready to rush in recklessly to assist. The surrounding villagers erupted in terrified screams. Many timid women had already shut their eyes, unable to bear the thought of the impending bloody scene. To them, Chen Fan was doomed. No matter how skilled he was still just one man against a horde of armed desperados. However, at the center of the storm, Chen Fan remained utterly composed, devoid of any sign of panic. Just as the numerous clubs were about to descend upon him, he made his move. His action was not swift. In fact, it could be described as somewhat slow. He simply took a single step forward. Yet that step seemed to embody a profound principle, allowing him to slip through the weakest point of what appeared to be an inescapable net. The two thugs charging at the forefront swung their heavy clubs down with great force, only to strike nothing but air. They were momentarily stunned. In that fleeting moment of surprise, Chen Fan struck. He didn't even use his fists. With a slight turn of his body, his right hand transformed into a blade, precisely and swiftly slicing at the wrist of the thug on the left. Crack! A sharp, bone-cracking sound resonated, sending chills down the spine. The ruffian emitted a chilling, inhuman scream as the steel pipe clattered to the ground from his grip. Clutching his wrist, which had twisted at a grotesque angle, he collapsed to his knees, writhing in agony. Meanwhile, Chen Fan's left foot struck like a venomous serpent, landing at a most cunning angle on the knee of the ruffian to his right. Another sharp crack echoed through the air, and the ruffian's wail was even more harrowing than the first. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, swift, too swift, so rapid that onlookers merely glimpsed a fleeting shadow, as two formidable brutes lost all semblance of combat readiness. The remaining 10 or so ruffians were left paralyzed by the brutal spectacle before them. Yet, Chen Fan offered them no respite. Instead of retreating, he advanced like a tiger plunging into a flock of sheep, boldly facing the swinging clubs and charging forth. The ensuing scene transcended mere combat. It was an unadulterated, one-sided obliteration. Bang! One ruffian was met with a crisp elbow strike to the chest, sending him soaring like a kite severed from its string, crashing into several baskets of fishing nets. Slap! Another ruffian's face met a resounding slap, teeth mingled with blood erupting from his mouth as he spun thrice before collapsing. Bang! 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 Chen Fan moved through the chaos with the ease of a leisurely stroll. Each strike was simple, direct, and devastatingly effective, devoid of any superfluous motion, yet yielding the most terrifying lethality. Those seemingly fierce clubs never grazed the hem of his garment, while his seemingly unremarkable fists and feet struck with a bone-crunching sound and piercing cries of anguish accompanying every blow. In less than a minute, indeed, in under half a minute, when Chen Fan once again stood amidst the wreckage, the dozen or so previously brazen brutes lay strewn about, utterly defeated. Each one clutched broken wrists, cupped collapsed chests, or held distorted knees, all wailing and groaning ceaselessly, none capable of rising again. The entire dock was enveloped in a deathly silence. Onlookers stood frozen, as if ensorcelled, staring at the unscathed youth in the center, their minds blank. Was this truly a human? It resembled a ferocious beast in human form. Gulp! The butcher Wang and his son, who had been standing at the back, eagerly awaiting the spectacle, found it hard to swallow. They gazed at the rolling forms of the elite ruffians brought by the scar-faced Lu, then at the unruffled Chen Fan, their legs weakened, and they collapsed to the ground, kneeling once more, truly overcome by fear. Meanwhile, Lu, who had been seated comfortably in his armchair, maintaining an air of superiority, could no longer sustain his composure. His hands, which had been toying with a metal talisman, stilled at some unknown moment. His face, marred by scars, was a canvas of shock, horror, and a trace of fear that even he was reluctant to acknowledge. After years of mingling with the tough and the ruthless, he had never encountered anyone with such formidable prowess. Was this man a retired Special Forces king, or perhaps a perverse scion from an ancient martial arts lineage? As his mind reeled in disbelief, Chen Fan made his move. Ignoring the defeated minions strewn across the ground, he took deliberate steps toward the scarred Lu, each footfall resonating like the heartbeat of every onlooker. "Don't come any closer," scarred Lu, gazing at the approaching youth who resembled a demonic figure, finally felt fear creep in. Instinctively, he stepped back but quickly regained his composure, barking with a fa ade of bravado. "You'd better think twice. I am a member of the Sea Shark Gang. If you lay a finger on me, our leader will make you pay dearly." Nevertheless, Chen Fan appeared unfazed by his threats, continuing his slow advance until he stood merely a meter away. Though Chen Fan was slightly shorter than scarred Lu, the icy, domineering aura he exuded rendered him towering in Lu's eyes, akin to an insurmountable mountain. "I have already stated my position." Chen Fan lifted his gaze, calmly meeting Lu's eyes, devoid of any human emotion in his dark orbs. "Remove your filthy hands from our Dragon King village." Scarred Lu shivered under the chill of Chen Fan's gaze, yet years of hardened ferocity compelled him to retort defiantly. "What do you think you are? You have no say in Dragon King village." Before he could finish, Chen Fan surged into action. With a lightning-fast movement, he seized Scarred Lu's throat in a grip as unyielding as iron. In a display of effortless strength, he lifted Lu's robust frame, over 180 pounds, off the ground with a single hand, much to the horror of the spectators. Gasping for breath, Scarred Lu's legs flailed helplessly in midair, his hands desperately clawing at Chen Fan's iron grasp, but to no avail. The suffocating sensation and the terror of impending death engulfed him. His already grotesque face turned a deep shade of purple from lack of oxygen. "I will say this one last time." Chen Fan tightened his grip, pulling Lu closer, his voice a chilling whisper, each word dripping with icy clarity. "I do not care if you are from the Sea Shark Gang or the King of Heaven. Here, in Dragon King Village, this is my territory. Even the highest authority must adhere to the rules in my domain." With a swift motion, he flung Lu aside. Thud! Scarred Lu's hefty body crashed onto the grand chair, symbolizing authority, splintering it into countless fragments. Amidst the wreckage of wood, Scarred Lu lay, gasping, clutching his throat, desperately inhaling fresh air, his eyes now filled solely with unending dread and malice. He struggled, managing to squeeze out a few words between his teeth. "Our Sea Shark Gang will not let you go." Chen Fan looked down upon him, his gaze as indifferent as that of a deity. Scar-faced, Lu dared not utter another word. He struggled to rise from the ground, not even daring to glance at Chen Fan again. And with the support of his still wailing subordinates, he scurried away from the dock that would haunt him for eternity. Observing the retreating figures of the gangsters, the dock fell into a profound silence. Then, someone in the crowd was the first to applaud. Clap, soon followed by a second, then a third. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of thunderous applause reverberated throughout the dock. The villagers, in the most fervent and sincere manner, cheered for their hero. At that moment, Wang Fatty, who had been lingering at the back of the crowd, finally regained his senses. He gazed at his childhood friend, now surrounded like a king, and then looked at the wooden stick in his hand that he hadn't even swung once. With a bewildered expression, he scratched his head and asked a nearby villager, "Uncle, what just happened? I feel like I've missed out on a fortune." Chapter 21. Delivering money to Sister Xiaoying. Yet she blushed as scar-faced Lu and his gang fled the dock in utter disarray. The thunderous applause continued unabated. Almost all the villagers surrounded Chen Fan with eyes filled with the fervor reserved for heroes or even deities. "Fanzi, well done. That was incredibly satisfying. I have long found those extortionists intolerable. From now on, in Longwang Village, your word is law." Various praises and compliments surged forth like a tidal wave. Any young person in such a spotlight might have felt their blood rush and become euphoric. Yet, Chen Fan remained composed. He calmly raised a hand, signaling for silence. Dear uncles and aunts, I am not a hero, nor do I desire to be the king of the village. His voice, though not loud, cut through the clamor with clarity. I simply wish to fish in peace, earn a living, and provide a good life for my mother and sister. Anyone who disrupts my tranquility will find that I can make their lives equally tumultuous. His words, simple yet imbued with undeniable authority, resonated deeply. Ignoring the villagers' increasingly reverent gazes, he turned directly to the fishmongers waiting in line. Gentlemen, my apologies for the delay. Let's resume. His calm demeanor seemed to suggest that the fierce warrior who had just faced 10 adversaries was an entirely different person. Wang Fatty finally squeezed through the crowd. He surveyed the mess and the still groaning thugs, then glanced at the wooden stick he had not used, his face a mixture of disappointment and admiration. My dear brother, are you even human? He circled around Chen Fan, marveling that scene, wow, was more thrilling than watching a kung fu movie. I am still trying to comprehend the situation, and yet the battle has concluded? With such feeble skills, your efforts were in vain. Chen Fan chuckled, playfully scolding, and then extracted a thick wad of cash from the earnings he had made from selling fish, handing it over to him. What are you doing, Fanga? I did not come here to ask you for money. Wang Fatty hurriedly declined. Take it, Chen Fan insisted, his tone leaving no room for argument. You dared to charge in just now, and I will remember this kindness. Use this money to purchase a better motorcycle and join me in my endeavors. Really? Wang Fatty's eyes lit up instantly, his excitement causing the flesh on his face to quiver. Well, have I ever deceived you? By the time he had concluded his business at the dock, evening had fallen. The remnants of the sunset bathed the entire expanse of the sea in a warm golden hue. Chen Fan did not return home immediately. Instead, he carried a bucket filled with a few fresh sea crabs and grouper left from his sails, arriving at the doorstep of Li Xiaoying's home. His ability to assert his dominance before the entire village today was largely attributed to the bowl of fish soup Li Xiaoying had provided him yesterday, along with her heartfelt assurance that her husband would assist him. This kindness warranted repayment. He knocked on the door. It opened swiftly to reveal Li Xiaoying's daughter, the 6-year-old Xiaoya. The little girl, with her 2 pigtails and sparkling eyes, timidly greeted him. Chen Fan Gij. Such a good girl, Chen Fan smiled, ruffling her hair as he handed her the bucket. Here, take this so your mother can prepare a delicious meal for you tonight. Wow, crabs! Xiaoya exclaimed joyfully. Hearing the commotion, Li Xiaoying rushed out of the kitchen, apron in hand. Upon seeing Chen Fan and the bucket of fresh seafood, her initial delight was quickly replaced by a wave of concern. Fandi, why have you brought something again? You should take this back. You worked hard at the dock today. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Fan stepped in her modest yet impeccably clean courtyard. Sister-in-law, I have come to discuss something serious. His expression was uncharacteristically grave. Serious matter? Li Xiaoying looked at him, somewhat bewildered. Without further ado, Chen Fan produced a thick envelope from his pocket, placing it on the stone table and sliding it toward her. The envelope's heft caused her eyelids to flutter in surprise. Fendi, what is this? Sister-in-law, inside this envelope is 50,000 yuan, Chen Fan stated plainly. What? Li Xiaoying recoiled as if stung by a scorpion, shaking her head vehemently. No, absolutely not. Fendi, I cannot accept your money. You need to save it for your aunt's medical expenses. My mother's surgery costs have already been covered. Chen Fan gazed at her, his eyes filled with sincerity. Sister-in-law, please do not be hasty in your refusal. Allow me to finish my thoughts. He paused, gathering his thoughts. Sister-in-law, let me ask you, would you like to ensure a better life for yourself and Xiaoya in the future? Li Xiaoying was momentarily taken aback, glancing instinctively at her daughter, who was curiously observing the crabs. A flicker of yearning passed through her gentle eyes. Who would desire that? Sister-in-law, your culinary skills are unparalleled in our entire village, especially that exquisite fish soup you prepare. It surpasses even the offerings of the finest hotels in the city. Chen Fan continued. I did not come merely to deliver money to you today. I wish to invest in you. Invest in me? Li Xiaoying was utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend Chen Fan's line of thought. Indeed, Chen Fan nodded emphatically, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. I envision you utilizing this money to renovate your courtyard thoroughly and establish a fishing-themed inn. A fishing-themed inn? Li Xiaoying echoed, astonished. Precisely. Chen Fan's tone brimmed with persuasion. Consider this. I could provide the freshest and finest seafood daily. Aside from selling it to grand restaurants, We could retain a portion to craft authentic, delectable fishing dishes for the city dwellers who visit the seaside. I shall supply unparalleled ingredients, and you will showcase extraordinary culinary artistry. Together, we shall prosper. What do we have to fear? Li Xiaoying was spellbound by the blueprint Chen Fan painted. She stood there transfixed, her mind conjuring images of a renovated courtyard bustling with guests, her daughter adorned in beautiful new garments, laughing joyously, a life she had scarcely dared to dream of. But she stammered, her lips quivering with excitement. I have never done this before. I fear I might squander your money. If you do, it shall be on my account. Chen Fan replied with unwavering certainty, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. Sister-in-law, I believe in you. You must also believe in yourself. He picked up the envelope filled with money from the table, stepped closer, and without hesitation, placed it into Li Xiaoying's slightly chilled hands, which trembled with nervousness. Take it as my investment. The warmth of the envelope, coupled with the strength radiating from Chen Fan's palm, sent a shiver through Li Xiaoying. She lowered her gaze to the heavy envelope in her hands, then glanced at the young man before her, whose steadfast gaze seemed capable of supporting her entire world. Unbeknownst to her, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. An indescribable mix of emotions, gratitude, exhilaration, and an unprecedented sense of security washed over her like a warm tide, enveloping her heart. A captivating blush spread across her delicate cheeks, more resplendent than the evening glow of the sky. Fan, she lifted her head, her doe-like eyes shimmering with countless stars. She wanted to express her thanks, yet those words felt woefully inadequate. She wished to articulate something more, but her throat felt constricted, as if blocked by an unseen force. Ultimately, all her unspoken words coalesced into a slight tremor at her lips. At that moment, an urgent sound of footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard, accompanied by the unmistakable voice of Wang Fatty. Fan Ye, something's wrong. Come quickly. Chen Fan furrowed his brow and turned to inquire. What is it? Why the commotion? Wang Fatty leaned against the doorframe, breathless, pointing towards the village entrance, his face a portrait of shock and disbelief. It's that Ferrari. Yesterday, the stunning beauty who drove the Ferrari returned, and she did not come alone. Chapter 22. Foreseeing the storm, saving the lives of all the fishermen. The Ferrari is back? Chen Fan raised his brow slightly, astonished. This Su Wanqing truly embodies a decisive and vigorous style. Just yesterday, she mentioned sending a boat, and today she has personally arrived, accompanied by others no less. Let's go take a look. He nodded reassuringly at the somewhat bewildered Li Xiaoying, signaling her to remain calm, and then strode purposefully towards the village entrance alongside Wang Pengzi. Before they could reach the village, Chen Fan abruptly halted. His gaze transcended the crowd, landing on the pristine fishing vessel docked at the pier. It was a modern, compact fishing boat, entirely white with sleek lines. The gleaming stainless steel railings and the brand-new radar and sonar equipment atop the cabin spoke volumes of its substantial cost. This vessel was a luxurious yacht in comparison to his dilapidated Qihong, which resembled a makeshift raft ready to disintegrate upon contact with water. Beside the new boat, the flamboyant red Ferrari remained strikingly eye-catching. Su Wanqing stood with her arms crossed, exuding an air of cool detachment against the car door, flanked by several employees clad in Tianxian pavilion uniforms, seemingly directing some operations. However, it was not these scenes that caused Chen Fan to pause. The true reason for his sudden change in demeanor was the weather. At that moment, the sky was clear, the sun was shining brightly, and the sea was merely caressed by a gentle breeze. Yet, within his dragon breath perception, he sensed a tumultuous undercurrent beneath the tranquil surface. A wildly turbulent and chaotic energy was rapidly surging from the distant horizon towards Longwang village. This was a harbinger of a storm, a tempest of unprecedented ferocity. Brother Fan, why have you stopped? Wang Pengzi inquired, perplexed by Chen Fan's sudden stillness. Chen Fan did not respond. Instead, he promptly closed his eyes, pushing his dragon breath perception to its utmost limit. The familiar, resplendent star map unfolded vividly in his mind. He could distinctly see the once joyful schools of fish in Longyan Bay, now growing restless, desperately fleeing towards the depths of the ocean or the crevices of the seabed, as if evading some formidable predator. In even more distant waters, a massive, terrifying presence was converging, swirling, and coalescing, threatening to darken the entire perceptual map. This is bad. Chen Fan's eyes flew open, his expression turning gravely serious in an instant. The storm was approaching with alarming speed and urgency, without any prior warning. The weather forecast had not mentioned a word. At this rate, it would reach Longwang village in no more than half an hour. Currently, at least 7 or 8 fishing boats were operating in Longyan Bay. If they did not immediately notify them to return once the storm hit, these small vessels would undoubtedly be torn to shreds by monstrous waves. No one would survive. Pongzi, we are in serious trouble. Chen Fan's tone was unprecedentedly grave. You must go to the village committee immediately and find a loudspeaker. No matter what it takes, play this message on repeat. A storm is brewing at sea. All fishing boats must return at once. Hurry. What? A storm? Wang Pongzi was taken aback, glancing up at the cloudless sky and then at the calm sea. His expression one of confusion. Brother Fan, are you sure? The weather doesn't seem like it's about to turn stormy at all. Stop wasting time. Go now. Chen Fan's voice thundered, imbued with an undeniable authority. If they delayed, the fishermen venturing out would be doomed. This was a matter of life and death. Wang Pongzi, intimidated by Chen Fan's fearsome gaze, shuddered involuntarily. Although he couldn't comprehend the situation, he nodded emphatically, driven by an almost blind trust in Chen Fan. Without a second thought, he turned and sprinted toward the village committee. Having dispatched Wang Pongzi, Chen Fan rushed toward the dock. As he ran, he shouted at the villagers who were still gathered. Stop gawking. A storm is coming. Those with boats, hurry to secure your lines. If you live by the sea, evacuate to higher ground immediately. His urgent cries left the villagers momentarily stunned. A storm? Was this young man speaking nonsense? The sun was still shining bright. What could a storm possibly come from? I think he has gone mad from his newfound wealth. Murmurs of skepticism and laughter arose from the crowd. Even Su Wanqing, standing beside her Ferrari, felt a flicker of doubt in her icy gaze upon hearing Chen Fan's words. She pulled out her phone and checked the weather, which clearly forecasted clear skies, turning to partly cloudy with a gentle breeze over the next 24 hours. Yet, when her eyes returned to the frantic youth rushing toward her, her doubt wavered. She noticed that Chen Fan's face bore no hint of jest. Instead, it was marked by an unprecedented seriousness, as if the sky itself were about to collapse. "Ms. Su." Chen Fan reached her in a few swift strides, speaking rapidly. "I don't have time to explain. A terrifying storm is about to hit the sea. You need to drive away with your people immediately. The farther, the better." "But no but," Chen Fan interrupted, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. "Trust me, just leave. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape later." With that, he ignored Su Wanqing's response and leapt onto the brand-new fishing boat, starting the engine with remarkable speed. The roar of the powerful new engine was far louder and more forceful than that of his old vessel. "Hey, what are you doing?" Su Wanqing shouted, unable to contain herself as she watched his determined figure. "Going to save lives." Chen Fan called back without looking, driving the new fishing boat like an arrow released from a bow, charging toward the sea that appeared calm to others but was, in his perception, rife with impending danger. Just 5 minutes after his departure from the harbor, a tempest was brewing at sea. All fishing vessels, return at once. The resonant voice of Wang Pongzi echoed through the aged loudspeaker, reverberating throughout Longwang village. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The previously azure sky, without any forewarning, darkened with alarming rapidity, as if painted by an unseen hand. Vast, inky clouds surged forth from nowhere, swirling frantically above Longwang village. The gentle breeze, once caressing the surface of the water, transformed into a ferocious hurricane, slicing through the air like a razor within mere breaths. The once placid sea began to churn violently, reminiscent of boiling water, roaring with fury. White-capped waves, whipped up by the gale, crashed violently against the dock's embankment, producing a thunderous sound akin to distant rumblings. In an instant, the sky was shrouded in darkness. The entire world seemed to transition from the warmth of a summer afternoon to the ominous eve of an apocalypse within mere moments. This abrupt, unnatural upheaval of nature left all the villagers dumbfounded. They stood transfixed, gazing at the terrifying spectacle reminiscent of the end times, while recalling Chen Fan's desperate warning. A chilling dread surged from their feet to the very crown of their heads. Extraordinary! Chen Fan truly foresaw this storm. He was not jesting. He was genuinely saving their lives. Quick, run. Someone, perhaps the first to react, let out a heart-wrenching scream. Instantly, the dock erupted into chaos. Everyone fled like headless chickens, shrieking and crying, frantically racing towards the higher, safer grounds of the village. Su Wanqing was utterly stunned. Her previously serene and composed countenance now reflected sheer horror. As if she had encountered a ghost, she beheld the monstrous, roaring sea and recalled the figure of the youth who had resolutely steered his boat into the realm of death. At that moment, her heart was overwhelmed by an emotion known as shock. What manner of person is he? Su, we must leave. It is far too dangerous here. Her colleagues, pale with fear, grasped her arm and trembled as they spoke. Su Wanqing jolted back to reality. She regarded the terrifying sea, now churning with waves towering 8 meters high. And in her once calm eyes flickered an unprecedented mix of concern and determination. She retrieved her phone, her fingers trembling with anxiety as she dialed a number she had never imagined she would call. The call was swiftly answered. A commanding and composed voice of a middle-aged man resonated through the receiver. "Hello, is this Xiaoxi? What prompted you to call your father?" Su Wanqing inhaled deeply, adopting an almost imperious tone that brooked no dissent, and urgently addressed the influential figure on the other end, one whose mere stomp could shake the ground in Donghai City. "Father, I care not what means you employ. Immediately, at once, summon all maritime rescue forces in Donghai City to Longwang Village. Hurry." Chapter 23. Chen Fan, you are truly the living dragon king of our village. The sea has unleashed its fury. It is a pure and primordial wrath, devoid of any impurities. Towering waves, reaching heights of over 10 meters, resemble moving mountains, crashing furiously from all directions, relentlessly battering and compressing everything upon the surface of the sea. Ifu. Hold on. The boat from the third household. It's about to capsize. Grab hold. In the depths of Longxian Bay, several small fishing boats, akin to helpless leaves in a tempest, are tossed skyward by the monstrous waves, only to be violently slammed back into the trough, at any moment facing the peril of being torn asunder by this ferocious force of nature. Captain Zhao Fu clings desperately to the now-defunct helm, his weathered face, etched by time, drenched by the cold rain and tears of despair. His vessel is the most exposed in the village. Moments ago, a colossal wave extinguished the fire of the diesel engine on board. Now, the boat has become a mere coffin adrift upon the inferno. It's over. He gazes at the approaching wall-like wave, towering with an unmatched ferocity, as it inexorably descends upon his out-of-control fishing boat. He closes his eyes in resignation. My wife, my son, we shall meet again in the next life. Yet, just as he awaited the arrival of death, a sound, distinct from the cacophony of wind and waves that roared like demons, erupted with a sense of power, the thunderous roar of an engine, slicing through the curtain of rain like a sword. Buzz! Zhao Fu's eyes flew open. What did he behold? Amidst the crest of the impending colossal wave, a pristine and brand-new fishing boat appeared, riding the towering swell with the grace of a legendary surfer. Approaching in a near-miraculous manner, at the bow of that vessel stood a tall figure, facing the wind. It was Chen Fan. Ifu. Toss me the rope. Hurry. Chen Fan's commanding voice pierced through the tempest, resonating clearly in Zhao Fu's ears. In that moment, Zhao Fu felt as if he had witnessed a celestial being descending from the heavens. Without a moment to spare, survival instinct propelled him to untie the main rope with all his might, hurling it toward Chen Fan's direction. The two boats were at least 30 meters apart, separated by wild winds and monstrous waves. To Zhao Fu, this throw seemed utterly futile. However, in the next instant, he witnessed a scene that would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. Chen Fan, at the violently swaying bow, stood as steady as a rock. Leaning out, his arm moved with a speed surpassing human limits, precisely grasping the wildly flailing end of the rope mid-air. Then, with a sudden flex of his arm muscles, he effortlessly secured the heavy rope to the boat's mooring post. Boom! At that moment, the colossal wave finally crashed down. Zhao Fu's fishing boat was forcefully propelled backward by the immense power. At the moment when he believed the cable would inevitably snap, the new vessel piloted by Chen Fan suddenly surged with power. With a thunderous roar, the formidable engine forcefully pulled back his ship, which was on the brink of being engulfed by the towering waves, from the precipice of death. And others, stay close to me. Chen Fan did not pause for an instant. While towing Zhao Fu's boat, he deftly maneuvered the new vessel through the labyrinthine, monstrous waves. His eyes were tightly shut. In his perception, akin to the breath of a dragon, the tumultuous sea, despite being fraught with peril, revealed each wave's trajectory and the surges of hidden currents with astonishing clarity in his mind. He was like the master of this sea, strolling leisurely as he precisely located several other fishing boats also struggling at the edge of survival. To the left, there are hidden reefs on the left. Accelerate. Surge over this wave. Stay close to me. Don't fall behind. He commanded this fleet, composed of several fragile boats, trembling in the tempest. With the most succinct and effective orders, a miracle unfolded. Those towering waves, which seemed to be harbingers of doom in the eyes of the fishermen, appeared to possess a sentient awareness, as they were deftly avoided at the most perilous moments under the guidance of that white vessel. All the rescued fishermen gazed at the upright figure at the bow with eyes filled with reverence, as if beholding a deity. How on earth did he achieve this? However, what astounded them even more was yet to come, when their small fleet finally broke free from the most dangerous waters and prepared to return to the dock. A colossal wave, unlike any they had ever encountered, loomed ahead, threatening to obscure the entire sky. It was a wall of despair capable of pulverizing them and their boats into dust. It's over. This time it's truly over. The faces of everyone revealed an even deeper despair than before. Yet, at that moment, Chen Fan, who had been leading them, took an action that left everyone bewildered. He halted the boat. Then he walked to the bow, facing the apocalyptic wave, and opened his arms wide. What is he doing? Has he lost his mind? Under the horrified gazes of all, an incredible scene unfolded. Chen Fan seemed to emanate an invisible aura, filled with boundless majesty. Wherever that aura spread, the once ferocious, menacing wave, capable of devouring everything, began to eerily calm down, visibly diminishing within 100 meters of him. It was as if an invisible, gentle, yet supremely authoritative hand was tenderly soothing all the fury and roars of this sea. The wind continued to howl. The rain continued to fall. Yet, the water surrounding this small fleet bizarrely transformed into a relatively tranquil sanctuary. A divine being, Zhao Fu, with a resounding thud, knelt on the deck of his boat and, with all his strength, bowed deeply to Chen Fan's back. Immediately following, the second and third boats, along with all the fishermen rescued, bore witness to this miraculous event and, as if compelled by an unseen force, knelt in unison. They gazed upon the young man, who stood unwavering amidst the tempest, calming the raging seas like a steadfast deity. Their eyes devoid of any doubt or distraction, filled solely with the most primal and pure faith. As Chen Fan led the flotilla of 7 or 8 fishing vessels through the still, ferocious storm, emerging unscathed at the dock of Longwang village, silence enveloped the entire pier. The villagers, who had taken refuge in safety, along with the stunning woman who had remained by her Ferrari, drenched by the rain, yet steadfast, stared in awe at the miraculous return of the fleet, as if witnessing the most incredible spectacle on earth. When Zhao Fu and the other fishermen disembarked, their steps unsteady, they embraced their tearful families on the shore tightly, the air filled with both suppressed sobs and jubilant cheers, echoing throughout the dock. Ultimately, all eyes converged upon the last young man to step off the boat, calm amidst the tumult. Under the collective gaze, Zhao Fu, supported by his son, approached Chen Fan. He looked at the young man who had saved him and dozens of lives in the village, his lips quivering, yet he could not articulate a coherent sentence. Finally, the seasoned fisherman, who had braved the sea for a lifetime, felt his legs give way, and with a thud, he knelt before Chen Fan once more. In front of the entire village, benefactor, his voice was thick with tears and an indescribable gratitude. You are the celestial being sent by the Dragon King to save our Longwang village. Chen Fan hurried forward, wishing to assist him. Yet Zhao Fu remained resolutely kneeling, refusing to rise. He lifted his tear-streaked, rain-soaked visage, and with a voice that nearly roared, filled with boundless reverence, he proclaimed to the villagers and to the heavens the words that resonated in every heart. Chen Fan, you are truly the living Dragon King of our village. Chapter 24. Wang Hu's Revenge. Coming late at night, to smash the boats. Living Dragon King. As Zhao Fu bellowed these 3 words, the dock erupted into fervor. Living Dragon King. Living Dragon King. At that moment, every villager, regardless of age or gender, shouted with heartfelt conviction, summoning all their strength to chant this title imbued with awe and faith. Their gazes were fervent, as though they could melt Chen Fan with their admiration. In this moment, Chen Fan's reputation in Longwang Village soared to unprecedented heights. He was no longer the impoverished youth who had been bullied, nor merely a fortunate upstart. He was more than just a formidable fighter. He had ascended to the status of a deity, a guardian capable of foreseeing storms, calming turbulent waters, and saving all. Night deepened. The terrifying storm, which had arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, had long ceased its fury. The sea returned to its former tranquility, with the silvery moonlight cascading upon the waters, draping a gentle veil of light across the surface. In Longwang Village, the chaos of the day gradually subsided, giving way to a serene calm. Inside Chen Fan's home, the lights shone brightly. The living room table was laden with a sumptuous feast. Chen Fan, his sister Chen Shui, the enthusiastic Wang fatty who had come to help, and the mother-daughter duo of Li Xiaoying, whom Chen Fan had insisted join, sat together, partaking in a belated celebration imbued with warmth. "Cool, Brother Fan, I raise a toast to you," Wang fatty exclaimed, holding a full glass of beer, his face flushed with excitement. "This day will remain etched in my memory forever. You are now my true brother. From now on, through fire and water, just say the word." With that, he tilted his head back and downed the drink in one go. Chen Fan chuckled and clinked his glass against Wang fatty's. "Brother Fan," Li Xiaoying interjected, her gaze fixed on Chen Fan devoid of any prior shyness or hesitation. Instead, it radiated with an unreserved admiration and affection akin to starlight. "Sister-in-law also raises a toast to you. Thank you for saving us all." Her voice, still gentle, now carried a resolute sincerity. This afternoon, as she and her daughter sheltered at home, listening to the tempest outside that resembled the end of the world, her heart had nearly shattered with fear. She feared that this man, who had so recently entered her life and brought her hope and warmth, would vanish like her late husband. Fortunately, he had returned, like a true king, mastering the storm and returning to her. "Sister-in-law, do not mention it," Chen Fan replied, gently tapping his glass against hers. "As long as I have food to eat, you and your daughter shall never go hungry." The meal continued into the depths of the night. After bidding farewell to the reluctant mother and daughter, and seeing off the drunken Wang fatty, Chen Fan felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. The events of the day had been too numerous to process. He quickly freshened up before sinking into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to him, while the entirety of Longwang Village fell into slumber, several furtive shadows, like mice, crept silently towards the village dock under the moonlight. At the forefront was Wang Hu, who had been humiliated earlier that day. The fear and obsequiousness that had marked his face were now replaced by a twisted madness fueled by jealousy and resentment. "Damn it! The Living Dragon King? Bah!" Wang Hu glared at the gleaming white fishing boat nearby, its beauty accentuated by the moonlight, his eyes blazing with venomous fury. "Today, I shall turn you, the Living Dragon King, into a dead loach." Accompanying him were several similarly battered village ruffians, those who had been injured by Chen Fan earlier. "Brother Hu, are we really going to do this?" one of the thugs asked, glancing nervously at the new boat. "That kid Chen Fan is a monster. What if he discovers us?" "Fear not," Wang Hu snapped, slapping the thug on the head with a scowl. "Even if he is tough, he is sleeping like a dead pig now. ISNT, we'll strike quietly, and once we're done, we'll flee. Who would know it was us?" He paused for a moment, retrieving a glass vial filled with crimson liquid from behind him, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Once we set this precious vessel ablaze, I shall see what he brings to the sea tomorrow. How will he continue to claim his nonsensical title of Dragon King? Envy is the original sin." As Chen Fan's reputation and wealth reached heights that even Wang, who could only dream of, the meager respect in his heart was utterly consumed by a fervent jealousy. What he could not attain, he sought to destroy. "Stop standing there, you fools. Move," Wang Hu commanded in a hushed tone, urgency laced in his voice. "Douse the ship with these barrels of gasoline. Burn it. Reduce it to ashes." Though a flicker of fear lingered in the hearts of the village thugs, they could only steel themselves under Wang Hu's intimidation, clutching the prepared gasoline cans as they stealthily approached the new vessel. The moon hung high, the wind howled, and the night was eerily silent. Everything seemed to unfold seamlessly in alignment with their sinister intentions. In Chen Fan's home, within the confines of his second-floor bedroom, he jolted awake, his eyes snapping open with an unsettling intensity. In the darkness, his gaze glimmered with an icy resolve, devoid of any trace of slumber, radiating a lethal aura akin to an ancient, frozen abyss. Since receiving the Ancestral Dragon's legacy, his senses had sharpened remarkably. Even in the depths of sleep, his awareness of the surrounding environment far surpassed that of ordinary men. Just moments ago, he distinctly heard faint, irregular footsteps and the sound of metal clashing emanating from the direction of the dock. Soon after, a faint, acrid scent of gasoline wafted toward him with the sea breeze. Seeking death. In an instant, a murderous glint flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. He quickly deduced who dared to meddle with his ship at such an hour. Without a sound, he sprang from his bed, like the most agile of leopards, slipping out of his sheets and vaulting through the second-floor window, bare-chested. Thud! His feet touched the ground silently, as soft as a cat's paw. In the next moment, he transformed into a specter of night, sprinting toward the dock with a speed that transcended human limits. At the dock, Wang Hu and his cohorts had already drenched several barrels of gasoline over the brand-new fishing boat. The pungent odor of gasoline permeated the night air. "All right, everyone back off," Wang Hu exclaimed, gazing at his impending masterpiece with a perverse delight illuminating his features. He twisted open the glass vial in his hand, retrieving a lighter, poised to ignite the cloth wick and deliver the fatal blow. Yet, just as he struck the lighter, a cold, emotionless voice, as if emerging from the depths of the abyss, unexpectedly resonated behind him. "Are you playing with fire?" Chapter 25, Apologies, but you find yourself surrounded. The icy, emotionless voice echoed behind Wang Hu like the ominous toll of a midnight bell, catching him completely off guard. Though barely audible, it was akin to a chilling breeze from the netherworld, extinguishing the flickering flame of the lighter in his hand and dispersing the morbid exhilaration that had just begun to rise within him. In an instant, Wang Hu's already contorted face, twisted by jealousy and resentment, drained of color, becoming as pale as parchment. Every hair on his body stood on end at that moment. The voice belonged to Chen Fan. How could he possibly be here? A bone-chilling dread, like a venomous serpent, surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. His hand, which clutched the lighter, began to tremble uncontrollably, and with a click, the lighter slipped from his rigid fingers and fell to the ground. He dared not turn around. He lacked even the courage to do so. The village ruffians behind him were equally paralyzed with fear, standing as if struck by an unseen force, their faces etched with an unprecedented horror. The night, the dock, the spectral voice. Was this truly an encounter with the supernatural? Why was he silent? Chen Fan's cold voice resonated once more as he slowly emerged from the shadows. The silvery moonlight cascaded over his chiseled upper body, casting a long shadow that resembled a demon rising from the depths of hell. His expression was devoid of any emotion. Yet this impassive visage instilled a terror greater than any fierce roar could evoke. Summoning all the courage he could muster, Wang Hu finally turned around with great difficulty. Upon realizing that only Chen Fan stood behind him, a flicker of frenzied defiance ignited in his fear-ridden mind. "How did you come to be here?" he barked, his voice a blend of menace and trepidation as he subtly gestured to his subordinates. The village thugs, seasoned fighters, felt their own ferocity rekindled upon seeing that their adversary was alone. They stealthily picked up the steel pipes and wooden sticks they had previously prepared, their eyes glinting with resolve as they formed a semicircle, slowly encircling Chen Fan. In their estimation, no matter how formidable Chen Fan was, he remained merely flesh and blood. While they numbered 5 or 6, each armed, a coordinated assault could render him severely injured, if not dead. "How could I be here?" Chen Fan mused, observing their futile antics with a smirk that radiated disdain, as if regarding imbeciles. "Of course, I am merely waiting for you rats to ensnare yourselves. Stop pretending to be a ghost." Wang Hu's courage swelled as he saw his men were prepared. Pointing an accusing finger at Chen Fan, he bellowed with venomous rage. "Chen Fan, I can see that you are quite formidable. But what of it? Alone, do you truly believe you can contend against so many of us, brothers?" He paused momentarily, a sinister grin spreading across his face. I shall make myself clear today. Either you kneel and crawl beneath my trousers, or you willingly hand over that 300,000. Otherwise, I shall ensure you meet your demise in the depths of Dragon King Bay. Oh, Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, his countenance remaining as serene as the clouds, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he was encircled. Just a few worthless fools like you? Damn it, brothers. Why waste breath on him? Charge. Bring him down. Wang Hu, incensed by Chen Fan's disdainful gaze, let out a furious roar. He was the first to swing a hefty wooden club, aiming a brutal blow at Chen Fan's head. The village ruffians behind him, resembling ravenous wolves, screeched as they simultaneously launched their assault from all directions. They were determined to obliterate the man who had brought them endless humiliation and terror in the most ruthless manner possible. However, just as the clubs were about to descend upon him, Chen Fan smiled. He regarded the fools before him, struggling like ants, and slowly shook his head. Then, he uttered a phrase that would be etched into Wang Hu and his companions' memories forever, laced with utter mockery. Apologies, but it is you who are now encircled by me. What? Wang Hu was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning of his words. Yet, in the next instant, his pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. For he witnessed, rising from the previously empty, dark shadows of the dock behind Chen Fan, a multitude of figures, black as night. 1, 2, 10, 20, a staggering throng of 30 to 40 robust fishermen, armed with harpoons, oars, and even iron rods, emerged silently from all directions. As if they had sprung from the earth itself, they surrounded Wang Hu and his gang, sealing their fate. Leading the charge was none other than the childhood friend who had recently admired Chen Fan, Wang Pengzi. Beside Wang Pengzi stood the esteemed elder fisherman of the village, Sun Laonian. Wang Hu, you wretched beast. Sun Laonian trembled with fury as he pointed an accusatory finger at Wang Hu, berating him for threatening to burn Chen Fan's boat after he had saved the entire village earlier that day. Are you even human? How is this possible? Wang was utterly dumbfounded. He stood there, staring at the villagers around him, their eyes filled with malice, each one seemingly wishing to devour him whole. His mind completely paralyzed. How could they be here? Surprised are we? Chen Fan's cold voice, akin to a death knell, echoed in his ears. He looked at Wang Hu's face, etched with horror and disbelief, his smirk deepening. Did you truly think that my words spoken at the dock earlier were intended for your ears? He paused for a moment, slowly shaking his head. I meant to convey this to the entire village. From a moment I resolved to protect this village, every single person within it became my eyes and ears. Since the instant you set foot in this village, every action and movement of yours has been under my vigilant watch. As Chen Fan's words, seemingly calm, yet laced with an underlying chill, reached Wang Hu's ears, he felt an icy grip envelop his limbs. It dawned on him at last. From the very beginning, he had fallen into a carefully laid trap, a web intricately woven by Chen Fan and the entire community of Longwang Village. He was not merely contending with Chen Fan alone. He was opposing the whole village. Realizing this, the last vestige of his ferocity evaporated like air from a punctured balloon, instantly replaced by an overwhelming despair that surged forth like a relentless tide, engulfing him entirely. Thud! The wooden stick in his grasp slipped from his fingers, and with his knees buckling, he humiliatedly knelt once more. Behind him, the rowdy villagers showed no inclination to resist, one by one. They dropped their weapons like dumplings falling into water, collapsing to the ground with their hands clutching their heads, trembling in fear. Who would dare to move when surrounded by dozens of burly men wielding deadly weapons, their eyes glinting with menace? Chen Fan chose not to cast another glance at these defeated souls who had completely lost their will to fight. He turned to face the outraged villagers behind him, clasping his fists in gratitude. Thank you, my dear uncles and brothers, for your support this evening. Fengzi, what utter nonsense are you speaking? Exclaimed Old Sun, leaning on his cane, his face alight with fervor. You are now the backbone of our Longwang village. Anyone who dares to oppose you is opposing us all. Yes, they're opposing the entire village. The villagers echoed in a thunderous chorus, their fervor palpable. Chen Fan nodded, warmth flooding his heart. He understood that from this moment forth, he had truly established his footing in Longwang village. Just then, Wang Pengzi, who had been trailing behind, approached with a puzzled expression. He looked at the trembling villagers. particularly at Wang who seemed on the verge of fainting from fright, and quietly asked Chen Fan, "Brother Fan, this doesn't seem right. Logically, you alone could have dealt with them effortlessly. Why did you need to summon all of us and create such a commotion?" Wang Ponzi's question resonated with many present, echoing their collective thoughts. Given Chen Fan's terrifying prowess displayed earlier in the day, even confronting these 5 or 6 petty thugs was hardly a challenge. He could have easily handled 10 more without breaking a sweat. Chen Fan chuckled at his somewhat simple-minded childhood friend. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over every villager present. His voice, though soft, carried clearly to each ear. "I could fend them off once, twice, however. It is impossible for me to remain in the village indefinitely. If, one day, I am no longer here and they return to torment you, what then?" Chen Fan's question plunged all the villagers present into a profound silence. Indeed, no matter how formidable Chen Fan may be, he is but a single individual. There will always be a time when he must venture forth, a moment when he leaves the village. At such times, who will safeguard them? Therefore, Chen Fan's voice suddenly rose, resonating like a thunderous bell, striking the hearts of each person present. "I have gathered you all today, not for mere entertainment, nor solely for my benefit. I wish for everyone to comprehend that our Longwang village is not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. As long as I, Chen Fan, stand, Longwang village remains an unyielding fortress. In my absence, each of you shall embody the steadfast wall that protects this home. Only by uniting and intertwining our strength can we ensure that no one dares to bully us again." His words rang out with undeniable conviction and resolute strength. The villagers, initially taken aback, soon felt an unprecedented blaze of fervor ignite within their eyes. "Yes, Fanzi speaks the truth. Why should we allow them to bully us? From now on, whoever dares to wreak havoc in our village shall face me first. Let's unite, protect our home." An extraordinary sense of cohesion and belonging erupted at that moment. Chen Fan observed the passionate expressions of the crowd, nodding in satisfaction. This was the true purpose behind his gathering today. It is better to teach a man to fish than to simply give him a fish. Educating them to resist holds far greater significance than him acting alone. Now, Chen Fan raised his hand, silencing the crowd. His gaze fell once again upon Wang who was already pale with fear, trembling like a leaf. His eyes turned icy cold. As he slowly approached, towering over Wang Hu, he remarked, "I believe I granted you an opportunity. I was wrong, I truly was wrong." Wang Hu stammered, his voice quaking with terror as he prostrated himself, crying out, "I was blinded by greed. I shall never dare again. Please, for the sake of our shared village, let me go." "A shared village?" Chen Fan laughed, a sarcastic smile gracing his lips. "When you brought people to bully my sister, did you consider that we are of the same village? When you conspired to burn my boat, did you think of our shared community then? Now you speak of village loyalty? It is too late." Chen Fan's voice, like a judgment from the depths of the abyss, shattered Wang Hu's last glimmer of hope into smithereens. "Fellow villagers," Chen Fan turned to address those behind him, asking aloud, according to our village's old customs, "How should we deal with this traitor who colludes with outsiders to oppress our own?" The crowd fell silent for a moment. Then, someone among them, with gritted teeth, shouted, "Break his legs." This cry served as a signal. Yes, break his dog legs. Let him live his life as a cripple. Expel him and his father from Longwang village. Our village cannot harbor such ingrates. Indeed, drive them out. The pent-up resentment and fear that had festered in the hearts of the villagers towards the Wang family for decades erupted at that moment. Like a torrential flood or a relentless tsunami, Wang Hu, overwhelmed by the chorus of vengeful shouts echoing around him, crumpled to the ground, a foul liquid seeping from his trousers once more. "Please, I beg you, don't." Chen Fan disregarded his pitiful wails, reminiscent of a dying dog. He calmly approached the side, retrieving a steel pipe, as thick as an arm, previously discarded by the village ruffians. He weighed it in his hands, finding it to be just right. With the steel pipe in hand, he methodically walked back to stand before Wang Hu. All the villagers instinctively held their breath, aware that blood will be shed in Longwang village that night. "What do you intend to do?" "My father is Wang the butcher. Scarred Lu 1T spare you." Wang Hu, gazing at the cold, glinting steel pipe under the moonlight, finally emitted a hysterical yet hollow threat. However, the only response he received was Chen Fan's icy, Emotionless voice. In your next life, remember to be a good person. With those words, the steel pipe rose. No. Wang Hue's piercing scream, laden with unimaginable fear and despair, shattered the tranquil night of Longwang village. Chen Fan swung the steel pipe, unleashing a fierce gust that ripped through the air. Without the slightest hesitation, it struck viciously against his left knee. Crack! The sound rang out, sharper and louder than any before, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard it. Wang Hue's left leg twisted at a horrifying angle, grotesquely bending backward. The stark white bone protruded, piercing through flesh exposed to the chilling air. Howl! Wang Hue's scream escalated, rising an octave, a sound so mournful it scarcely resembled that of a human. Clutching his leg, now contorted into a grotesque shape, he writhed on the ground, howling in agony. Mere seconds later, his eyes rolled back, succumbing to unconsciousness from the excruciating pain and overwhelming terror. Watching Wang Hu sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, exuding a foul liquid. All present felt a chilling sensation surge from their feet to the crown of their heads. Cruel, too cruel. Chen Fan's actions penetrated to the very core of ruthlessness. He had not taken a life, yet this single blow inflicted a suffering far greater than death. For all understood that Wang Hu's leg was irrevocably ruined. He would spend the rest of his life as a cripple, reliant on a cane for mobility. Chen Fan, his expression devoid of emotion, discarded the now slightly bent steel pipe. His cold gaze swept over the trembling village ruffians, who were paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Scram! He uttered but a single word. The rascals from those villages felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. They scarcely spared a glance for the old man who had already succumbed to unconsciousness on the ground, each of them scrambling and scuttling away in a frenzy, wishing fervently that their parents had endowed them with additional legs. Chen Fan paid them no further heed. He understood that after tonight's display of retribution, at least within the confines of Longwang village, no foolhardy soul would dare provoke him again. Turning around, he regarded the villagers whose eyes were filled with a mix of reverence and a hint of fear, and his expression regained its usual calm demeanor. Esteemed elders, it is late. Please return home and rest, he said, preparing to head back. Just then, an elderly man, Sun Laoyan, who had remained silent at the rear of the crowd, suddenly approached him, leaning heavily on his cane. Fanzi, wait a moment. Chen Fan halted and turned to face him. Sun Laoyan's weathered visage, previously animated with excitement and admiration, now bore an unprecedented gravity and concern. He looked at Chen Fan and, lowering his voice to a tone audible only to the two of them, asked solemnly, Fanzi, you must tell me honestly, is that rocky shore you mentioned the same as the legendary Misty Sea, where your father met his fate? Misty Sea? As Sun Laoyan whispered those four words, Chen Fan felt his heart plummet. He was no stranger to this name. In his childhood, he had often heard his father and the village's elder fishermen speak of this place with a mix of longing and trepidation, especially after a few drinks. It was said to be the true dwelling of the Dragon King, a maritime realm perpetually enshrouded in fog, a forbidden zone for sailors. Any vessel daring to venture into those waters would vanish as if devoured by a sea monster, leaving no trace behind. His father, Chen Dahai, during his last voyage before going missing, had aimed for that very legendary Misty Sea. Gazing into Sun Laoyan's murky old eyes, filled with solemnity and concern, Chen Fan's heart stirred with tumultuous emotions. Yet, he maintained a facade of composure. Uncle Sun, you are overthinking this, he replied slowly, shaking his head while donning an inscrutable smile. I merely stumbled upon an uninhabited rocky area and happened to encounter a school of fish. The Misty Sea is nothing but old folk tales, not to be taken seriously. He knew that the secrets surrounding the Misty Sea were too astonishing to divulge. Until he possessed absolute power, he must ensure that no one was aware of any connection he had to that forbidden expanse. Sun Laoyan scrutinized his eyes, seemingly attempting to discern something from his gaze. But Chen Fan's eyes remained clear and unflinching, devoid of any hint of evasion. After a lengthy pause, Sun Laoyan let out a deep, drawn-out sigh. Perhaps I am merely overthinking it. He shook his head with a hint of despondency. Then, adopting an unprecedentedly grave tone, earnestly cautioned, heed your uncle's advice. No matter what extraordinary encounters you may have, or what immense abilities you may possess, that place is one you must never, ever venture to. is a realm of malevolence. After uttering these words, he ceased to speak further, leaning on his cane as he stumbled away, vanishing into the night. Chen Fan gazed at his father's slightly stooped silhouette, his eyes growing profoundly contemplative. "Father, what exactly did you encounter in those waters years ago?" Upon returning home, weighed down by exhaustion, Chen Fan found the lights still aglow within. His younger sister, Chen Shui, was curled up on the living room sofa, hugging her knees, her petite frame trembling slightly. She had not succumbed to slumber. She was waiting for him. Upon hearing the sound of the door, her taut body jolted, and she raised her head like a startled fawn. When she recognized the familiar figure at the threshold, her large, bright eyes, which had been holding back tears, suddenly overflowed with hot, streaming tears. "Brother," she exclaimed, barely having time to put on her shoes, her bare, snowy white feet leaping from the sofa as she dashed into Chen Fan's embrace like a fledgling sparrow returning to its nest. "Woo-woo, brother, you finally returned. I was so scared." She buried her small face deep into her brother's broad and warm chest, sobbing uncontrollably. Her cries were laden with trepidation, concern, and the relief of having survived a harrowing ordeal. Though she could not discern the precise sounds emanating from the dock earlier, the echoes of hateful shouts, the piercing cries of anguish, and the final, thunderous crack of bones reverberated in her mind like the claws of a demon, gripping her fragile heart with relentless ferocity. She was terrified that her brother might be hurt, terrified that something terrible might happen to him. In this world, he was her sole pillar of support. Chen Fan remained silent, allowing his sister to cling to him while he gently, yet tenderly, patted her quivering back with his large hand, recently stained with the remnants of violence. In that moment, the scent of blood and menace that surrounded him seemed to be washed away by the warmth of her tears. After a considerable time, Chen Shui's sobs gradually subsided. There, silly girl, no more tears," Chen Fan said softly, wiping the traces of her tears from her face. He then scooped her up effortlessly, cradling her as one might a child. Chen Shui gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around her brother's neck, her tear-streaked face flushing a deep crimson. "Brother, put me down. How old am I now?" She shyly buried her head into his shoulder, her voice barely a whisper. "Regardless of your age, you will always be my sister," Chen Fan replied, his tone imbued with undeniable affection. He carried her to the sofa and gently set her down before crouching to take her little feet, which had gathered a bit of dust from her hasty run, and carefully wiped them clean with the hem of his clothing. After completing all of this, he finally lifted his head and gazed into his sister's slightly swollen eyes, gently inquiring, "Were you frightened?" Chen Shui, enveloped by her brother's tender gaze and the magnetic quality of his voice, felt an overwhelming sense of warmth and tranquility. In that moment, all her fears dissipated like mist. She nodded emphatically, then shook her head vigorously, her eyes beginning to redden once more. Her brother, noticing her distress, extended his small hand to softly caress his cheek, his voice imbued with deep affection. "Please, promise me you won't get into fights anymore, okay? I am scared." Chen Fan grasped her cool little hand and placed it against his cheek, relishing the soft warmth it provided. He looked deeply into his sister's eyes, his expression becoming profoundly serious. "Xiao Shui, listen to me. In this world, there are individuals akin to rabid dogs. The more you yield, the more they perceive you as easy prey, and they will become increasingly aggressive. The only way to deal with a rabid dog is to instill such fear in it that it is left permanently terrified of you." He paused, his tone softening considerably. "I promise you, I will not instigate trouble. Yet, if anyone dares to bully you or our family, I will not hesitate to confront them, no matter the cost." Listening to her brother's authoritative and protective words, Chen Shui was momentarily taken aback. As she gazed at his familiar face, she suddenly found it a bit strange. She realized that the brother she had known, who was somewhat reticent and occasionally appeared timid due to financial struggles, had completely vanished. In his place stood a formidable man capable of shielding her from all harm. An indescribable blend of admiration, yearning, and profound security enveloped her, akin to a warm tide that filled her youthful heart to the brim. The brilliance in her large, bright eyes began to shimmer, resembling the radiant glow of stars. She looked at him, entranced, murmuring softly, Chen Shui's lips gradually curved upwards, revealing a smile more radiant and cheerful than the sun itself. She regarded Chen Fan with a tone brimming with pride and undeniable conviction, boldly proclaiming, "My brother is the most formidable person in the world." Chapter 28. Why was Su Wanqing's voice so urgent? "My brother is the most formidable person in the world," where her sister Chen Shui uttered this statement. Infused with boundless pride and adoration, Chen Fan felt a profound stir within his heart. Witnessing his sister's radiant smile, rekindled by his presence, made all the pain, humiliation, and danger he had endured worthwhile in that moment. Nothing held greater significance than the recognition and happiness of family. "All right, my little fool," he chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair and helping her to her feet. "It's getting late. Go and try out your new computer, then get some rest. You have school tomorrow." "Okay." Chen Shui nodded emphatically, cradling her new phone and laptop, bounding up the stairs like a jubilant little bird. Hearing the muffled yet exuberant cheers of his sister from above, Chen Fan couldn't help but smile knowingly. The grounded sense of happiness derived from safeguarding his family's well-being brought him a fulfillment that far surpassed any monetary gain. After tidying up the living room, he ventured into the yard to erase the remnants of the earlier skirmish. Once he completed these tasks, he finally felt a twinge of fatigue. He refrained from setting sail again, aware that while the treasures of the sea were limitless, the companionship of family was finite. Returning to his room, he lay on his bed, but did not succumb to sleep immediately. He slowly closed his eyes, allowing his mind to drift back into the depths of his consciousness. The enigmatic, vast golden ocean, reminiscent of a boundless sea of stars, resurfaced in his awareness. The magnificent golden dragon, coiled at the center of this ocean, remained aloof and majestic. Chen Fan understood that the dragon's breath perception he currently possessed was merely the most rudimentary aspect of this ancestral dragon legacy. Within the overwhelming torrent of information lay more formidable powers, capable of reshaping one's worldview, awaiting his discovery. For instance, dragon blood nurturing, which could transform one's constitution and nurture all living things, or the dragon's command, which could summon legions of aquatic beings to heed his call. Even the ability to influence the weather, to weave clouds, and orchestrate rain. However, these advanced abilities seem to require a certain opportunity, or rather, a threshold of personal strength to be activated. The quickest path to enhancing his power, aside from continually absorbing the spiritual energy from the world, the ocean being one of the richest sources, was to seek out rare treasures infused with unique energies. The misty sea conjured the image of Sun Lao Nian's grave and worried countenance in Chen Fan's mind. His intuition suggested that while that place was fraught with unknown dangers, it undoubtedly concealed monumental opportunities. Perhaps his father's disappearance years ago was also entwined with the secrets of that location. It appeared that once the village matters were settled, he must venture into that legendary forbidden sea. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden buzzing interrupted his reverie. The old phone, with a cracked screen, charging on the bedside table, vibrated unexpectedly. Chen Fan opened his eyes in confusion and reached for the device. Who could be calling him at such a late hour? Upon seeing the name on the caller ID, he was momentarily taken aback. Su Wanqing. What could this lofty, ice-cold CEO want in the dead of night? Was there an issue with the batch of abalone? With a hint of curiosity, he pressed the answer button. "Hello, Presidente." However, upon the connection of the call, the voice that resonated through the receiver was not the signature, serene, and composed tone of Su Wanqing. Instead, it was imbued with anxiety, confusion, and an unmistakable tremor. "Chen Fan, is it you?" The voice remained melodious, yet it resembled a tightly strung violin string, having lost its former calm and composure. A sudden heaviness weighed down Chen Fan's heart. "Something has happened. It's me." His voice transformed into a beacon of unwavering steadiness. "Su, what has transpired? Speak slowly. Do not rush." On the other end, Su Wanqing seemed to find some solace in his calm demeanor, though her rapid breaths were still audible. My grandfather." Her words were fragmented and disjointed. "What has happened to your grandfather?" A sense of foreboding surged within Chen Fan. He recalled that Su Wanqing's attachment to that prize fish was deeply tied to her reclusive grandfather. After eating the abalone you sent, my grandfather suddenly fell into a deep coma. Su Wanqing's voice was laced with sorrow and guilt. The doctor said it was an overwhelming nourishment. The energy contained in the abalone was too potent. My grandfather, being elderly, could not withstand it. Now all his vital signs are plummeting rapidly. The doctor has issued a critical condition notice. Chen Fan, I'm so sorry. I know this shouldn't fall upon you. It's all my fault. But since you were able to catch that seafood with such extraordinary energy, you must have a way, right? You must be able to save my grandfather, mustn't you? Her voice was filled with desperate pleas, akin to a drowning victim grasping the last straw of hope in the dark. Listening to her frantic and remorseful words, Chen Fan's brow furrowed deeply. Overwhelming nourishment? He immediately grasped the situation. The black gold abalone he had salvaged from the rocky shore, due to its unique, growing environment enriched by the subtle essence of the ocean, was no ordinary delicacy. The energy it contained was indeed a great tonic for the average person. However, for an elderly individual in frail health, that overpowering energy was akin to a deadly poison. Not only unhelpful, but perilous. Do not panic. Chen Fan promptly sat up in bed, his mind racing. Which hospital are you at? City First Hospital, Intensive Care Unit. All right, listen carefully. Chen Fan's voice was steady and powerful, instilling a sense of undeniable assurance. First, immediately cease all Western medical treatments for your grandfather. Particularly any injections. Halt them all. Only the most basic instruments should be used to sustain his vital signs. Second, you must prepare some items at once. Wild ginseng that is aged, preferably over 10 years, aged tangerine peel, and fresh honey without any additives. Third, and most importantly, Chen Fan paused, speaking each word deliberately. Wait for me. Before my arrival, it is imperative that no one allows your grandfather to misuse anything. Huh? Cease the treatment? Su Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, clearly astonished by Chen Fan's seemingly absurd command. Yet, do you trust those quacks who cannot even ascertain the cause of the illness? Chen Fan's voice suddenly escalated, imbued with an authoritative intensity that brooked no argument. Su Wanqing, if you wish for your grandfather to survive, you must adhere to my instructions. A silence enveloped the conversation. After a prolonged pause of several seconds, Su Wanqing's voice, imbued with a nasal tone yet brimming with trust and determination, resonated once more. All right, I will follow your lead. Chen Fan, I entrust my grandfather to you. Chapter 29. The crisis at Tianxian Pavilion requires the legendary wild lobster. Upon terminating the call with Su Wanqing, Chen Fan wasted no time. He swiftly leapt from his bed, donning his clothes with utmost urgency. Saving a life is akin to extinguishing a fire. Su Wanqing's grandfather had fallen ill due to consuming the abalone imbued with dragon qi that Chen Fan had provided, for both emotional and rational reasons. He felt compelled to act. Moreover, Su Wanqing was now his partner, a partner who could unblinkingly prepay him 10 million. Such audacity and trust warranted his immediate intervention. Brother, are you heading out again at this late hour? In the living room, his younger sister Chen Shui was roused from her slumber, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she gazed with concern at her brother, who was preparing to leave. Yes, there's an urgent matter in the city. Chen Fan approached his sister, gently smoothing her disheveled hair, and spoke softly. You must stay home and sleep soundly, locking the door. I will return at dawn. Oh. Chen Shui nodded obediently, yet the worry in her eyes remained unabated. Chen Fan offered no further explanation. He opened the door, his figure swiftly vanishing into the profound darkness of the night. In the stillness of Longwang village, silence reigned. Chen Fan sprinted fervently, arriving at the village's main road. At this hour, there were neither taxis nor even a ghostly shadow in sight. He glanced at the time on his phone, his brow furrowing tightly. The journey from here to the city's first hospital would take at least over an hour. If he waited until dawn to find transportation, it would be too late. What to do? Just as desperation clawed at him, a familiar, plump figure appeared, wobbling on an old bicycle as it emerged from the village's narrow path. It was Wang Fatty. He seemed to have risen in the night, heading towards the public restroom at the village's end. Funye. Wang Fatty was startled upon seeing Chen Fan. What on earth are you doing here at this hour? Sleepwalking? Enough nonsense. Upon spotting him, Chen Fan felt as if he had encountered a savior. He rushed forward, swiftly yanking Wang Fatty from his bicycle. Fatty, I need a huge favor. Lend me your old motorcycle. It's urgent. Wang Fatty's family owned a dilapidated motorcycle, the only modern means of transport in the village. Aside from a horn that refused to sound. Huh, sure. But what are you planning to do, Fango? To save a life. Chen Fan tossed aside 2 words and urgently pulled the still-dazed Wang Pongzi, racing back to his home. 5 minutes later, accompanied by the thunderous roar reminiscent of a tractor and a thick plume of black smoke, the aging motorcycle was finally started by Chen Fan. "Brother Fan, do drive carefully," Wang Pongzi shouted anxiously from the yard, watching the motorcycle that appeared ready to fall apart at any moment. The only response he received was the increasingly distant sound of the engine's roar. Outside the special care ward of the city's first hospital, the corridor was brightly lit yet eerily silent, allowing one to hear the rhythm of their own heartbeat. Su Wanqing sat alone on the cold bench, her usually serene and proud countenance now etched with helplessness, guilt, and profound fear. Not far from her stood several doctors clad in white coats. Among them an elderly expert with graying hair and gold-rimmed glasses, who was solemnly briefing a distinguished middle-aged man in a suit. "Mayor Lin, we have done all we can." The elderly expert's voice was heavy with resignation. "Mr. Su's bodily functions are deteriorating at an alarming rate. His condition is exceedingly rare, as if he has been forced to exhaust all his vitality by some overpowering force. Conventional treatments are no longer effective. We can only rely on life support systems to buy time. I estimate he has, at most, 3 hours left. Is there absolutely nothing you can do?" The middle-aged man, known as Mayor Lin and Su Wanqing's father, had lost his usual composure and authority, gripping the expert's arm with a trembling voice. The elderly expert shook his head in pain, unless a miracle occurs. This exchange reached Su Wanqing's ears in its entirety. Her body shuddered, and the last glimmer of hope in her reddened eyes seemed to flicker out. A miracle? In this world, where could such miracles be found? Could it be that her grandfather truly... No, that cannot be. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, a figure suddenly surfaced in her mind. It was Chen Fan. She recalled the youth who, like a deity amidst the tempest, had calmed the storms for the entire village. She remembered his confident and enigmatic gaze. She recalled his undeniably reassuring voice over the phone. Yes, he was her only hope. Shaoqing, Lin Jingwo, moved beside his daughter, observing her disheartened state, and sighed with concern. "Do not be too hard on yourself. I know you wish for your grandfather's recovery." "Dad!" Su Wanqing abruptly lifted her head, interrupting him. As a flicker of hope ignited in her reddened eyes, "Grandfather can still be saved." "Saved?" Lin Jingwo paused, bewildered. "Did not Professor Wang say, they are they?" Su Wanqing's tone became resolutely firm. "I have invited someone. Only he can save my grandfather." "Who have you invited?" Lin Jingwo furrowed his brow. "Is it a national champion from the capital? Or perhaps an expert from overseas?" Su Wanqing shook her head. "He is not a doctor." "Then who is he?" At that moment, a hurried cadence of footsteps echoed down the corridor, shattering the oppressive silence. A young figure clad in a cheap military uniform, dust-covered and seemingly out of place, appeared at the end of the hallway. It was Chen Fan, who had rushed over through the night. Chen Fan. Upon seeing him, Su Wanqing sprang from her chair like a drowning person grasping at a lifeline, running towards him without a second thought. She even forgot her identity as a powerful CEO, neglected the presence of her father by her side, and disregarded the gazes of those around her, throwing herself into Chen Fan's embrace, which, though not particularly wide, offered her an overwhelming sense of security. "You finally arrived." She sobbed. "I was so scared for Grandpa." Her soft form collided against him, trembling slightly from fear. The faint fragrance wafting from her hair momentarily stiffened Chen Fan's body. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Gently, he patted her back and, in a voice imbued with calm assurance, comforted her. "Do not be afraid. I am here." Those simple words seemed to possess a wondrous magic, instantly calming Su Wanqing's frantic heart. Meanwhile, Lin Jingwo and the assembled experts looked on, utterly dumbfounded by the scene before them, akin to a moment out of a romantic drama. Particularly Lin Jingwo, who observed his usually aloof and proud daughter, who treated all men with indifference, now willingly nestled into the arms of this seemingly rustic young man. What on earth is happening here? Coughing heavily, Lin Jingwo attempted to remind his daughter to maintain her composure. Finally realizing her indiscretion, Su Wanqing hurriedly extricated herself from Chen Fan's embrace, her face flushed crimson, nearly as if it might bleed. Chen Fan paid no heed to the strange looks from those around him. He walked directly to the glass window of the hospital room and peered inside. There, on the bed, lay an elderly man with graying hair and a frail visage, quietly resting. His body was connected to numerous tubes, and he wore a respirator. The line on the electrocardiogram, representing life, was faint, as though it could transform into a straight line at any moment. A wisp of dark energy, visible only to Chen Fan, lingered at the man's brow, the accumulated life force that had been forcefully expelled by the overwhelming dragon energy within him. The situation was graver than he had anticipated. "Have you prepared everything I asked for?" Chen Fan turned to Su Wanqing, his voice solemn. "Yes, everything is ready." Su Wanqing nodded quickly, gesturing towards a nearby insulated box. Chen Fan approached and opened the box. Inside, indeed, lay a pristine wild ginseng alongside some dried tangerine peel and honey. He nodded in acknowledgement, yet his brow furrowed tightly once more. It was insufficient. What more was needed? Su Wanqing's heart sank again. Chen Fan gazed at her, then at the frail, elderly man on the hospital bed, his expression turning gravely serious. Drawing a deep breath, he spoke deliberately. To completely neutralize the domineering energy within the old gentleman, merely relying on these nourishing herbs is too late. Now, we require one crucial medicinal catalyst. It is a treasure from the sea, containing both the most vigorous life force and the ability to harmonize with the dragon energy in water. What is it? Su Wanqing and Lin Jiangwo inquired in unison. Chen Fan looked at them and slowly uttered a few words. The legendary brocade lobster. Chapter 30. The beautiful reporter Lin, she arrives with a camera brocade lobster. Upon hearing those 4 words from Chen Fan's lips, everyone present was taken aback, especially Su Wanqing and Lin Jiangwo. As individuals who had long dealt with top-tier ingredients, they understood better than anyone else what those 4 words signified. The brocade lobster, also known as the Chinese divine lobster, is resplendent in colors and embodies extraordinary grace. Since ancient times, it has been viewed as an incarnation of the dragon, a symbol of auspiciousness. Its flesh is renowned for its exquisite flavor and rich nutrition, surpassing any known lobster species. However, this lobster has long been declared functionally extinct by the biological community. Not to mention a living specimen, even a complete one, is nearly impossible to find. Now, Chen Fan claimed that we need this mythical creature as a catalyst? Is this not sheer fantasy? Are you certain it is the brocade lobster? Lin Jiangwo, whose typically composed countenance had transformed, displayed unmistakable doubt and disappointment for the first time. He scrutinized the seemingly rustic young man, upon whom his daughter had pinned high hopes, feeling an unsettling sense of being mocked. He even began to suspect that this fellow was merely a charlatan seeking attention. "Dad!" Su Wanqing immediately sensed her father's change in demeanor and quickly positioned herself in front of Chen Fan, imploring him with a tone bordering on desperation. "Please believe me. Also, trust him. He would never jest with Grandpa's life." For reasons unknown, despite the implausibility of Chen Fan's request, a voice deep within her urged her to believe in him. "Nonsense!" Lin Jiangwo could no longer contain his fury, exclaiming, "Shaoqing, this is no trivial matter. This concerns your grandfather's life. The finest experts in all of Donghai City are at a loss, and yet you place your hopes in a young man of dubious origin, using something that doesn't even exist as an excuse. You have deeply disappointed me." Su Wanqing felt tears welling in her eyes from her father's reprimand, but remained obstinately positioned in front of Chen Fan, refusing to yield an inch. However, just as the dispute escalated between father and daughter, the tension reached a breaking point. A crisp, articulate voice, imbued with the charm of a professional woman, unexpectedly resonated from the far end of the corridor. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Su's hospital room? We are reporters from Donghai City Television's today's focus program, and we have come here upon hearing that Mr. Su is critically ill." Accompanied by this voice, a striking figure clad in a tailored women's suit, carrying an enormous camera, briskly entered the view of those present. Upon witnessing the tense atmosphere in the corridor, reminiscent of a scene from a family drama, her rehearsed opening line abruptly faltered, and a flicker of astonishment and curiosity ignited in her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. The newcomer was none other than the intrepid and inquisitive journalist, Lin Shi. Following her was a male colleague, bewilderedly clutching a microphone. Reporters, upon seeing Lin Shi and the camera emblazoned with the Donghai emblem, Lin Jiangwo's head swelled several sizes in an instant. As a high-ranking official in Donghai City, he dreaded interactions with the media, especially during such a sensitive time concerning familial matters. Who allowed you to come here? Leave. All of you get out. Lin Jiangwo immediately adopted a stern demeanor, admonishing them in an authoritative tone. However, she seemed impervious to his words. Her captivating, expressive eyes were fixated intently on a familiar figure clad in tattered military attire. Sheltered by Su Wanqing, Chen Fan, Lin's lips parted slightly, her voice brimming with an indescribable shock and incredulity. She never imagined she would encounter this man again in such a bizarre manner, a man who had only once graced her thoughts. Indeed, he was the courageous youth from Long Village who had dared to expose the malevolent deeds of the Haisha gang before the camera. Although that interview ultimately did not air due to external pressures, Chen Fan's robust presence and his clear, untainted gaze had left an indelible mark upon her heart. She had even discreetly preserved the original footage of that interview. How would he be here, and entangled with Mayor Lin and Mr. Su of Tianxian Pavilion? Moreover, judging by the circumstances, he appeared to be the male lead in a love triangle. In an instant, a flurry of melodramatic scenarios erupted in the mind of Lin Shi, the seasoned journalist. Meanwhile, upon recognizing Lin Shi, Chen Fan also paused momentarily. He remembered her as the beautiful journalist who had wielded a camera in Long Village, vowing to help them expose the nefarious forces. Truly, the world is indeed small. Do you know each other? Su Wanqing observed the sparkle in Lin Shi's eyes and then glanced at Chen Fan's composed expression, feeling an inexplicable wave of discomfort wash over her. Not just acquainted, Lin Shi finally regained her composure from the shock. She hurriedly approached Chen Fan, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement, reminiscent of Columbus discovering a new world. Mr. Chen Fan, do you remember me? I am Lin Shi, from our last encounter in your village. Chen Fan nodded, interrupting her rapid-fire speech, his brow slightly furrowed. However, Ms. Lin, I fear we do not have time for pleasantries. Yes, you're right. Lin Shi suddenly recalled the seriousness of the situation. She glanced at the elderly gentleman in the hospital room, whose life hung by a thread, and then surveyed the somber faces of the prominent figures around her. Her professional instinct instantly alerted her to the presence of a significant news story. Mayor Lin, MR. So, Lin Shi's expression swiftly shifted to one of professionalism. She raised her microphone, her demeanor turning grave as she inquired, "May I ask how Mr. Su's condition is? There are rumors suggesting he is critically ill due to consuming a certain exorbitantly priced divine fish. Is there any truth to this speculation?" Her question was particularly incisive, directly targeting the infamous fish that had sold for 300,000. Lin Jiangwo's expression darkened immediately, while Su Wanqing's face drained of color. It was happening, the very scenario she had feared most. If this matter were to be exposed by the media, it would deliver a devastating blow to the reputation of Tianxian Pavilion. It would transform from a haven of exquisite cuisine into a black mark of a restaurant that served deadly high-priced ingredients. Moreover, the instigator of all this, Chen Fan, would be thrust into the eye of the storm, becoming the target of public outrage. Reporter, please be mindful of your words. Lin Jiangwo, a seasoned figure in the political arena, rebuked sternly. Mr. Su's medical condition is a matter of personal privacy. Without the family's consent, no one has the right to conduct interviews or report on this matter. Otherwise, we will reserve the right to pursue legal action against you. Mayor Lin, we are merely exercising the media's duty to supervise, Lin Shi retorted, undeterred by Lin Jiangwo's oppressive gaze. The public has the right to be informed. Just as the tension escalated between the two parties, a calm voice unexpectedly broke the stalemate. She is correct. It was Chen Fan who spoke, stepping forward amidst the astonished gazes of those present. Mr. Su's condition indeed arose due to my actions. He had brazenly admitted it in front of the cameras. Su Wanqing and Lin Jiangwo were left utterly dumbfounded, and even Lin Shi had not anticipated such a forthright admission. However, Chen Fan's tone shifted abruptly as he looked into Lin Shi's eyes and then at the camera flashing red light on her shoulder, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. If I can cause his illness, I can also bring him back to health. He paused for a moment, speaking word by word, addressing the camera and all those present. He proclaimed a declaration powerful enough to drive the entire city of Donghai into a frenzy. Reporter Lin, do you not desire a sensational story? I can deliver one to you right now. 3 days. He extended 3 fingers. Within 3 days, I shall return with the legendary Chinese divine shrimp. At that time, I will bring Mr. Su back from the brink of death before everyone's eyes. Do you dare to broadcast it live? Chapter 31. Chen Fan's integrity touches the heart of the fair lady as Chen Fan's words echoed through the silent corridor. Delivered in a calm, yet undeniably confident and commanding tone, everyone present was utterly petrified. Lin Jiangwo, with his typically imposing visage, was etched with an indescribable shock. Su Wanqing, whose beautiful eyes had been brimming with tears of concern moments ago, now widened in disbelief, her rosy lips slightly parted, staring blankly at the man before her. Her mind a complete void. As for the other principal character of the event, the beautiful reporter Lin Shi, she felt as if her heart skipped a beat. Initially, a look of profound astonishment flickered in her enchanting phoenix eyes, which was soon ignited by an unprecedented fervor and excitement akin to a volcanic eruption. A sensational story. No, this transcended mere sensationalism. This was nothing short of extraordinary. To seek out the fabled Chinese divine shrimp, believed to be extinct. To rescue a business magnate from the jaws of death live, on air. Either of these events alone could send the viewership of her program, today's focus, into the stratosphere. And now, this man named Chen Fan was daring to intertwine these two astonishing occurrences and broadcast them live. Was he mad? No, he was not mad. Lin Shi gazed into Chen Fan's tranquil yet profound eyes, which seemed to harbor the entirety of the cosmos. And an incredulous thought surged from the depths of her heart uncontrollably. He possessed absolute confidence. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Shi, with a determination even more resolute and excited than Chen Fan's, readily agreed. Her voice trembled with excitement as she looked at Chen Fan, her beautiful eyes shimmering with admiration and reverence, as if she had found a kindred spirit. Mr. Chen, no, Brother Fan, as long as you dare to do it, I will dare to broadcast it. Not just a full live stream. We will follow you for 24 hours. Our team will cover it all. Absurd. This is sheer madness. Lin Jiangwo finally snapped back to reality from his overwhelming shock, trembling with anger as he pointed at Lin Shi and Chen Fan. What do you take human lives for? As mere tools for your sensationalism? I assure you, I will never consent to this. It's absurd. To put his father's life and death before the entire populace of Donghai for an uncertain live broadcast? What if it succeeds? And what if it fails? What about the dignity of the Lin and Su families? Is Tianxian Pavilion still to be opened? Father, Su Wanqing, feeling the urgency of the moment, though astonished by Chen Fan's astonishing plan, unconditionally chose to stand by his side. At this juncture, do we have any alternative but to place our trust in him? However, Mayor Lin, please do not be hasty in your rejection. Chen Fan appeared remarkably composed. He turned to the furious Lin Jiangwo and calmly stated, "My intention is not to seek attention nor to make light of Mr. Su's life." He paused, shifting the direction of his discourse with sudden intensity. "I do this for self-preservation." Self-preservation? Lin Jiangwo was taken aback. Indeed, Chen Fan nodded, his gaze slowly sweeping over the camera on Lin Shi's shoulder that was flashing ominously. His tone turned chilling. "Mayor Lin, President Su, you may not yet be aware. Just yesterday, the notorious underworld figure, Scar Lu, the leader of the Sea Shark Gang, personally led a group into our Longwang village. They not only sought to forcibly seize our catch, but also attempted to extort me. They demanded a protection fee of 500,000. What?" Upon hearing this, both Lin Jiangwo and Su Wanqing's expressions drastically shifted, particularly Lin Jiangwo. As a senior leader in Donghai City overseeing legal affairs, he understood the Sea Shark Gang's insidious presence better than anyone else. He had long desired to uproot this malignant force, but had been thwarted by their cunning and entanglements with various factions, leaving him unable to gather solid evidence against them. And now, Chen Fan claimed they had become audacious enough to brazenly extort in the village. Is this true? Lin Jiangwo's voice grew gravely serious, resonating with the authority of his position. Absolutely, Chen Fan affirmed, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Moreover, I single-handedly drove them away. His words were delivered with an air of nonchalance. Yet to Su Wanqing and Lin Shi, it struck like a thunderclap, particularly for Lin Shi. Her beautiful phoenix eyes widened in astonishment. He single-handedly chased off Scar Lu and his dozen or so henchmen. Good heavens! How many more surprises does this man possess that she is yet unaware of? He is akin to a veritable treasure trove of news. However, Chen Fan's voice resumed. now imbued with gravity. Although I managed to disperse them this time, given the sea shark gang's vengeful nature, they will not let this matter rest. I can even assert that more of them are en route to our Longwong village, preparing to unleash a frenzied retaliation against me and my family. Meanwhile, I must immediately set sail to seek the fabled splendid lobster to prolong Mr. Su's life. I fear that the moment I depart, my family will fall victim to their malicious hands. Upon reaching this point, Su Wanqing and Lin Jiangwo's faces turned exceedingly grim. They finally grasped Chen Fan's intentions. The grand spectacle he orchestrated, even at the peril of both his and old Su's lives, was a calculated maneuver to wield public opinion as a shield. As long as this matter became the focal point of the entire city, the Sea Shark Gang, no matter how audacious, would dare not act recklessly against him and his family at such a critical juncture. For, should any harm befall them, all suspicion would inevitably be cast upon themselves. At that moment, they would face the wrath of the entire judicial system of Donghai City. What a brilliant ploy! What a masterstroke of strategy! Lin Jiangwo gazed at the young man before him, whose meticulous mind and extraordinary courage transcended the ordinary. For the first time, his stern eyes revealed profound shock and admiration. I understand now. Lin Jiangwo inhaled deeply, looking at Chen Fan with a nod of acknowledgement. His tone shifted from previous reprimands to a tone of equal deliberation. What do you need me to do? Very simple, Chen Fan replied, enunciating each word. I require you, in the presence of the media, to grant me a promise. A promise? Indeed, Chen Fan affirmed, his gaze shifting once more to Lin Shi and the dark lens of her camera. He stepped forward, and, in that instant, his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. No longer was he merely a humble fisherman from the countryside, but rather a valiant warrior brandishing the sword of justice, daring to declare war against the shadows of the underworld. He faced the camera, his voice resonating with clarity and strength, imbued with an unwavering righteousness, and proclaimed, I am Chen Fan, an ordinary fisherman from Longwong Village in Donghai City. Today, I stand here not only to rescue others, but to formally declare war against the Sea Shark Gang, a malevolent force that has plagued our city for years. They bully the marketplace, monopolize the docks, and oppress us, the most marginalized of fishermen, inciting the wrath of heaven and the people's ire. I implore the citizens of Donghai City and all my brothers and sisters who have suffered under their tyranny to give me, and yourselves, a chance. Stand up. Identify them. I also beseech the government, represented by Mayor Lin, to hear our voices, to see our resolve. He paused, his gaze ablaze with fervor and determination. Chen Fan, hereby pledge a military decree. Within 3 days, I shall not only rescue Old Su alongside the divine shrimp, but also collaborate with the government to eradicate the Sea Shark Gang, this malignant tumor, from our Donghai City. Rooting it out entirely, we shall reclaim a clear and just world for all fishermen. His words resonated with an inspiring grandeur, imbued with a sense of righteousness. Su Wanqing gazed at his luminous profile, her heart filled to the brim with admiration and infatuation. Meanwhile, Lin Shi, burdened with the camera, trembled with excitement, captivated by the man before the lens, radiating brilliance and confidence, her stunning phoenix eyes shimmering with vibrant colors. She understood that from this moment forth, everything had changed. The man named Chen Fan had transcended the role of merely being her interview subject. He had become her hero. At that moment, Chen Fan slowly turned his head and, with a smile imbued with trust and a sense of responsibility, gazed at Lin Shi, who was already profoundly moved by his words. He gestured toward the special care ward behind him, a realm filled with uncertainty and peril, then pointed to the window that opened to the tumultuous sea, a vast expanse fraught with unpredictability. Finally, locking eyes with Lin Shi, he asked in a voice imbued with magnetism, barely above a whisper, Reporter Lin, may I entrust my back to you for the arduous 3 days ahead? Chapter 32. A change of tactics, purchasing the first new fishing vessel in the village. May I entrust my back to you? When Chen Fan posed this question with unwavering trust and earnestness, Lin Shi felt as though her heart had been struck by a gentle yet powerful current. She gazed at the man who had so nonchalantly entrusted both a monumental gamble and the lives of his family to her care. For the first time, The sharpness of his discerning phoenix eyes glimmered with an ephemeral mist of emotion and infatuation. Words eluded her, yet she responded with an unprecedented, resolute gaze, firmly nodding in agreement to Chen Fan. In that moment, 1,000 unspoken words lingered in the air. All right, Chen Fan smiled, fully aware that he had placed his bet wisely. He lingered no longer. After exchanging a knowing glance with Lin Jiangwo, he resolutely turned away, leaving the hospital under the watchful eyes of Su Wanqing, filled with concern and reluctance. He was determined to create a miracle. At 4 a.m, before dawn had broken, Chen Fan rode his old motorcycle, its horn silent, yet its engine roaring like a specter in the night, returning to Longwang village. He did not go home, but headed straight to the dock at the village entrance. There he beheld the brand-new fishing boat, a gift from Su Wanqing, glistening under the moonlight. However, his expression grew grave. This vessel, though infinitely superior to his previous derelict boat in terms of horsepower, seaworthiness, and equipment, was still insufficient. This time, he was venturing into the forbidden sea, a realm that even the most seasoned fishermen in the village feared. It was a place where even skilled anglers like his father had met their demise. While embarking on this journey with the new boat was certainly better than using the old one, it still bore the weight of considerable risk. To excel in one's craft, one must first hone their tools. He was not short on funds. What he needed was a true maritime fortress, one that would allow him to navigate the vast ocean with abandon. Chen Fan retrieved his newly acquired smartphone and dialed a number he had never anticipated reaching out to. It was the contact information for the manager of the largest ship trading market in Donghai City, a business card that Su Wanqing had insisted he take. The phone rang for quite some time before it was finally answered. A voice, laden with slumber and marked by impatience, emanated from the receiver. Hello, who is this? Do you have any idea what time it is? It was Chen Fan, his tone serene and composed, introduced by Su Wanqing. It's you, Chen boss. The man on the other end instantly awoke, his earlier irritation transforming into a tone of obsequious humility. Good morning, good morning. I didn't realize you were calling so early. Do you have any instructions? The realization that he was speaking to someone of considerable stature, personally introduced by a person of Su Wanqing's caliber, was unmistakable. I wish to purchase a ship. Chen Fan's words were succinct. A ship? No problem, Chen boss. Are you looking for one for nearshore operations or deep-sea fishing? Would you prefer trawlers or seiners? I want all the ships you have in your market. Chen Fan interjected decisively. What? The manager was utterly taken aback. I said. Chen Fan's voice carried an undeniable authority. I want the largest, fastest, most robust fishing vessel available at your shipyard, equipped to withstand the fiercest storms, adorned with the most advanced technology. And I want it now. As the first rays of sunlight pierced the horizon, illuminating Longwang village, a roar from an engine, more ferocious and awe-inspiring than that of a Ferrari, reverberated from afar, akin to the growl of a colossal beast of the sea, awakening the entire, slumbering fishing hamlet. Villagers, still bleary-eyed, emerged from their homes. Upon discerning the massive object gliding towards the dock, their mouths instinctively gaped in astonishment. It was a ship, a gargantuan fishing vessel the likes of which they had never seen, even on television, crafted entirely from the sturdiest alloys. It glimmered with a cold metallic sheen under the morning light. Its towering hull exuded a sense of power and dominance, while the sharp ice-breaking prow seemed capable of shattering any adversary in its path. The deck was adorned with an array of antennas and radars, resembling a dense forest, showcasing its futuristic technological prowess. Was this truly a fishing vessel? It was unmistakably a maritime cruiser, poised for battle. And upon the deck of this marine leviathan stood a commanding figure, Chen Fan himself. My goodness, is this Chen Fan's ship? Has he purchased an aircraft carrier? The entire Longwang village, after a fleeting moment of silence, erupted into a frenzy. Villagers, as if possessed, raced towards the dock, eager to behold this sea creature that had only existed in their wildest imaginations. Meanwhile, hidden behind their window, Wang Hu and his son peered out, their eyes widening at the sight of the prehistoric beast of a fishing ship and the regal figure standing at its bow. Their hearts, already twisted by jealousy and resentment, shattered completely at that moment, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of despair, akin to a tidal wave that engulfed them utterly. They sorrowfully came to the realization that the chasm between them and Chen Fan had become so vast that even the act of looking up at him felt like an extravagant luxury. They had, in fact, lost even the right to feel jealousy. Brother Fan, my dear brother, have you truly brought the Dragon Palace back to life? Wang Fatty was the first to rush to the dock, circling the enormous new ship several times, his rotund face etched with an indescribable blend of shock and admiration. Chen Fan effortlessly leapt from the vessel. Observing his childhood friend, who appeared utterly unacquainted with the world, he couldn't help but chuckle and chide. Look at your lack of ambition. This ship cost me a staggering 5 million, nearly half of my liquid assets. Yet, I deem it worth every penny. With this maritime fortress, I now have the audacity to venture into the legendary Misty Sea. Brother Fan, can you really handle such a large ship by yourself? Wang Fatty inquired with concern as he gazed at the intricate cockpit. Precisely. Chen Fan turned to him, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. That's why I need you to assist me. Me? Wang Fatty blinked in surprise, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle drum. No way. Brother Fan, I cannot sail. I don't even have a motorcycle license. Who said anything about you sailing? Chen Fan shot him a look. I want you to be my first mate. First mate? Indeed. Chen Fan nodded, his expression turning grave. Fatty, I'm setting out to a distant and perilous place. There's a chance I may not return. He paused, meeting Wang Fatty's gaze, and asked with deliberate clarity, do you dare to accompany me on this adventure? Chapter 33. Good brothers, do you dare to accompany me on this adventure? When Chen Fan posed this question with an unprecedented seriousness, Wang Fatty's already flushed face froze in place. A flicker of astonishment and hesitation passed through his small, squinty eyes. Yet more prominently shone a thrill of excitement and elation at being entrusted. To venture to a distant and dangerous place? Perhaps to never return? Any rational person, upon hearing such a deathly invitation, would likely be terrified into retreat. Yet, Wang Fatty was not a normal person. He was Chen Fan's only true confidant since childhood. Gazing into Chen Fan's earnest and trusting eyes, his heart, already racing from the sight of the colossal ship, began to race even faster. He understood that Chen Fan was not jesting. He also recognized that Chen Fan was offering him a choice, to remain in this small fishing village, living a mundane existence, toiling for mere hundreds of dollars each day. Another opportunity lies in boarding this colossal vessel, akin to a mythical beast, alongside my brother, who appears as a divinity. To venture into an unfamiliar realm replete with peril, yet undoubtedly brimming with boundless opportunities. Is there any choice to be made? My lips trembled for a considerable time, yet I could not utter a coherent word. It was not fear that gripped me. It was exhilaration. My entire being quivered with anticipation. What are you afraid? Chen Fan observed my unremarkable demeanor, deliberately raising an eyebrow and employing provocation. If you're afraid, then so be it. This endeavor is indeed fraught with danger, and you have your family to consider. Idare. Before Chen Fan could finish his sentence, I was abruptly interrupted by a thunderous roar akin to thunder itself. My plump visage flushed crimson with overwhelming excitement. I straightened my stout frame, mustering every ounce of strength to pound my chest, declaring to Chen Fan and all the villagers present, what is there for me to fear? Fangirl, have you forgotten? In our childhood, when we ventured to collect bird nests and were stung by wasps, who carried you home? In middle school, when you were cornered by the local ruffians in an alley, who was the first to charge in with a brick? I, Wang Hao, may be impoverished, timid, and lack ambition in this lifetime. Yet, I have never feared death. Fangirl, you're the sole brother in my life. Do not speak of a journey with no return, even if it means traversing a mountain of blades, or plunging into a sea of fire, or descending into the depths of hell. If I, Wang Hao, were to frown at your words, then I am not worthy to be called your brother. Such declarations resonated with profound sincerity and unyielding loyalty. All the villagers present were rendered speechless by my unexpected, heartfelt outpouring. They gazed at me, a figure often seen as indolent and somewhat dubious, with newfound respect glimmering in their eyes. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, witnessing the extent to which I would forsake my life for him, felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He stepped forward, uttering not a single additional word, but instead extended his fist and struck my chest with great force. Good brother, with Wang Hao as both my first mate and the spirit of the crew. The preparations for our voyage became significantly more seamless. I first piloted the brand-new maritime stronghold back to the port of Donghai City. With the remaining funds in my account, I undertook an epic resupply of provisions aboard the ship. Premium diesel was filled to the brim. Enough compressed biscuits, canned goods, and purified water to last a month filled the storerooms. The most advanced satellite phones, first aid kits, and antibiotics were procured. I even managed to acquire self-defense weapons through some unique channels, items that were generally unattainable by the average person. After completing all these arrangements, my bank balance, which once stood at 5 million, plummeted by more than half. Yet, I felt no regret. I understood that these were essentials for survival. In the afternoon, as he once again navigated the colossal vessel laden with supplies back to the dock of Longwang Village, the entire village seemed to emerge en masse. This time, he was met not merely with curiosity and reverence, but with a palpable sense of anticipation and a heartfelt send-off. Fanzi, may you have a smooth journey. Fanzi, do return safely. The entire village awaits your return. May the Dragon King bless you. Bless both Fanzi and Pongzi for a safe homecoming. The villagers spontaneously gathered at the dock, waving and offering their blessings to the ship poised to embark on its journey. Standing at the bow, Chen Fan gazed at the honest, benevolent faces on the shore. He noticed among the crowd the elderly son Lao Nian, leaning on his cane, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. He also spotted Li Xiaoying, who was discreetly wiping away tears from behind the throng. At the forefront stood his younger sister, Chen Shui, vigorously waving her small hand in his direction. A warmth enveloped his heart. He realized he was no longer fighting alone. Behind him lay a home and a village that needed his life to safeguard it. Set sail. He inhaled deeply and commanded his companion, Wang Pongzi, who donned a pristine work uniform, yet bore a visage marked by anxiety and excitement. Understood, Captain. Wang Pongzi imitated the manner of movie characters, performing an exceedingly unrefined salute before pressing the enormous departure button. A magnificent, resonant horn echoed throughout Longwang Village. Amidst the protracted sound of the horn and the collective blessings and prayers of the villagers, this great ship, which bore the last hopes of an elder, the future aspirations of a village, and the determination of a young man to defy fate, finally turned its bow towards the setting sun, cutting through the waves and heading into the vast, perilous unknown of the sea. On board, Wang Pongzi stood in the cockpit, observing as Longwang Village receded into the distance, shrinking to a mere speck. His already exuberant face flushed a deeper shade of crimson. He felt as though he were dreaming. Just days prior, he had been the village's most unremarkable drifter, fretting over a meager daily allowance. Now, he found himself aboard a vessel larger than his own house, poised to conquer the stars and the sea alongside his extraordinary brother. The exhilaration was utterly intoxicating. Where are we headed? He asked, his voice trembling with excitement as he looked at the man beside him, who stood resolutely against the wind, his gaze deep and seemingly merged with the vast ocean. Chen Fan did not turn back. Instead, he pointed towards the horizon where an enigmatic white mist began to rise over the unknown waters. With a tone imbued with grandeur and resolve, he spoke each word deliberately, to a place where both of us can become legends. Chapter 34. The Conspiracy of Scar Lu. Attempting to monopolize the code as Chen Fan and Wang Fati spiritedly navigated the Dragon King towards the uncharted depths of the ocean. A sinister plot against him and the entire Dragon King village was quietly brewing several dozen kilometers away in Donghai City. In a smoky office within the bustling seafood wholesale market of Donghai City, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the sea before a tempest. Scar Lu, bare-chested, bore a grotesque scar that loomed terrifyingly amidst the haze, akin to a centipede. A vivid, purplish bruise lingered around his neck, a lasting reminder from Chen Fan, a mark he would never forget. Opposite him sat a dozen burly men, their faces etched with ferocity and adorned with tattoos. Loyal henchmen from the Sea Shark Gang. Bang! Scar Lu slammed his palm onto the table, causing the teacup to leap and spill its contents. Damn it! His bloodshot eyes radiated venomous rage and madness. This is the greatest humiliation I have ever endured. The thought of being manhandled by a mere country boy, effortlessly lifting him by the neck in front of a crowd, ignited an uncontrollable fury and murderous intent within him, erupting like a volcano. Lugo, please calm down. One of his subordinates, a yellow-haired lackey, cautiously advised. That kid is indeed something else. He is not your average fighter. None of us even grazed his clothing before we were all knocked down. Yes, Lu Gu, that kid is a monster. Should we consider a more strategic approach? Another henchman chimed in, his face still pale, with lingering fear. A more strategic approach? Scar Lu turned sharply, his wolf-like eyes fixating on the speaker. A sinister smile, curling his lips. What do you mean by that? Should I kneel and apologize like that useless butcher Wong and his son? The subordinate trembled under his gaze, hastily lowering his head, too fearful to utter another word. The office fell into a deathly silence, as everyone understood that Lu Gu was truly plotting murder. Humph. Scar Lu scoffed, picking up a cigar from the table, lighting it, and taking a deep drag, releasing a thick plume of smoke. The mist concealed his grotesque visage and the cold, calculating glint in his eyes. Can fight? He spoke slowly, his voice turning hoarse and somber. In this era, the most useless thing is merely being able to fight. No matter how strong he is, can he withstand a bullet? No matter how formidable, can he protect his entire family, his whole village? Upon hearing this, the eyes of all present brightened with understanding. They realized Lu Gu was contemplating a more insidious scheme. That waste Wang who mentioned that kid has a younger sister in high school, doesn't he? The corners of Scar Lu's mouth curled into a cruel arc, accompanied by the sight of his half-dead mother languishing in the hospital. Additionally, there was the enchanting widow who kept the closest company with him. These were indeed his vulnerabilities. Lu, the wise leader, the yellow-haired confidant, immediately grasped the implication. A lecherous smile creeping onto his face. His companions had long coveted the widow from Longwang village. Such a figure, indeed. Brother Lu, are you suggesting, no? Scar Lu slowly shook his head, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes, a stark contrast to his rugged exterior. Now is not the time to act against his family. He paused, forcefully extinguishing his cigar in the ashtray. That lad had become quite the celebrity. Scar Lu's tone dripped with disdain and jealousy. He was not only foreseeing a storm, but also seeking to save a life. Declaring war on our sea shark gang right in front of reporters. Now all of Donghai City had their eyes on him. If we were to act against his family, would it not be blatantly obvious that we were responsible? At that moment, the old dog Lin Jiangwo would have the perfect excuse to strike back at us. What should we do then? The yellow-haired one questioned, clearly puzzled. What should we do? Scar Lu chuckled, a chilling smile spreading across his face. Did he not aspire to be their village's living dragon king, the guardian of all fishermen? Then I shall sever his roots first. He abruptly rose, striding to the window, gazing down at the bustling seafood market, firmly under the control of the Sea Shark Gang. With an air of undeniable authority and a commanding tone, he issued his orders. Relay my words. From this day forth, all acquisition points under the Sea Shark Gang and all fishmongers cooperating with us are strictly prohibited from purchasing any fish from Longwang Village. Not a single ounce. Furthermore, I require you to station personnel around the clock at every exit from Longwang Village to the city. Should any villager attempt to sell fish, stop them. If one appears, smash it. Is he not a fisherman? Does he not wish to lead his entire village to prosperity? I am keen to see what happens when his catch cannot be sold, rotting and stinking at the dock. I want to witness whether those villagers, who venerate him as a deity, will continue to believe in him. I shall transform him from a revered living dragon king into a cursed figure, reviled by the entire village. I will ensure he becomes utterly isolated. The venomous nature of his words was palpable, invoking shivers among all present. This strategy of undermining his foundation was akin to murder without bloodshed. Brother Lu is indeed remarkable. The yellow-haired one immediately lavished praise, asserting that with this approach, they wouldn't even need to lift a finger. The impoverished and desperate villagers of Longwang would tear that lad apart themselves. Humph. Scar Lu snorted with satisfaction, envisioning the tragic fate of Chen Fan being expelled from Longwang Village by enraged villagers. Yet, as he reveled in his nefarious scheme, the door to the office was suddenly flung open with a resounding bang. A subordinate responsible for overseeing the area rushed in, tumbling and crawling, his face etched with terror and panic. Liu Ye. Something terrible has happened. The good mood of Scar Lu was abruptly shattered. He furrowed his brow, irritated, and exclaimed, "What are you panicking about? Is the sky falling?" No, Liu Fei. It's the boss. He wants you to meet him at the headquarters immediately. The boss? Scar Lu paused, confused. What does he want with me? I don't know. The subordinate's voice trembled, nearly breaking into tears. But I heard it's because of the news that aired this morning. News? Scar Lu's heart sank. He recalled the scene of that brat Chen Fan declaring war on their sea shark gang in front of the cameras at the hospital. Just then, the yellow-haired confidant pulled out his phone and brought up the video that had already gone viral in Donghai City. He gazed at the young man in the video, eloquently speaking and radiating confidence, then looked over at the gloomily frowning Scar Lu, his voice trembling slightly. Lu Gu, it seems you're in big trouble. Chapter 35. The Midnight Interception. Chen Fan's thunderous tactics at the Sea Shark Gang headquarters, in a tea room adorned with an antique charm, yet suffused with an oppressive atmosphere. A middle-aged man donned in a black tang suit sat quietly at the tea table. His expression was somber, and his eyes, sharp as a hawk's, focused intently as he brewed tea with a set of purple clay teaware, leisurely savoring the process. He was none other than the uncrowned king of Donghai City's underworld, the leader of the Sea Shark Gang, Black Shark Xiaozhan. Opposite him, Scar Lu knelt on the ground with a thud, trembling like a leaf, too fearful to raise his head. The silence in the tea room was palpable, broken only by the bubbling of boiling water and Scar Lu's heavy, terrified breaths. After a lengthy pause, Black Shark finally pushed a steaming cup of pu'er tea toward Scar Lu. Get up. His voice was calm, devoid of discernible emotion. Taste this year's new tea. Boss, I dare not drink, Scar Lu stammered, his body quaking even more violently. I said get up. Black Shark's tone remained calm, yet beneath that calmness lay an undeniable, heart-stopping authority. Yes, yes. Scar Lu felt as though he had been granted a reprieve as he hastily scrambled to his feet, trembling as he lifted the cup. The scalding tea burned his palms, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. Now speak. Black Shark finally raised his gaze, his deep-set eyes locking on Scar Lu's. How is it that a mere rural fisherman has managed to corner both you and my entire Sea Shark Gang? His words were delivered with a casual tone, yet they struck Scar Lu's heart like heavy hammers, sending icy sweat cascading down his back. He hurriedly recounted his experiences in Dragon King Village, embellishing the tale, particularly exaggerating Chen Fan's prowess to several times its actual magnitude, spinning a story that was nothing short of fantastical. Boss, that kid is nothing short of a monster. There's something sinister about him. I suspect he isn't even human. After listening to his report, Black Shark's expression remained inscrutable. He slowly picked up a tablet from the table, opened a video, and pushed it in front of Scar Lu. The video showcased Chen Fan in the hospital corridor, declaring war on the entire Sea Shark Gang before Lin Shi's camera. A monster? The corners of Black Shark's mouth curled into a cold, sarcastic smile. What I see is a clever individual, brave and astute, adept at manipulating public opinion and leveraging strength against strength. He paused, his gaze suddenly sharpening like a blade. Yet you, Lu Guodong, have acted like a fool, allowing yourself to be toyed with. Not only have you brought shame upon yourself, but you have also placed our entire Sea Shark Gang in jeopardy. Now, the eyes of all Donghai City are upon us. That old dog Lin Jiangwo would relish any misstep we make. Tell me, how am I to clean up this mess you've created? Thud. Scar Lu knelt once more, this time trembling with fear and tears streaming down his face. Boss, I was wrong. I truly made a mistake. Please, grant me another chance. I swear I will rectify this situation. Black Shark remained silent, merely observing him, his icy gaze making Scar Lu feel as though he had plunged into a frigid abyss. After a long pause, Black Shark finally spoke. I can offer you a chance. However, his tone turned ominously dark. I do not wish to hear any more positive news regarding that boy. Do you understand? Meanwhile, under the night sky of Dragon King Village, an air of tranquility prevailed. The villagers were still basking in the exhilaration of the day, blissfully unaware of the malevolent web spun by the Sea Shark Gang that had quietly descended upon them. At the village entrance, on the road leading to town, several unlicensed vans lurked like phantoms in the shadows. Inside, a dozen thugs armed with clubs smoked cigarettes while grumbling and keeping watch over the intersection. Leading them was Huang Mao, Scar Lu's right-hand man. Damn it, this desolate place is devoid of even a ghostly shadow. Lu Gu is truly overdoing it. Is such a grand scheme necessary for a mere fishing village? One subordinate impatiently complained. You know nothing. Huang Mao exhaled a smoke ring, a sinister grin spreading across his face. This is about killing the spirit. Once we completely sever their village's market, their fish will rot in their hands. At that point, we wouldn't even need to lift a finger. They turn against each other. That kid Chen Fan will be torn apart by them. Brother Huang Mao certainly has a keen mind. Just then, the distant sound of a tractor grew louder. A three-wheeled vehicle laden with fish was lazily approaching the intersection under the moonlight. The driver was a sincere, middle-aged fisherman, the son of Zhao Fu, who had been rescued by Chen Fan during the day. His name was Zhao Xiaobao. Suddenly, the eyes of the yellow-haired man lit up, and he violently threw his cigarette but to the ground, extinguishing it. Brothers, let us get to work. With a screech, several vans blared their blinding headlights like ferocious beasts released from captivity, rushing forward and blocking the small tricycle decisively in the middle of the road. Who are you? What do you want? Zhao Xiaobao paled in fear at this unexpected display. The yellow-haired man leisurely stepped down from the vehicle, nonchalantly tapping the steel pipe in his hand against the tricycle overflowing with seafood, a malicious grin spreading across his face. You from Longwang Village? So what? Nothing much. The yellow-haired man chuckled. Our boss, Liu, has spoken. From today onwards, your fish from Longwang Village will not be accepted by our sea shark gang. No one in Donghai City will dare to take them. Pausing, he pointed the steel pipe at Zhao Xiaobao's face, his tone turning brazenly arrogant. If you know what is good for you, turn around now and roll back to your village. Otherwise, before he could finish, a voice filled with indignation suddenly rang out from behind the tricycle. On what grounds do you prevent us from selling our fish? This is illegal. The crowd turned to see a modestly dressed, yet strikingly graceful figure emerge from behind the tricycle. It was Li Xiaoying, who was preparing to accompany Zhao Xiaobao to town to sell fish and purchase some seasonings for their fishing business. When a yellow-haired man caught sight of Li Xiaoying's exquisite and charming face illuminated by the moonlight, a lecherous glint instantly ignited in his murky eyes. Oh, there's a little girl too? He licked his lips, leering at Li Xiaoying's curvaceous figure, and mockingly said, Illegal? Little sister in Donghai City. What we see shark gang say is the law. If you feel wronged, come here. He beckoned to Li Xiaoying with a suggestive gesture, his tone laden with vulgar implications. Come over here and have a nice chat with us. If you please us, perhaps I will let your fish go. Ha ha. The group of thugs behind him erupted into a chorus of malicious laughter. You shameless scoundrels. Li Xiaoying trembled with rage, her pretty face flushed crimson. Sister, you must leave. Seeing the situation turn dire, Zhao Xiaobao stepped protectively in front of Li Xiaoying, shouting at the yellow-haired man with feigned bravado, Don't go too far. Our brother Fan will not let you off easily. Brother Fan? Upon hearing that name, the yellow-haired man's smile transformed into a sinister grimace. Damn Chen Fan. He suddenly kicked Zhao Xiaobao hard in the stomach. Just a coward. If you have guts, let him come out right now. As he cursed, he issued a command to his underlings. Smash it. Destroy all this fish. I observe Chen Fan and wonder how he can continue to hold the title of the so-called Dragon King. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away from Dragon King Village, upon the vast expanse of the ocean, within the cockpit of the Dragon King vessel, Chen Fan is quietly gazing at the radar screen before him. Suddenly, the brand new satellite phone resting in his pocket vibrates without warning. It is an unfamiliar number. Furrowing his brow, Chen Fan answers the call. Immediately, the anxious and furious, yet suppressed voice of Su Wanqing reaches his ears. Chen Fan, there's been an incident. The Sea Shark Gang has taken action. They have sealed off Dragon King Village. They've assaulted the villagers who are going out to sell fish. Even Sister Xiaoying has been surrounded by them. Chapter 36. Lin Shi's exclusive interview, My Story, on television. At this very moment, on the only route leading from Dragon King Village to the outside world, a conflict brimming with violence and humiliation is on the verge of erupting. Inside the brightly lit Studio 1 of Donghai City Television, beautiful reporter Lin Shi sits at the director's desk, her striking phoenix eyes intently focused on the monitor screen before her. The confident and vibrant expression that usually adorns her face is now replaced with an unprecedented mix of tension and excitement. The screen displays footage captured earlier that morning in the corridor of the city's first hospital, featuring a shocking declaration that could ignite public opinion throughout Donghai City. In 3 days, I will not only rescue Su Lao with the divine shrimp, but also work alongside the government to eradicate the Sea Shark Gang, this malignant tumor, from our Donghai City once and for all. In the video, a young man clad in inexpensive military attire stands resolutely before the dark lens. his gaze unwavering and voice resounding, radiating an inspiring brilliance. Director, raise the volume a bit more. Camera 3. Cut to a close-up of Mayor Lin and President Su's astonished expressions. In post-production, display the words declare war on evil forces in the largest blood-red font, centered on the screen. Lin, she methodically issues command after command. Her professional and competent demeanor has entirely replaced the girlish charm she once displayed in front of Chen Fan, now exuding the aura of a queen commanding the scene. She is acutely aware that she is making history. The segment today's focus, though modestly renowned in Donghai City, has primarily covered mundane matters and has never featured such explosive content before. Beside her, a male colleague who accompanied her to the hospital swallows nervously, softly reminding her, "Are we really going to air this?" This directly names and challenges the Sea Shark Gang. Moreover, it implicates Mayor Lin. If this goes live, the station director, "Let the sky fall, I will bear the brunt." Lin, she interjects without turning her head, her tone leaving no room for dispute. Her gaze is resolutely unwavering. What a joke. Who is she? She is Lin Shi, the relentless seeker of journalistic ideals, unafraid to disregard even the mayor father's face. Moreover, as she contemplated the man who, before departing, had entrusted her with his vulnerable back, his eyes brimming with trust and reliance, an indescribable fervor and sense of duty erupted within her like molten lava, surging fiercely in her chest. He had surrendered his most fragile self to her. How could she possibly betray that trust? Attention, all departments. Lin, she seized the walkie-talkie, inhaled deeply, and, with a voice nearly resembling a roar, infused with boundless fighting spirit, issued the final command. 5 minutes later, during prime time, a special report titled "A Fisherman's Son's Blood-Soaked Declaration of War" aired promptly. Live to the citizens of the city. At 7:30 in the evening, across Donghai City, countless households, while enjoying their dinners and watching television, simultaneously tuned into the local station. They beheld a young man, clad in tattered clothing, yet whose gaze shone brighter than the stars. They heard his impassioned declaration, filled with a sense of justice and indomitable spirit. In an instant, the public sentiment throughout Donghai City was ignited. Who was this young man? So impressive, daring to openly challenge the Sea Shark Gang. Chen Fan from Longwang Village? Never heard of him, but he is undeniably handsome, truly striking. It was about time someone stood up to that scoundrel Sea Shark Gang. The last time I was at the dock selling fish, I was extorted by their thugs. I support this young man named Chen Fan. Yes, we must support him. In no time, the television station's hotline was inundated with calls. The comments section of the official website was flooded with countless expressions of anger and support. A tremendous wave of grassroots public outrage against the Sea Shark Gang, meticulously orchestrated by Lin Shi, swept across Donghai City with an unstoppable momentum. At that moment, the eye of the storm was the headquarters of the Sea Shark Gang. In the tea room, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt almost tangible. The black shark, Xiao Zhan, quietly gazed at the young man on the television screen, eloquently addressing the camera. His face remained devoid of expression, yet his hawkish eyes gleamed with a chilling, bone-deep malice. With a snap, the exquisite purple clay teacup in his hand was crushed into powder, slowly and methodically. What fine young man Chen Fan is, he rasped, his voice hoarse, akin to rusty iron scraping against iron. Beside him, Lu with the scar, who had just received the order to seal off Longwang Village, was pale as a ghost, trembling uncontrollably. He never imagined that the rural lad he deemed merely capable would dare to play such a high-stakes game. Not only had he implicated himself, but he had also dragged the entire Sea Shark Gang down with him. Now, in the eyes of the citizens of Donghai City, their Sea Shark Gang has transformed into a nefarious syndicate that oppresses the innocent and commits every conceivable atrocity. Meanwhile, that young man has inexplicably morphed into a fearless hero, advocating for the people against tyranny. Where on earth can one seek justice in such circumstances? Scar-faced, Lu's voice quivered with a hint of desperation. This young man was far too cunning. It seemed he intended to use another's blade for his own ends. Realization now dawned, but it was too late. The black shark rose slowly to his feet. He approached the window, gazing out at the vibrant cityscape illuminated by the neon lights, his expression becoming profoundly enigmatic and perilously intense. "Convey my message," he uttered, his tone frigid and devoid of any emotion. The plan to seal off Longwang village proceeds as intended. Yet he paused, abruptly shifting his tone, an undeniable chill of murderous intent lacing his words. I want you to execute it with even greater precision and ferocity. I intend for all of Donghai City to witness the consequences of opposing the Sea Shark Gang. I care not how you achieve this. Within 3 days, I want that boy Chen Fan and that wretched woman Lin she to utterly vanish from this world. Upon hearing this, scar-faced Liu trembled violently. He understood that the leader was genuinely resolved to take a life. Raising his head, frenzied, bloodthirsty glint flickered across his grotesque features. Yes, leader. He bowed deeply, then turned and dashed out like an eager hound responding to its master's command. The tea room fell silent once more. The black shark continued to gaze at the night scene outside, gradually retrieving his phone and dialing an encrypted number. The call was swiftly answered. A similarly somber voice echoed through the receiver. Hello. The black shark, still fixated on the cold moon suspended over the city, slowly began. Li Xiao, the individual you instructed me to locate has been found. Chapter 37. Sister-in-law Xiaoying's subtle intentions. Does she desire for me to become her son-in-law? As the entire Donghai City was stirred into a frenzy by Chen Fan's audacious televised declaration of war, far away in Longwang village, a serene isolation prevailed. The following morning, the clattering sounds emanated from Li Xiaoying's home early in the day. Mom, are we really going to renovate the house? Inquired 6-year-old Xiaoya. Clad in a pair of faded old clothes, her large, curious eyes fixed on her mother, who was measuring with a tape in the yard. Indeed, Li Xiaoying replied, turning to gaze at her daughter's adorable face, a genuine, radiant smile illuminating her features after a long absence. Her eyes were slightly swollen, clearly the result of a sleepless night. The thick, heavy envelope entrusted to her by that man before his departure was now cradled against her chest like a precious treasure. The envelope felt scorching hot against her skin. The warmth rekindled the long-dormant heart within her, causing it to throb once again, little by little. 50,000 yuan, and that enchanting blueprint for a fishing-themed inn. All of this felt like a dream to her. Last night, she clutched the envelope, tossing and turning in bed, ruminating throughout the night. She contemplated returning the money, for it was far too precious. She feared betraying the trust of that man. Yet, every time she resolved to do so, the image of her daughter's yearning eyes and the man's steadfast gaze, filled with encouragement and trust, would flood her mind uncontrollably. Sister-in-law, I believe in you. You must also believe in yourself. Ultimately, at dawn, she made a decision that might be the boldest and most reckless of her life. She would take action, not for anyone else, but for her daughter, and to honor the man who had bestowed upon her the hope of a new beginning. Mom, does this mean we can move into a new house and wear new clothes? Little Ye's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yes, Li Xiaoying nodded emphatically. She squatted down and embraced her daughter tightly, her voice tinged with emotion. Moreover, I will ensure you attend the best school in town, learn to dance and paint, to make up for all that I owe you. That's wonderful. Little Ye rejoiced. Just then, a familiar, hearty laughter echoed from outside the courtyard. Oh, Xiaoying, were you busy with so early in the morning? The voice arrived before the person. It was Aunt Zhang, the village's most warm-hearted and loquacious woman, entering with a bowl of freshly made corn porridge, her face beaming with joy. Aunt Zhang, Li Xiaoying exclaimed, hastily rising and wiping her hands, feeling slightly embarrassed. Oh dear, what is this? Measuring something? Aunt Zhang handed the bowl to Little Ye and curiously surveyed the courtyard. You should really fix this place up. It leaks whenever it rains. How can anyone live here? Li Xiaoying's cheeks flushed slightly, unsure of how to respond. What are you thinking? Aunt Zhang, being straightforward, leaned closer to Li Xiaoying and, lowering her voice, said with a knowing wink, Sister, just tell me the truth. Did that lad Fan come to deliver money to you yesterday? What? Li Xiaoying was taken aback, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, quickly waving her hands. No, that is not true. Aunt Zhang, please don't say such things. Don't pretend with me. Aunt Zhang seized her hand, wearing the smile of someone who has been there before. Do you think I'm blind? When Fan left your house yesterday, he looked like a cat that had raided the hen house. And you, with that radiant expression, I could smell the sweetness from 800 miles away. I didn't tea. Li Xiaoying's face turned crimson, practically bleeding from embarrassment, her heart racing. All right. We are all women here. There's nothing to be shy about. Aunt Zhang observed her shy demeanor and ceased her teasing. Instead, she took her hand and guided her to a stone bench in the courtyard, speaking earnestly, "Dear sister, as someone who has traversed this path before, I must offer you a word of advice. That lad, Fanzi, is not the same as he once was. Look at him, handsome and capable. Now he is the pride of our village. Countless young women are secretly enamored with him. I can see that he harbors some feelings for you as well. You must seize this opportunity." Aunt Zhang, Li Xiaoying, flustered and anxious, stamped her foot and retorted, "If you continue with this nonsense, I shall ignore you." All right. I shall speak no more." Aunt Zhang chuckled, patting her hand. Then, with a probing tone, she continued, "But let me ask you, dear sister, do you truly have no other thoughts?" "What thoughts?" Li Xing inwitted, had curiosity piqued. Aunt Zhang gazed at her and slowly uttered a statement that struck Li Xiaoying as if struck by lightning. "Fanzi has indeed achieved great success. Yet he is burdened with a critically ill mother and a younger sister still in school. And you, raising Xiaoyao alone, have your own challenges. Just think, if the two of you could come together and build a life, wouldn't that be wonderful?" She paused, lowering her voice further. "If it comes to it, he could marry into your family and become your son-in-law. That would be acceptable too." Boom! Aunt Zhang's words resounded like thunder in Li Xiaoying's mind. She sat there in a daze, her face flushing red and pale in succession, her heart racing as if it were a small deer, nearly leaping from her throat. The thought of having Fanzi as her son-in-law was audacious, even outrageous, yet it felt like a magical seed planted deep within her heart, growing uncontrollably and fervently. She glanced at her daughter in the courtyard, happily sipping corn porridge, and recalled the young man with broad shoulders and unwavering eyes. A blush of excitement surged within her, an unbidden thought bubbling to the surface. How wonderful it would be if they could truly form a family together. Just as Li Xiaoying's mind was in disarray, a sudden, frantic cry echoed from outside the gate, filled with terror. "Not good. Sister Xiaoying, Aunt Zhang, a grave matter has arisen." It was Zhao Xiaobao, the son of Zhao Fu from the village. He tumbled in, panic and fury etched on his face. "Xiaobao, what has happened to you?" Aunt Zhang quickly rose to steady him. Gasping for breath, Zhao Xiaobao pointed toward the village entrance, his voice quaking with distress. "It's the Sea Shark Gang. They blocked the road at the village entrance. They want to let us go out to sell fish. When I confronted them, they resorted to violence. They smashed my entire cart of fish." "What?" Upon hearing these words, both Li Xiaoying and Aunt Zhang's expressions changed drastically. "These despicable beasts. Is it no law anymore?" Aunt Zhang exclaimed in furious indignation. Meanwhile, after the initial shock, an unprecedented surge of anger and courage welled up within Li Xiaoying. She recalled the man who stood tall in the face of tyranny and the heavy trust he had bestowed upon her. She could no longer afford to be the coward she once was. "Aunt Zhang, quickly go to the village committee and summon the village chief and everyone else." Li Xiaoying's face, which had still borne a hint of blush, suddenly became as frigid as frost. For the first time, her gentle eyes ignited with flames of determination and resolve. She carefully handed the envelope filled with money to her daughter beside her. Then, turning to the astonished Aunt Zhang and Zhao Xiaobao, she spoke with an unprecedented and unyielding authority, enunciating each word clearly. "We shall seek justice from them." Chapter 38. Su Wanqing's Invitation. "Come to my home for dinner," as Li Xiaoying proclaimed her intent with unwavering conviction. Both Zhao Xiaobao and Aunt Zhang were rendered utterly speechless. They gazed at this woman, who seemed to have transformed in an instant, her gentle eyes now ablaze with a fire potent enough to ignite a prairie. Simultaneously, hundreds of kilometers away from Longwang village, upon the vast ocean, the atmosphere within the cockpit of the Longwang was stifling, nearly palpable. Chen Fan listened intently to the satellite phone, where Su Wanqing's voice trembled with urgency and suppressed fury. "They have sealed off Longwang village. They have assaulted those who went out to sell fish. Even Sister Xiaoying has been surrounded by them." When Li Xiaoying's name reached his ears, a chilling glint of murderous intent flashed through Chen Fan's typically placid eyes. Bang! The high-strength alloy satellite phone in his hand crumpled under his grip, emitting a strained groan of distress. Brother Fan, Wang Pengzi, who was at the helm, glanced at Chen Fan's suddenly fearsome visage, terrified to even breathe. Having grown up alongside Chen Fan, He had never witnessed such a horrifying expression before. I understand. Chen Fan's voice remained eerily calm, as tranquil as the eerie silence preceding a tempest. He spoke slowly into the phone. Thank you for relaying this information, President Su. Now is not the time for such discussions. Su Wanqing's voice on the other end was tinged with desperation, nearly breaking into a sob. Chen Fan, you must return quickly. The Sea Shark Gang is resolutely intent on revenge against you. It's far too dangerous for you to be out there alone. Moreover, the village needs you. Return? A cold smirk curved Chen Fan's lips. To return now would play right into their hands. He paused, his voice transforming into a steady cadence, imbued with a calming power. President Su, listen closely. First, please convey to Mayor Lin that the Sea Shark Gang has begun to act desperately. He can commence preparations to ensnare them. Second, relay a message to the village, instructing them to avoid any direct confrontation with the Sea Shark Gang. Any losses incurred will be repaid tenfold upon my return. Third, and most importantly, Chen Fan's eyes sparkled with the brilliance of intellect. Kindly contact reporter Lin Shi and inform her that the follow-up report she desires is forthcoming. In the general manager's office at Tianxian Pavilion in Donghai City, Su Wanqing ended the call, her usually composed and beautiful visage now etched with an indescribable shock and confusion. She found herself struggling to comprehend the man, Chen Fan. Upon hearing of the assault on his family and friends, he exhibited neither rage nor panic. Nor did he immediately set sail back. Instead, within mere seconds, he articulated 3 clear directives capable of altering the entire situation. His calmness, his strategic mind, and his audacity far surpassed his years and her expectations of a mere fisherman. This man resembled an unfathomable ocean. Beneath the placid surface lay a world of tumultuous grandeur. Knock, knock. The office door was rapped upon. Her personal assistant, Xiao Wang, entered with a grave expression. Su Zong, we've uncovered the details. He placed a document on her desk. The Sea Shark Gang has issued a lethal order. They have not only sealed all terrestrial exits of Longwang Village, but have also dispatched several speedboats to patrol the waters near Longwang Bay, forbidding any fishing vessels from entering or exiting. They intend to transform Longwang Village into a veritable island. As Su Wanqing listened to the report, her elegant brows knitted tightly in concern. She understood that this was a demonstration of power from the Black Shark, both against her and Chen Fan. Moreover, Xiao Wang paused, his tone growing more somber. Our informants within the Sea Shark Gang have relayed alarming news. The Black Shark has issued a bounty for the heads of Chen Fan and reporter Lin Shi. What? Su Wanqing abruptly rose from her chair, her normally cool gaze now revealing profound shock for the first time. She had not anticipated that the Black Shark would dare to target Lin Shi. Who is Lin Shi? She is the only daughter of Lin Jiangwo. To harm her is tantamount to declaring open war against the entire Donghai City administration. Has the Black Shark lost his sanity? Or does he possess a formidable backing that allows him to defy Lin Jiangwo? In an instant, a chilling dread surged from the soles of Su Wanqing's feet to the crown of her head. She realized that she and Chen Fan were seemingly ensnared in a vortex far deeper and more perilous than they had imagined. No, she could no longer remain passive. She must take action. She gazed at the intelligence report regarding the blockade of Longwang Village on her desk and recalled Chen Fan's calm, yet trust-filled request over the phone. A bold and astonishing thought, one that even she found difficult to believe, surged uncontrollably from the depths of her heart. She grasped the intercom on her desk and, with an undeniable authority reminiscent of royalty, issued her command. Notify everyone. From today onwards, our Tianxian Pavilion shall cease external operations. All procurement vehicles and staff must head to Longwang Village at once. Whatever the Haisha Gang refuses to accept, we shall take it all. Not only that, but we shall procure it at a price 30% higher than the market value. I shall see if the Haisha Gang can blockade the roads and also hinder the passage of my vehicle. Su Wanqing, after delivering this order, which was bound to send shockwaves through the entire culinary scene of Donghai City, Su Wanqing slowly returned to her chair. She gazed out the window at the azure sky, and the image of that man reappeared in her mind, his face at times nonchalant and at others resolute as iron. An indescribable mixture of concern, longing, and an unprecedented flutter coursed through her, enveloping her heart like a warm tide. She picked up her personal phone and found the number she had dialed only once, but had already memorized. She composed a text message, revising and rephrasing it repeatedly. Ultimately, all her thoughts coalesced into a simple yet profoundly ambiguous invitation. Wait for your return. Come to my house for dinner tonight. The message was successfully sent. She looked at the screen, and an involuntary blush, more vibrant than the evening glow outside, graced her usually composed and stunningly beautiful face. At that moment, a knock resounded at the office door. A secretary, clad in a professional skirt suit and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, entered with an air of competence. "Ms. Su, I have compiled all the information you requested regarding him," she announced, placing a thick dossier on the desk. Su Wanqing nodded in acknowledgement, signaling her to set it down. The secretary observed her boss, who appeared unusually bashful, akin to a lovesick maiden, and a flicker of gossip ignited in her eyes behind the lenses. After a moment of hesitation, she could no longer contain herself and asked in a tentative whisper, "Forgive my curiosity, Miss Su, but who exactly is this Mr. Chen? What makes him so significant to you that you would dare to confront the entire Haisha gang for him?" Chapter 39. The ambiguous atmosphere of the female president's boudoir 3 days later, in the evening, at the Junlin Tiantang No. 1 mansion in Donghai City, the most prestigious and private affluent area, where the residents are either exceedingly wealthy or of noble birth. Any individual selected from this enclave could shake the business community of Donghai City with just a stamp of their foot. At this moment, in a luxurious penthouse that overlooked the nightscape of the city, warm lights illuminated the space. In the open kitchen, the delightful sizzle of a steak being grilled accompanied by the rich aroma of butter wafted through the air. A stunning woman, clad in a loose, comfortable silk loungewear and adorned with a pink cartoon apron, clumsily wielded a spatula as she completed the final touches on a thick, grade 9 Wagyu steak in the skillet. Her sleek, shoulder-length hair was casually held back by a headband, revealing a smooth, radiant forehead and an elegant, fair swan-like neck. Having shed her usual sharp business attire and the icy demeanor of a queen, she now exuded a warmth and charm that was both tender and endearing. A stark contrast to her typically aloof persona. If her staff at Tianxian Pavilion were to witness their formidable, untouchable ice queen of a CEO, now embodying the role of a devoted wife in the kitchen, they would surely be left agape in disbelief. Ding dong. The doorbell rang suddenly, causing Su Wanqing to flinch, nearly dropping the spatula from her grasp. A delightful blush spread across her exquisite face, reddened by the kitchen's heat. He had arrived. He was finally here. Taking a deep breath to calm her racing heart, she reluctantly removed her apron and made her way to the entrance to open the door. Standing there was a tall young man dressed in a brand new casual outfit, Chen Fan. "Good evening, Su," he greeted, momentarily taken aback by the striking transformation of Su Wanqing, who was a world apart from her usual self. He found himself momentarily lost for words, stammering as he spoke. He had never anticipated that the queen-like Su Wanqing could possess such a domestic, gentle, and even slightly shy demeanor. She was undeniably captivating. "Still calling me Suzone?" Su Wanqing remarked, a subtle hint of playful reproach flickering in her cool eyes, slightly turning to the side to allow him passage. Her voice was so soft it seemed to drip with sweetness. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" "Oh, yes." Chen Fan snapped back to reality, hurriedly slipping off his shoes and stepping inside. A delightful blend of premium fragrances and a faint, youthful floral scent enveloped him instantly. This was his first venture into a woman's private space, particularly one belonging to such a stunning, elite woman. The expansive flat was decorated in a minimalist luxury style, dominated by a chic monochrome palette of black, white, and gray, exuding understated opulence. The massive floor-to-ceiling windows framed a breathtaking cityscape, twinkling like a galaxy of stars against the night sky. "Please take a seat. The steak will be ready shortly," Su Wanqing said, avoiding his gaze as she hurried back to the kitchen. Chen Fan sat awkwardly on the lavish leather sofa. His eyes, however, were drawn uncontrollably to a corner of the living room, where an open wardrobe displayed an array of exquisite garments, each more beautiful than the last. Amidst a row of diverse lace lingerie and silk nightgowns, Chen Fan hastily averted his gaze, feeling a warmth creeping across his cheeks. "Soon, Suvankin emergeth," carrying 2 plates of exquisitely presented pan-seared steak and a bottle of fine red wine. "Give it a try, it's my first time cooking," she said, placing the steak before Chen Fan, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. He picked up his knife and fork, cutting a small piece to taste. "How is it?" she inquired. After a moment of savoring, Chen Fan gave her a thumbs up, genuinely exclaiming, "Delicious. Crisp on the outside, tender and juicy within. Su, your culinary skills are rivaling those of the chefs at Tianxian Pavilion." Upon hearing his praise, the tension in Su Wanqing's face melted away, blossoming into a radiant smile that outshone the nightscape outside. "Really?" she asked, her eyes alight with joy. Of course, under the warm glow of the lights. They enjoyed their steak and sipped the wine, the atmosphere gradually becoming more intimate. "Your grandfather's doing well, I hope?" Chen Fan broke the silence. "Yes," Su Wanqing replied. Mentioning her grandfather brought a mixture of fear and gratitude to her face. "Thanks to you, the doctors have called it a miracle. Not only has he awakened, but after your nourishing shrimp soup, his health is even better than before." She added, "My father has been insisting on visiting you to express his gratitude in person." Chen Fan smiled, but remained silent, aware that beyond the exquisite lobster-esque benefits, the true essence of the soup lay in the drop of dragon-esque blood he had secretly added, imbued with life-esque vitality. By the way, Su Wanqing set down her utensils, her slightly dazed eyes, enhanced by the wine, fixed on Chen Fan. With utmost seriousness, she said, "Chen Fan, thank you." "For what?" he asked, curious. "Thank you for everything you have done for our Longwang village." The inclusion of "we" in her words struck a chord with him. She paused, her voice softening. "My father informed me that this afternoon, a special task force to combat organized crime has been established in Donghai City, personally led by him. The operation against the Haisha gang has officially commenced. And on Lin Shi's end, it's even more impressive." A hint of admiration graced Su Wanqing's lips. "She has leveraged your video to spark a tremendous wave of public opinion. Now, the news stations receive hundreds of calls and leads regarding the Haisha gang daily. They are now like rats fleeing from a collapsing building. Everyone is against them. All of this is because of you." Her gaze held a myriad of twinkling stars, reflecting her admiration. "Chen Fan, do you realize? You are a hero in Donghai City." "A hero?" Chen Fan chuckled self-deprecatingly, swirling the rich liquid in his glass, his expression deepening as he stared into it. "I have no desire to be a hero. I simply wish to protect those I hold dear." He spoke softly, yet to Su Wanqing's ears, it resonated like a clap of thunder. She gazed at the man before her, a being of formidable power capable of upheaval, yet still possessing a heart as pure as a child's. In that moment, her heart succumbed entirely. The alcohol coursed through her veins, and the atmosphere was just right. Su Wanqing felt her cheeks ablaze. She looked at Chen Fan and, driven by an inexplicable impulse, asked a question that made her feel profoundly bashful. "Do I include myself among the people you wish to protect?" Chapter 40. Midnight Peril. Fishing vessel struck by a mysterious ship. As Su Wanqing summoned all her courage to pose this question in a voice tinged with tipsiness and hopeful anticipation, the entire restaurant fell silent. Only the vibrant cityscape outside bore witness to this moment of ambiguity. Chen Fan beheld the woman before him, stripped of her queenly aura, her cheeks flushed, radiating an exquisite beauty that softened his heart, hardened by countless battles. He remained silent, yet slowly raised his glass and drained the last remnants of red wine. Then, locking eyes with her, he responded with a magnetic and undeniable tone. "What do you think?" By the time Chen Fan emerged from the top-floor apartment of the Junlin Tianxia No. 1 mansion, it was already 11 o'clock at night. The evening breeze was cool, dispelling the slight intoxication that lingered in his mind, stirring the ripples in his heart. He could not deny the lethal allure that Su Wanqing held over him, a complex charm that blended the queen's dominance with a maiden-esque shyness, capable of ensnaring any man. Yet, he realized he could not afford to be ensnared just yet. The malignant sea shark gang had not been eradicated, and the mystery of his father's disappearance remained unsolved. His path ahead was perilous and lengthy. He could not, nor would he wish to, draw this woman, who had only just begun to open her heart to him, into the whirlpool of uncertainties that surrounded him. He hailed a taxi, not returning home, but heading directly to the dock in Longwang Village. The Dragon King, resembling a fortress on the sea, lay quietly under the moonlight like a slumbering steel beast. Wang Fatty was sprawled on a deck chair, snoring thunderously. Chen Fan chose not to disturb him. Instead, he stood quietly at the bow of the ship, inhaling the briny sea breeze, savoring the rare tranquility before the impending storm. He knew that the black shark would not relent. A greater tempest was brewing. The following day, just as dawn broke, Chen Fan was awakened by hurried footsteps and Wang Fatty's boisterous voice. Brother Fan, wake up. Something big has happened. Chen Fan jolted awake, sitting up in the cabin of the boat. What happened? It's Uncle Fu and the others. Wang, with an expression filled with anger and anxiety, exclaimed. They set out to sea last night, hoping to catch more fish while prices were favorable. But this morning, upon their return, their boat had been rammed. What? Chen Fan's expression instantly darkened. He rushed out of the cabin and leaped onto the dock. At that moment, the dock was crowded with villagers, their faces flushed with righteous indignation. In the center of the crowd, Zhao Fu and several other fishermen sat on the ground, looking terrified. They were soaked to the skin, their faces marred by visible abrasions. Beside them, the already dilapidated fishing boats were in a state of disrepair. Each hull bore several large, menacing dents from the impact, and the stern of one small vessel was nearly destroyed. What happened? Chen Fan approached, his voice heavy with concern. Fanzi, you're here. Cao Fu. Seeing Chen Fan struggle to his feet, pointing at his boat, his voice trembling. It was the Sea Shark Gang. Just before dawn, as we were preparing to return, several powerful speedboats suddenly charged at us. They said nothing and rammed our boats directly. If we hadn't escaped quickly, we might have lost our lives in those waters today. Those damn beasts. They intend to cut off our livelihoods. Another fisherman lamented, crying out in anguish. Chen Fan gazed at the damaged fishing boats and then at the terrified and furious faces of Zhao Fu and the others. In his dark eyes, two flames of wrath ignited, fierce enough to consume everything in their path. He understood that the Sea Shark Gang's retaliation had come, and in the most despicable, vile, and insane manner. They dared not openly cause trouble in the village, instead resorting to attacking defenseless fishermen at sea. This is too much. Chen Fan's teeth ground together, the words escaping through clenched jaws. What are we going to do now? Old Sun, leaning on his cane, approached with a worried expression. With this kind of behavior, who would dare to go out to sea again? This could spell doom for our entire village. All the villagers turned their expectant eyes toward Chen Fan, filled with helplessness, hope and trust. They believed that this living miracle, who had achieved countless feats, would surely have a solution. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan forcibly suppressed the murderous intent swelling within him. He looked at the crowd, slowly raising his hand to quiet them. The noisy dock fell silent. Dear friends and fellow villagers, please do not panic. His voice was steady and powerful, imbued with a calming strength. Leave this matter to me. He paused, his gaze sharpening. The Sea Shark Gang prefers to play underhanded games, do they? I shall accompany them and indulge in some merriment. I am eager to see whether their speedboat outmatches my fists. With that, he ceased further conversation, turned, and directly leapt onto his vessel, the Dragon King. Fatty, come with me. Huh? Brother Fan, where are we going? Wang Fatty hastily followed suit. Where to? A chilling, bloodthirsty smirk crept across Chen Fan's lips. Of course. We are headed to their lair for a proper visit. In the dead of night, an unmarked cargo ship, cloaked in darkness, lay silently like a specter in the open seas off the coast of Donghai City. Upon the deck stood two figures. Leading them was the notorious leader of the Shark Gang, Black Shark, Xiaozhan. Beside him stood a striking young man clad in a white suit, his handsome features marred by a somewhat effeminate aura. The young man, holding a high-powered telescope, gazed with intrigue towards the brightly lit Donghai City in the distance. Young Master Li, look, the show has already begun, Black Shark remarked, his tone imbued with humility and flattery, a stark contrast to his usual fierce demeanor. Oh, the young man, known as Li, paused, lowering the telescope, a playful smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. Has that lad Chen Fan taken the bait? Soon, Black Shark replied respectfully. I have already set fire to the village he cherishes most. Given his temperament, it won't be long before he rushes back like a rabid dog. Excellent. Li nodded in satisfaction, turning his gaze to Black Shark, his peach blossom eyes glinting with a cold amusement akin to one regarding a mere toy. Xiaozhan, I do not care what methods you employ. I want him dead. Moreover, I desire him to perish slowly, in the most agonizing and despairing manner. Do you understand? At these words, Black Shark trembled involuntarily, instinctively lowering his head, unable to meet the young man's gaze. Yes, young masterly, just thin and abrupt. Piercing alarm blared from the cargo ship's radar screen. Beep, beep, beep. A colossal red dot, moving in astonishing speed, was barreling towards their cargo ship in a manner akin to a suicide mission. What is happening? Black Shark's complexion turned ashen. Report to the boss. A lookout. Scrambling towards him, bore an expression of terror and disbelief. There's an unidentified fishing boat. It's approaching us at high speed. Faster than a damn torpedo. What? Both Black Shark and young Master Lee's expressions shifted simultaneously. They hastily grabbed their binoculars and peered in the direction of the red dot's origin. In the pitch-black waters, a similarly unlit, colossal fishing vessel, resembling a steel behemoth, surged towards them with a terrifying force that seemed to tear through the sea. At the bow of the ship, a tall figure stood resolutely against the wind. Though distant and obscured, his visage remained indistinct. Yet that overwhelming, seemingly capable of shattering the entire ocean. Murderous intent pierced through the endless night like a tangible blade, striking fiercely at their hearts. It was him. The pupils of the Black Shark, Xiao Zhan, suddenly constricted. The telescope in his hand clattered to the deck. Beside him, the ever-composed and elegant Li Xiao, upon recognizing that figure, revealed for the first time an expression of sheer terror akin to seeing a ghost on his handsome face. He gazed at the man who was supposed to appear 3 days later. His voice, now sharp with profound shock, exclaimed, "Impossible! This cannot be happening. How did he find this place?" Chapter 41. An Unforeseen Heritage. Commanding the Shark School? Li Xiao's terrified and incredulous scream echoed harshly across the silent deck. Black Shark Xiao Zhan offered no reply, for he too was at a loss. This was the open sea, a meticulously chosen, absolutely secure, secret stronghold. Aside from a select few high-ranking members of his organization, no one knew the coordinates of this location. Yet this young man had audaciously and directly come to their doorstep. Could it be that his ship was equipped with military-grade radar? No, it was impossible. As his mind reeled in confusion and shock, the colossal Dragon King ship surged within 500 meters of their freighter. At this distance, they could clearly see the man at the bow, an icy, emotionless killer's intent etched upon his face. Open fire. Fire at once. Black Shark finally regained his composure from the immense shock, pointing at the approaching fishing vessel, and with a frantic roar directed his subordinates, used the high-pressure water cannons. Sink it! Sink it! Yes, boss. On the deck, those henchmen who had been rendered weak-kneed by Chen Fan's overwhelming murderous aura felt as if they had received a pardon. They scrambled toward the ship's sides, where several high-pressure water cannons, already primed to combat pirates, awaited their command. With a piercing rush of air, several white columns of water, thicker than an adult's thigh and imbued with terrifying force, shot forth like unsheathed swords, ripping through the dark night and hurtling towards the rapidly approaching Dragon King. Such industrial-grade, high-pressure water cannons possessed an extremely formidable power, not to mention a fishing boat. Even a small patrol vessel would be obliterated upon direct impact by that terrifying force. Yet, in the face of this potentially lethal assault, Chen Fan at the bow remained utterly still. He merely observed the rapidly enlarging white water columns in his vision, his gaze as indifferent as a deity. Just as those water columns were about to strike the Dragon King, an astonishing scene unfolded. The immense vessel, the Dragon King, executed an utterly bewildering maneuver, defying the very principles of physics as it glided laterally like a phantom, swiftly shifting several dozen meters to the left. Boom! 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 Several formidable columns of water surged perilously close to the stern of the Dragon King, crashing violently into the sea and generating towering waves that reached heights of over 10 meters. How is this possible? All aboard the freighter who witnessed this phenomenon gaped in astonishment, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. A massive fishing boat, weighing hundreds of tons, was capable of such agile and bizarre evasive maneuvers. Was this navigation or piloting a fighter jet? Little did they know, before Chen Fan's extraordinary dragon sense perception, these seemingly rapid water columns appeared to him as if in slow motion, crystal clear. He could even anticipate their trajectories. Keep going. Don't just stand there. Keep firing. Black Shark bellowed in frustration at the untouched fishing vessel. However, it was already too late. In the brief seconds that elapsed as they adjusted their cannons for second assault, the Dragon King had, like a bolt of lightning in the night, surged across the final 200 meters and collided fiercely. Boom! A deafening metallic crash reverberated across the entire sea, capable of shattering eardrums. The black shark, a freighter weighing several thousand tons, tilted violently to one side from this self-destructive impact. On the deck, everyone was thrown into disarray, tumbling and stumbling from the sheer force of the collision. In stark contrast, the Dragon King, with its bow crafted from a special alloy designed for icebreaking, emerged from the brutal impact with merely a slight deformation. This creature was indeed a monster. Black Shark, gazing at the colossal fishing vessel that clung to his ship like an ancient beast and at the unscathed man on its bow, felt an unfamiliar emotion stir within him for the first time: fear. He had no doubt, if this monster continued its assault, his seemingly indestructible freighter would indeed be sunk. Grab your guns. For heaven's sake, grab your guns. Open fire. Turn him into a sieve. Black Shark's terrified roar echoed with hysteria. Beside him, the ever-composed Li Xiao had already lost his color, scrambling to hide in the cabin. On the deck, the train gunners quickly sprang into action. The sound of gun bolts being pulled echoed. A dozen ominous automatic rifles, brimming with the essence of death, were aimed from various angles at the man standing at the bow of the Dragon King, mere feet away from them. Brother Fan, Donji, get down. In the cockpit, Wang Fatty, seeing the dark muzzles, was gripped by terror, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Yet, Chen Fan remained utterly motionless. He merely gazed silently at the scene before him, where his adversaries, like ants, writhed in their death throes. Within his heart, there resided not a trace of fear, but rather an icy, overwhelming intent to kill, potent enough to freeze the vast ocean itself. Memories surged forth of Zhao Xiaobao, beaten and humiliated at the village entrance, and of Sister Xiaoying, her voice laced with terror and helplessness over the phone. The dragon possesses a reverse scale. To touch, it is to invite death. And they had dared to touch his reverse scale, the scale of Chen Fan. Death. A roar, echoing with an authority and fury beyond human comprehension, erupted from the depths of Chen Fan's throat. In that very instant, the Ancestral Dragon's legacy within him, which had lain dormant like a tranquil sea, suddenly surged forth with unprecedented ferocity. A torrent of golden energy, more colossal, more violent, and more primal than ever before, surged through his limbs and bones like a flood unleashed from a dam. His eyes, at that moment, uncontrollably transformed into two brilliant vertical pupils, akin to molten lava. An invisible yet palpable aura of supremacy, seemingly hailing from the primordial chaos, radiated outward from his being, expanding like a tangible shockwave. Dragonite commands. This was not an act of his volition, but rather the legacy's instinctive response to his overwhelming intent to kill. The entire ocean seemed to still at this moment. Then, without warning, the once tranquil surface began to boil furiously. Waves crashed and roared. Massive triangular black fins, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's scythe, tore through the water surface. 1, 10, 100, hundreds upon thousands of colossal, ferocious-eyed tiger sharks, great white sharks, and bull sharks surged forth from the depths like a deathly legion summoned by their king, converging frantically from all directions. They surrounded the immense cargo ship, the Black Shark, in an impenetrable embrace. The sight was as magnificent as the arrival of hell itself. Shark frenzy. All aboard the cargo ship who witnessed the scene were rendered utterly dumbfounded. They stood frozen, as if ensnared by a spell, staring blankly at the terrifying spectacle below. The sea had transformed into a veritable realm of death, their minds blank. Even those who had, just moments ago, prepared to fire their weapons now forgot to pull the trigger, their guns clattering to the ground. When the world is happening. Hiding in the ship's cabin, the Black Shark and Li Xiao, watching the apocalyptic horror unfold on the monitor, felt their voices sharpen with sheer terror. Yet, the only reply came from Chen Fan's cold voice, akin to the judgment of death. I warned you, those who dare to touch me. Chen Fan slowly raised his hand, pointing at the cargo ship, which appeared to him as a steel coffin. The words fell. Beneath the surface of the sea, countless sharks, already driven into a frenzy by a formidable presence, suddenly opened their jaws, lined with razor-sharp teeth. Then, as if receiving a final command to attack. They charged violently towards the colossal cargo ship. Chapter 42. The sharks around the ship scarred Lu terrified beyond measure. Boom, 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 boom. A series of thunderous, terrifying sounds, akin to the strikes of a battering ram, echoed from all directions around the vessel. In that moment, the massive steel behemoth, weighing thousands of tons, resembled a can being savagely torn apart by a swarm of piranhas. The ship began to sway violently, uncontrollably shaking. The heavy steel plates on either side of the hull started to yield under the relentless assault of hundreds of frenzied sharks, their teeth resembling chainsaws, creating visible dents and cracks. Chilling seawater began to surge in through those fissures, flooding in with a menacing hiss. Ah, help! The ship is sinking. A demon. That kid is a demon. On the deck, the surviving members of the sea shark gang, witnessing the deathly sea outside, stained a deep crimson by the shark's fins and swirling blood, finally succumbed to despair. They discarded their weapons, crying and screaming, darting about the deck like headless flies. Some, overwhelmed by the nightmarish scene before them, lost their sanity and, with a plunge, leapt into the sea of sharks. Splash! A massive burst of crimson erupted on the surface. The victim barely had time to scream before a dozen sharks, drawn by the scent of blood, tore him to shreds. In the cabin, the black shark Xiaozhan and the ever-arrogantly Xiao stared at the monitors showcasing the infernal scene, their faces drained of color, trembling uncontrollably. No, this is impossible. This cannot be happening. Li Xiao's once handsome visage twisted in sheer terror as he pointed at the screen, where a man stood calmly at the bow of the opposite ship, his indifferent gaze resembling that of a deity, yet his eyes flickered with an eerie golden glint. His voice, sharp as a midnight owl's call, pierced the air. Illusion. This must be some damn technological projection we are unaware of. Xiaozhan, why are you still dawdling? Steer the ship. Ram him. Ram him. Yet, the only response was the black shark's voice, filled with profound fear and despair, echoing like a fever dream. It's too late. It is already too late. Black Shark fixated on the screen, noticing that the water in the cabin had risen to his ankles. He understood this ship was doomed, and they were doomed. Having witnessed a terror that transcended human comprehension, akin to divine retribution, the meager pride and ferocity he once held as a ruler of the underworld had been utterly shattered. He realized he had provoked a monster that should not exist in this world. He trembled as he extracted his satellite phone from his pocket. His sole hope now lay in buying time. Time for the formidable, otherworldly family behind Li Xiao to come to their rescue. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Longwang village, tension hung thick in the air. Scar-faced Lu, with a sinister grin, stood atop the battered tricycle of Zhao Xiaobao, surrounded by a sea of rotting fish. Before him, Li Xiaoying, the elderly son, and dozens of villagers from Longwang, armed with harpoons and wooden sticks, faced him with righteous indignation. Ah, quite a crowd you've gathered. Scar-faced Lu sneered at the townsfolk, whom he regarded as little more than ants. His expression bore no hint of fear. Instead, it radiated a cruel mockery, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. What? Do you dare challenge me? He brandished a steel pipe, stained with fish blood, taken from one of his lackeys. Laughing disdainfully, you think you stand a chance against me, a bunch of nobodies who have never even seen blood? The gangsters behind him erupted into derisive laughter. Scar-faced Lu, do not be so arrogant. Elder son trembled with rage, leaning on his cane as he pointed an accusatory finger at Lu. We have called the police. When they arrive, you will regret this. Call the police? Scar-faced Lu guffawed, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. He mockingly dug at his ear and retorted, old fool. Go ahead. Let us see whether the police arrive faster or whether I dismantle your old bones first. His gaze then fell upon the defiant young widow who stood bravely before the crowd, despite her evident fear. A lascivious glint ignited in his murky eyes. You got some guts, girl. Do you wish to defend your living Dragon King? He licked his lips and advanced toward Li Xiaoying step by step. Alas, your Dragon King is likely already fish food. He revealed a sinister smile. Let me share some good news with you. Our leader has personally taken men to the sea to intercept him. With that rickety boat of his and his meager skills, he has probably already been reduced to bait for the fish. What? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoying's face drained of color. The flicker of courage and hope in her eyes was instantly extinguished, replaced by an abyss of fear and despair. He cannot be. It's impossible. Just as her mind raced, nearly causing her to falter, a sudden, jarring ringtone erupted from scar-faced Lou's pocket. Damn it, who is it? So inconsiderate. Lou grumbled as he pulled out his phone. The moment he glimpsed the name on the screen, his previously arrogant and menacing demeanor transformed in an instant. Clearly displayed were two characters. Leader. On the scarred face of Lou, a fawning smile immediately blossomed. Proudly, he boasted to his subordinates. Did you see that? It was the boss himself who called. Surely, he has dealt with that brat, and is calling to share the good news. As he spoke, he pressed the speakerphone button and raised the phone to his ear. Hello, boss. Have you already dealt with that little beast named Chen Fan? However, before he could finish his sentence, instead of the calm and authoritative voice of Black Shark, what echoed through the receiver was a harrowing scream filled with boundless terror, despair, and hysteria. Help! Lou Guodong. For the love of God, tell your men to stop. Sharks! There are sharks everywhere. The ship is sinking. Accompanied by a cacophony reminiscent of the world's end, with the sound of metal being torn apart and the screams of countless souls, the call abruptly ended, leaving only a dead silence on the line. Lou was frozen in shock, his phone still raised, his face, once brimming with arrogance and malice, now utterly petrified. The gangsters behind him were equally dumbfounded. What had the boss just screamed? Sharks? The ship is sinking? When the world was happening? Was this a movie? As everyone stood there, bewildered and at a loss, Lou's phone suddenly lit up again. This time it was not a call, but a real-time video request from Black Shark's number. Lou instinctively pressed the answer button. In the next moment, an unforgettable, hellish scene appeared on the phone screen, one that would haunt him and all present for eternity. The video showed the interior of a violently rocking ship, taking on water at an alarming rate. Outside, the view was a nightmarish sea, covered entirely by the dorsal fins of countless massive black sharks and swirling blood. Hundreds, if not thousands, of frenzied sharks were savagely biting and ramming the hull. At the end of the footage, they beheld a figure that would be etched in their memories forever. Chen Fan. He was standing calmly at the bow of the opposing vessel, his eyes glimmering with an otherworldly, golden slit. Slowly, he raised his hand and made a throat-cutting gesture towards the camera. Then, the video abruptly ceased. With a thud, the phone slipped from Lou's rigid, terror-stricken grip and shattered upon hitting the ground. Gulping, Lou slowly raised his head, his scarred visage devoid of any color, replaced by a profound, soul-shaking fear. As though he had seen a ghost. That is not human. That is a god. The true Dragon King of the sea. How could he dare to provoke a deity? Upon reaching this realization, the scarred Lou felt his legs weaken, and warmth enveloped his trousers as an uncontrollable, foul-smelling liquid escaped him. Here he was the esteemed leader of the Sea Shark Gang, utterly humiliated, having been frightened to the point of losing control in front of everyone. He gazed at the villagers of Dragon King Village, who were equally paralyzed by fear, especially the beautiful widow, her lips quivering yet unable to utter a coherent word. Ultimately, he faltered, collapsing to his knees in the direction of Dragon King Village, towards the abode of the man he regarded as a god or demon in his heart. As he bowed his head, he emitted a heart-wrenching wail, filled with boundless regret and terror. Lord Dragon King, spare me. Chapter 43. Want to survive? Kneel and sing for conquest. As Lou's anguished cry resonated at the entrance of Dragon King Village, hundreds of kilometers away, on the open sea, a true divine retribution from the Dragon King was unfolding. With a deafening roar that pierced the air, the seemingly indestructible cargo ship, the Black Shark, succumbed to the relentless assault of hundreds of frenzied sharks, their suicidal collisions akin to battering rams. The ship's keel, unable to bear the strain, emitted a final mournful cry. A vast, gaping crack rapidly spread from the ship's midsection, and the icy, dark waters surged in like a feral beast that had found its outlet. Pouring in with an unstoppable force, the entire vessel began to sink at a visibly accelerating pace into the deathly sea, already shrouded in blood and the dorsal fins of sharks. No, inside the cabin, the typically composed and elegant Li Xiao, witnessing the apocalyptic scene on the monitor, finally shattered. His once handsome visage was now grotesquely contorted by sheer terror. Like a frenzied wild dog, he seized the collar of the now utterly paralyzed Black Shark, screaming in a fit of hysteria, "Useless! You wretched fool! Is this what you call foolproof? Is this what you promised would ensure his eternal demise? Now it is we who face oblivion. Black Shark, shaken by Lee's tirade, had lost all semblance of his former bravado, his face a mask of despair. He stared at the screen where the man stood calmly at the bow of the opposing ship, his gaze as indifferent as a deity. Yet his eyes glimmered with a sinister golden light, and all that remained in Black Shark's heart was boundless regret. What kind of monster had they provoked? Surrender. Black Shark forced the words from his throat, words he had never imagined uttering. Grabbing the intercom, his voice trembling with fear, he shouted towards the formidable man outside, Mr. Chen. No, Lord Chen, Dragon King. We were wrong. We surrender. We are willing to compensate. Whatever amount you desire. Please, have mercy, spare us a life. His voice echoed across the expanse of the sea through the loudspeaker. Yet the only response was an overwhelming silence, broken only by the creaking groans of the ship on the verge of breaking apart. The man stood there, utterly still, as if he had not heard the plea for mercy. Li Xiao and Black Shark were engulfed in despair, clinging to a final thread of hope as they turned to the aristocrat beside them. Please call your family. Urge them to send help. Li Xiao's voice was rife with boundless despair and terror. They said the fastest rescue helicopter would take at least an hour to arrive. An hour? At the current rate of the ship's sinking, they would be fortunate to last even 10 minutes, as the shadow of death loomed over them, engulfing them in unrelenting hopelessness. The man finally moved. He slowly raised his hand. With this gesture, the hundreds of sharks that had been ferociously attacking the hull miraculously ceased all aggression. Hovering silently on the surface, their cold, predatory eyes fixated on the man standing at the bow like a king among them. The scene was so surreal that any staunch atheist would be compelled to kneel and reverently embrace the divine. Do you wish to survive? Chen Fan's cold voice echoed through the intercom, reaching the ears of every survivor aboard the freighter. Yes, we want to live. Black Shark and Li Xiao, grasping at the slimmest chance of survival, shouted frantically into the intercom. Very well. A wicked, devilish smile curled at the corners of Chen Fan's mouth. He gazed at the freighter, now tilted nearly 30 degrees, poised to sink at any moment, and slowly spoke. Throw all the lifeboats overboard. What? The moment those words left his lips, Black Shark and Li Xiao were utterly bewildered. Discard the lifeboats? How could they possibly survive without them? I will only say this once. Chen Fan's voice was devoid of emotion. Alternatively, you can cling to your lifeboats and sink with the ship. Swallowing hard, Black Shark and Li Xiao glanced at the swarming mass of sharks outside the hull, resembling a legion of death, and dared not hesitate any longer. Throw them. Now. Get rid of them. Black Shark bellowed into the intercom, his voice filled with anguish. Soon, the lifeboats, which had been their last glimmer of hope, were hurled into the sea by those equally desperate crew members. As they looked at the now empty decks, the hearts of Black Shark and Li Xiao plummeted to despair's depths. They were truly at the end of their rope with no way out. Good. Chen Fan was immensely satisfied with their cooperation. He slowly walked to the stern of the Dragon King and, with a nonchalant demeanor, dragged a chair from the cabin and seated himself with authority. Then, addressing the intercom, he uttered a phrase that would forever haunt Heir and Li Xiao, laden with utmost humiliation. Those who wish to live, swim over to me from a ship. Swim back and forth. Heir and Li Xiao stared blankly at the deathly waters filled with man-eating sharks, spanning over 100 meters between the two vessels. Their minds a complete void. Was this not tantamount to sending them to their doom? What's the matter, afraid? Chen Fan's voice dripped with mockery. Rest assured, they won't dare to touch you without my command. Of course, if you swim too slowly and succumb to exhaustion, drowning midway would be entirely on you. This was, quite simply, the devil's whisper. Exchanging a glance, both Heir and Li Xiao discerned a flicker of desperate survival instinct in each other's eyes. They understood that this was their sole opportunity to escape with their lives. Plop, plop. Heir was the first to strip off his shirt, leaping without hesitation from the sinking cargo ship. Following him was the privileged Li Xiao, and soon after, the other henchmen who also wished to evade death. They plunged into the icy, death-laden sea like dumplings tossed into boiling water, each racing to leap into the abyss. As they submerged, encountering gargantuan sharks with gaping maws lined with sharp teeth gliding perilously close, their cold, unblinking eyes fixed upon them without any intent to attack. They finally grasped the sheer terror of the man seated above, surveying them like a deity. Fearful of even the briefest pause, they exerted every ounce of strength, frantically swimming toward the Dragon King. After several minutes, as He Sha and Li Xiao, figures of prominence in Donghai City, one entrenched in the underworld and the other soaring high above, were dragged onto the deck by Wang Pengzi like two lifeless dogs, they were utterly exhausted. Incapable of moving even a finger, Chen Fan slowly rose from his chair and approached them, along with the trembling henchman who had also been fished out of the water. He looked down upon them, a playful smirk gracing his lips. "Do you still wish for me to vanish without a trace?" "And no, we dare not," they pleaded, with He Sha prostrating himself on the ground, banging his head like a pestle. Li Xiao, stripped of all vestiges of his aristocratic demeanor, wept profusely, utterly disheveled. "Very well." Chen Fan nodded approvingly. He glanced at Wang Pengzi, who was rendered speechless by the miraculous scene before him, and asked with a smile, "Pengzi, would you like to hear a tune?" "Huh?" Wang Pengzi looked utterly bewildered. Chen Fan paid him no mind. He slowly crouched down, speaking in a voice laced with wicked amusement, akin to that of a devil, to the two figures on the ground, who were already paralyzed with fear. "Wanna live? It's quite simple. Kneel straight and sing me a tune of Conquer." Chapter 44. Lin Xi's concern, arriving overnight to visit me as Chen Fan piloted the Dragon King, escorting the two terrified bigwigs, akin to a victorious general returning from battle, to the secret port of Donghai City. A heavily armed SWAT team awaited silently on the dock. Leading them was Director Wu, a stern figure closely associated with Lin Jiangwo. Upon witnessing the notorious underground overlord, Black Shark, and the elusive young aristocrat, Li Xiao, who had posed a challenge even to him, being unceremoniously kicked off the ship by Chen Fan. Even this seasoned veteran of the law could not suppress a look of profound astonishment on his typically stoic face. He gazed at the young man, clad in a simple training outfit, a hint of a carefree smile gracing his features, with eyes full of an indescribable reverence. This young man had, single-handedly, accomplished in 3 days what their entire police force had aspired to achieve for over a decade. What followed became exceedingly straightforward. With the psychological defenses of Black Shark and Li Xiao crumbling, all evidence was divulged as if poured from a bamboo tube. A sweeping campaign against organized crime in Donghai City had officially commenced. Yet, the instigator of it all, Chen Fan, appeared unfazed. After completing the necessary documentation, he simply drove his Dragon King back to Longwang Village, concealing both his achievements and glory. Night had deepened once more. In the home of Chen Fan in Longwang Village, the living room was illuminated. Chen Fan sat bare-chested, revealing his muscular physique brimming with explosive strength. Though his body bore several rough bandages, remnants of last night's perilous encounter with Black Shark as freighter, where shards of metal had inflicted wounds upon him. Despite the remarkable healing abilities granted by his ancestral dragon lineage, these injuries still left their marks. Beside him, his younger sister, Chen Shui, pouted with concern, delicately tending to his wounds with a cotton swab dipped in iodine. "Brother, could you please refrain from putting yourself in such danger in the future? If something were to happen to you, what would me and Mom do?" "Foolish girl," Chen Fan chuckled, playfully brushing her nose, his tone imbued with undeniable tenderness. "I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Rest assured, no one in this world can harm your brother." Though his words conveyed ease, only he understood the peril he had faced the previous night. Had it not been for an overwhelming surge of anger at the last moment, he would not have inadvertently triggered the transformation of his inheritance, awakening the nascent form of the dragon's command. Faced with the ominous muzzles of a dozen firearms, even he would likely shed a layer of skin. It seemed that his strength was still insufficient. While he pondered how to swiftly master the formidable abilities of dragon blood nourishment and dragon's command, an abrupt sound of screeching brakes pierced the night outside the courtyard. Immediately following was the hurried sound of high heels, filled with anxiety and urgency. Bang, bang, bang. The courtyard door was pounded with a thunderous force. Chen Fan furrowed his brow slightly. Who could it be at such a late hour? "Brother, don't move, I'll get it," Chen Shui exclaimed, putting down the cotton swab and bouncing towards the door. As the door swung open, a striking figure stood on the threshold, clad in a sharp women's suit. Though her hair was somewhat disheveled, the face that usually radiated confidence and vitality now bore the marks of distress and worry. It was the beautiful reporter, Lin Xi. Behind her, an interview vehicle from Donghai City Television was parked. "Sister Lin Xi?" Chen Shui was taken aback upon seeing her. "Where's Chen Fan? How is he?" Lin Xi, not pausing to greet Chen Shui, grasped her small hand tightly, her voice tinged with urgency and a slight tremor. "My brother's inside." Before Chen Shui could finish her sentence, Lin Shi darted past her like a gust of wind. Upon entering the living room and seeing the man with his upper body bare, wrapped in bandages, her beautiful phoenix eyes instantly welled with glistening moisture. "Chen Fan," she gasped, rushing towards him in a flurry, her hands, warmed from running, instinctively reaching out to touch his wounds, yet hesitating to avoid causing him pain. They hovered helplessly in the air, trembling. "You're injured?" Her voice was laced with a palpable sense of fear and concern. "Is it serious? Should we go to hospital?" Chen Fan gazed at the woman before him, whose composure had unraveled in her worry for him, and a wave of warmth surged through his heart. He smiled and shook his head, adopting a relaxed tone to reassure her. "Em mifine, Lin. It's merely a superficial injury. Nothing to worry about." Nothing to worry about. Lin Shi's tears finally betrayed her, streaming down her cheeks. She pointed at the few bandages that were still seeping blood, her voice choked with emotion. "Look at you. How can this be nothing? Chen Fan, do you have any idea what you did last night? Do you know that the ship had not only the black shark, but also a figure so formidable that even my father finds him troublesome? Do you realize the hornet's nest you stirred up? Why can't you think a bit more about your own safety?" As she spoke, she gently pounded Chen Fan's sturdy chest with her tightly clenched little pink fists. The force of her gestures was less akin to a strike and more reminiscent of playful affection. Chen Fan did not flinch. He simply remained still, allowing her to vent her emotions. He understood that this woman genuinely cared for him. Meanwhile, Chen Shui, who had long been captivated by the scene, observed her brother and the strikingly beautiful older sister with her large, sparkling eyes. In her clever young mind, a peculiar scent of gossip wafted through the air. Was it possible that this sister Lin, she had feelings for my brother? With that thought, Chen Fan gently grasped Lin Shi's small hands that were still playfully hitting him and pulled her into his embrace. Lin," she exclaimed, her tear-streaked face instantly flushed with crimson. Instinctively, she attempted to struggle free. However, as she felt the steady and powerful heartbeat resonating from his broad, masculine chest, her resistance gradually diminished, transforming into an unrecognized longing and attachment. "Isn't this just perfect?" Chen Fan's magnetically soothing voice, laced with tenderness, resonated in her ear. "Rest assured, I promised you. My back is entrusted to you, and thus I shall not easily falter." Listening to his words imbued with trust and commitment, Lin Shi's heart melted completely. She buried her lovely face deep into his reassuring embrace, akin to a ship finding its harbor. After a while, she finally lifted her head from his embrace, her slightly swollen phoenix eyes glimmering with an unprecedented determination and resolve. She gazed at Chen Fan and, with an undeniable tone filled with protectiveness, declared each word with conviction. "Chen Fan, listen to me. From this day forth, I shall be your guardian. That so-called Li Xiao and the forces backing him, I will assist you in uncovering the truth." In that moment, as Lin Shi spoke with a tone brimming with protectiveness, Chen Fan felt a wave of indescribable warmth sweep through him once more. He looked at this woman, who, despite her noble status, was willing to confront unknown formidable powers on his behalf. The hardest part of his heart, which had long been as tough as iron, seemed to be gently stirred. Yet, he ultimately chose to gently push her away. "Lin Shi, I appreciate your kindness," he said, observing the flicker of disappointment and grievance in her beautiful phoenix eyes as he distanced himself. "However, this is a matter between men. I will seek my own revenge." Lin Shi was infuriated by his words, laden with a sense of male dominance, and was about to retort when Chen Fan interrupted her. However, he swiftly changed his tone, a meaningful smile curving his lips. "Indeed, I have a favor to ask of you, the unofficial monarch." "What kind of favor?" Lin Shi's eyes brightened instantly. She feared not the task Chen Fan would assign her, but rather the prospect of him leaving her without any involvement. "I would like you to assist me in filming a documentary." "A documentary?" Lin Shi was taken aback. "Precisely," Chen Fan nodded, a gleam of wisdom illuminating his gaze. "It will be a documentary about how our Longwang village has transformed from a poverty-stricken fishing hamlet to a community striving for shared prosperity. I aim to showcase to the entire Donghai city, and indeed the nation, just how exceptional our fish are and how diligent our villagers have been." He paused, his tone turning frigid. "And how the dark forces that once oppressed us have met their demise. The following morning, at the village committee of Longwang Village, the atmosphere in the dilapidated office, with peeling walls, was unusually tense. Village head Zhao Dashan, a man in his 60s with sun-darkened skin etched with deep wrinkles shaped by the sea breeze, was puffing on his pipe, his brow furrowed in a deep frown. Opposite him sat Chen Fan. "Fanzi, I understand your intentions," Zhao Dashan said, tapping the pipe against the table leg and exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. His voice was hoarse and heavy. "You wish to lead everyone to work together and prosper. This is a noble ambition, and on behalf of the entire village, I thank you. However," he shifted his tone, his weathered eyes brimming with concern, "have you considered the risks involved? Our village has been impoverished for decades. Each household barely survives on those few rickety boats and war nets. Now you want them to invest all their savings into a fishing cooperative? What if, hypothetically speaking, there are losses that could jeopardize the livelihoods of the entire village?" Zhao Dashan's words were stark and brutally honest. This was the harsh reality of Longwang Village: fear of poverty and the anxiety of potential loss. Chen Fan listened quietly, refraining from rebuttal. He understood the old village head's concerns were not unfounded. Slowly, he pushed a thick envelope, already prepared, toward Zhao Dashan. "Uncle, this is 100,000 yuan. What?" Zhao Dashan stared at the envelope as if it had burned him, abruptly rising from his chair, shaking his head vigorously. "No, Fanzi, what are you doing? You have saved the lives of our villagers. I have yet to express my gratitude. How can I accept your money? Please do not rush." Chen Fan raised his hand to signal him to sit down, his voice calm, yet imbued with strength. "This money is not for your personal use. This is I, representing myself, investing the inaugural capital into our village's fishery cooperative. At the same time, it serves as a reassurance for all the initial villagers willing to join the cooperative." He gazed at Zhao Dashan, his dark eyes sparkling with an irresistible sincerity and confidence. "Uncle, I, Chen Fan, today, in your presence, shall establish a solemn pledge. For all villagers eager to join the cooperative, I assure you, within a year, every household's income will at least multiply tenfold. Should we profit, the earnings will be distributed according to shares. If we incur losses," he paused, articulating each word with unwavering resolve, "every loss shall be borne solely by me, Chen Fan. The villagers' invested principal will be returned in full, without exception." Boom! Chen Fan's declaration resonated like thunder in the mind of the elderly village head, Zhao Dashan. He stared blankly at this young man, who, despite his youth, seemed capable of shouldering the weight of the entire sky. For the first time, deep shock flickered in his murky old eyes. Did he dare to make such a promise? Was he truly willing to stake his entire fortune for the future of the village? What audacity! What responsibility! "Fanzi," Zhao Dashan observed him. His lips trembled for a long while, yet not a coherent word escaped his mouth. He felt warmth welling in his eyes. It was as if he saw in this young man's figure the spirited Chen Dahai of years past, equally ambitious and daring. No, even more so than the Chen Dahai of that era. After a considerable time, Zhao Dashan slowly rose to his feet. He no longer glanced at the envelope containing 100,000 yuan on the table. Instead, he approached Chen Fan. Then, before Chen Fan, he performed an unexpectedly profound gesture. This elder, who had served as the village head in Longwang Village for decades and earned the respect of the entire village, bowed deeply to Chen Fan, who was merely a few years younger than his own grandson. "Fanzi, Uncle thanks you on behalf of the entire village, over 100 families and 300 souls." His voice trembled with emotion. Chen Fan rushed forward, wishing to assist him. Yet, Zhao Dashan resolutely refused to rise. He lifted his tear-streaked face, gazing at Chen Fan with an unprecedented tone filled with determination and trust, articulating each word. "Fanzi, you need not say more. Uncle understands. Rest assured and pursue your endeavors. From today onward, our entire Longwang village shall follow your lead." Chapter 46. Establishing the Fishery Cooperative, leading the whole village to prosperity. With the unwavering support of the steadfast village head, Zhao Dashan, matters became significantly more manageable. That very afternoon, the loudspeaker at the village committee, long shrouded in dust and silent for decades, suddenly resonated throughout Longwang Village once more. "Hello! Attention all villagers! Attention all villagers! At 3 o'clock this afternoon, Everyone is to gather at the threshing ground at the village entrance for a village assembly. Repeating this unexpected broadcast sent ripples of excitement through the tranquil fishing village, stirring it back to life. An assembly? What could it possibly be about? It had been years since the last village gathering. The last I recalled was during the selection of exemplary families, wasn't it? I heard it might be related to Fancy. Related to Fancy? Let us go see. In an instant, in the fields and within homes, all villagers who heard the announcement, regardless of age or gender, set aside their tasks, filled with curiosity and anticipation, flocking towards the threshing ground. At precisely 3 o'clock, the threshing ground was a sea of humanity, a dark mass of people. Nearly the entire village, over 300 souls, gathered there, except for the schoolchildren and a few elderly unable to walk. They huddled in groups, whispering and discussing, transforming the threshing ground into a bustling marketplace. Silence. Everyone, be quiet, shouted village chief Zhao Dashan, holding a metal megaphone as he stood atop a makeshift earthen platform. The cacophony ceased instantly, all gazes locking onto the old chief. Zhao cleared his throat and, observing the multitude of eyes filled with confusion and hope, his weathered face illuminated with unprecedented excitement and grandeur. Without further ado, he addressed the crowd directly. Dear villagers, the reason for gathering you all today is of monumental importance concerning the very future of Longwang Village. He paused dramatically, then stepped aside to reveal a tall, young man who had been standing quietly behind him. Now, let us extend the warmest applause to our pride. Our living dragon of Longwang Village, Chen Fan. He has something to share with you all. At his words, a thunderous applause and cheers erupted, echoing throughout the threshing ground, the sound almost lifting the clouds above. Under the fervent gaze of the villagers, which felt as if they might melt him, Chen Fan slowly approached the front. He did not take the megaphone. Instead, he simply gazed at the familiar yet strange faces before him. Among the crowd, he spotted Wang Pongzi, his face flushed with excitement. He noticed Li Xiaoying, standing at the edge of the crowd, her eyes filled with warmth and admiration. He also saw numerous relatives who had watched him grow, now looking up at him with a reverence one might reserve for the divine. His heart swelled with warmth. He took a deep breath and, with a voice resonant enough for every individual present to hear distinctly, commenced to speak slowly. Dear uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, I, Chen Fan, have grown up in this village since childhood. I am more acutely aware than anyone of the depths of our poverty and suffering. We guard one of the most bountiful fishing grounds in all of Donghai City, yet we are the most impoverished group within it. Why is this? His question cast a profound silence over the gathered villagers. Indeed, why? Because we lack unity. Chen Fan's voice suddenly soared, striking like thunder in the hearts of all. We are akin to scattered sand, each fighting alone. We are oppressed by fishmongers and bullied by gangsters. We have no recourse but to endure in silence. However, his tone shifted abruptly, and in his pitch-black eyes sparkled a brilliance akin to the sun. Starting today, all of this shall become a thing of the past. I, Chen Fan, hereby declare before all the village elders and fellow villagers that we shall establish our very own fisheries production cooperative in Longwang Village. We will unite all our boats, all our manpower, and all our strength into a single force. We will set our own prices. We will seek our own markets. We will become our own bosses. We will ensure that every fish we catch is sold at its rightful price. We will transform every drop of sweat we shed into ringing coins in our pockets. I assure you all, as long as you trust me and join me in this endeavor within a year, I shall ensure that every household in Longwang Village lives in a small villa and drives a car. I will provide our children with the means to attend the finest schools. I will ensure our elders receive the best medical care. I will make Longwang Village the wealthiest and most formidable village in all of Donghai City. His words were filled with fervor and excitement. Below the stage, all the villagers were ignited by the beautiful vision Chen Fan painted, reminiscent of paradise. Their breaths quickened, their gazes burned with fervor, and their blood began to boil uncontrollably. Fancy, is what you say true? Can we really live such good lives? Voices filled with longing and uncertainty arose from the crowd. Chen Fan smiled, knowing the moment had arrived. He slowly raised the thick envelope, pre-prepared with 100,000 yuan in cash. Then, before everyone's eyes, he tore open the envelope. With a flourish, bundles of bright red bills cascaded down from the stage like a celestial shower. The scene was so spectacular that any fisherman who had lived in poverty their entire life would be driven to madness on the spot. Money. It is indeed money. My heavens, so much money. The entire grain-drying field was plunged into a frenzy. Fellow villagers. Chen Fan's voice resonated once more, akin to the solemn toll of evening drums and morning bells, rousing the nearly frenzied villagers to lucidity in an instant. This merely is the initial capital I have personally invested. Now I declare, all families willing to join our Dragon King Village Fisheries Cooperative will not only receive corresponding shares based on their investment in boats and manpower, but each family may also receive an advance of 10,000 yuan in dividends from me. What? Upon hearing these words, the crowd fell into a profound silence once more. All the villagers stood as if ensnared by an enchantment, their eyes fixed on a young man on stage, who seemed to radiate an otherworldly brilliance, their minds utterly blank, to receive 10,000 yuan before even commencing work. Where in the world does such a fortune exist? Fan, are you jesting? A daring villager trembled as he inquired. I, Chen Fan, speak with utmost sincerity. Now, those willing to join me, step forward. No sooner had he finished speaking than a resounding voice, filled with trust, rang out first. I will. It was the old fishing master, Sun Laonian. Leaning on his cane, he was the first to emerge from the crowd. Then came the second, the third. I will join too. Fan, count me in. And me. Our family has 2 boats and 5 members. We are all in. I want to join as well. In an instant, the entire drying field was ablaze with fervor. Nearly all the villagers raised their arms, eagerly surging towards the humble earthen platform. The scene was more jubilant than the new year, more exhilarating. Standing at the edge of the crowd, Li Xiaoying gazed at the man on stage, who commanded attention like a sovereign, his voice summoning a multitude. Her gentle eyes sparkled with admiration, utterly entranced. Meanwhile, the old village chief, Zhao Dashan, beheld this unprecedented display of unity among the villagers, a sight he had never witnessed in his lifetime. Tears streamed down his weathered face. He understood that the slumbering dragon of Dragon King Village, dormant for decades, was finally poised to soar alongside the young man named Chen Fan. At that moment, Chen Fan slowly turned, smiling at Wang Pengzi, who had been gazing at him with unabashed admiration from start to finish, and asked, "How about it, Pengzi? Are you interested in serving as the first head of the Logistics and Security Department of the cooperative?" Chapter 47. The first day of dividends, every household blossoms with joy. The head of the Logistics and Security Department. When Chen Fan posed his question in a tone that was both serious and slightly teasing, Wang Pengzi was utterly stunned. His already dim-witted mind, overwhelmed by exhilaration and excitement, felt as if it were on the brink of a system crash, buzzing in a state of complete shutdown. Department head? Me? Wang Hao. From childhood to adulthood, aside from eating and sleeping, he had proven inept at everything, even having the audacity to follow behind Fan Ge, throwing bricks like a hapless layabout. Yet, astonishingly, he now aspired to be a minister. Why would he not? Chen Fan gazed at his friend's expression, one of sheer bewilderment, and could not help but raise an eyebrow. I do want to. Itrudi do. Wang Fatty suddenly snapped back to reality. He nearly leaped to his feet, his plump face flushing a deep shade of crimson from overwhelming excitement. With all his might, he thumped his rotund belly and shouted at Chen Fan, addressing all the villagers below, "Fan Ge, no, President, rest assured, from this day forth, my life belongs to the cooperative. Whoever dares to harm the cooperative will have to step over my dead body first." Such words were undeniably dramatic and fervent. Instantly, the crowd erupted into a chorus of good-natured laughter. Chen Fan looked upon his childhood friend, whose intellect may be lacking, but whose loyalty was unwavering. An knowing smile graced his lips. He was certain he could entrust the security of the cooperative to him without a single worry. The establishment meeting of the Longwang Village Fisheries Production Cooperative concluded amidst an atmosphere of fervor and passion. Ultimately, out of 108 fishing households in the village, save for one that was perpetually away for work and unreachable, all 107 households signed the membership agreement. Each household immediately received a pre-distributed dividend of 10,000 yuan. When that thick stack of fragrant red bills, smelling of ink, was genuinely placed into the hands of each villager, the entire Longwang village was plunged into a frenzy. They had never witnessed such an unreasonable stroke of good fortune in their lives. My heavens, it's real. 10,000 yuan. Am I dreaming? Is money actually being distributed? Fanzi, you are the living bodhisattva of our village, the living god of wealth. Countless villagers, clutching that bundle of cash exceeding their annual income, were overcome with emotion. Tears brimming in their eyes, rendered speechless. They gazed at the young man standing on stage, a gentle smile perpetually adorning his face. Their eyes now devoid of any doubt or distraction. Only the purest, most fervent trust and devotion remained. That very night, every household in Longwang village adorned their homes with lights and colors, slaying chickens and sheep as if celebrating the new year. The jubilant atmosphere was even more boisterous than that of New Year's Eve. Yet, the architect of all this, Chen Fan, did not indulge in the joy. He understood that the money had been distributed. Now, it was time to fulfill promises. The following day, before dawn broke, the cooperative's inaugural collective fishing expedition commenced in earnest. With the resounding blasts of powerful horns, all the seaworthy fishing boats in Longwang village, regardless of size or condition, formed an unprecedented joint fleet of over 40 vessels. They sailed forth grandly towards that azure treasure trove. Leading this fleet is none other than the formidable Dragon King, a vessel that stands as a bastion upon the sea. Chen Fan takes the helm personally, while the venerable Sun Laonian serves as the chief advisor. Wang Pengzi, clad in an ill-fitting security uniform of unknown origin, assumes the serious duty of maintaining order. The spectacle is so grand that it would cause any onlooker from a neighboring village to pause in astonishment. My heavens! Have the impoverished folks from Longwang village lost their minds? So many boats setting sail together? Do they not fear scaring away the fish? It appears they are driven to madness by their poverty. What utter folly! However, mere hours later, when this united fleet returned to the dock, laden with an overwhelming bounty that nearly submerged every deck, all those who had previously mocked them were left utterly speechless. How is this possible? Have they emptied the treasure trove of the Dragon King? That day, the seafood market of Donghai City was ignited by the extraordinary catch from Longwang village. For this time, they were no longer fighting individually. Under Chen Fan's unified command, they bore a common name, Longwang Fresh. They had also acquired an undeniable pricing power. After witnessing the quality of Longwang Fresh, which far surpassed ordinary seafood, akin to divine delicacies, all the fishmongers who had previously sought to drive down prices fell silent. In their stead arose a frenzy of purchases. That very evening, in Longwang Village's drying field, a grander and more exhilarating profit-sharing meeting than the day before was officially convened. A makeshift long table, pieced together from school desks, was piled high with bundles of bright red, crisp banknotes. The mountain of crimson currency, illuminated by the bonfire, radiated an enchanting allure that quickened the breath of anyone who beheld it. Old Village Chief Zhao Dashan stood on the platform, clutching a loudspeaker, his weathered face flushed with excitement. His voice trembled, nearly hoarse from the fervor as he called out, "Villagers, today, our cooperative has ventured out to sea for the first time. The total catch amounts to 37,600 pounds. After deducting all expenses, our net profit." He paused, inhaling deeply, summoning all his strength to bellow a figure destined to be etched in the annals of Longwang village history. 1,210,000. Boom! Following a brief silence, the drying field erupted into a cacophony of cheers, akin to a tsunami that could overturn the very village of Longwang. We have struck it rich. In just one day, we've earned over 1 million. My heavens! The villagers were overwhelmed with joy, laughing and weeping, leaping and dancing as if possessed. Now, I declare, the first profit sharing has officially commenced. Zhao Fu's family, having invested in a medium-sized fishing boat, shares a profit of 12,000 yuan for 3 members. One name after another was called out with exuberance. A thick stack of banknotes was personally distributed into the hands of every villager. The entire threshing ground transformed into a joyous sea of celebration. Li Xiaoying clutched the bundle of money, an amount she had never possessed in her lifetime, and gazed at the man on the stage, who was surrounded by adoring villagers as if he were a deity. Tears shimmered in her gentle eyes, overwhelmed by emotions. Meanwhile, Wang Pengzi, filled with excitement, embraced a stack of cash, weeping like a 300-pound child. As the atmosphere of elation reached its zenith, a villager suddenly raised his hand with money aloft, addressing the young man on stage, who wore a perpetual gentle smile, with a voice brimming with profound gratitude and respect. Fanzi. No, President. We have all received our share. But what about you? How much did you receive today? Chapter 48. Wang the butcher and his son become the villager's scapegoats. When a villager uttered this question, the threshing ground fell into an immediate hush. All the villagers instinctively ceased their cheers and the counting of money, their gazes converging once more upon the young man standing on stage, whose face bore an unwavering, gentle smile. Indeed, they had all been granted their share. Every household had received an unprecedented fortune. But as the architect of this bountiful distribution, the absolute core of the cooperative, how much would Chen Fan receive? Old village chief Zhao Dashan snapped back to reality. He approached Chen Fan, holding the ledger, a conflicted expression etched upon his face. According to their previously established agreement, Chen Fan had invested in the cooperative with both technology and startup capital, thus holding a 51% stake. This meant that from a net profit of 1,210,000, Chen Fan was entitled to over 600,000. This figure was terrifyingly immense, so much so that even Zhao Dashan hesitated to voice it, fearing it might incite jealousy and dissent among the villagers. However, it seemed Chen Fan could read his thoughts. He slowly took the tin megaphone from Zhao Dashan's hands and surveyed the crowd below, where curious, envious, and even subtly greedy eyes were focused upon him. He smiled. My share of the profits is quite simple. His voice resonated through the megaphone, filling the entire threshing ground. I shall take not a single cent of today as profits. What? At this proclamation, the crowd sank once more into a profound silence. All the villagers stared blankly at the young man on stage, who appeared to radiate an aura of brilliance. Their minds went blank. Not a single cent. That was over 600,000. He would simply forego it. Had he lost his mind? Even Wang Pengzi, who was already accustomed to Chen Fan's extraordinary maneuvers, was momentarily bewildered, instinctively wanting to rush forward and stop him. Fan Ye. However, Chen Fan gestured towards him, signaling him to remain calm. He then turned to the villagers below, who were rendered speechless by his words, and slowly continued. This sum of money will serve as the inaugural public development fund for our cooperative. We shall utilize these funds to refurbish the dock, procure new fishing nets, and upgrade our cold chain equipment. Moreover, his voice suddenly ascended in intensity. We will employ this money to completely renovate the village road, which has been riddled with potholes for decades, turning into a muddy quagmire with every rainfall. We want all the fish vendors coming to our Longwang village to arrive in grand trucks and depart laden with bounty. Fellow villagers, Chen Fan. Reiterate, I do not seek wealth for myself alone. What I desire is for every individual in Longwang village to prosper together. Boom! Chen Fan's proclamation resonated like thunder in a serene landscape, akin to a sudden epiphany that shattered the nascent doubts regarding wealth that had briefly flickered in the hearts of the villagers. Indeed, how could they, with their narrow and selfish thoughts, even begin to fathom the breadth of vision held by their living dragon king? His thoughts encompassed the future of the entire village, while they were still preoccupied with petty gains. Shame, an indescribable wave of mixed emotions, embarrassment intertwined with profound gratitude, washed over each villager's heart. Fanzi, we were wrong. Someone was the first to voice it aloud. Yes, we were wrong. We should not have doubted you. Fanzi, you are our great benefactor. We shall heed your words. From now on, the cooperative's funds will be spent as you see fit. We shall not argue. In an instant, the entire threshing ground erupted with fervent emotion. The bond that had recently shown a crack due to monetary concerns now twisted into an unbreakable unity, more resilient than ever before. Just as the entirety of Longwang village basked in a sea of joy, harmony, and boundless hope, in the farthest corner of the village, within a dilapidated, sunless house reeking of swine, the atmosphere was oppressive, akin to a tomb. Butcher Wang Dapio sat sullenly at the bedside, sipping inferior liquor. His face, already disfigured by a slap from Chen Fan, now appeared even more grotesque and terrifying due to the alcohol and his boundless resentment. Beside him on the bed lay an immobile figure, resembling a lifeless dog. Wang Hu. His left leg was encased in a thick cast, elevated high. Yet, Everyone knew that this leg was beyond salvage. Wang, who occasionally emitted unconscious groans of agony, his eyes vacant and devoid of any spark of life. It seemed as though he had become a soulless living corpse. The cacophony. What was all this noise about? The weeping. What was there to cry for? Outside, the thunderous cheers and jubilations surged like a mountain wave, piercing through Wang Dabiao's heart, which had long been filled to the brim with jealousy and resentment. Like countless red-hot steel needles stabbing mercilessly, he abruptly rose, smashing the wine bottle he held with great force against the ground. Crash! The bottle shattered, sending sharp shards and pungent alcohol scattering everywhere. A pack of ungrateful wretches. Wang Dabiao pointed toward the brightly lit direction outside, his voice hoarse, akin to two rusty pieces of iron rubbing together. I have reigned over this village for decades. Which family has not feasted upon my flesh? Which has not taken advantage of me? Now, that little wretch named Chen has only provided them with a few days of good fortune. And they have all forgotten who I am, still calling him the Dragon King? Bah! I'll relish the day he meets his demise. As he cursed, he was seized by a violent coughing fit. His already swollen face turned a deep purple with agitation. Suddenly, he tasted blood in his throat. Splutter. A mouthful of bright red blood, mingled with alcohol and fury, erupted from his lips, staining the filthy ground before him. His temper had flared so intensely that he had coughed up blood in a fit of rage. At that moment, his already dilapidated courtyard door was abruptly flung open with a loud bang. A group of inebriated villagers, still clutching their wine bottles, staggered inside. At the forefront was Zhao Xiaobao, the very man Wang who had previously kicked to the ground. Butcher Wang, do you still dare to insult our Fango? Zhao Xiaobao, clearly intoxicated, pointed a finger at Wang Dabiao's nose, slurring his words as he berated him. Who do you think you are? We used to fear you, but now, we have Fango protecting us. If you dare to utter a single disparaging word about Fango, believe me, I will break your dog leg. You lot. Wang Dabiao gazed at these villagers, who typically wouldn't even dare to breathe in his presence, now brazenly cursing him to his face. A wave of unprecedented humiliation crashed through the last vestiges of his reason. They have revolted. How dare they? He let out a furious roar and grabbed the bone knife that had accompanied him for decades from the corner of the wall. Then, like a crazed wild boar, he charged at Zhao Xiaobao, shouting, "I will kill you." Yet what met him in response was Zhao Xiaobao's foot, filled with disdain and mockery. Bang! Wang Dabiao's already battered body could not withstand the blow. He was sent crashing to the ground like a broken sack, the bone knife clattering away from his grasp. Zhao Xiaobao and several villagers surged forward, mercilessly pummeling the once dreaded village tyrant who had instilled fear in them for decades. Strike! Beat him to a pulp. This old wretch shall not be so arrogant again. Bah! What a pathetic village bully, merely a rat scurrying through the streets. The piercing cries of agony and the dull thuds of fists meeting flesh echoed throughout the small courtyard. On the bed, Wang Hu, who resembled a living corpse, listened to the anguished wails of his father filled with pain and despair. Slowly, two streams of murky tears trickled down his hollow eyes. He understood that he and his father were utterly finished in this village. At that moment, one villager, seemingly exhausted from the beating, paused and gazed at the now unrecognizable Wang Dabiao lying on the ground. He turned to his companions, bewildered, and asked, by the way, "We've been so caught up in our joy. What if tomorrow the Sea Shark Gang returns to block our path? What shall we do then?" Chapter 49. Su Wanqing's Business Acumen. Our brand is Dragon King Fresh. When that villager spoke those words with a tone laced with inebriation and apprehension, the once violent and bloody atmosphere of the Butcher Wang's yard fell abruptly silent. The villagers, who had just tasted the thrill of beating the village tyrant, suddenly felt a chill of trepidation wash over them. Yes, the butcher and his son had been dealt with, but the true monstrous entity, the Sea Shark Gang, still loomed. Today, the cooperative had ventured out to sea for the first time, raking in over 1 million. If this news spread, wouldn't the rabid dogs of the Sea Shark Gang go mad with envy? What if they returned to block our path again, or, worse yet, sent people to the village to rob us? What then? In an instant, an invisible shadow of fear enveloped the hearts of every villager. The following morning, the villagers of Longwang Village rose earlier than ever before. Yet, the usual bustling scene at the dock, filled with eager preparations for the sea, was conspicuously absent. Most fishing boats lay quietly docked in the harbor. Villagers huddled in small groups at the pier, each wearing a gloomy expression, sighing heavily. What shall we do? Will we venture out to sea today or not? Go out? What nonsense! Have you not seen the several vans parked at the village entrance? They are filled with members of the Sea Shark Gang. Our catch cannot possibly be transported. If we don't go out to sea, the capital we invested yesterday, along with the dividends promised by Fanzi, will all go to waste. Is this not driving us to our doom? Panic and unease spread through the crowd like a plague. Just then, village chief Zhao Dashin, along with the solemn Chen Fan and the rotund Wang, clad in a pristine security uniform, approached the dock. Everyone, please quiet down and listen to me. Zhao Dashin called out through the megaphone, his voice resonating across the bustling crowd. Instantly, the cacophony subsided, and all gazes converged upon the young man, who wore a gentle smile. Fan, you must give us guidance, urged a villager. Yes, President. We all rely on you. Chen Fan felt a warm surge within as he met the hopeful and trusting eyes of the villagers. He realized he had become the cornerstone of this village. Without uttering a word, he slowly raised his hand, pointing towards the village entrance. The crowd, perplexed, turned their eyes in the indicated direction. To their astonishment, a cloud of dust rose from the uneven dirt road leading into the village. Shortly thereafter, a powerful roar of synchronized engines echoed from afar, approaching like thunder. The sound was overwhelming, as if an army were charging towards their humble fishing village. What is that commotion? Is it the Sea Shark Gang bringing more trouble? Panic washed over the faces of the villagers. Yet, Chen Fan maintained his serene smile. He addressed the crowd. Fellow villagers, do not be alarmed. They are not enemies. They are our reinforcements. Reinforcements? Confusion enveloped the villagers as they struggled to comprehend his words. At that moment, a formidable convoy of dozens of white, uniformly painted cold chain transport trucks finally came into view. Each vehicle bore 3 striking characters, elegantly crafted, Tian Xiange. Boom! In that instant, Longlong Village fell into an eerie silence. The villagers stood transfixed, as if frozen in time, gazing at the seemingly endless procession of luxurious vehicles, their minds blank. Tian Xiange, the legendary top-tier seafood restaurant in Donghai City? What could they possibly want in our humble fishing village? As the crowd remained engulfed in astonishment, the lead vehicle, a flamboyant red Ferrari, executed a graceful drift and came to a halt at the dock entrance. The door swung upward, revealing a stunningly regal woman, as majestic and aloof as a queen. Subankin. She stepped out of the car, not even glancing at the villagers, who stood in a state of shock. As if carved from stone, her pair of eyes, cool and serene like autumn waters, effortlessly found the man among the crowd who was smiling directly at her. She strode towards him in her high heels, disregarding the filthy ground beneath her, each step measured and deliberate. As she gazed upon him, a breathtaking smile, capable of rendering the heavens and earth pale in comparison, slowly blossomed on her typically ice-cold and exquisite visage. I have arrived, she uttered, but those 3 words conveyed more than 1,000 sentences. Chen Fan looked at her and smiled in return. Welcome, my queen. At the village entrance, the gang of ruffians from the Sea Shark Gang, led by the yellow-haired thug, stared in astonishment at the formidable Tianxian pavilion convoy, which resembled a disciplined military unit, exuding an overwhelming presence. At the forefront of the convoy was a flamboyant Ferrari, which elicited a sense of envy so profound that they could hardly muster the courage to feel it. Along with the queen who emerged from the vehicle, her mere glance rendering them utterly ashamed. They were completely dumbfounded. What in the world is happening? The yellow-haired thug stammered, his voice trembling. How the hell should I know? He retorted, swallowing hard, his effet of bravado, faltering as he shouted, It doesn't matter what is happening. Brother Liu said no vehicle is allowed to pass. Summoning his courage, he stepped forward with a few lackeys to block the convoy. Halt! This road is closed. However, the response came from a man in a crisp black suit and sunglasses, who had stepped out of the Ferrari, Xiao Wang. Without even a glance in their direction, Xiao Wang slowly retrieved a walkie-talkie from his pocket. In a tone devoid of emotion, he coldly remarked, There are a few flies obstructing the path. Clear them out. As soon as he finished speaking, the doors of dozens of massive refrigerated transport trucks swung open in perfect unison. Over 100 burly men in matching black security uniforms, exuding the fierce demeanor of tigers descending from the mountains, leapt from the vehicles. Each one wielded identical anti-riot steel forks and rubber batons. The sight was so spectacular that it could cause anyone with a phobia of crowds to faint on the spot. The yellow-haired thug and his few companions found themselves utterly overwhelmed by this official force, which, in terms of equipment and morale, could crush them 100 times over. They completely broke down. Run, run! An anguished scream pierced the air, the first of its kind. In an instant, those who had been so arrogant merely a moment ago scattered like birds and beasts, frantically fleeing towards the city in a mad rush. At the dock, Su Wanqing gazed at the towering pile of premium, Dragon King fresh, even better than the previous day, and within her cool eyes, a glimmer of ambition and excitement sparkled. She turned her head, gazing at the man beside her, who perpetually brought her boundless surprises, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile imbued with commercial acumen. Chen Fan, merely having fish is insufficient. We require a name that will resonate throughout Donghai City and even across the nation. A resounding, unparalleled brand. Brand? Chen Fan was taken aback. Precisely. Su Wanqing nodded, her enchanting eyes sparkling with brilliance. Since you are the living Dragon King of Longwang Village, why not name our brand? She paused, articulating each word with a tone steeped in infinite aspiration and grandeur, declaring, Longwang Fresh. Chapter 50. Sister Xiaoying's fishing leisure house had a grand opening that was bustling with activity. Longwang Fresh. As Su Wanqing proclaimed the name of the brand with fervent enthusiasm, every person present, whether it was Chen Fan or the simple villagers, felt as though their hearts had been struck with fervor. What a splendid name. Simple, imposing, and rich with legendary charm. Excellent. Chen Fan was the first to lead the applause, exclaiming, Lippy Longwang Fresh. A thunderous ovation erupted, resonating throughout the entire dock. In the following days, Longwang Village was engulfed in an unprecedented fervor of construction. Under the direct planning and command of the commercial prodigy, Su Wanqing, everything proceeded with impeccable organization. The professional team from Tianxian Pavilion arrived in Longwang Village, bringing with them the most advanced design concepts and the most proficient construction crews. In just a few days, the dilapidated dock was completely renovated and expanded. A brand new broad concrete road was paved from the village entrance all the way to the main thoroughfare of the town. With the unwavering market support from Tianxian Pavilion and the purchasing price that exceeded market rates by 30%, the fishing cooperative of Longwang Village soared to new heights. Akin to a rocket taking off, the villagers' enthusiasm reached unprecedented levels. Each day, over 40 fishing boats, under the lead of the Longwang vessel, returned triumphantly, laden with mountains of Longwang Fresh. Each dividend distribution incited a wave of jubilant celebration throughout the village. The villagers' pockets swelled at a pace they had never dared to dream of. Every household acquired new appliances and donned fresh attire. Each face radiated a heartfelt smile, brimming with happiness and hope. Amidst this fervent wave of construction, deep within the village, a once dilapidated two-story building underwent a remarkable transformation. Li Xiaoying's home, under the meticulous design of the top-tier decorators from Tianxian Pavilion, was entirely demolished and rebuilt. In its place stood a structure that retained the rustic charm of a fisherman's abode while exuding a modern design sensibility, creating an ancient courtyard that was both inviting and contemporary. The scene is adorned with blue bricks and dark tiles, complemented by wooden doors and windows. In the courtyard, a lush grove of bamboo flourishes alongside several budding osmanthus trees. A plaque, imbued with an ancient charm and inscribed by a renowned master, hangs prominently above the entrance, elegantly displaying 3 bold characters, Xiaoying Fishing Leisure. Today marks the grand opening of the fishing leisure establishment. At dawn, Li Xiaoying dons a brand new, elegantly tailored floral qipao, personally selected by Su Wanqing. The qipao accentuates her graceful, curvaceous figure, a testament to her years of diligent labor. Her long, lustrous hair is elegantly swept up, framing her swan-like neck. A delicate layer of makeup enhances her natural beauty, rendering her a classic beauty seemingly emerged from the picturesque landscapes of Jiangnan. There is not a trace left of the timid, self-doubting widow she once was, overshadowed by life's burdens. Mom, you look stunning today. Her daughter, Xiaoya, clad in a brand new princess dress, gazes at her transformed mother with wide, admiring eyes filled with awe. Li Xiaoying, looking at her daughter and the dreamlike beauty of her new home, feels a mist of tears welling in her gentle eyes. She knows that all this has been bestowed upon her by that man. Xiaoying, how are the preparations coming along? A hearty laugh resonates from outside the courtyard. Chen Fan, along with Su Wanqing, Lin Shi, and Wang Pengzi, enters carrying flower baskets, their faces beaming with joy. Upon seeing the breathtakingly beautiful Li Xiaoying, even Chen Fan, who is no stranger to exquisite beauties, momentarily loses himself. Su Wanqing and Lin Shi, trailing behind, notice the unique, tranquil grace that emanates from Li Xiaoying, and an imperceptible flicker of caution glimmers in their lovely eyes. Women's intuition tells them that this seemingly delicate woman before them will become their most formidable rival in the future. Fan, Su, and Lin, you've all arrived. Li Xiaoying exclaims, her cheeks flushed with excitement, deepening in color at their arrival. Sister-in-law, you look truly beautiful today, Chen Fan praises sincerely. The compliment causes Li Xiaoying to shyly lower her head, nearly hiding it in her chest. At that moment, a cacophony of car engines and lively chatter suddenly erupt from outside the courtyard. Excuse me, is this Xiaoying fishing leisure? We came especially from the city after reading reporter Lin Shi's coverage to sample the fare. Madam, do you have any tables available? We reserved a private room for 5. We heard that your seafood is sourced from the legendary Dragon King's fresh. Is that true? A large throng of stylish urbanites, brandishing smartphones and hefting cameras, surged in like a tidal wave. They were all drawn here by Lin Shi's documentary, In Search of Flavors in Longwang Village, which had already become a sensational hit in Donghai City. In an instant, what had been a relatively spacious courtyard became utterly congested, teeming with people. Li Xiaoying was left utterly dumbfounded. As she beheld this bustling scene, more vibrant than a festive market, her already anxious heart raced to her throat. How could she possibly attend to everyone alone? Just as she felt helpless and on the verge of tears, a broad, powerful hand gently clasped her chilly, nervous one. Fear not. Chen Fan's soothing voice resonated in her ear. I am here. He turned to the astonished Wang Fatty, who was utterly taken aback by the lively scene before him, and smiled, saying, What do you think, Minister Wang? Now is the time for you, as the head of both security and logistics, to step up. Wang Fatty, jolted back to reality, surveyed the chaotic scene, and then met Chen Fan's trusting gaze. A surge of unprecedented enthusiasm and responsibility welled up from within him. He straightened his rounded shoulders, cleared his throat, and with a commanding voice imbued with an aura of leadership, something he had never possessed before, addressed the villagers assisting in the commotion. What are you all standing around for? Don't you see we have guests? Kitchen staff, hurry up and bring out the tools. Servers, quickly serve the guests tea and present the menu. You at the door, maintain order. Get them in line. Those who refuse to queue, throw them out. Our Xiaoying fisherman's home must make a grand debut today. As Wang Fatty proclaimed this with a newfound authoritative timbre, the previously chaotic courtyard transformed into a scene of remarkable order. The villagers, after the initial flurry of confusion, swiftly embraced their roles. Welcome. Please come in. Here is the menu. What would you like to eat, esteemed guests? Our Longwang Fresh is simply exquisite. Kitchen, table 3, 1 steamed grouper, 1 serving of garlic shrimp. Hurry. In an instant, though the courtyard remained lively, it radiated a sense of organized chaos, vibrant with an atmosphere of burgeoning prosperity. As the soul of this fishing family, Li Xiaoying, after experiencing initial anxiety and uncertainty, found solace in the sight of that man, who stood not far behind her, always wearing a gentle smile, offering her silent support. Her once trembling heart gradually settled at ease. An unprecedented surge of courage and confidence arose from the depths of her being. She inhaled deeply, and once again, her face blossomed with a gentle yet radiant smile, imbued with self-assurance. Tying on her apron, she stepped into the pristine kitchen, designed by Su Wanqing herself, rivaling that of a 5-star hotel. There, she commenced to showcase her culinary prowess, capable of captivating all diners. My goodness, this is utterly delicious. What a divine flavor is this? I swear, I've never tasted such exquisite seafood in my life. Worth it. Absolutely worth it. Just this mouthful of fish soup makes the several hundred kilometers traveled today worthwhile. Boss lady, please give me another serving. No, too. I want to take some home. Soon, waves of astonished and incredulous praise erupted from every corner of the courtyard. All those who were fortunate enough to be the first to sample the dishes at Xiaoying's fishing family, regardless of age or status, were utterly enchanted by Li Xiaoying's remarkable culinary skills that transformed the ordinary into the extraordinary, and by the unparalleled freshness of Longwang fresh seafood. They devoured their meals with grease-laden mouths and beads of sweat on their brows, disregarding their appearances. The scene was nothing short of exaggerated, akin to refugees who had gone 3 days and nights without food. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing and Lin Shi, who were overseeing the bustling scene, exchanged knowing smiles, each finding solace in the other's eyes. They understood that Xiaoying's fishing family had triumphed. Their man, the one who consistently conjured miracles, had finally established an unassailable stronghold for his fishing empire. However, just as the entire courtyard basked in the joyous ocean of culinary delight and admiration, a series of police sirens, jarringly incongruous with the surrounding clamor, suddenly approached, growing nearer. Following this, several black Audis, bearing special licenses, slowly came to a stop at the entrance of the fishing family establishment, escorted and safeguarded by numerous police vehicles. The spectacle instantly silenced the previously boisterous courtyard. All the diners, ravenously indulging in their meals, and the villagers, bustling about with no time to spare, instinctively halted their actions, casting bewildered glances towards the entrance. What was happening? Were those the police? What was going on? Could a simple meal result in a water meter inspection? As the crowd murmured in confusion, the lead Audi, with a license plate Dong 00001, opened its door. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a sharp suit, exuding an air of authority without uttering a word, slowly descended, flanked by several equally impressive subordinates. Upon recognizing the man's face, in attendance, all those who became acquainted with him through the documentary produced by Lin, she collectively gasped in astonishment. Major Lin Lin, the esteemed leader of Donghai City, Lin Jiangwo? How could he possibly be here? Lin Jiangwo paid no heed to the shocked and reverent gazes surrounding him. He merely leisurely removed the white gloves from his hands, surveying the quaint yet vibrant courtyard before him. As his gaze fell upon the enchanting Li Xiaoying, who emerged from the kitchen clad in a floral qipao, looking as if she had stepped out of a painting, a fleeting glimmer of astonishment flickered in his authoritative eyes. However, he soon shifted his focus beyond her, landing on the young man behind her, who wore a gentle smile. At last, a genuine expression of admiration and amusement graced his face. "You must be Chen Fan," he pronounced, his voice resonating with the weight of authority. Chen Fan regarded this prominent figure, typically seen only on television, with neither tension nor obsequiousness. He simply nodded with measured respect. "Mayor Lin, it is an honor." What an impressive young man, Lin Jiangwo thought to himself, silently commending Chen Fan's unflappable demeanor. He then turned to Lin Shi, who appeared bewildered by her father's unexpected incognito visit, and jestingly chided, "You, my dear, create such a commotion without even informing the family in advance." "Dad, what brings you here?" Lin Shi exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. "If I hadn't come, I fear I would remain oblivious to the emergence of such a heroic figure committed to serving the public in our Donghai City." Lin Jiangwo replied, half in jest. His expression soon transformed into one of utmost seriousness. He looked directly at Chen Fan, speaking with a tone imbued with gravity and gratitude. "Comrade Chen Fan, I stand before you today, representing the municipal committee and government, as well as my family, to extend our sincerest gratitude. You not only saved my father's life, but more importantly, through your courage and wisdom, you have helped us eradicate the vile Haisha gang that has plagued our city for years. You are a hero to all the citizens of our city." His words resonated with profound authority, delivering a commendation of the highest order. The attendees were utterly captivated by Mayor Lin's near-final assessment. They regarded the young man, who remained composed and unperturbed in the presence of the mayor, with eyes brimming not only with reverence, but also with fervor. This was indeed the living Dragon King of Longwang Village. Yet, Chen Fan simply smiled softly. "Mayor Lin, you flatter me. I merely acted as any ordinary citizen would." A commendable ordinary citizen." Lin Jiangwo clapped and laughed heartily, his admiration for Chen Fan deepening further. He turned his head to gaze at the proprietress, Li Xiaoying, who was clearly taken aback by the spectacle before her, her expression a blend of astonishment and uncertainty. A gentle smile graced his face as he mused, "Surely, this is the esteemed Li, the creator of the divine fish soup that even my father, a connoisseur of the finest delicacies, praises. I am not." Li Xiaoying stammered, her nerves rendering her speech disjointed. "Mayor Lin, please do not jest at my expense." Chen Fan interjected with a chuckle, attempting to ease the tension. "She is merely an ordinary cook." "An ordinary cook, indeed, but one who can conjure flavors that linger in the memory of my old friend, Su Laotu," he countered. Just then, a robust and cheerful elderly voice resonated from the rear of the Audi convoy. Following this, an elderly gentleman, though his hair was streaked with gray, exuded vigor and vitality. Striding forward with the support of Su Wanqing, his gait reminiscent of a dragon's majesty. It was none other than Su Jinhua, the patriarch of the Su family, whom Chen Fan had rescued from the brink of death. "Suloto," Lin Zhangwo exclaimed, his face lighting up with astonishment. "Your health. Ha ha ha. Thanks to your future son-in-law, I am as sturdy as ever." Su Jinhua laughed heartily, clapping Lin Zhangwo on the shoulder. His keen, hawk-like eyes then fixed upon Chen Fan, brimming with unreserved admiration and gratitude. What a fine young man. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. He approached and gave Chen Fan a hearty pat on the shoulder. "You have returned my life to me. From this day forth, should you ever require the aid of the Su family, do not hesitate to ask. As long as I, Su Jinhua, draw breath in Donghai City, no one shall dare lay a finger on you." What a profound promise. What unparalleled protection. The assembly was once more rendered speechless by the formidable declaration of Su Jinhua. They understood that from this day forward, the young man named Chen Fan could indeed navigate Donghai City with impunity. Yet, Chen Fan merely smiled faintly. He regarded these two influential figures, who could shake the very foundations of Donghai City with a mere stamp of their feet, and slowly gestured for them to join him. "Mayor Lin, old Su, since you are here, why not stay and savor the fish I caught myself?" As Chen Fan spoke with a tone that was neither subservient nor arrogant, infused with a hint of proprietorship, the entire assembly was utterly captivated by his demeanor. In the presence of two titans of power and wealth, whose mere presence could rattle the city, this young man maintained an air of unflappable composure, displaying an extraordinary temperament and audacity that was nothing short of astonishing. "Ha ha! Excellent!" Su Jinhua was the first to clap his hands in laughter, his sharp, hawk-like eyes sparkling with unabashed admiration and satisfaction. "Today, I, an old man, am determined to savor the exquisite fish soup that has garnered endless praise from my granddaughter's lofty-eyed husband. What could it possibly taste like?" This declaration from Old Master Su reverberated through the crowd like a thunderclap, leaving all present momentarily frozen in astonishment. They gazed alternately at Old Master Su and then at Su Wanqing, whose charming face had turned a brilliant shade of crimson. Their collective gaze ultimately converged upon Chen Fan, who appeared unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to the earth-shattering proclamation. In their eyes, a kaleidoscope of emotions, shock, envy, admiration, and an unspoken acceptance swirled. Indeed, such a paragon among men could only be worthy of the Su family's ethereal jewel, a daughter akin to a celestial being. Amidst this tumult, Lin, she found her heart, once buoyed by pride and joy at her father's arrival, plummet into despair upon hearing Old Master Su's near-official announcement. A wave of inexplicable bitterness and disappointment engulfed her, like a chilling tide overwhelming her spirit. She glanced at the couple beside Old Master Su, Chen Fan and Su Wanqing, their radiant chemistry reminiscent of a match made in heaven, and then at herself, feeling like a mere outsider in this scene. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, the epicenter of this storm, remained unfazed. With a gentle smile directed at Old Master Su, he turned to the somewhat overwhelmed Li Xiaoying, saying softly, "Sister Xiaoying, I apologize for the trouble. We have quite a number of esteemed guests today, so the kitchen may need your assistance." "Oh, yes. Not a problem. Li Xiaoying, startled from her reverie, met Chen Fan's trusting and encouraging gaze, and the insecurities sparked by the presence of Su Wanqing and Lin, she vanished in an instant. A newfound sense of determination and purpose ignited within her heart. She understood that this meal represented a golden opportunity for both herself in the Xiaoying fishing house to achieve renown. Nodding resolutely at Chen Fan, she turned with the vigor of a general preparing for battle and strode confidently into the kitchen. Half an hour later, in the most opulent private room of the fishing house, a round table crafted from golden silk nanmu was adorned with an array of culinary masterpieces. Each dish a harmonious blend of flavor, aroma, and presentation. Steamed East-Star grouper with garlic, exquisite lobster, a special offering from Chen Fan, cheese-baked Australian lobster, and even a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall crafted from the finest black gold abalone awaited the guests. The rich, commanding aroma nearly threatened to lift the roof off, stirring the appetites of the illustrious guests who had sampled the finest delicacies from land and sea. Kulme, Jiangua, Old Master Su raised his glass, his face aglow with delight. Today we owe it all to my wonderful grandson-in-law. Ha ha, indeed, it's time to raise a glass. Lin Jiangwo replied with a smile, lifting his cup in agreement. At the dining table, the atmosphere was one of harmony. Several prominent figures clinked glasses and engaged in lively conversation. Yet, she sat alone, appearing somewhat glum. She observed the man across from her, who was being relentlessly pursued by her father and Old Master Su, yet remained composed. She also glanced at Su Wanqing, who, though silent, wore a perpetual smile of a victor at his side. Her heart felt as though it had been overturned, filled with a tumult of emotions. At that moment, Old Master Su, seemingly in high spirits from the wine, set down his glass and suddenly addressed Lin Shi in a half-joking tone, saying, my dear little Shi, you're not a child anymore. It's time you learned from your sister and found yourself a good match. Stop running around with that camera all the time. Sister? Lin Shi was taken aback by his words. Confused, she looked at Old Master Su and questioned, Grandpa Su, what do you mean? I don't have a sister. I'm the only child in my family. However, the moment her words escaped her lips, the once lively private room fell into an eerie silence. The air seemed to freeze at that instant. Lin Jiangwo's face, which had been smiling moments before, suddenly went rigid. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing, who had been wearing a victorious smile, instantly turned pale. Observing their unnatural reactions, Lin Shi's keen journalistic instincts sparked a realization of something awry. Slowly, she turned her head, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes fixated intently on her father. She glanced again at the now ashen-faced Su Wanqing. An absurd yet undeniable thought began to surge uncontrollably from the depths of her heart. Dad, her voice trembled with disbelief. What did Grandpa Su mean just now? Lin Jiangwo fell silent. He met his daughter's questioning gaze, then looked at the equally pale Su Wanqing, who dared not meet his eyes. He understood that the secret he had concealed for over 20 years could no longer remain hidden. With a long, weary sigh, filled with exhaustion and guilt, he looked at Lin Shi and then at Su Wanqing, and in a hoarse voice laden with regret, he slowly revealed, Little Shi, Wanqing, she is actually your half-sister. Boom! Lin Jiangwo's words detonated in the minds of Lin Shi and the outsider Chen Fan like a nuclear bomb, leaving them utterly petrified. They stared blankly at the three family members at the dining table, each bearing expressions of pain and struggle, their minds a blank slate. Su Wanqing and Lin Shi were, in fact, sisters. What in the world was this astonishing revelation? In that moment, Chen Fan felt that his worldview had been utterly overturned. After experiencing the initial extreme shock, Lin Shi was suddenly overwhelmed by an indescribable emotion, a tumultuous blend of absurdity, anger, and grievance that shattered the last remnants of her rationality. Slowly, she rose to her feet, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes brimming with tears. She gazed at her father, then cast a glance at her elder sister, whom she had always viewed as a rival. Finally, her gaze settled upon the bewildered man caught between the two sisters. A grim smile, more sorrowful than a cry, curled at the corner of her mouth. She uttered not a single word more. Instead, she abruptly turned, flung open the door to the private room, and stormed out without looking back. Xiaoxi! Both Lin Jiangwo and Su Wanqing exclaimed in unison, while the elder Su, observing the chaotic scene he had inadvertently created with a single remark, wore a face marked by embarrassment and regret. It seemed he had misspoken. At that moment, Chen Fan, who had been in a daze, finally regained his senses. He watched the elegant figure fleeing in tears and glanced at the awkward situation around the table, one that could almost be excavated by a toe. Without a moment's hesitation, he too stood up. To Mayor Lin, Elder Su, and President Su, he offered an awkward smile and said, "You all continue your conversation. I will step out for a moment." Chapter 53, Gaining Recognition. Director Wu declares a thorough investigation of the Sea Shark Gang. As Chen Fan rushed out of the private room, the previously harmonious dinner gathering was irrevocably shattered. Inside the room, only Lin Jiangwo, Elder Su, and Su Wanqing remained. This intricately connected family, their emotions equally complex in the aftermath. The atmosphere was so tense that it felt as though one could carve out a three-bedroom apartment with their toes. Alas, ultimately it was Elder Su, the instigator of this turmoil, who let out a long sigh, breaking the oppressive silence. He looked at Lin Jiangwo, whose face was etched with guilt and weariness, and a faint smile of bitterness appeared. "Jiangwo, this is all my fault. I've become muddled in my old age, and after a few drinks, I simply couldn't restrain my loose tongue." Lin Jiangwo remained silent, merely lifting the glass before him and downing the fiery liquor in one gulp. His once authoritative countenance was now marked by a profound sense of helplessness. He was the mayor of Donghai City, capable of managing a city and the livelihoods of millions. Yet he could not seem to govern his own small family. "Dad," Su Wanqing observed her father's profile, which seemed to age several years in an instant. A flicker of deep concern flashing in her cold, clear eyes. She understood that for years, her father had lived under the weight of dual guilt towards both their family and Lin Shi's. Just then, a firm knock echoed at the door of the private room. "Come in." Lin Jiangwo rubbed his temples, regaining the authority befitting a mayor. The door swung open. Director Wu, who had been standing outside, entered with a grave expression, clutching a yellow craft paper envelope. Mayor Su, after greeting the two prominent figures with respect, shifted his gaze to the nearly untouched, exquisite feast on the table and the peculiar atmosphere within the private room. A fleeting, almost imperceptible look of confusion crossed his stern, square face. "What has transpired?" Lin Jiangwo inquired in a deep voice. "They have all confessed," Director Wu replied, his voice lowered yet tinged with an undeniable sense of shock and incredulity. He slowly opened the envelope, extracting a thick stack of witness statements alongside several blurry yet impactful photographs captured from the cargo ship surveillance. According to the accounts provided by Black Shark and Li Wenba, the esteemed son of a powerful family, Director Wu's voice became somewhat hoarse as he continued. 3 days prior, in the international waters off the coast of Donghai City, Chen Fan had single-handedly rammed a vessel weighing thousands of tons. Furthermore, he had summoned hundreds, if not thousands, of sharks to tear the entire cargo ship to shreds, compelling both Black Shark and young Master Li, one notorious underground figure and the other a privileged scion, to kneel on the deck and sing conquer. As he recounted the final detail of their kneeling and singing, even this seasoned detective, accustomed to grand spectacles, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "This is utterly fantastical." Lin Jiangwo and old Master Su, upon hearing the report, were left utterly astounded, their expressions frozen in disbelief. They sat in their chairs, their previously calm eyes now engulfed by overwhelming shock akin to tumultuous waves. They were aware of Chen Fan's formidable prowess and understood that he possessed extraordinary encounters. Yet they could hardly fathom that he could be so astonishingly powerful, summoning a horde of sharks and forcing Black Shark and young Master Li to sing conquer. Was this truly human? He resembled the legendary Dragon King of the East Sea, commanding myriad aquatic beings. Is this truly real? After what felt like an eternity, Lin Jiangwo regained his composure from the immense shock and pointed at the striking photographs, his voice trembling with disbelief. "Absolutely true," Director Wu nodded gravely, his eyes reflecting a mix of trepidation and relief. He was grateful that he had not offended this capricious Dragon King from the very beginning. "No wonder," old Master Su murmured as he gazed at the photographs, his sharp, eagle-like eyes glimmering with unprecedented brilliance. "I told you, a young man capable of presenting such a marvelous creature as the exquisite lobster to pull me back from the brink of death could never be an ordinary individual. It turns out he is indeed a true dragon among men." "Ha ha! Excellent! Splendid!" Old Master Su suddenly slammed the table and burst into hearty laughter, his voice resonating with boundless delight and pride. "My granddaughter's husband, Su Jianhua, he should indeed be a formidable hero, gazing down upon the world with an air of invincibility." He turned to the side, where Su Wanqing stood, equally astounded, a look of immense satisfaction spreading across his face. "My dear girl, your insight surpasses even mine." Su Wanqing remained silent, her gaze fixed in a daze upon the blurred photographs, yet still capable of recognizing the silhouette of the man standing at the bow of the ship, a figure reminiscent of a deity or demon. Her heart was entirely consumed by emotions of shock, admiration, and infatuation. So this was his true self? The man who, before her, oscillated between playful irreverence and tender caring, bore an utterly domineering and iron-willed side akin to a god or demon. For a moment, she found herself entranced. A cough from Lin Jiangwo jolted everyone back from their overwhelming astonishment to reality. The previous despair and awkwardness had vanished from his face, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. He turned to Director Wu and asked solemnly, "Has the identity of Li Wenbo been clarified?" "It has been clarified," Director Wu replied, his expression turning grave. "He is the illegitimate son of the Li family, one of the 4 prominent families in the provincial capital. His arrival in Donghai City is to leverage the power of the Haisha gang to consolidate the underground world of our city, paving the way for the Li family's next commercial expansion." The 4 great families? Such audacity. A cold glint flashed in Lin Jiangwo's eyes. "Their hands have reached into my territory." "Mayor," Director Wu's face bore a troubled expression. "Currently, the Li family has exerted pressure on our city bureau through provincial connections. They demand the immediate release of Li Wenbo without charges and insist that we severely punish the perpetrator who harmed their young master, Chen Fan." "Nonsense!" Old Master Su bellowed in fury, slamming the table. "What do they think the Li family is? How dare they touch the savior of Su Jinhua?" Old Master Su issued a command directly to Director Wu. "Inform those old fellows in the province that this matter is under my control. Su Jinhua. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on Chen Fan will be opposing me, Su Jinhua, and the entire Su family conglomerate." "Understood, Old Master." Director Wu felt a surge of assurance at the Old Master's declaration. With the backing of the business titan that is the Su family, the pressure from the provincial capital could be withstood at least halfway. Merely withstanding is not enough. Lin Jiangwo, who had remained silent until now, slowly spoke up. He looked into Director Wu's authoritative eyes, which gleamed with a sharpness akin to a blade. He delivered the final command, word by word. "Director Wu, listen closely. From this moment forth, establish a special task force immediately. Conduct a thorough investigation into the Haisha gang, from their leader down to every single lackey, from their finances to all their protectors. Leave no stone unturned. I intend to make all those associated with them lose their peace of mind." He paused, his voice turning chillingly resolute. "I do not care who stands behind him, whether it is the Li family or the celestial deities. As long as one commits a crime on my territory, Lin Jiangwo's domain, they must pay the price." Upon hearing this, Director Wu's body trembled violently. He gazed at the man before him, who had finally revealed his formidable nature, and his heart surged with emotion. He understood that Donghai City was truly on the brink of transformation. With a sharp salute, he rendered an impeccably formal military gesture to Lin Jiangwo. "Yes, Mayor. I guarantee the completion of the task." With that, he turned and exited with swift determination. The private room fell silent once more. Old Master Su looked at his son-in-law, who had finally made up his mind, and a look of satisfaction spread across his face. He raised his glass in a toast to Lin Jiangwo. "Jiangwo, with our families combined alongside Chen Fan, that true dragon's son-in-law, I believe it is time for a change in the heavens of Donghai City." Lin Jiangwo observed him, then glanced at his daughter, Su Wanqing, whose stern countenance was now softened by a hint of relief. He lifted his glass and drank deeply. "Uncle Su, you speak the truth." Just then, the door to the private room was cautiously opened from the outside. A graceful figure, clad in simple attire, yet exuding an undeniable elegance, peeked in. It was Li Xiaoying. She beheld the imposing presence of the powerful figures within the room, and her delicate features were etched with anxiety and unease. After a moment of hesitation, she mustered her courage and, in a voice as faint as a whisper, asked, "Have the esteemed leaders seen Fan Fan?" When Li Xiaoying's voice, filled with worry and apprehension, echoed in the private room, Su Wanqing's heart, which had been at ease due to her father and grandfather's assurances, suddenly plunged into uncertainty. Indeed, he has yet to return. The man who had rushed out to retrieve her sister who had run away in tears, still had not come back. Whom does he truly care for? Days later, in the uncharted depths of a sea off the coast of Donghai City, the Dragon King vessel floated serenely upon a sapphire blue expanse of water. Inside the cockpit, Chen Fan sat with his eyes closed, his brow slightly furrowed. His complexion appeared pale, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Clearly, he was engaged in an immensely taxing endeavor. Within his mind, the dazzling star chart had long transcended the confines of the small area of Longyuan Bay, extending wildly into deeper, broader, and more uncharted waters. A radius of 10 miles. No, perhaps even 20 miles. Since the last time, when an intense surge of anger unexpectedly awakened the nascent power of the Dragon Command on the open sea, Chen Fan was delighted to discover that the Ancestral Dragon heritage within him seemed to have been thoroughly activated. Not only did his mastery over the dragon breath become increasingly adept, but the range of his perception expanded severalfold. Moreover, he sensed, with a faint intuition, that he could almost touch the barrier leading to the second stage of his abilities, nourished by the dragon blood. He merely needed a catalyst. "Brother Fan, have you found it?" Wang Fatty, observing Chen Fan's slightly pale complexion, asked with a hint of concern. For the past few days, Chen Fan had been tirelessly navigating the Dragon King through this unfamiliar sea area, which was not even clearly marked on the nautical charts. He had maintained this meditative, transcendent posture for several hours now. Wang Fatty was at a loss regarding what Chen Fan was searching for. "Be quiet," Chen Fan slowly uttered. His mind was completely immersed in the bizarre underwater world. He saw, hundreds of meters beneath his vessel, a group of rare red corals emanating a resplendent crimson glow, quietly thriving. Beside the coral reef, a colossal grouper, over 10 meters in length and exuding an intimidating aura, languidly yawned. He also glimpsed a swarm of ethereal jellyfish, radiating a ghostly blue luminescence, gracefully drifting in a deeper trench. Each of these marvels would send marine biologists into a frenzy, yet none were what he sought. He was in search of a miraculous herb that could completely rejuvenate his mother's body, which had long been tormented by illness. According to the scant records in the heritage regarding alchemy, to concoct the lowest grade of a body-cleansing elixir, one needed dragon blood, rich in formidable life force, as the main ingredient. Additionally, a secondary herb was required to bear and neutralize the overwhelming potency of the dragon blood, and the finest auxiliary herb had just been discovered. Chen Fan's eyes suddenly flung open, sparkling with a brilliance akin to searchlights. "Where is it? Brother Fan, what is this treasure?" Wang Fatty exclaimed, instantly invigorated. Chen Fan did not respond. He swiftly stood up and stepped outside the cabin, hastily donning a set of top-tier deep-sea diving gear specially tailored for him by Su Wanqing at a high price. "Fatty, stay on the ship. Keep an eye on it. No matter what happens underwater, do not panic. Remember, if I'm not back in an hour, you must immediately set sail." Without waiting for Wang Fatty to react, he plunged into the endless azure, carrying the oxygen tank on his back. In the deep sea, 500 meters down, darkness enveloped him, rendering visibility non-existent. The sunlight is utterly incapable of penetrating such profound layers of water. Surrounding him is an eerie silence akin to death, accompanied by a terrifying water pressure potent enough to crush a car into a mere disk of metal. Any ordinary human, without the protective embrace of a specialized pressure-resistant diving suit, would likely be reduced to a puddle of flesh in an instant upon arrival here. Yet Chen Fan moves through this abyss like a fish born to thrive in these depths. He does not even activate the spotlight above him, for within his dragon's breath perception, this seemingly pitch-black ocean floor transforms into a vibrant world teeming with life, guided by the most radiant point in his mind. Akin to the sun radiating a gentle white light, he navigates through splendid coral forests and weaves around slumbering leviathans of the deep, ultimately arriving at an underwater canyon adorned with colossal rocks. The source of that magnificent light beckons from the canyon's deepest recesses. As he draws closer, he finally discerns the true nature of this luminescent entity, a colossal being beyond his wildest imagination. It is a shellfish of prehistorical proportions, its diameter exceeding 3 meters, exhibiting an ancient grayish-white hue that seems to have been shaped by the relentless passage of time. Its exterior is even cloaked in a thick layer of petrified volcanic ash. Good heavens! Even with his mental preparation, Upon witnessing this legendary creature from myth, Chen Fan cannot help but curse inwardly. How many years has this being existed? A century? Or 500? He approaches slowly, and the gigantic shell appears to sense his presence, gradually parting like two immense stone doors to reveal a narrow opening. In an instant, a dazzling light, 100 times more brilliant than before, radiates from that crevice, suffusing the dark ocean floor with a brilliance akin to daylight. Within that resplendent glow floats a massive pearl, the size of a baby's fist, exhibiting a flawless, deep black sheen, suspended gracefully at the center of the shell's interior. It seems to be the very heart of this desolate deep sea, pulsating gently and emitting waves of soft radiance imbued with boundless life energy. An exquisite black pearl. Chapter 55. The unveiling of the exquisite black pearl, worth its weight in gold. When Chen Fan, amidst the stunning brilliance, finally beholds the profound, mysterious pearl that resembles a black hole, yet radiates infinite vitality, his heart, hardened by countless grand spectacles, begins to race uncontrollably. This is it, the perfect auxiliary ingredient for concocting the body-refining elixir, a pearl at the very least, nurtured by the essence of the sea for over a century. An overwhelming ecstasy surged through him like a tumultuous undercurrent, instantly sweeping through his limbs and bones. Without a moment's hesitation, his body shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling towards the immense clamshell that was slowly revealing its treasure. However, just as his fingertips were about to graze the alluringly radiant black pearl, an intense and life-threatening danger alarm exploded within his heart without warning. Oh no! Chen Fan's pupils dilated in alarm. His forward momentum abruptly halted in a manner that defied the laws of inertia, and he retreated violently backward in the water. At that very instant of retreat, the colossal clamshell, which had previously opened like a stone door, snapped shut with a terrifying speed and force that belied its massive size, akin to a hydraulic press. The violent rush of water generated by its closure created a visible miniature whirlpool even in the depths of the ocean. Chen Fan had no doubt that had he delayed his retreat by even a fraction of a second, his outstretched arm would have been mercilessly severed by the jaws of this prehistoric behemoth. What a cunning creature! Suspended at a distance, Chen Fan gazed at the clam, which had resumed its innocuous appearance, and broke into a cold sweat. He finally understood that the alluring display of the partially opened shell was not an invitation, but rather a primal and lethal trap. It was fishing, using its most precious treasure as bait to lure an unsuspecting prey drawn by the pearl's radiance, only to swallow them whole. This creature had become sentient. As Chen Fan observed the giant clam feigning death after its failed attempt, a newfound gravity flickered in his dark eyes. A direct confrontation was out of the question. Not only could he not pry open its shell, which was thicker than tank armor, but even if he could, with its cunning akin to that of an ancient silver coin, who could say what further treachery it concealed? What to do? Chen Fan circled the giant clam, his mind racing. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the inconspicuous red seaweed gently swaying with the current at the tightly closed seam of the clam's shell. An audacious, even mad notion surged uncontrollably from the depths of his heart. A smile crept across his face, reminiscent of a cunning old fox spotting a plump hen. So, you wish to play mind games with me, old fellow? You're still a bit too green. 10 minutes later, Chen Fan reappeared before the giant clam, this time with an additional item in his hand. A colossal sea snake, measuring over 2 meters in length and adorned with potent venom, was recently borrowed from the nearby coral reef. Though it had been rendered nearly lifeless by his unique techniques, the toxic essence it exuded remained a deadly temptation for the creatures dwelling in the desolate depths of the ocean. Chen Fan waved the half-dying serpent before the giant clam. Then, with an exaggerated and provocatively theatrical demeanor, slowly brought the snake to his lips in front of the creature. Indeed, he intended to perform a darkly comedic act of treachery before the ancient mollusk. As anticipated, just as Chen Fan was about to savor the venomous delicacy, the giant clam, previously feigning death, could no longer contain itself. Its tightly closed shell gradually opened a narrow gap, through which a surge of desire and greed penetrated Chen Fan's mind, unmistakably indicating that he had taken the bait. A cold smirk flickered within him, though he maintained an expression of feigned shock at the clam's sudden movement. In a deliberate act of distraction, he allowed the half-dead sea snake to slip from his grasp, floating gently towards the enticing crevice of the clam's shell. The giant clam, seemingly taken aback by this unexpected fortune, widened its gap slightly. A powerful, irresistible suction emanated from the opening, swiftly drawing the snake within its depths. However, just as the clam was about to close its shell in satisfaction, a streak of golden lightning, far quicker than before, flashed past. None other than Chen Fan, who had, unbeknownst to the clam, acquired an ultra-long crowbar crafted from special alloys aboard the Dragon King vessel. "Open for me," Chen Fan silently roared, channeling every ounce of explosive golden energy within him into his arms. He forcefully wedged the unyielding crowbar into the clam's closing gap. The resounding clang of metal echoed like a thunderous bell through the silent abyss of the deep sea. The giant clam, caught off guard by such a despicable trap, erupted with fury. A torrent of boundless rage surged from its being, and its massive shells began to clamp down with a terrifying force capable of crushing a submarine. The crowbar, forged from resilient alloys, emitted a mournful cry under the immense pressure, struggling against the clam's relentless grip. Even so, it began to bend slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a terrifying force! Chen Fan's face instantly flushed crimson. He pressed the crowbar with all his might, every muscle in his body straining to its limit. Yet he knew he could not hold out for long. Once the crowbar was crushed, his fate would be to be utterly ground into a pulp. He had to act decisively. In this moment of imminent peril, an unprecedented madness and determination flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. He astonishingly released one hand that was bracing against the crowbar. Then, with an astonishing speed, he thrust his hand into the deathly narrow gap of less than half a meter. His target was singular, that exquisite black pearl, so tantalizingly close. "Come to me," he silently roared. His fingertips finally brushed against the smooth, radiant treasure brimming with immense life energy. At that very instant, he grasped the black pearl. The colossal clam seemed to sense that its progeny, nurtured for centuries, was about to be taken away. It descended into a frenzy. A surge of pressure, several times more terrifying than before, erupted from the clam's shell. Crack! The already overburdened alloy crowbar finally shattered. The massive clam shells, resembling gates of death, suddenly slammed shut with a force capable of crushing anything. However, it was already too late. In a mere 1/100th of a second before the death gate was to close completely, a golden figure shot forth from the vanishing gap with a speed akin to teleportation. In his hand, he tightly clutched a pure black pearl emanating a gentle, radiant glow. Boom! The gigantic clam shell thunderously closed. The entire underwater canyon trembled violently. Chen Fan, suspended not far away, gazed at the clam, now frantically battering against the rock face in its madness of losing its treasure. Then looked at the hard-earned essence of the sea in his hand and finally let out a long sigh of relief. He had won the gamble. Just as he prepared to return, a series of urgent, anxious, and fearful shouts suddenly came through the miniature communicator in his helmet, intermittent and frantic. It was Wang Pongzi. Fan, something's wrong. Hurry up. There are ships. Many unidentified ships. They've surrounded us. Chapter 56. Su Wanqing's eyes widened. This pearl is mine. A few days later, in Donghai City, at the Tianxian Pavilion, in the exclusive VIP room, number 1 not open to the public, the atmosphere was somewhat subdued. Su Wanqing held a cup of premium Blue Mountain coffee, her clear, autumn-like eyes occasionally drifting to the man seated opposite her, who was leisurely sipping tea. Her gaze was filled with an indescribable complexity of emotions. Curiosity, exploration, reverence, and even a hint of resentment. An emotion she herself had scarcely acknowledged, had enveloped her ever since the miraculous return of the man from the depths of the enigmatic ocean 3 days prior. His demeanor had become increasingly inscrutable. Through her own channels, Su Wanqing had unearthed a few clues. It was said that on the day Chen Fan went missing in that very sea, a remarkably mysterious fleet of unidentified vessels had made an appearance. Even the Maritime Bureau's satellites had captured some exceedingly vague images that suggested a maritime conflict. Yet, in the end, all of this dissipated into nothingness. The enigmatic fleet vanished like a specter, while Chen Fan returned nonchalantly aboard his Dragon King vessel, as if nothing had transpired. when Su Wanqing subtly inquired about the incident. He merely flashed a smile and dismissively remarked, "Oh, I encountered a few blind pirates, but I dealt with them effortlessly," brushing it aside with a casual air. Who could possibly believe that? The forces that had caused both Black Shark and Li Xiao to suffer significant losses could simply be reduced to a handful of minor pirates? This man harbored far too many secrets, so many that even she, the Ice Queen who typically felt no interest in men, could not suppress a compelling urge to peel back his layers and uncover the truth. Ahem. Chen Fan felt somewhat uncomfortable under her penetrating gaze, which radiated an air of aggression. He set down his teacup and cleared his throat, breaking the somewhat ambiguous silence. "M.S. Su, you didn't summon me here today merely to share tea, did you?" "Of course not." Su Wanqing, realizing her lapse in demeanor, averted her gaze, allowing her stunningly beautiful face to regain its usual cool and composed expression. From her limited edition Hermes bag, she retrieved a meticulously prepared document and slid it across the table to Chen Fan. "This is the financial statement from our acquisition of your Dragon King fresh last week. After deducting all costs, the net profit stands at this figure." She extended 3 slender, pale fingers. 3 million? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. "It is 30 million. Su Wanqing replied with a calm tone, though her clear, icy eyes sparkled with a fervent ambition. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. Now, our Dragon King Fresh brand has completely erupted in Donghai City, thanks to the documentary produced by journalist Lin Shi. Each day, I receive no fewer than 100 calls from across the nation seeking partnerships or supply. Chen Fan, do you comprehend what this signifies?" She gazed at him, her beautiful eyes shimmering with excitement. "This means we will soon establish our very own fishing empire." Yet, in the face of this grand vision, one that would make any businessman fervently enthusiastic, Chen Fan's expression remained notably unperturbed. He simply smiled faintly. "Ms. Su, there is no need to paint grand visions. Today, I have come to present to you something far more intriguing." With that, he slowly extracted a specially crafted box made from the finest temperature and humidity control materials from his seemingly ordinary black backpack. He placed the box upon the table and gently opened it. As the lid lifted, the once brightly lit compartment seemed to dim instantly, as if all light was devoured by the enigmatic object contained within. Nestled upon a base of sumptuous velvet lay a colossal pearl, the size of an infant's fist, exuding an immaculate, flawless blackness reminiscent of the most profound night sky. Unlike ordinary pearls, it lacked a dazzling luster. However, it radiated an ancient, profound allure that seemed capable of ensnaring one's very soul, leaving any woman who beheld it breathless. With a sharp intake of breath, Su Wanqing's typically serene and unruffled eyes widened to the size of pinpricks at the sight of the black pearl. Her delicate hand, which had been cradling a coffee cup, trembled uncontrollably, spilling the scalding liquid onto her fair, tender skin, yet she appeared utterly oblivious. She simply stared, entranced by the pearl that seemed to possess a certain hypnotic power. As an expression of obsession and longing surfaced for the first time on her usually impassive and exquisite visage. "What is this?" Her voice, laden with shock and excitement, emerged somewhat hoarse and dry. "The South Sea Black Pearl King." "No," Chen Fan replied slowly, shaking his head while a mysterious smile graced his lips. "This is far more precious than what you describe." He delicately cradled the cool, smooth black pearl in his palm. Instantly, a gentle energy, imbued with a vibrant life force, emanated from within the pearl. Su Wanqing, being the closest, felt as though she had been transported to the most exclusive of venues. The soothing energy permeated her being with each breath, alleviating the fatigue that had accumulated from days of relentless toil, nurturing both her spirit and body in a manner she had never experienced before. In fact, she was overwhelmed by an intense illusion. It felt as if her skin had transformed into a more hydrated, smooth, and firm texture within just a few breaths. This is no mere pearl. This is undeniably an elixir of youth that could drive every woman in the world to madness. Her eyes, already wide with astonishment, were now ignited by a fervent flame of greed and possession. She fixed her gaze intently on the mesmerizing black pearl in Chen Fan's hand, her typically serene and exquisite face revealing, for the first time, an expression akin to that of a little girl encountering her most cherished toy, a look of undeniable determination. She didn't even inquire about the price of the pearl or its origins. Instead, with a commanding tone reminiscent of royalty, she declared to Chen Fan, "Chen Fan, I want this pearl." Chapter 57. Sister Xiao Ying's daughter is ill. I can heal. As Su Wanqing uttered this statement in an almost possessive, queen-like manner, Chen Fan smiled. He observed the ice-cold corporate queen before him, whose composure had been utterly shattered by a mirror in his eyes, small pearl, and he felt a considerable sense of satisfaction at the mischievous delight that stirred within him. "Miss Su, do you desire it?" he teased, tossing the dangerously alluring black pearl in his hand before catching it deftly. His playful demeanor incited a fierce frustration in Su Wanqing, who felt as if she could crush her silver teeth. "Name your price," she said, taking a deep breath to suppress the impulse to snatch the pearl from his grasp. Her previously frosty gaze regained its shrewdness as a businesswoman. "I understand this item is invaluable. Feel free to state your demand. Money is not an issue. Is that so?" Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, a knowing smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. "What if I said I want you?" Boom! His tantalizingly provocative remark detonated in the tempestuous waters of Su Wanqing's heart like a nuclear bomb. The previously composed beauty turned crimson in an instant, the flush spreading from her cheeks to her ears and even to her gracefully swan-like neck. She stared blankly at the man before her, whose wicked smile rendered her usually astute and calm mind utterly incapacitated. Did he just say what I think he said? He wants me. For a moment, the entire private room was enveloped in an odd silence filled with pink bubbles. Watching Su Wanqing's adorably flustered reaction, Chen Fan could no longer contain his laughter. "Ha ha! Miss Su, it was merely a jest. Don't take it to heart." "You." Su Wanqing finally came to her senses. She looked at the mischievous man before her, who was laughing heartily, and her beautiful eyes brimmed with a mixture of embarrassment, anger, and injustice. "This scoundrel! How dare he toy with me?" It was the first time in her life that a man had been so audaciously flirtatious. All right, I won't tease you any longer," Chen Fan said, sensing the moment to retreat, aware that if he continued, this proud swan might truly become incensed. He gently pushed the black pearl towards her. "The bead. I shall not sell." "You." Su Wanqing was about to erupt with indignation when Chen Fan interjected. "However, I can use it to barter for something in return." "Barter? For what?" Su Wanqing's tone remained laced with a subtle hint of reproach. Chen Fan gazed at her, his expression turning extraordinarily earnest. "I require you to leverage all the resources of the Su family to assist me in establishing a brand new company, a firm dedicated to the research, development, and sale of premium cosmetics. This black pearl, imbued with the eternal essence that can drive all women to madness," he paused, articulating each word with precision, "will be the inaugural and most pivotal product of our new enterprise." When Chen Fan contentedly exited the Tianxian pavilion, it was already late at night. He had not only secured Su Wanqing as his most formidable and professional partner for the beauty empire he was about to launch, but also, just before his departure, received an unlimited black card from the elder Su, who had completely regarded him as a prospective grandson-in-law. One could say he returned with a bounty. However, just as he hailed a cab to return to Longwang Village, his phone suddenly rang urgently. It was an unfamiliar landline number. Chen Fan frowned and answered the call. Instantly, a familiar voice filled with distress and weeping reached his ears. It was Li Xiaoying. "Hello. Is this Chen Fan, sister-in-law?" "It's me." Chen Fan's heart sank. Something must be amiss. "Take your time. Don't panic. It's about Xiaoya." Li Xiaoying's voice was thick with sobs and despair. She suddenly developed a high fever and collapsed. "We are at the health clinic in town, but the doctors here say they cannot determine the cause. All they know is that her temperature keeps rising and 1T come down. Brother Fan, please come save Xiaoya." "I'm so scared, sister-in-law, I beg you." On the other end, Li Xiaoying was already in tears. "Do not fear." Chen Fan's voice transformed into one of unwavering calm, imbued with a power capable of soothing troubled hearts. "Sister-in-law, listen closely. Do not do anything for now. Do not let those quacks administer any more injections or medications to Xiaoya. Wait for me. I will be there shortly." After hanging up, an unprecedented gravity flashed in Chen Fan's dark eyes. "Driver, change course. Head to the health clinic in Qinghe Town. Quickly. I'll pay you 10 times the fare." Half an hour later, At the health clinic in Qinghe Town, in a humble ward permeated with the scent of disinfectant, Li Xiaoying sat despondently by the bedside, tears having soaked her garment. On the bed lay 6-year-old Xiaoya, her small face flushed with fever, lips cracked and purplish, completely lost in a deep stupor, mumbling incoherently. The thermometer beside her displayed a terrifying number that would send chills down the spine of any doctor. 41. 5 degrees. Ms. Li, we have truly exhausted all our efforts, uttered an elderly physician clad in a white coat, gazing at the increasingly faint lines on the electrocardiogram with an expression of helplessness. He shook his head, acknowledging the child's condition was exceedingly peculiar. We advise you to transfer her to a larger hospital downtown as soon as possible. Prolonging this situation may lead to dire consequences. His unspoken words lingered in the air, their meaning unmistakable. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoying felt as though the very sky was collapsing around her. A transfer? How casually it was suggested. How could she afford such an expense? Just as she was on the brink of being engulfed by an abyss of despair, the door to the ward was abruptly kicked open with a resounding bang. A figure, laden with urgency and dust, burst through the threshold like a divine being descending from the heavens. It was Chen Fan. Fan, Li Xiaoying exclaimed, rushing towards him as if he were a savior. Clutching his arm tightly, overcome with tears. You finally came. All right. Chen Fan gently patted her back, but his gaze quickly fell upon the frail child on the bed, who was already somewhat delirious from fever. His brow furrowed in concern. He recognized the cause of Xiaoya's ailment at a glance. It was no ordinary fever. Rather, it was the result of malevolent forces invading her body, specifically, an extremely chilling and sinister energy. This sort of malice, which thrived in the most forbidding and frigid realms, was a lethal poison to an ordinary person. For a fragile child like Xiaoya, once tainted, survival beyond 12 hours was improbable. How could Xiaoya become afflicted with such a vile entity? Who are you? Who permitted your intrusion? The elderly physician demanded, his expression stern as he confronted this unexpected interloper. Chen Fan paid him no mind and approached the bedside, extending his hand to assess Xiaoya's pulse. Stop! Are you out of your mind? The old doctor exclaimed, his face paling as he rushed forward to intervene. Her body temperature is akin to that of furnace. Touching her directly could. Before he could finish, Chen Fan seemed oblivious to the alarm in the physician's voice. His broad, powerful hand descended without hesitation to rest upon Xiaoya's forehead, which was so hot it felt as if it could cook an egg. A soft sound akin to water splashing onto a red-hot iron echoed in the room. Yet, contrary to expectations, there was no scene of Chen Fan yelping in pain or jumping back. He simply stood there, his brow furrowed tightly, his handsome face betraying no hint of suffering. Instead, the elderly doctor, who had been intently observing the electrocardiogram, suddenly displayed an expression of immense shock and disbelief as he witnessed what unfolded before him. For he saw, on the screen, the once feeble electrocardiogram line, nearly reduced to a straight line, suddenly began to rise with an astonishing steadiness, yet at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, but beside it, the device displaying body temperature, which had been stuck at a terrifying figure of 41. 5 degrees began to gradually decrease at a rate of 0. 1 degree, 0. 2 degrees. What the hell was happening? Had they awakened a spirit? The elderly doctor rubbed his eyes vigorously and slapped his cheeks hard. After practicing medicine for over 30 years, he had never witnessed such an eerie and unscientific scene. Could it be that the astonishment reflected in his eyes was slowly shifting towards the young man, who still had his hand resting on the little girl's forehead? Was all this somehow due to him? At that moment, Chen Fan, the architect of this miraculous event, was fully aware of the struggles he faced. The chilling aura was overwhelming. The instant his palm made contact with the girl's skin, an icy, bone-chilling terror, colder than ancient ice, surged through his hand like a parasite burrowing into his body. This coldness was tyrannical. As it coursed through him, it felt as if his very blood was on the verge of freezing solid. Any ordinary person would likely have succumbed to this frigid force in an instant. Their heart meridians eroded, resulting in immediate demise. But Chen Fan was no ordinary individual. He scoffed inwardly. Within his dantian, the golden dragon energy, previously tranquil like a calm sea, erupted like a provoked sovereign, going into a full-blown frenzy. A golden warm current, imbued with an aura of unparalleled strength and vitality, surged forth from his dantian like a flood breaching a dam, charging against that chilling aura. Cold and hot, yin and yang. The two utterly distinct energies clashed within Chen Fan's body, engaging in the most primal and perilous of battles. His complexion turned ashen, and beads of sweat the size of peas formed on his forehead. Yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to yield even a step. For he understood that if he were to relent, that unrestrained, chilling energy would swiftly extinguish the already flickering flame of life within the little girl. "Get out of here!" Chen Fan roared silently in his heart. The golden dragon energy within him seemed to resonate with his will, erupting with a power exponentially greater than before. Like a golden dragon awakening, it unfurled its indomitable claws and devoured the lingering, chilling aura, tearing it apart and reducing it to pure nothingness. Once the last trace of that cold energy was thoroughly purified, Chen Fan finally exhaled a long, relieving breath. He slowly withdrew his hand, his entire being swaying slightly from exhaustion. Meanwhile, the hospital room was enveloped in an eerie silence. Both the elderly doctor, whose worldview had been shattered by the miraculous medical phenomenon before him, and Li Xiaoying, who had been tense throughout, forgetting even to breathe, stood frozen as if under a spell, gazing at the little girl on the hospital bed, who moments ago bore a flushed complexion and a faint pulse. At this moment, her feverish temperature had completely subsided, her rapid breaths had transformed into steady, elongated ones. The once pained expression on her youthful face, affected by the high fever, now radiated a serene and tranquil angelic slumber. The nearby monitor distinctly displayed body temperature 36, 8C, heart rate 85. All signs were normal, an otherworldly miracle. The elderly doctor marveled at the data that surpassed even textbook standards. He glanced at the young man, whose forehead still glistened with beads of sweat and whose face appeared slightly pale. After trembling for a while, he suddenly knelt down with a thud. The solid scientific worldview he had cultivated over a lifetime was utterly shattered at that moment by the young man before him, in the most unreasonable yet profoundly moving manner. "Little divine physician, no, a deity, I implore you, take me as your disciple." On the other side, after experiencing the initial overwhelming shock, Li Xiaoying was engulfed by an indescribable mix of relief and euphoric gratitude for having survived such a calamity. She said nothing but hurried to the bedside, extending her trembling hand to gently touch her daughter's forehead, now restored to normalcy. She felt her daughter's steady heartbeat, confirming that it was not a dream. Suddenly, she turned around. Her gentle eyes, once brimming with tears of worry, were now filled with a blazing light akin to the most resplendent stars. She gazed at the man who had pulled both her and her daughter back from the abyss of despair. The man whose face was pale and drenched in sweat from the effort to save her daughter. Unable to contain the surging emotions within her, akin to a volcanic eruption. She rushed toward him, taking 2 steps at once. Then, in front of the bewildered doctor still kneeling on the ground, she opened her arms and enveloped him tightly in her embrace, filled with softness and boundless gratitude. She did not utter a word of thanks or any expressions of appreciation. Instead, she poured all her strength into pressing her body against his broad, reassuring chest. It seemed as though she wished to meld her very being into his. After a considerable time, she gradually lifted her tear-streaked face, which radiated a smile more resplendent and captivating than the summer blossoms. Her eyes, glistening with unshed tears, sparkled as if they contained a multitude of stars. She rose on her toes, gently bringing her warm, slightly salty lips to his ear. In a voice as delicate as a whisper, yet imbued with unwavering resolve, she softly articulated each word. "Fan Fan, from now on, both my life and Xiao Yuz will belong to you." The acrid scent of disinfectant was overpowering. The stark whiteness of the walls, the sheets, and the lighting rendered everything cold and sterile. Chen Fan's heart felt even colder than the hospital corridor. He clutched the payment notice tightly in his hand, its edges dampened and crumpled by the sweat of his palm. Renal failure, uremia stage. Those dark letters loomed over him like venomous serpents, gnawing at his nerves. "Young man, I am not rushing you," Dr. Zhang Tao said, placing a hand on his shoulder. His gaze, tinged with sympathy, held an undeniable urgency. "Your mother's condition has reached a critical point, We must prepare for a kidney transplant immediately. The surgery and subsequent treatment will cost at least 200,000 yuan. This amount must be accounted for within 3 days. Otherwise, we will be powerless to assist. 3 days. 200,000. These phrases loomed over Chen Fan like insurmountable mountains, leaving him breathless. He was merely an ordinary young man from Longlong Village in Donghai City, having dropped out of high school to fish alongside his father. Years ago, his father had vanished during a fishing trip, leaving no trace. With the family's pillar gone, it was only he, his mother Wang Xiulan, and his sister Chen Shui who relied on one another. For years, he had tirelessly fished day and night, barely managing to sustain their livelihood and cover his sister's tuition. 200,000 was an astronomical figure for him. Doctor, I understand. I will think of another way. Chen Fan's voice was hoarse and dry. As if sandpapered, Dr. Zhang sighed, offering no further words, and turned to the next ward. He had witnessed too much human suffering to remain unscathed. Leaning against the cold wall, Chen Fan gradually slid down to the floor, burying his face deep in his hands. What should he do? He had exhausted all avenues, borrowing from relatives and friends, and had managed to scrape together less than 20,000. Suddenly, as if seizing a final lifeline, he lifted his head sharply. Retrieving his old phone, its screen marred by numerous cracks. Then he remembered her. Li Wan. Li Wan was his girlfriend, and they had been together since high school for 5 years. In their quest to save for a house in the city, they had agreed to deposit their savings into a single bank card, which Li Wan had kept. After 5 years of trials and tribulations, that card must have accumulated around 120 to 130,000 yuan. Moreover, with the additional 20,000 he had just borrowed, along with the entirety of his family's savings, perhaps he could muster enough for a down payment. This was his last glimmer of hope. Chen Fan's fingers trembled slightly with anxiety as he dialed the number he knew by heart. The phone rang for an eternity before being answered, and Li Wan's somewhat impatient voice came through the receiver. "Hello, Chen Fan, what is it? I'm quite busy." The background noise was tumultuous, as if she were in a bustling mall, accompanied by faint music. Chen Fan's heart plummeted, yet he steeled himself and spoke urgently. "Wanner, where are you? My mother is gravely ill and urgently needs 200,000 for surgery. We have some savings in the account. Can you withdraw it for me? I'll figure out the rest." His voice was raised, laced with uncontainable anxiety, drawing the attention of several passers-by in the corridor. There was a silence on the other end for a few seconds. For Chen Fan, those moments felt as long as a century. "Money?" Li Wan's tone suddenly took on an odd quality. "What money? How could we have that much in our account?" Chen Fan was stunned, as if struck by lightning. "How could there be none? We've been saving for 5 years. Every month, I transfer the majority of my income to you. Even if it's not 200,000, we should have at least 13 or 14. "Oh, that?" Li Wan's tone was nonchalant, as if discussing something trivial. "I used it to buy bags and cosmetics. It's almost all gone. There is hardly anything left." "What did you say?" Chen Fan sprang to his feet, nearly dropping his phone, unable to believe his ears. "You spent it? Wanner, don't joke with me. That was my mother's life-saving money." "Who is joking with you?" Li Wan's voice turned sharp and cold, lacking any of her previous warmth. "Chen Fan, let me be honest. We are not compatible. Let us break up." "Break up?" Those two words struck Chen Fan like a heavy hammer to the chest, leaving him momentarily dizzy. He struggled to contain the tumult of emotions, his voice trembling. "Why?" "Li Wan, we've been together for 5 years. Just because my mother is ill and I can't provide the money, you want to end it? Otherwise, what hope do I have being with you?" Li Wan scoffed, her laughter piercing and harsh. "Look at yourself, a poor fisherman without a car or a house. And now your mother has this illness. It's a bottomless pit. Why should I risk my future?" "You." Chen Fan trembled with rage, unable to articulate a single word. He had never imagined that the girl who once promised to share both joys and sorrows with him would utter such callous and cruel words. Enough with the sentimentality. Li Wan impatiently interrupted him. "I found my own happiness. Wang Xiao treats me very well. He can provide everything I desire. Let us leave it at that. Don't contact me again." The call was mercilessly disconnected. Chen Fan stood there, dazed, holding his phone as the busy tone echoed in his ears, the entire world seeming to spin around him. His heart felt as though a searing, red-hot knife had carved out a piece of it, inflicting a pain so profound that it rendered him breathless. He could not comprehend how 5 years of affection could be so fragile. No, he refused to believe it. Li Wan must be deceiving him. She surely had her reasons. Like a crazed beast, Chen Fan burst out of the hospital with bloodshot eyes, determined to confront her directly. He was aware that Li Wan had arranged to go shopping at Wanda Plaza in the city center with her close friend that afternoon. In a frenzy, Chen Fan hailed a taxi, shouting out the address with fervor. Half an hour later, the taxi halted at the entrance of Wanda Plaza. Chen Fan paid the fare and stumbled out, his gaze scanning the crowd like a radar in search of a familiar figure. Soon, he spotted her by the fountain, Li Wan, adorned in a new dress he had never seen, holding a handbag while laughing joyously as she linked arms with a young man, impeccably groomed, preparing to enter a brand new BMW 5 Series. Chen Fan recognized the man. He was Wang Kai, a notorious scion of wealth in the city. In that instant, a rush of blood surged to Chen Fan's head, only to freeze into icy despair. Li Wan was indeed telling the truth. She was not jesting. Li Huan, Chen Fan roared, resembling an enraged lion as he strode forward. Both Li Wan and Wang Kai turned at the sound, and upon seeing Chen Fan's bloodshot eyes filled with madness, Li Wan's expression shifted to one of discomfort and panic. Wang Kai, however, raised an eyebrow with a smirk of disdain. "Oh, I send this the poor boyfriend of Wan? What brings you here?" Ignoring him, Chen Fan fixed his gaze on Li Wan, questioning each word with intensity. "What about that money? The money we saved together. It was my mother's life-saving funds." Publicly exposed, a flicker of shame and anger crossed Li Wan's face, soon replaced by a cold bitterness. She defiantly retorted, "What do you mean our money? That was willingly given to me. It's my money now, and I can spend it as I wish. Who are you to dictate?" "You." Chen Fan's chest heaved with fury as he pointed an accusatory finger at her. "Do you have no conscience? Aunt Wang treated you so well, like her own daughter, and now she lies in hospital bed waiting for money to save her life. And you—" "Shut up," Li Wan screamed, interrupting him. "Don't mention that old hag again. What bad luck." Those words ignited the last flicker of reason within Chen Fan. He stepped forward, intending to grasp Li Wan's arm. "What do you think you're doing? Planning to hit a woman?" Vang Kayin. Positioning himself protectively in front of Li Wan and shoving Chen Fan back with a dismissive shove, his eyes filled with mockery and disdain. "A poor wretch like you? 20,000? To me, that's just pocket change. But for you, that's an unattainable fortune." He pulled out a wad of 100 yuan bills from his wallet and contemptuously tossed them at Chen Fan's face. "Take it and get lost. Don't linger here as an eyesore." The bills scattered like snowflakes, each one striking Chen Fan's dignity like a resounding slap. Onlookers began to gather, pointing and gossiping, their stares piercing him like needles. "Look at that guy, dressed like a laborer. Having been jilted, it is evident how pragmatic modern young women have become. Without wealth, what is there to discuss regarding romance? It is only fitting." Li Wan, entwined with Wang Kai's arm, wore a victorious smirk, gazing down upon him with an air of superiority. In a tone only audible to the two of them, she declared, "Chen Fan, come to terms with reality. Being with you would confine me to that wretched fishing village for a lifetime, surrounded by the stench of fish. Now, I shall pursue the life I deserve." With that, she turned her back and vanished into a BMW. Wang Kai cast a disdainful glance at Chen Fan before taking a seat in the driver's side. The engine roared to life, and the BMW sped away, leaving behind a dazed Chen Fan, enveloped in humiliation. The sky had inexplicably darkened, and icy raindrops began to fall, drenching his hair and clothing and saturating his already battered heart. Hope had shattered, his last flicker of hope extinguished. Despair surged forth like frigid seawater from all directions, submerging him completely. He stood there like a statue, allowing the rain and his tears to mingle as they cascaded down his cheeks. At that moment, his phone, tucked away in his pocket, rang out inopportunely once more. Numbly, Chen Fan answered without glancing at the caller ID. On the other end, his sister Chen Shui's voice pierced through, laced with a cry and sheer terror. "Brother, come back quickly. Wang, who has brought people to our home. Brother, please hurry." Her panic screams struck Chen Fan's dulled eardrums like a searing needle. In an instant, despair and heartbreak were supplanted by a more primal, explosive emotion, rage. A fury potent enough to incinerate all in its path. The body that had felt like it was engulfed in an ice cavern was suddenly filled with molten lava. Chen Fan's once dimmed eyes ignited with a blood-red intensity. "Xiao Shui, don't be afraid. I'm coming back right away, he bellowed into the phone, not even pausing to hang up before he shoved the device into his pocket and dashed into the downpour. He resembled a wild beast, recklessly weaving through traffic, heedless of the blaring horns and the curses of drivers behind him. His focus was singular, homeward bound. His mother remained in the hospital, and only his sister was at home. What did that vile Wang Hu intend to do? The mere thought of his sister facing any harm pierced Chen Fan's heart like 1,000 blades, nearly driving him to madness. Driver, to Longwang Village. Quickly, I'll pay you double. He yanked open the door of a taxi that had just unloaded a passenger. Not waiting for the driver to react before he climbed in, his voice hoarse and urgent, laced with an undeniable command. The driver, startled by the sight of Chen Fan, soaked to the bone and bloodshot-eyed, was momentarily taken aback, yet upon hearing the promise of double fare, instinctively pressed the accelerator. The vehicle merged into the flow of traffic, the city's neon lights outside blurred into a kaleidoscope of colors by the rain, rapidly receding behind them. Yet, Chen Fan felt it was too slow, far too slow. He wished fervently that this car could sprout wings. His mind was a blank slate, entirely consumed by his sister's terrified scream. Clenching his fists tightly, his nails dug deep into his palms. But the pain barely registered compared to the tumultuous anguish in his heart. Wang Hu, the sole progeny of the village tyrant and butcher of Longwang Village, had terrorized the community for far too long, buoyed by his father's influence and his connections with a nefarious Haisha gang in the city's seafood market. He was the bane of the village, notorious for harassing women and oppressing fishermen, leaving a trail of malevolence in his wake. Chen Fan had previously clashed with him on several occasions, but often chose to endure in order to avoid causing trouble for his family. Yet today, he resolved to no longer tolerate it. Not even a morsel. The taxi sped along the slick coastal road, finally halting at the entrance of Longwang Village after an hour. This is as far as I can take you. The road ahead is treacherous. The driver hesitated, eyeing the muddy path leading into the village. Chen Fan pulled a few damp bills from his pocket and tossed them onto the passenger seat without waiting for change, before flinging open the door and rushing out. The rain had lightened somewhat, but still drizzled persistently. The briny wind from the sea provided a slight, cooling relief to his feverish mind. The village was eerily quiet, with lights illuminating every home, yet not a single soul was visible on the streets. He knew the simple, timid villagers were likely hiding behind their doors and windows, secretly peering in his direction, too frightened to utter a word. He felt indifferent to their fear. He held no expectations of them. His family was a burden only he could protect. His home lay deep within the village, a dilapidated two-story building with peeling walls. From afar, he noticed the battered wooden door ajar, with a few crooked motorcycles parked outside. An ominous premonition constricted his heart like a venomous serpent. He treaded softly, like a stealthy leopard, approaching with utmost silence. Xiaoxue, your brother is a good-for-nothing. What future can you expect by following him? A lewd, oily voice echoed from within the house. It was Wang Hu. Don't touch me. Get away. His sister Chan Shue's voice was laced with terror and defiance. Oh, quite the fiery temperament. I like that. Wang Hu leered. I've heard your mother's illness has cost quite a fortune. What can your brother's meager fishing income provide? Why not come with me? And if you please me, I could give you not just 200,000, but 300,000. Indeed, staying with brother who means living luxuriously, far better than caring for your sickly mother. Chimed in a lackey. Little girl, don't push your luck. Get out. Hey, still daring to curse? It seems you need a lesson to understand brother who's might. A cacophony of overturned furniture erupted from within, accompanied by Chen Shue's startled cry. Chen Fan's eyes blazed with fury. In that moment, it felt as though all his blood ignited. The strings of rationality snapped with a resounding crack. Wang Hu, he roared, his voice infused with boundless wrath, reverberating like thunder across the tranquil night sky of the fishing village. In the next instant, a deafening crash echoed through the air. The rickety wooden door was forcefully kicked open by Chen Fan, splintering into fragments that scattered throughout the room. The scene within left Chen Fan's eyes ablaze with fury. The living room was in disarray. Tables were overturned, stools lay strewn about, and the floor was littered with shattered dishes. Wang Hu and his two yellow-haired accomplices had cornered Chen Fan's 16-year-old sister, Chen Shue, against the wall. Wang Hu gripped Chen Shue's arm with one hand. A grotesque grin plastered across his face, while the other hand reached toward her cheek. Chen Shue's face was streaked with tears, her eyes brimming with terror and despair. Her school uniform in disarray from the struggle. Upon Chen Fan's sudden arrival, everyone froze in shock. "Brother," Chen Shui cried out, as if she had seen a savior. Wang Hu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively loosening his grip. However, upon realizing that it was merely Chen Fan, drenched and disheveled, his astonishment quickly morphed into disdainful contempt. "I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just you, the useless one, back from begging in the city? Perfect. Saves me the trouble of looking for you. Have you gathered enough for your mother's medical expenses? If not, you can plead with me, considering how lovely your sister is." Before he could finish, Chen Fan sprang into action. Words were unnecessary. Only swift, decisive movement mattered. He lunged forward like a long-awaited predator, his feet crunching on the shards of porcelain beneath him, producing a jarring sound. "Here, get to make a move?" One of Wang Hu's henchmen shrieked, swinging his fist in attack. Without even glancing at him, Chen Fan slightly shifted his body, evading the blow, and seized a broken stool leg lying nearby, channeling all his strength into a ferocious strike aimed at the henchman's knee. There was a sickening crack. The henchman emitted a ghastly wail, crumpling to the ground like a broken puppet, instantly losing consciousness. The brutal scene left Wang Hu and the other henchmen in stunned silence. They had never anticipated that Chen Fan, who usually seemed meek and restrained, could strike with such ferocity. In that moment of disbelief, Chen Fan had already advanced to Wang Hu's front. His gaze was devoid of any human emotion, cold and filled with primal intent to kill. A chill coursed through Wang Hu as his instincts, honed from years of brawling, sensed a lethal threat. He barked in a blustering tone, "Chen Fan, have you lost your mind? Do you know who I am?" The only response was Chen Fan's massive fist, which contained all his rage, humiliation, and despair, crashing violently into Wang Hu's nose. A resounding thud echoed, akin to hitting a rotten watermelon. Wang Hu's nose collapsed instantly, blood mingling with tears streaming down his face. He flew backward like a severed kite, crashing into the wall before collapsing to the floor. My nose," Wang Hu howled, clutching his face in agony. As another yellow-haired lackey witnessed the scene, he was seized by a paralyzing fear and turned to flee through the shattered doorway. Did he think he could escape? Chen Fan's cold voice echoed behind him, akin to the whisper of death. The yellow-haired man felt a tightening grip around his neck, lifted off the ground by an overwhelming force. He turned to meet a pair of bloodshot, beastly eyes. "Did I permit you to run?" Chen Fan tightened his hold, lifting him into the air before hurling him towards the fallen Wang Hu as one would discard refuse. The two ruffians tumbled into a heap, groaning in agony. The entire encounter transpired in the blink of an eye. Standing amidst the chaos of the disheveled living room, Chen Fan's chest heaved with exertion, rainwater dripping from his hair, mingling with the blood on the floor. He slowly turned to face his sister, who had been rendered speechless by fear in the corner. The overwhelming intent to kill dissipated in an instant, replaced by an endless wave of heartache and guilt. "Xiao Xue, it's all right. Brother's back." He approached her, gently removing his soaked coat and draping it over her shoulders, pulling her tightly into his embrace. "Brother." Chen Shui could no longer contain herself, collapsing into her brother's arms and weeping uncontrollably. Chen Fan softly patted her back, yet his gaze transcended her shoulder, piercing like two poisoned daggers into the struggling Wang Hu. The latter felt a chill envelop him under that stare, blood frothing at his mouth as he desperately fumbled for his phone in his pocket, shouting resentfully, "Chen Fan, you coward, don't you dare walk away. I'll call for help. My father and Scar Lu 1T let you off. Call for help." Chen Fan chuckled, a chilling and sinister laugh. He approached the crumpled Wang Hu slowly, step by step, his crimson eyes swirling with unmasked murderous intent. With each stride, it felt as though he was treading upon Wang Hu's very heart, allowing this once arrogant village bully to finally experience the marrow-deep terror he had never known. He did not come closer. Wang Hu was genuinely afraid. He had never seen this side of Chen Fan. The man before him was no longer the timid boy who would haggle over mere pennies and avoid his father. He had transformed into a beast, enraged and ready to devour. Ignoring Wang Hu's desperate cries, Chen Fan towered over him, lifting his foot to kick the phone tightly clutched in Wang Hu's hand. The pristine device arced through the air in a desperate trajectory, crashing against the opposite wall with a resounding thud, shattering the screen and back cover into fragments. Wang Hu's threats were abruptly stifled in his throat. "You just said, who is the old fool?" Chen Fan crouched down slowly, his voice soft yet piercing like countless icy needles into Wang Hu's ears. Wang Hu gazed into the face, so near, the madness in those eyes striking terror into his very soul. He had no doubt that should he utter a single wrong word, his life would be forfeit. "I was wrong, Brother Fan, I was wrong." The instinct for survival caused him to abandon all dignity, pleading incoherently, "I am a beast. I am not human. I should not have entertained any thoughts regarding Sister Xiaoxua, nor should I have uttered a word to Aunt Wang about being late." Chen Fan's voice was devoid of any emotion as he extended his hand, seizing Wang Hu by the collar and lifting his corpulent form off the ground with sheer force. At that moment, another yellow-haired thug, who had been curled up on the ground feigning death, suddenly flashed a menacing glint in his eyes. Noticing that Chen Fan's attention was entirely focused on Wang Hu, and with his back turned to him, he seized the opportunity for a surprise attack. Silently, he retrieved a spring knife from his waist, and with a swift motion, the sharp blade sprang forth, glinting ominously in the dim light. "Brother, be careful!" Chen Shui, who was huddled in the corner, cried out in a terrified shriek upon witnessing the scene. The yellow-haired thug ceased his pretense, roaring as he leaped from the ground, brandishing the spring knife and thrusting it mercilessly towards Chen Fan's back. If he succeeded, it would surely result in either death or grievous injury. In a flash, it seemed as though Chen Fan possessed eyes in the back of his head. Without even turning around, he forcefully hurled Wang Hu backwards with a sudden twist. With a sickening thud, the blade plunged accurately and decisively into Wang Hu's abdomen. Wang Hu's eyes widened in disbelief, staring down at the knife handle that was oozing blood from his belly. The yellow-haired thug was taken aback, never having imagined he would harm his own leader. Yet, Chen Fan did not afford them any time to react. He executed a fierce elbow strike that landed squarely on the yellow-haired thug's temple. The thug did not even have the chance to scream before his eyes rolled back, collapsing backwards, utterly unconscious. Having dealt with the assailant, Chen Fan's gaze returned to Wang Hu, who was now rendered speechless by the excruciating pain. Clutching his bleeding wound, he looked at Chen Fan with a mixture of resentment, fear, and a hint of madness. He understood that this situation could not end well. "Chen Fan, I'm going to fight you to the death." Wang Hu, driven by agony and a primal instinct for survival, roared as he disregarded his wound, lunging at Chen Fan like a wounded boar. He wrapped his arms tightly around Chen Fan and, with a bloodied mouth, aimed to sink his teeth into Chen Fan's neck. Caught off guard by this unexpected maneuver, Chen Fan found himself ensnared. He turned his head to evade Wang Hu's bite, and the two of them immediately became entangled, crashing violently against a nearby wall. Bang! Chen Fan's back slammed against the wall, a wave of pain coursing through him. In the midst of this intense collision, something hanging from his neck was flung from his collar. It was a jade pendant, roughly the size of half a palm, in a deep green hue, intricately carved with the image of a lifelike dragon. The jade was not translucent, and in some areas, it bore mottled colors, appearing rather unremarkable. This pendant was solemnly entrusted to him by his mother, Wang Xiulan, on his 18th birthday. She had said it was the only token left by his father, a cherished heirloom of the Chen family, and urged him to wear it close to his person for his protection. Over the years, Chen Fan had regarded it as a treasure, never parting with it. In a frenzied struggle, Wang Hu seized the crimson cord and yanked it with all his might. Snap! The red string shattered, and the jade pendant flew from his grasp, plummeting towards the unforgiving concrete floor. No! Chen Fan's pupils constricted sharply as he let out a desperate roar. This was no ordinary jade pendant. It was the sole remnant left by his father, a rare symbol of hope in their fractured family. Without a moment's hesitation, he violently shoved Wang Hu aside and lunged towards the pendant, desperate to catch it before it struck the ground. But it was too late. The pendant, laden with his mother's hopes and his father's last memory, met the hard ground in a tragic kiss. Crack! The sound rang clear, echoing like a shattering heart. The pendant splintered, breaking into 7 or 8 uneven shards. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Chen Fan knelt on the ground, his outstretched hand hovering in the air, staring blankly at the fragments below, his mind a void. It was over. Everything was over. His mother lay critically ill, his girlfriend had betrayed him, his sister had been humiliated, and now, even the last token from his father lay in ruins. The final straw had fallen, crushing his spirit. An indescribable despair and sorrow surged within him, engulfing him like a flood breaking through a dam. Hith. Wang Hu, leaning against the wall and clutching his stomach, beheld this scene with a twisted, morbid glee, relishing Chen Fan's misfortune. This is your retribution, you worthless fool, unable to protect anything. Yet, just as his laughter faded, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The shattered pieces of the jade pendant suddenly erupted with blinding golden light. The radiance was so brilliant, so intense, that it illuminated the dilapidated living room as if it were day. Everyone was momentarily blinded by the sudden brilliance. Then, a sound reminiscent of an ancient dragon's roar, filled with unfathomable majesty and desolation, resonated deep within Chen Fan's mind, echoing without warning. Roar! The sound did not reach him through his ears, but resonated directly with his soul. Chen Fan felt his head throb, as if struck by an immense hammer, instantly severing his awareness of the world around him. Before him, the crumbling living room and the chaos had vanished, replaced by an infinite, vast golden ocean. A colossal golden dragon, beyond the capacity of language to describe its grandeur and magnificence, coiled majestically within this sea, its eyes more radiant than the sun, gazing indifferently upon him, as if scrutinizing a mere insignificant ant. Simultaneously, an indescribable warmth surged from the glowing jade fragments, flooding into Chen Fan's palms and rushing wildly into his body. This warmth was overwhelmingly powerful, sweeping through his limbs and bones, erasing the pain from his battles and the hidden injuries accumulated over years at sea at an astonishing pace. In just a few breaths, all exhaustion and pain dissipated, leaving him invigorated. In its stead was an unprecedented sensation, brimming with explosive power. His five senses, his hearing, his sight, became extraordinarily acute in that moment. He could distinctly hear the raindrops outside pattering on the banana leaves, and discern the intricate patterns on the wings of a tiny insect caught in the spider's web in the corner of the room. The external world, illuminated by golden light, appeared swiftly and vanished just as quickly. As the brilliance faded, the living room returned to its former dimness. The shattered jade pendant lay on the ground, stripped of all luster, reduced to a mere pile of unremarkable gray-white stones. Wang Hu and his startled companion stared in horror at Chen Fan, who knelt motionless, their faces etched with fear. What had just transpired? Had a deity manifested? Or were they haunted? They gazed at Chen Fan, whose eyes were vacant, as if he had lost his very soul, then exchanged glances at their own injuries, a chill surging from their feet to the crown of their heads. This place was too sinister. Ghostly apparitions. It was uncertain who uttered the first cry, but the two could no longer bear the excruciating pain in their bodies and scrambled out of the unforgettable dwelling, vanishing into the rainy night. Within the room, silence was finally restored, leaving only Chen Shui and the kneeling Chen Fan. Chen Shui was equally terrified by the eerie scene they had just witnessed. She observed her brother, unmoving on the ground, his face devoid of color and his gaze hollow, as if his spirit had departed. "Brother, what is wrong with you?" Chen Shui called softly, her voice trembling with fear as she cautiously approached and gently nudged his shoulder. "Brother, please don't scare me. Brother, what is wrong with you?" Her plaintive calls pierced through Chen Fan's muddled consciousness like a fine needle, forcibly pulling him back from that vast golden sea into reality. The emptiness and confusion in his eyes gradually receded like a receding tide, eventually coalescing into a flicker of clarity. "Brother, please don't scare me." As Chen Shui saw her brother finally respond, tears streamed down her face anew, her voice laden with trepidation. Chen Fan slowly blinked, the resonating echoes of the dragon's roar still reverberating within his soul, his mind a chaotic whirl, as if forcibly crammed with the contents of an immense encyclopedia. Instinctively, he raised his hand to touch his body. The pain had vanished. The excruciating ache from crashing into the wall, the abrasions from wrestling with Wang Hu, even the small cut on his palm from the broken porcelain had all disappeared. Moreover, an unprecedented surge of vitality flowed ceaselessly from every cell in his being. He felt as though he could even fell a bull with a single punch. This was no illusion. Chen Fan inhaled deeply. The vastness of the starry, golden dragon's gaze. The scorching warmth coursing through him, and the torrent of information that felt both innate and utterly foreign. Everything was terrifyingly real. The legacy of the Ancestral Dragon. He murmured to himself instinctively. The shattering of the jade pendant was not destruction, but rather a revelation. Brother, what are you saying? Chen Shui did not catch his words clearly. Supporting Chen Fan's arm, she looked at him with concern. Have you been stunned? We should hurry to the hospital. Gazing at his sister's tear-streaked face and the lingering terror in her eyes, Chen Fan felt a sharp pang in his heart. All of his chaotic thoughts were forcibly suppressed, replaced by an endless well of tenderness and guilt. Silly girl, I'm fine. He rose to his feet, his movements surprisingly light, and extended his broad hand to gently tousle his sister's hair, pulling her into his embrace. Don't be afraid, it's all over. With me around, no one will dare to bully you again. His voice was steady and powerful, imbued with an unprecedented sense of reassurance that allowed Chen Shui's heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, to finally settle. Nestled in her brother's warm embrace, she inhaled the familiar scent of rain and sea breeze emanating from him, and she wept uncontrollably, releasing all her fear and indignation. Chen Fan remained silent, simply holding her and gently patting her back. His gaze swept over the disarray in their home, lingering on the remnants of the jade pendant, now reduced to grayish-white shards, and his expression hardened with unwavering resolve. From this day forth, this home shall be my sanctuary to protect. No one shall dare to disturb it again. After a time, Chen Shui's sobs gradually subsided. All right, no more tears. Your face looks like a little calico cat. Chen Fan wiped her tears away and rolled up his sleeves. Let me tidy this place up. You go upstairs and stay in your room. Lock the door. Okay. Chen Shui nodded obediently, glancing back multiple times as she ascended the stairs. In the living room, Chen Fan stood alone. He surveyed the chaos, but did not immediately begin to clean. He slowly closed his eyes, attempting to recapture that wondrous state he had just experienced. The sound of rain echoed, drip, drop, immaculately clear. He could distinctly discern which raindrops struck the roof tiles, producing a crisp sound, which ones fell upon the banana leaves in the yard, creating a muffled thud, and which splashed into the muddy puddles at the door, emitting a soft sound. Within 100 meters, every rustle of wind and movement seemed to escape no notice from his ears. Yet, this was not the most extraordinary aspect. As he concentrated his consciousness, extending it towards the familiar expanse of the ocean beyond the village, an unprecedented, fantastical new world slowly unfurled in his mind. The moment he shut his eyes, the external clamor appeared to be separated by an invisible barrier. In its place emerged a vast, three-dimensional map composed of countless points of light. Each point, varying in size and hue, glided and flickered across the dark canvas, forming a tapestry more resplendent and vibrant than the most brilliant star map in the night sky. He beheld it. He saw a large school of sardines, radiating a faint white glow, densely clustered beneath the dock at the village's entrance, resembling a silver cloud. To the east, in the rocky area, a large moray eel, exuding a pale yellow luminescence, languidly occupied a cave, its light far more brilliant than that of the sardines. Further still, on the ocean floor, he spotted several large crabs, glowing with a cyan hue, assertively foraging for food. Chen Fan's heart began to race uncontrollably. He abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath, a fine sheen of sweat already glistening on his forehead. The recent spectacle had been utterly astonishing, beyond comprehension. Was this the dragon's breath perception mentioned in the torrent of information? Where there is water, all living beings are enveloped in its awareness. To validate this hypothesis, he suppressed the tumult of excitement within him, closed his eyes once more, and immersed his consciousness in that wondrous realm of perception. This time he directed his gaze further, deeper into the azure expanse of Longyan Bay. This was the primary fishing ground for the villagers, a place he had known intimately since childhood. In his perception, the luminous points within Longyan Bay were distinctly more concentrated and radiant than those in the coastal waters. Schools of ribbonfish, scattered flounders, and grouper weaving through the seaweed. Each creature emanated a unique essence of life, light point, each with subtle distinctions. He could even discern the size and plumpness of these fish through the brightness and magnitude of their light points. Suddenly, his attention was captured by an extraordinarily brilliant light point. It was a colossal orb radiating resplendent golden light, gliding gracefully near a trench deep in Longyan Bay. Its brilliance surpassed that of all surrounding light points combined, exuding an aura of regal dominance. What manner of fish was that? Merely sensing its presence ignited within Chen Fan an indescribable longing. He was certain it was a fish king worth an immense fortune. With a deep exhale, Chen Fan released a cloud of pent-up breath and opened his eyes again. This time, the confusion and shock had vanished, replaced by an eruption of ecstatic joy and exhilaration. It was real. Everything was indeed real. He had truly encountered an unimaginable fortune. With this newfound ability, what secrets could this vast ocean still hold for him? Wherever schools of fish congregated, wherever valuable catches lay, wherever rare marine treasures resided, all would be laid bare beneath his dragon's breath perception. This sea would henceforth become his private fishing ground, his personal paradise. 200,000. That astronomical figure, which had once suffocated him under its weight, had subjected him to humiliation, and had even plunged him into despair, suddenly felt within reach. Heaven had not forsaken his path. Clenching his fists tightly, his knuckles turned pale from the pressure, his body trembled slightly with overwhelming excitement. He yearned to laugh, to roar triumphantly, to unleash all the pent-up frustration and anguish accumulated over time. His mother's illness could be treated. His sister's tuition was no longer a concern. The betrayal by Li Wan, the humiliation by Wang Kai, the bullying by Wang Hu, a fierce glint flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. Just wait. All the pain and disgrace inflicted upon me today shall be repaid 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold in the future. Without hesitation, he immediately set to work, swiftly tidying up the chaos in the living room. The shattered dishes were swept into the trash bin, and the toppled tables and chairs were righted with determination. Having completed all of this, he glanced at the wall clock, which indicated that it was already 11 o'clock at night. The rain outside continued to pour. Yet, Chen Fan's heart burned with an intensity greater than ever before. He could not wait another moment. He was determined to verify his extraordinary abilities and transform them into tangible means of saving lives. Approaching the staircase, he called softly upstairs, "Xiao Xue, are you asleep?" "Not yet, brother." Chen Shui quickly opened her door, peering out with her little head. Chen Fan looked at his sister, a reassuring smile gracing his face. "Xiao Xue, lock the door at home, and under no circumstances should you go out or open the door for anyone. I'm stepping out for a bit." Chen Shui paused, studying her brother's resolute gaze, and with a hint of concern, she asked, "Brother, it's so late, and it's still raining. Where are you going?" Feeling warmth in his heart at her worry, Chen Fan replied in an unwavering tone brimming with confidence, "I'm going to earn some life-saving money for our mother." This statement carried more weight than any explanation could. Chen Shui ceased her inquiries, nodding solemnly with reddened eyes. "Brother, please be careful." "Rest assured." Chen Fan assured her one last time, before turning to don his raincoat, placing his conical hat upon his head, and taking the house keys in hand. He resolutely stepped into the tempest outside. The night was as dark as ink, and the rain fell in a slanted cascade, weaving an endless web. The sea breeze, laden with salty moisture, howled through the narrow alleys of the village, producing sounds akin to ghostly wails. The village dogs huddled in their dens, too fearful to make a sound, and the entire Longwang village seemed to descend into a deep slumber amidst the storm. In times past, fishermen would never have dared to venture out in such weather. It would have been akin to courting death. Yet, Chen Fan felt no fear. After receiving the Ancestral Dragon's legacy, he not only felt no chill, but was invigorated by an inexhaustible energy. The howling sea wind against his body felt like a familiar greeting. The icy raindrops that struck his face resembled gentle caresses. He had an uncanny intuition that this vast ocean would not harm him. He hastened to the small dock at the edge of the village, where a dozen fishing boats bobbed gently with the waves. Among them, the most dilapidated and smallest was his vessel, the Setting Sail. It was the sole inheritance left to this family after his father's disappearance. The hull was riddled with rust, and the sides bore the marks of countless bumps, while the diesel engine frequently exhibited its temper. Chen Fan skillfully leapt onto the boat, untied the ropes, and entered the cramped cockpit. He placed his hand on the cold ignition lever, taking a deep breath. This time, the Setting Sail would carry all his hopes and truly embark on its journey. With a sputtering roar, The old diesel engine protested for a moment before reluctantly coming to life, emitting a familiar, rhythmic rumble. The small fishing boat turned its bow and slowly departed from the dock, piercing through the tumultuous darkness like a black dagger. The vessel rocked violently amidst the waves. Under normal circumstances, Chen Fan would have had to muster all his strength to steady it. However, today, he felt an extraordinary connection with the vessel and the sea. He could intuitively anticipate the direction and force of the next wave, merely needing to gently adjust the helm to deftly dissipate the impact. The modest ship, Voyager, seemed to transform into an agile sea swallow, gracefully navigating through the tumultuous waters. He had not activated the fish finder nor the navigation system. Chen Fan simply closed his eyes, immersing himself in the wondrous star map within his mind. In his perceptual realm, the Voyager appeared as a moving coordinate, while his target, a resplendent, golden beacon shimmering deep within Longyan Bay, stood as his sole guiding light on this journey. Turn the helm fully left, proceed 500 meters. Adjust 10 degrees to the right to circumvent the submerged rocks. He relied entirely on the guidance of his dragon's breath perception, advancing at an astonishing speed towards the target area across the pitch-black, tempestuous sea with remarkable precision. Approximately half an hour later, the engine's roar gradually diminished until it ceased entirely. Chen Fan opened his eyes to find himself enveloped in the vast darkness, unable to discern north from south. Yet, in his perception, that immense golden light dwelled directly beneath him. It glided languidly within a trench approximately 50 meters below the surface, exuding a regal aura. This was it. Chen Fan's heart raced fervently as he suppressed his excitement, moving to the stern of the boat to prepare his fishing gear. He eschewed the use of a net, for such a formidable fish monarch would rend it to shreds with ease. Instead, he chose the most traditional and skill-demanding method of handline fishing. He retrieved a specially crafted fishing line, thicker than his thumb, with a palm-sized, gleaming hook at the other end, grabbing a lively mackerel from the bait box. He deftly secured it to the hook, inhaled deeply, and forcefully cast the hook and bait towards the direction he sensed. Splash! The bait, trailed by a long fishing line, swiftly sank into the inky depths. Chen Fan opted not to use a fishing rod. Instead, he firmly secured the main line to the winch at the stern and gently pinched the line between his fingers, closing his eyes to quietly attune to the underwater currents. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes elapsed. Below the surface, all remained still. The massive golden light seemed disinterested in the gourmet offering presented to it. Chen Fan remained unperturbed, fully aware that the more sentient the fish king, the higher its wariness. He patiently awaited, merging with the storm-battered fishing boat, transforming into a sculpture of immense patience. After an indeterminate period, just as Chen Fan began to resign himself to a fruitless night, he felt a faint, almost imperceptible tug on the line. It was here. Chen Fan's eyes flew open, a spark igniting within his pupils. In his perception, that immense golden light finally approached the small morsel with cautious curiosity. One tentative touch, then another. It delicately brushed against the bait with its lips. Chen Fan held his breath, remaining utterly still, even deliberately slowing his heartbeat. At last, after a prolonged period of tentative observation, the golden speck seemed to lower its guard. In the next instant, an overwhelming, relentless force surged from the fishing line. He had hooked it. Chen Fan's heart surged with exhilaration as the fishing line tightened into a taut, quivering string, emitting a mournful hum. The winch tethered to the stern of the boat was driven into a frenzied spin by this immense force, producing a shrill, grating sound. As if it might shatter at any moment, the entire fishing vessel was yanked down by this terrifying power from the depths, nearly capsizing. What tremendous strength! Chen Fan was both astonished and thrilled. With little time to ponder, he grasped the winch handle tightly, his muscles tensing instantaneously, veins bulging like coiling dragons along his arms. An unprecedented surge of power radiated from his limbs. In the past, facing such a colossal creature, his only recourse would have been to sever the line immediately, for otherwise, the outcome would surely be shipwreck and demise. But now, he felt capable of engaging in a contest of strength. Comme fort. With his feet firmly planted on the deck, he exerted force from his waist, pulling back fiercely with his arms, managing to halt the winch's chaotic rotation. A man and a fish. separated by 50 meters of ocean and a line that could snap at any moment, were locked in a primal, unadulterated struggle for dominance. The colossal creature beneath the waves had evidently not anticipated that this diminutive morsel could offer such formidable resistance. Enraged, it began thrashing wildly underwater, attempting to break free from the hook. The ship, the set sail, was dragged across the surface, tracing a chaotic path and sending up plumes of frothy spray. Chen Fan gritted his teeth, feeling the relentless waves of terrifying force transmitted through the fishing line. His arms were already numb with fatigue, yet his resolve remained unshakable. This was his mother's lifeline. This was his sister's future. This was Chen Fan's first step towards defying fate. He could not relinquish his hold. Time elapsed in a blur, perhaps an hour, perhaps two. Chen Fan sensed his strength being nearly depleted, while the force of the beast below finally began to wane. It was tiring. An opportunity. A glint of determination flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. No longer would he merely endure, but instead, he began to rhythmically turn the winch handle, gradually hauling the monstrous creature closer to the surface. The winch emitted a groan under the strain, yet Chen Fan's movements remained resolute and vigorous. 50 meters, 40 meters, 20 meters. At last, with a resounding splash, a colossal shadow, shimmering with radiant golden light, burst forth from the water, sending a cascade of droplets flying. Illuminated by the dim lights aboard the vessel, Chen Fan finally beheld its true form. It was a fish, a gigantic yellow croaker the likes of which he had never encountered in his life, not even in dreams. Its length was at least estimated to exceed 1.5 meters. The entire body was adorned with golden scales the size of a bowl, particularly its back, which radiated a resplendent golden hue, shimmering under the light as if crafted from pure gold. It was the golden-backed, large yellow croaker. Chen Fan's throat was filled with the briny taste of blood, remnants of his earlier exertion as he bit down hard in sheer determination. His arms felt as if they were filled with lead, almost unable to be lifted. Yet he paid it no mind. He fixed his gaze on the colossal creature breaking through the water's surface, his eyes wide with intensity, bloodshot yet ignited by two blazing flames of fervor. He had struck gold. This time it was the real deal. The large yellow croaker was one of the most prized catches from the East China Sea, often referred to as soft gold. Typically, even those weighing half a kilogram to a kilogram could fetch prices exceeding 1,000 yuan. Anything over 3 kilograms was virtually priceless, often requiring a reservation. But this one before him was beyond Chen Fan's realm of understanding. This was no mere fish. It was a magnificent entity, cloaked in golden scales. On the verge of transformation, he had no doubt that this single fish could command not just 200,000, but even 500,000. An overwhelming ecstasy struck him like a bolt of lightning, jolting his fatigued mind into a state of acute clarity. However, a critical question loomed: how to get it aboard the ship. This fish king weighed at least 150 pounds, and coupled with its frenzied thrashing upon being pulled from the water, the splashes it created were formidable. Given the small tonnage of the vessel, the set sail, a moment's carelessness could send them tumbling into the sea. In the past, Chen Fan would have been utterly helpless in such a situation. But now, he roared defiantly, "Come aboard!" His muscles surged once more, reinvigorated by an ancient power coursing through him. Grasping the thick fishing line, he summoned his strength and hoisted the frantically thrashing 100-pound behemoth half a meter upwards. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly wrapped the line around the mooring post at the stern, securing it tightly with 7 or 8 loops. Then, seizing the enormous net from the deck, he aimed for the fish's head and, with every ounce of strength, dragged and pulled with immense effort, finally managing to haul the massive golden-backed yellow croaker onto the deck, just as the set sail teetered on the brink of capsizing. Thud! The colossal fish crashed onto the deck with a resonant thud, causing the entire vessel to shudder violently. It continued to thrash its tail in defiance, each strike echoing like thunder, threatening to breach the deck at any moment. Chen Fan gasped for air, completely drenched in sweat and rain. He collapsed onto the deck, gazing at the magnificent golden creature that nearly occupied half the stern. Unable to contain himself any longer, he broke into a hoarse yet jubilant laugh. The sound of his laughter resonated across the tumultuous sea, reaching far and wide. Dawn was approaching. As Chen Fan navigated the vessel, Qi Hong, Back to the fishing dock of Donghai City, greeted by the first light of dawn, the tempest that had raged throughout the night finally subsided. The rising sun pierced through the clouds, casting its golden radiance upon the sea and illuminating his youthful face, which, though slightly pallid, brimmed with fervor. At this moment, the fishing dock was bustling with activity, teeming with fishermen and boats of various sizes returning from their ventures. Bare-chested fishermen shouted as they unloaded baskets brimming with their catches, while fishmongers, restaurant buyers, and middlemen haggled loudly in the midst of the rich scent of fish and diesel that filled the air, creating a vibrant atmosphere of life. Amidst this flurry, Chen Fan's modest boat appeared unremarkable. As he steered the small, weathered craft toward an empty berth, he attracted the attention of several familiar fishermen and fishmongers nearby. "Isn't that the lad from the Chen family? Quite audacious, isn't he? Brave enough to venture out amidst such fierce winds last night," shouted a middle-aged fisherman unloading his catch, his tone laced with mockery. A sharp-faced fishmonger chimed in, "He's courting danger, I see. Must be that his family's medicine jar is demanding more funds. So, Chen Fan, did you strike it rich today? I hope it's not just a haul of small fish and shrimp that won't even cover your fuel costs." His words dripped with unabashed scorn. Chen Fan chose to disregard their taunts. He was all too aware that over the years, many had relished in his family's misfortunes, both within and beyond the village. In the past, he might have felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment or lowered his head to endure the ridicule in silence. But today, he yearned to let his accomplishments serve as a resounding rebuke to these individuals. Without uttering a word, he steadied the boat and made his way to the stern, bending down to grasp a corner of the large tarp that protected his catch. Still covered, eh? What could possibly be underneath? The sharp-faced fishmonger scoffed, his disdain evident. The onlookers, curious and eager for entertainment, craned their necks in anticipation. In the next moment, Chen Fan forcefully unveiled the tarp. Instantly, a brilliant flash of gold, akin to the rising sun, pierced the eyes of all present. There, resting majestically upon the deck, lay a colossal, magnificent, golden-backed yellow croaker, its scales glimmering like liquid gold in the morning light, exuding an aura of regal supremacy that sent shivers down the spine. The entire dock seemed to be enveloped in a silence akin to that of a muted film. All the clamorous sounds, the bargaining, the shouts, and the curses ceased abruptly. Time appeared to freeze. Every gaze was fixated, greedily and incredulously, upon that extraordinary fish. Mouths gaped wide enough to accommodate an egg, and a singular expression of shock adorned every face. My heavens, what have I just witnessed? After an indeterminate span, someone finally broke free from their stupor, releasing a dreamy, bewildered groan. The sound echoed like a drop of cold water splashed into a pot of boiling oil, instantly igniting the atmosphere. A yellow croaker of this size? This is a golden-backed fish, a wild golden-backed king croaker, measuring at least 1.5 meters. Surely it weighs over 100 pounds. Does such a creature still exist? Wasn't it thought to be extinct? This is madness. The world has truly gone insane. The middle-aged fisherman and the shifty-eyed fishmonger, who had just mocked Chen Fan, now stood as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, their expressions more vivid than if they had consumed something foul. The news, as if it had sprouted wings, spread throughout the seafood market in a mere minute. Countless fishmongers, business owners, and buyers surged in from all directions like sharks sensing blood, encircling Chen Fan's modest vessel, the Chi Hong, in layers. Young man, is this fish for sale? I'll offer 100,000. 100,000 right now." A rotund businessman was the first to react, waving his checkbook and shouting hoarsely, "Get out of here! 100,000? You insult the king of fish." Another man, dressed in a suit and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, immediately shoved him aside. 150,000 is nothing. I'll offer 18, 20,000. I bid 20. The prices soared at a bewildering pace. These individuals had gone mad. They understood that a fish of this caliber transcended mere sustenance. It was a symbol, a treasure worthy of being the pride of any establishment. Any high-end hotel fortunate enough to acquire, it would gain tremendous publicity and potential value far exceeding the fish's price. Standing at the bow of the boat, Chen Fan observed the frenzied crowd vying for his catch with a calm demeanor. His heart remained unperturbed, for he had anticipated this very scenario. He simply listened to the offers until the figure he most desired was finally called out. "I offer 200,000. The voice belonged to Mr. Zhang, owner of a sizable seafood shop in the market. 200,000. That was the number. It was enough for his mother's medical expenses. Chen Fan raised his hand and pressed it downward. Miraculously, the clamorous crowd fell silent, all eyes fixated on the previously reticent young man. I want 25,000 for this fish. Chen Fan's voice was soft, yet resonated clearly in every ear, imbued with an undeniable resolve. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. 25,000 was undeniably a staggering amount. Mr. Zhang gritted his teeth, gazing at the majestic fish, a flicker of pain in his eyes, but more so a sense of determination. He knew that if he let this opportunity slip away today, he might never encounter such a marvel again. All right, 25,000. It's a deal. Just as Mr. Zhang prepared to pull out his phone to make the transfer, a melodious yet slightly frosty and proud female voice suddenly emerged from the outskirts of the crowd. I offer 300,000. 300,000. The figure, akin to a formidable bomb, was casually cast into the already tumultuous crowd by that cool, ethereal voice, instantly stirring a colossal wave. The entire venue once again succumbed to an eerie silence. All eyes, as if choreographed, shifted from the majestic fish king to the direction from whence the voice emanated. A gulp echoed. The previously confident boss Zhang struggled to swallow, his expression a masterpiece of turmoil. He glanced at the fish, then at the crowd beyond, ultimately dejectedly lowering his hand that had been poised to retrieve his mobile device, his face etched with bitterness. He understood that he was out of the competition. Someone who could nonchalantly raise the bid by 50,000 yuan in such a composed manner was far beyond the reach of a small-time owner like him. The throng seemed to part as if guided by an invisible hand, creating a passageway. A woman strolled in with deliberate grace. Upon recognizing her, everyone present who knew her instinctively gasped in astonishment. She was a woman of about 24 or 25, tall and exquisitely beautiful. Her sleek black bob accentuated her already delicate oval face, rendering her complexion even more porcelain-like. Clad in an impeccably tailored white Chanel business suit and adorned with silver high heels, each step she took was both steady and powerful. The inherent nobility she radiated felt starkly out of place amidst the chaos and filth of the bustling, fish-scented dock. She did not appear to be there to purchase fish. Rather, she resembled a queen surveying her domain. It was Su Wanqing from Tianxian Pavilion. Why had she personally come to the dock? Naturally, with a fish of such rare caliber surfacing, how could she possibly refrain from attending? In the entirety of Donghai City, who could possibly lay claim to such a fish but her? A murmur of suppressed astonishment and speculation rippled through the crowd. Tianxian Pavilion, the most prestigious and opulent seafood establishment in Donghai City, boasted an average expenditure starting in the 4-digit range, a true haven for the affluent. And Su Wanqing was the general manager of this elite establishment, a renowned ice queen and a formidable woman in the culinary realm of Donghai City. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing this imposing figure. Although he had never encountered her in person, he had certainly heard of the illustrious Tianxian Pavilion. Su Wanqing paid no heed to the surrounding whispers. She approached the side of the Qihong vessel, her cool, autumn water-like gaze lingering on the immense golden-backed yellow croaker for 3 seconds, revealing a fleeting glimmer of awe and determination before shifting to rest upon Chen Fan, who stood at the bow of the boat. Their eyes met. Su Wanqing's expression was serene, imbued with a sense of scrutiny. She discerned Chen Fan's attire, an inexpensive, faded training uniform riddled with grease and holes, his feet clad in worn-out liberation shoes. He appeared youthful, with a handsome visage, yet his brow bore an incongruous resilience and weariness beyond his years. I will take this fish, Su Wanqing declared, her voice still cool, devoid of emotional nuance, as if stating an established fact rather than negotiating. Chen Fan's heart raced slightly at the price she had just announced, yet he maintained an outward composure. A sleepless night, coupled with a series of unforeseen events, rendered him somewhat haggard, yet his gaze remained strikingly bright, and his spine stood erect. He was not cowed by Su Wanqing's formidable presence. Very well, Chen Fan nodded, his voice hoarse as he declared, 300,000, a fixed price. However, I have a stipulation. Oh, Su Wanqing's delicate brows arched slightly, seemingly taken aback by this seemingly destitute fisherman who, in her presence, maintained such composure and even dared to propose conditions. This piqued her interest in Chen Fan. Speak. I do not wish for a bank transfer or a check. Chen Fan met her gaze, articulating each word with clarity and conviction. I require cash. Now, immediately. He could not afford to wait. His mother's condition could not be postponed. He needed to head to the hospital to pay the fees without delay. At this declaration, the crowd around them stirred once more. Is this kid insane? 300,000 in cash. Can he even manage that? Someone murmured. Who carries such a hefty sum in cash these days? Isn't he deliberately complicating matters for Ms. Su? Another joined in. The youth is too naive. If he provokes Ms. Su, he might find himself unable to sell even 20,000. However, to everyone's astonishment, Su Wanqing exhibited no sign of anger. Instead, a subtle grin graced her lips. She appreciated this straightforwardness. Very well, she succinctly replied, then retrieved her phone and dialed a number with graceful composure. Xiao Wang, come to the fishing wharf with 300,000 in cash. I expect to see it within 10 minutes. After she concluded the call, she stood quietly by the boat, arms crossed, calmly observing Chen Fan, as if to imply, now, it is your turn. The entire dock fell silent once more. All held their breath, awaiting the unfolding events. Moments ticked by. Many speculated this was nothing more than a delaying tactic on Su Wanqing's part. Where could one procure 300,000 in cash in just 10 minutes? Yet, merely 8 minutes elapsed. A low, rumbling engine roared closer, and a sleek, glossy black Audi 8, moving at a speed incongruous with its composed appearance, came to a precise halt at the edge of the dock. The door swung open, and a robust man clad in a black suit and sunglasses stepped out briskly, a large black briefcase in hand. Amidst the awed gazes of the crowd, the man known as Xiao Wang approached Su Wanqing, slightly bowing. Ms. Su, the money has arrived. Open it for him to verify, Su Wanqing instructed coolly. Understood. Xiao Wang placed the briefcase on the ground and unlocked it. With a click, he lifted the lid. Inside lay neatly stacked bundles of red banknotes, exuding the distinct fragrance of fresh ink, laid bare before all present. The sight of that vibrant and visually striking scene made every heart in attendance feel as though it had been tightly grasped. 300,000 in cash. For the fishermen and fishmongers, who are perpetually accompanied by the scent of fish, most of them have never encountered such a staggering pile of cash in their lifetimes. In that fleeting moment, Chen Fan's breath quickened. His gaze fixated intently on the box brimming with red banknotes. His body trembled slightly with excitement. This was not merely money. It represented hope. It was his mother's life. The cash lay before him. Su Wanqing regarded his eyes, her cold voice resonating once more. The fish now belongs to me. Suddenly, Chen Fan snapped back to reality, inhaling deeply as he forcibly suppressed the surging waves of emotion within him, and nodded emphatically at her. All right. He leapt off the boat and approached the suitcase, not bothering to count the money, but instead grasping a bundle, savoring the substantial feel of it before closing the lid. He had faith that someone like Su Wanqing would never stoop to deceit in matters such as this. The fish is too heavy. Allow me to assist you, Chen Fan said to Xiao Wang, who was preparing to board the boat to transport the fish. Following Su Wanqing's guidance, and under the envious gazes of countless onlookers at the dock, Chen Fan and Xiao Wang painstakingly hoisted the enormous golden-yellow croaker into the spacious trunk of the Audi A8. Little brother, leave your number, Su Wanqing said after everything was settled, looking at Chen Fan. If you come across any more exceptional goods like this, contact me immediately. We can negotiate a fair price. Sure, Chen Fan replied, providing her with a string of numbers. After she noted it down, she said nothing further, turning decisively to enter her vehicle. The sleek black Audi A8 slowly departed from the bustling dock, leaving behind a trail of envious glances and a young man clutching 300,000 in cash, still feeling as though he were in a dream. As the Audi faded from view completely, the surrounding crowd erupted in excitement, many rushing forward to engage with the fortunate lad who had struck it rich overnight. However, Chen Fan had no inclination to entertain them. He shouldered the heavy suitcase and squeezed through the throng, frantically racing towards the exit of the dock. One thought consumed him. To the hospital. Quickly. To the hospital. He hailed a taxi, clutching the suitcase tightly to his chest, as if it contained the most precious treasure in the world. As the vehicle pulled away, Chen Fan gazed out the window at the rapidly retreating scenery, his eyes unwittingly moistening. He cracked open a seam in the suitcase, beholding the dazzling red within, and visions of his mother's gentle face, the sharp features of his girlfriend Li Wan, and the humiliation of Wang Kai throwing cash in his face flooded his mind. In that moment, all his grievances, anger, and resentment seemed to be released alongside the weighty cash. He retrieved his old phone, its screen shattered, and with trembling fingers, located the number of his attending physician, Dr. Zhang Tao, dialing it without hesitation. The call was promptly answered. "Hello, who is this?" came Dr. Zhang's slightly fatigued voice through the receiver. Chen Fan took a deep breath, summoning every ounce of strength to steady his quivering voice, and spoke clearly. "Dr. Zhang, it's me, Chen Fan. Have I managed to gather my mother's surgery fees?" Dr. Zhang seemed to anticipate what he was about to say, his tone laced with a touch of reluctance and urgency. "Young man, it's not that I am pressuring you, but your mother's condition truly cannot be delayed any longer. It was already the second day. If the funds were not gathered by tomorrow, Dr. Zhang," Chen Fan interjected, his voice soft yet imbued with a resolute sense of relief. "I have managed to gather the money." On the other end of the line, there was a prolonged silence, so profound that Chen Fan momentarily wondered if the connection had been severed. After a span of 5 or 6 seconds, Dr. Zhang's voice, heavy with astonishment and incredulity, broke through. "What did you say? You managed to gather it? Over 200,000, and you did so in a single day?" His tone had shifted slightly. As a physician with over a decade of experience, he had witnessed countless families crushed by medical expenses, and far too many tragedies where individuals could only watch helplessly as their loved ones slipped away due to insufficient fund for surgery. In his eyes, the situation of Chen Fan's family had seemed nearly hopeless. Yet now, this young man calmly announced that he had indeed gathered the funds. "Yes, I have gathered it," Chen Fan affirmed, his voice carrying a sense of relief akin to the calm following a storm. "I am currently in a taxi en route to the hospital and should arrive in about 20 minutes. Dr. Zhang, I kindly request that you arrange my mother's surgery immediately. Please." By the end of his plea, his voice quivered with barely contained emotion. All right, all right. Dr. Zhang, unable to conceal his excitement, repeated the word thrice. "Rest assured, I shall make the arrangements at once. Please head directly to the payment desk. I will notify them." After hanging up, Chen Fan exhaled a long, deep breath. The immense weight that had pressed upon his heart since his mother's diagnosis had finally been lifted. 20 minutes later, the taxi halted at the entrance of the city's first hospital. Chen Fan clutched the heavy black briefcase and sprinted towards the billing department of the inpatient ward. "Hello, I am here to pay for my mother Wang Xilan's surgery," he panted, placing the briefcase on the counter. The young nurse at the window was engrossed in her phone and, without looking up, replied, "Please provide the hospitalization number. Will you be paying by card or QR code?" Cash. The nurse finally lifted her gaze, her impatience evident as she glanced at him. Upon seeing Chen Fan's tattered, oil-stained clothes and the enormous briefcase in his arms, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. "We don't have time to count coins here." Without engaging in further conversation, Chen Fan silently unlatched the briefcase in her presence. With a click, the case opened to reveal a bounty of crimson banknotes, startlingly filling the nurse's line of sight. Her pupils dilated in shock, her mouth agape, and her latest model smartphone fell to the ground with a thud, unnoticed by her. In that moment, the entire billing hall fell silent, all those in line staring at the briefcase as if they had encountered a ghost. "Now, do you have time to count it?" Chen Fan inquired nonchalantly. Yes. The young nurse's face instantly flushed crimson as she hurriedly picked up the phone, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm so sorry, sir. I'll call our director right away." Soon, the director of the billing department and Dr. Zhang Tao arrived. Even they, seasoned as they were, appeared astounded upon seeing the box filled with cash. After meticulous verification through both counting machines and manual checks, the surgical fee of 200,000 was finally settled. When Chen Fan received the receipt stamped with a red seal from the window, he felt that this seemingly light piece of paper was heavier than any basket of fish he had ever carried in his life. With utmost care and solemnity, he folded the receipt and placed it in his pocket close to his heart. "Young man, well done." Dr. Zhang Tao patted him firmly on the shoulder, his eyes filled with approval and relief. "Rest assured, I will personally perform the surgery with the best plan and the finest medicine. Your mother will be saved." "Thank you, Dr. Zhang. Thank you." Chen Fan bowed deeply in gratitude. Upon exiting the hospital, it was already midday. The sun shone brightly, dispelling the last remnants of chill left by the stormy night. Chen Fan walked the path back to his village, carrying the now two-thirds lighter, yet still substantial suitcase. His steps felt remarkably buoyant. He sensed that the world had transformed. The sky was an exquisite blue, the clouds a brilliant white, and even the wildflowers by the roadside appeared more vivid than usual. The heavy burden on his heart had vanished, replaced by boundless anticipation and hope for the future. He even began to calculate in his mind. The Fish King had sold for 300,000, 200,000 had been paid for the surgical fee, leaving him with a full 100,000 in the suitcase. This sum was a fortune he had never possessed in his life. It could buy his sister a new computer, furnish their home with new items, and still leave him with capital for a resurgence. Everything was progressing towards a brighter horizon. Upon reaching home, his sister, Chen Fan, anxiously awaited at the door. When she saw her brother return safely, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurried towards him. "Brother, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Chen Fan smiled, ruffling her hair, and placed the suitcase on the living room table. "Brother, what's in there?" Chen Fan inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the suitcase. Chen Fan said nothing, slowly opening it before her. When she saw the bundles of crisp banknotes inside, her mouth fell agape in astonishment. "Brother, is this so much money? Is it enough for Mom's surgery?" Chen Fan's tone remained calm, yet the joy in his eyes was unmistakable. "Xiao Shui, our days of hardship are finally over." However, before the siblings could fully relish their joy, a raucous roar of motorcycle engines erupted from outside the yard, approaching rapidly until it came to a halt at their doorstep. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The already dilapidated yard door was violently kicked open from the outside. Chen Fan's expression darkened instantly. He closed the suitcase, handed it to his sister, and whispered, "Go upstairs," before turning and striding toward the yard. In the courtyard, two figures stood waiting. At the forefront stood Wang Hu, whose nose had been battered into a state of collapse the previous night. At this moment, his nose was heavily bandaged, his eyes swollen to the size of walnuts, and his face bore a patchwork of bruises, rendering him both pitiable and absurd. Yet, within the narrow slits of his swollen eyes glimmered a malevolent and covetous light. Beside him stood a burly man, a formidable figure in his 40s, nearly 6 feet tall, with a broad frame and clad in a grease-stained white tank top. The exposed skin of his arms bore the tattoo of a fearsome tiger descending the mountain. In his hand, he wielded a boning knife, none other than Wang Dapio, the butcher who had operated a meat shop in the village for decades. "Chen Fan, you little bastard, dare you return?" Upon seeing Chen Fan, Wang, who erupted in a torrent of curses, though perhaps recalling the events of the previous night, he instinctively shrank behind his father. Wang Dapio stepped forward, driving the boning knife into the stone table in the yard with a resounding thud, his beady eyes glaring fiercely at Chen Fan. "Boy, was it you who harmed my son last night?" Chen Fan's gaze swept dismissively over Wang Dapio and settled upon Wang Hu's grotesque visage, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. He understood that this father-son duo was not merely seeking revenge. The news of his monumental fish catch, which had fetched 300,000, had likely spread throughout the village. "It was I who struck him," Chen Fan replied nonchalantly, his tone as calm as if discussing an inconsequential matter. "What? Haven't you had enough of a beating last night? Are you here to test your luck again today?" His seemingly casual, yet profoundly provocative remark ignited a spark within the powder keg that was Wang Dapio. "You little beast, you seek death." Wang Dapio roared in fury, his face thick with flesh, turning the color of liver due to his rage. After decades of dominance in Longwang Village, he had never encountered a junior who dared to speak to him in such a manner. He seized the boning knife from the stone table, its blade glinting menacingly in the sunlight as he pointed it at Chen Fan's nose, spitting venomous words. "You think that by striking it lucky and catching a mere fish, you can act arrogantly before me? Let me tell you, unless you kneel and apologize to my son and hand over 200,000 for medical expenses, I will ensure you leave this village in a manner akin to your deceased father." Upon hearing the mention of 200,000, Wang Hu's eyes, now mere slits, erupted with a glint of insatiable greed. This was indeed their true purpose for coming today. Seeking revenge was a pretense. Robbing him was the reality. "Father, why waste words on him?" Wang Hu, hiding behind Wang Dapio, shouted with feigned bravado. "This brat deserves a beating. Break his legs first. Let us see how he remains arrogant. That money must be hidden in his house. The commotion had already drawn the attention of the surrounding neighbors. Heads peeked out from behind doors and windows, whispering and pointing at Chen Fan's home. Yet no one dared to step forward to speak a word of justice. The fearsome reputation of the butcher and his son loomed too large in the village for anyone to confront them. Everyone believed that Chen Fan was undoubtedly destined for disaster this time. However, in the face of Wang Dabiao's menacing threats and the glimmering, bone-cutting knife, there was not a trace of fear on Chen Fan's countenance. In fact, he smiled, a cold smile tinged with a hint of pity. Butcher Wang, Chen Fan spoke slowly, his voice not loud, yet clearly overpowering Wang Dabiao's roar. Where were you last night when your son came to my house with a group to bully my sister? Wang Dabiao was taken aback. The news of the 30,000 he made from selling fish that morning had just circulated, and here he was, brandishing a knife and demanding 20,000. Chen Fan's gaze sharpened like a blade. I must inquire, who gave you the audacity? Did I grant you any privilege? Wang Dabiao erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke. Wielding his bone-cutting knife, he sneered, in Longwang village, my word is law. Today, not only will I take your money, but I will also claim your life. Before he finished speaking, his massive, bear-like frame lunged forward, the knife slicing through the air with a vicious wind aimed directly at Chen Fan's shoulder. If that blow landed, it would surely cripple Chen Fan's arm. A chorus of frightened gasps echoed around them, with some women even covering their eyes in terror. Behind a second-floor window, Chen Shui's face turned pale, her heart racing in her throat. Yet, just as the sharp blade was about to make contact with Chen Fan's body, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chen Fan moved with astonishing speed. He slightly angled his body, evading the powerful strike at a precarious angle. Wang Dabiao's blow missed, and the momentum caused him to stumble, leaving his midsection wide open. Now was the moment. A glint of cold light flashed in Chen Fan's eyes, as explosive power inherited through his lineage surged into his right fist. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a swift turn, his right fist clenched tightly, like a cannonball discharged from its barrel, channeling all his strength into a precise and forceful strike against Wang Dabiao's astonished face. Bang! The sound was an exceedingly dull yet jarring explosion, even louder and heavier than the previous night's impact on Wang Hu's nose. Wang Dabiao's nearly 200-pound frame seemed to collide with a speeding truck, and in an instant he was propelled backward, his feet leaving the ground. He traced a clumsy arc in the air, soaring over his son Wang Hu's head before crashing face first into the muddy puddle outside the courtyard gate. Splash! Mud and water erupted everywhere. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The entire courtyard, both inside and out, fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stood as if under a spell, staring blankly at the scene, their minds blank. A single punch? The butcher who had terrorized Longwang village for decades, possessing immense strength capable of subduing a 300-pound pig, had been sent flying by one blow. Wang Hu, hiding behind, was utterly stunned. His already limited mental capacity was evidently incapable of processing the surreal scene before him. His father, a man he regarded as a mountain of strength, was gone. In the courtyard, Chen Fan slowly retracted his fist and gently shook his hand. Observing his unscathed knuckles and feeling the abundant power within him, he was filled with astonishment. He was aware of his newfound strength, yet he never anticipated it would reach such an extraordinary level. Cough, cough, cough. Outside the courtyard, a violent coughing erupted from the muddy puddle. Wang Dabiao struggled to prop up his dirt-streaked upper body with his arms. When he lifted his head, those who beheld his face could not help but gasp in horror. It could no longer be referred to as a face. His nose and mouth had nearly entirely collapsed, forming a grotesque bloodied pit. The majority of his teeth were missing, mingling with blood and mud, continuously oozing from that horrific cavity. He appeared as though he had just crawled from the depths of hell. Father! Wang Hu finally reacted, scrambling to Wang Dabiao's side, eager to assist him. Ugh! Wang Dabiao attempted to speak, but only a muffled, winded whimper escaped his lips. The ferocity and arrogance that once resided in his triangular eyes had vanished, replaced by an abyss of terror and agony. He gazed at the youth standing like a javelin in the courtyard, his eyes filled with unprecedented dread. Is this still a human? This is a monster. Now, does he seek my money, my life? Chen Fan took measured steps, slowly advancing towards the courtyard gate. With each stride, Wang Hu's already pale visage grew even more ashen. When Chen Fan stood before him, Wang Hu's legs gave way, and with a thud, he collapsed into the muddy water, trembling as though caught in a sieve. "Please, don't hit me, Brother Fan. I was wrong, we were wrong," he cried incoherently, tears and snot streaming down his face, a picture of utter disarray. "We don't want the money anymore. We want to dare again. Please, I beg you, spare us." He was utterly terrified. Though Chen Fan had struck him the night before with considerable force, it remained within the realm of his understanding. However, that recent punch had shattered his comprehension. It possessed the terrifying power to kill. Chen Fan paid no heed to his pleas for mercy. He approached the bone knife that lay discarded in the muddy water, bent down, and retrieved it. Then, he walked before the kneeling Wang Hu, using the cold, mud-stained blade to gently, methodically tap against Wang Hu's pale, fear-stricken face. Slap! Slap! Each sound resonated like the death knell, striking Wang Hu's heart. "Return and inform those behind you." Chen Fan's voice was frigid, devoid of warmth. "My home, Chen Fan's home, is not a place where anyone can come at will. Should there be a next time?" He paused, and with a swift motion, he drove the knife sharply downward. Thud! The tip of the blade grazed Wang Hu's ear before forcefully embedding itself into the earth beside him, plunging half a foot deep. A strand of severed hair, accompanied by a few drops of urine expelled in fright, slowly drifted downwards. Wang Hu felt a sudden warmth in his trousers, and an overpowering stench swiftly enveloped the air. He had urinated in fear. Chen Fan observed his father's disgraceful demeanor, a flicker of disdain momentarily crossing his eyes. Rising to his feet, he averted his gaze from the pitiful duo and turned back towards the courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, he addressed the neighbors lingering outside the courtyard wall, proclaiming loudly, "Dear uncles and aunts, I understand your fear of the Wang family, and I do not blame you." His voice paused, resonating with remarkable clarity and volume. "However, from this day forth, I, Chen Fan, declare this. Should anyone dare to harm even a hair on my family, the butcher Wang and his son shall meet their fate." With that, he slammed the courtyard door shut with a resounding thud. Outside, Wang Hu stared at the firmly closed door and glanced at his father, who was still sputtering blood and could no longer contain himself, letting out a wailing cry. "Father, what are we to do now?" Wang Dapio struggled for a moment, finally mustering the strength to utter a few incoherent words. "Seek, knife scar Lu." The courtyard door had slammed shut with a bang, the sound acting as an invisible barrier, isolating them from the external clamor, fear, and gossip. Inside the courtyard, only Chen Fan remained. He stood there, his back to the door, quietly remaining for a long while, until the surging tide of fury that had erupted within him gradually subsided. A profound weariness, as though it could drain his very bones, began to wash over him from all directions, completely engulfing him. From the previous night until now, he had endured his mother's critical illness, his girlfriend's betrayal, his sister's humiliation, an awakening of extraordinary experiences, a battle against the rain to catch fish, gaining renown in the market, hospital payments, and the earlier confrontation against two opponents. His taut nerves had borne far too much. Slowly, he leaned against the door, his body sliding down until he sat despondently on the ground. He lifted his gaze to the square patch of blue sky, segmented by the eaves above, breathing heavily. As adrenaline waned, the soreness in his arms, the stiffness in his back, and the extreme mental exhaustion began to surge back with fervor. Yet within him, there was an unprecedented sense of stability. Money had been acquired. Those who had bullied his family had been punished. From this day forth, he could finally hold his head high and live with dignity in this village. "Brother." A faint sound of footsteps echoed from the stairs, as his sister Chen Shui cautiously peered from the room, tightly clutching the suitcase filled with money, resembling a frightened little rabbit. "Are you okay? Did you get hurt?" Her large eyes still bore traces of lingering terror, but more prominently, a complex mix of admiration and concern. She had witnessed everything from upstairs, clearly observing the man who, like a celestial being descended from the heavens, had sent the butcher Wang flying with a single punch. Was this truly her somewhat reticent brother, whom she had known all her life? "Silly girl, what could possibly happen to me?" Chen Fan smiled at her, a smile tinged with a hint of fatigue, yet predominantly filled with reassurance. "Come down, it's all right now." With her brother's confirmation, Chen Shui hurriedly approached his side, clutching a box. Brother, about that money. Hand me the box. Chen Fan took the box, stood up, and walked into the house. He placed the box on the table, opened it, and extracted 20,000 yuan, which he then handed to his sister. Take this money. Spend 10,000 on some new clothes and a new computer. Do not continue using that outdated, sluggish device. The remaining 10,000 is for the household expenses. No, that's too much. Chen Shui quickly waved her hands. Brother, Mom's medical treatment is a priority. Take it. This is non-negotiable. Chen Fan insisted firmly, pressing the money into his sister's hands. He then affectionately ruffled her hair, his gaze imbued with tenderness. My sister deserves the best. From now on, I won't allow you to suffer even the slightest grievance. After saying this, he stuffed the remaining 80,000 yuan, along with the suitcase, into a dilapidated wooden cabinet in the corner of the living room, locking it with a small padlock. He understood that this place was not secure, yet there was no better alternative at present. Once he completed this task, he finally heard the grumbling protest of his stomach. Since last night, he had scarcely consumed a drop of water or a grain of rice. Are you hungry? I'll prepare a meal. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to head to the kitchen, but his sister abruptly pulled him back. Brother, you rest. I'll cook. Chen Shui insisted, firmly pushing him into a chair while she buzzed into the kitchen like a diligent little bee. Watching his sister's industrious figure, warmth spread through Chen Fan's heart. Home still existed. That was sufficient. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes, and as his chaotic thoughts gradually settled, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped him, causing him to doze off right there. Time passed unnoticed until he was roused by a gentle, rhythmic knocking at the door. Knock, 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 knock. The sound was soft and tender, imbued with a hint of hesitation and timidity, starkly contrasting with the brute force of Wang the butcher's earlier battering of the door. Chen Fan's eyes snapped open, his expression instantly alert. Is it the Wang family returning? He glanced toward the kitchen. His sister was still busy inside. He signaled quietly toward the kitchen, then tiptoed to the door. Who is it? He asked in a low voice. Silence lingered for a few seconds before a soft, timid feminine voice responded from outside. Is little Fan home? It's me, Sister Xiaoying. Hearing that voice, Chen Fan's tense body slowly relaxed. He unlatched and opened the door. Standing at the threshold was a woman, approximately 27 or 28 years old. She wore a faded floral dress, her long hair pinned up with a simple hairpin, revealing a delicate, fair neck. Her features were gentle, her skin slightly roughened by years of exposure to sea winds. It could not conceal her inherent beauty. In her hands, she held a large porcelain bowl covered with a lid, steam wafting gently from its opening. It was none other than the charming widow, Li Xiaoying, who lived next door. Sister Xiaoying? Chen Fan exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. Li Xiaoying glimpsed Chen Fan and appeared somewhat anxious. She instinctively lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze, her voice barely a whisper. Xiao Fan. I heard the commotion during the day and felt uneasy, so I prepared a bowl of fish soup to warm you up. As she spoke, she cautiously extended a large porcelain bowl towards him. It was then that Chen Fan noticed her hands, which held the bowl. The knuckles were slightly enlarged from years of toil, yet they were impeccably clean. A rich aroma, mingled with the fresh scent of fish and subtle hints of medicinal herbs, wafted from the bowl, enticing Chen Fan's already ravenous stomach to growl even louder. Sister-in-law, you are too kind. Please come in, he said hurriedly as he accepted the bowl, feeling its warmth. No, no. Li Xiaoying quickly waved her hand, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. I have matters to attend to at home. You two should drink it while it's hot. Li Xiaoying's husband had gone missing at sea alongside Chen Fan's father. Over the years, she had been raising their daughter alone, enduring hardships that surpassed even those of Chen Fan's family. The two families shared a mutual sympathy, often supporting one another. Whenever Chen Fan returned with fish, he would always deliver some to her. Likewise, whenever she made something delicious, she would bring a bowl for Chen Fan and his sister. Their bond had long transcended mere friendship, resembling that of family. Sister-in-law, please don't leave, Chen Fan called after her, observing the kind, gentle woman before him, who was burdened by life as pressures. A thought crossed his mind. Did you witness what transpired during the day? Li Xiaoying shuddered slightly, nodding in affirmation before lifting her head. Her gentle gaze bore an unmistakable admiration and relief. Xiao Fan, you were right. That Wang father and son deserve to be dealt with. Are you not afraid of retaliation? Chen Fan inquired with a smile. I am, Li Xiaoying admitted candidly. nodding her head before shaking it resolutely, her eyes brimming with determination. But I do not regret it. If my husband were still here, he would surely have stood by your side. Witnessing the sincerity in her eyes, a warm wave washed over Chen Fan. In this world, there's still good people. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke. Sister-in-law, please refrain from calling me Xiao Fan from now on. Li Xiaoying was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Then what should I call you? Chen Fan gazed at her, a genuine smile illuminating his face for the first time that day, devoid of any malice. Call me Fandi. Fundi? The unexpected title left Li Xiaoying momentarily stunned. A flicker of confusion, followed by shyness and indescribable joy, danced in her gentle eyes. She instinctively raised her hand to tuck a strand of wind-tousled hair behind her ear, the blush on her cheeks spreading to the base of her neck. The term felt too intimate, stirring emotions in her long-dormant heart, causing it to skip a beat uncontrollably. Yes, Chen Fan affirmed with a firm nod, witnessing her bashful demeanor. The resentment that had arisen from the Wang butcher and his son began to dissipate. From now on, that is how I wish to be addressed. Sister-in-law, you should return now. The soup will get cold. Oh, right. Li Xiaoying, as if awakening from a dream, hastily nodded and nearly fled, turning to swiftly return to her adjoining courtyard. Chen Fan gazed at her somewhat flustered silhouette and couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head in amusement. He closed the door and, carrying the still-warm fish soup, entered the room. In the kitchen, his sister Chen Shui had already prepared a pot of white rice and was sought a platter of greens. Catching a whiff of the fish soup in her brother's hands, she inhaled deeply and curiously inquired, "Brother, where did the fish soup come from? It smells delightful." "It was sent by Sister Xiaoying," he replied. "Wow, Sister Xiaoying is truly kind to us." The siblings exchanged no further words. Yet both silently cherished the warmth of this unexpected kindness. This meal was the most satisfying and fulfilling Chen Fan had enjoyed in a long while. The delectable fish soup, the light stir-fried vegetables, and the fragrant white rice created a taste of home that could soothe all wounds. After the meal, Chen Fan did not rest. He understood that the butcher Wang and his son would not let the recent incident slide easily. The scarred Lu they mentioned was most likely a member of the underworld affiliated with the seafood market. He needed to bolster his strength and accumulate more resources before they came knocking on his door. His greatest asset at the moment was the remarkable perception of dragon's breath that resided within his mind. "Xiao Shui, stay home, study well, and lock the door. Don't go out," Chen Fan advised. "I will venture out to sea again." "Ah, you're going again?" Chen Shui expressed her concern. "Brother, you just returned and haven't rested. There's no need for worry. I am not tired." Chen Fan smiled, his eyes radiating confidence. "This is a prime time to earn money. I cannot afford to waste it." With that, he donned his hat once more, took up his tools, and strode towards the village dock, basking in the warm afternoon sun. This time, he made no effort to avoid anyone. As his tall figure appeared on the village path, nearly all the villagers who saw him instinctively paused in their tasks. Their expressions a blend of complexity. There was awe, curiosity, envy, and of course a tinge of jealousy. "Look, it's that Chen Fan kid. TSK. He truly is a man of surprises. Usually so quiet, yet he dared to strike down Wang the butcher. Indeed, I heard Wang's face was utterly battered, and he lost nearly all his teeth. What a relief. While it's satisfying, he's made a formidable enemy. I've heard that Wang, who has gone to the city to seek help, their family might not have an easy time ahead. That may not be certain. He is now a wealthy man. 300,000. Which family in our village could produce such a sum at once?" Unperturbed by their chatter, Chen Fan made his way directly to his boat, the Qihong, only to find a few people gathered around it. At the forefront stood an elderly fisherman, dark-skinned and lean, crouched down as he meticulously inspected the hull of Chen Fan's dilapidated vessel. This man, known as Old Sun, was a legendary fisherman in the village, having spent his life at sea, rich in experience and held in high regard among the villagers. "Grandpa's son," Chen Fan greeted politely as he approached. Old Sun lifted his head, his eyes, narrowed by the sea breeze, glimmering with shrewdness. He pointed at several new, deep scratches on the ship's side, and then gestured towards the nearly obsolete winch at the stern, a look of confusion etched in his murky eyes. "Young man, speak honestly with me." Sun Lanyan stood up, directly inquiring, "Did you really catch that golden-backed yellow fish all by yourself this morning?" The surrounding villagers perked up their ears. This was a question on everyone's mind. That was a fish weighing over 100 pounds. Not to mention Chen Fan's rickety little boat. Even with the village's largest vessel and the strength of 7 or 8 robust laborers, it would hardly be possible to haul it in. Chen Fan chuckled, non-committal. Grandpa's son, why not accompany me out to sea and see for yourself? Sun Laoyan was taken aback, but then his eyes brightened with sudden clarity. Are you serious, young man? Of course, Chen Fan nodded, but I must make it clear, the fish caught today will belong to me. You could just consider it a leisurely outing. Deal. Sun Laoyan agreed without a second thought, excitement lighting up his face. I must see what kind of divine guidance he received. Thus, to the astonishment of the entire village, the oldest fisherman from Longwang village boarded Chen Fan's most decrepit little fishing boat. The setting sail embarked once more. This time, it was not a solitary night voyage, but rather a bold journey under the vast sky, heading towards that azure treasure trove amidst countless watchful eyes. Young man, where do you intend to cast the net? After the boat had traveled some distance, Sun Laoyan stood at the bow with his hands behind his back, assuming a scrutinizing posture. Not to the usual spots, Chen Fan replied, steering the boat with his eyes closed. In his mind, the brilliant star map unfolded once again. After a night of recovery, he felt his mental energy more vigorous than before, and the range of his dragon's breath perception seemed to have expanded somewhat. He quickly scanned the entire Longyan Bay. With the Fish King gone, the vicinity of the trench no longer harbored those kingly glimmers. However, further out in a rocky area, he discovered a vast mass of radiant silver light, densely packed and sprawling. The area covered by this luminous mass was at least the size of several basketball courts. It was a school of fish. Moreover, an exceptionally large school of fish. Grandpa's son, hold on tight. Chen Fan suddenly opened his eyes, a confident smile gracing his lips. And then he thrust the control lever forward. The setting sail emitted a joyful roar and surged towards the targeted sea area with unprecedented speed, slicing through the waves. Sun Laoyan, startled by the sudden acceleration, quickly steadied himself against the ship's railing, his doubts deepening as he observed Chen Fan's confident profile. The destination was a rocky shore, an area riddled with submerged reefs, where it was exceedingly easy to get entangled in nets. It was widely acknowledged as a no-go zone by the village fishermen, and nobody dared to cast nets there. What on earth was he planning? After more than half an hour, the setting sail halted near the rocky shore. This is it. Chen Fan switched off the engine. Young man, are you certain about this? Sun Laoyan frowned, his expression one of disapproval. This place is full of stones. Casting a net here will surely ruin it. It's a complete waste of effort. Chen Fan offered no explanation, merely smiling as he said, Grandpa's son, just watch closely. With that, he strolled to the back of the boat, methodically arranging the fishing nets. Grandpa's son stood beside him, shaking his head repeatedly, muttering about the folly of youth and their ignorance of the world. However, just as Chen Fan was preparing to cast his net, Grandpa's son's weathered eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. What had he seen? The once tranquil surface of the sea had inexplicably begun to bubble with a flurry of tiny water bubbles. Moments later, countless silvery fish, each roughly the size of a palm, leapt from the depths of the water, creating a cacophony of splashes. The scene resembled an entire ocean suddenly boiling over. This is a school of ribbonfish, a migration of ribbonfish. Grandpa's son's voice, filled with shock and excitement, grew sharp as he pointed at the turbulent waters, his lips trembling, barely able to form a coherent sentence. Good heavens! Such a massive school of ribbonfish. In my lifetime at sea, I have never witnessed such a spectacle. Chen Fan chuckled. He had been awaiting this moment. Grandpa's son, why are you still dawdling? It's time to haul the net. He bellowed, seizing one corner of the net and, with all his might, hurled the enormous fishing net towards the boiling center of the sea. The colossal net traced a graceful arc through the air, descending with precision like a celestial net, perfectly covering the area below. What followed was a moment of miraculous revelation. In less than 10 minutes, Chen Fan began to retrieve the net. The heavy sensation in his hands confirmed that this haul would undoubtedly be a resounding success. Grandpa's son hurried to assist him, and together they exerted tremendous effort to gradually drag the massive net out of the water. As they glimpsed the shimmering sight of the nearly overflowing net, even the seasoned Grandpa's son could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. The net was brimming with lively, exquisite ribbonfish, each over a meter long and a palm's width. A rough estimate suggested that this catch weighed at least 1,000 pounds. This was not merely fishing. It was akin to gathering gold from the sea. For the next hour or so, Grandpa's son was utterly numbed by the spectacle. He watched in awe as Chen Fan cast net after net, each haul seeming to draw treasures directly from the Dragon King's vault. The small vessel, the Chi Hong, quickly filled its hold, then the deck. The silvery ribbon fish piled high, nearly covering the entire deck, leaving little room to stand. The boat sat low in the water, its sides almost level with the surface, as if it might sink under the immense weight at any moment. Having lived over 70 years and spent a lifetime at sea, Grandpa's son had seen more fish than the villagers had consumed salt. Yet, he swore he had never witnessed such an absurd and unfathomable fishing scene. This was no ordinary catch. It was a divine manifestation. Enough already, young man, do not cast again. The voice of old son quivered with urgency as he grasped Chen Fan, his face etched with fear and respect. If you cast once more, the boat will surely sink. Reluctantly, Chen Fan halted his actions, gazing at the bountiful catch that filled the vessel, his heart swelling with ambition. A rough estimate indicated that the boat brimmed with exquisite ribbon fish, weighing no less than 5,000 or 6,000 pounds. At market value, this would translate into a revenue of several tens of thousands. Set sail, Chen Fan commanded, turning the boat around, navigating the severely overloaded craft, which resembled a floating mountain of silver, slowly yet majestically towards the dock at Longwang Village. As the nearly submerged silhouette of the ship appeared at the harbor, the entire village erupted in excitement. "My goodness, look, it's Chen Fan's boat," exclaimed one villager. "He must have raided the Dragon King's domain. How many fish could there possibly be? How is this boat not sinking?" All the villagers, who were busy mending nets or engaging in idle chatter, rushed towards the dock as if drawn by a magnetic force. They craned their necks and widened their eyes, witnessing the small vessel laden with silver mountains approach, their faces reflecting shock that one could encounter only once in a lifetime. As the boat docked, Old Son was the first to leap ashore, trembling with excitement, only to be immediately surrounded by a throng of villagers. "Old Son, what's the situation? Did Chen Fan discover a fish haven? Did you witness it firsthand? How'd he catch them?" Clearing his throat, Old Son's face flushed with exhilaration. Standing tall, he spoke with a tone bordering on reverence, addressing the crowd. "I witnessed it with my own eyes. This lad, Chen Fan, is our village's blessing. He is a deity sent by the Sea Dragon King." He recounted the miraculous scene from the sea, embellishing the narrative. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Had anyone else uttered such words, skepticism might have prevailed. Yet, coming from the most seasoned and respected fisherman in the village, Old Son, it bore undeniable truth. In that moment, the villagers' gazes towards Chen Fan transformed. No longer mere envy or jealousy, but infused with profound respect. Chen Fan paid no heed to the crowd's reaction. He calmly began unloading basket after basket of ribbon fish onto the shore. "Fan, are you selling these? Reserve 100 pounds for me." 100 pounds? That's nothing. I'll take them all. I'll pay you market price. Get lost. Can you even consume that much? Fan, ignore him. I'll offer you 10% above market value. The villagers and fishmongers who had rushed over instantly erupted into a heated debate over the ownership of the fish. However, amidst the clamor, a discordant voice thundered forth, overpowering all others. "Get the hell out of my way." Turning towards the source of the commotion, the crowd beheld Wang Dapio. The butcher, accompanied by his whimpering son, Wang Hu, and followed by a group of ruffians wielding sticks, forcefully parting the crowd as they stormed in. On Wang Dapio's face, thick gauze was wrapped, leaving only a pair of venomous triangular eyes exposed. Though he appeared disheveled, the fierce aura that had long dominated the village still compelled the onlooking villagers to instinctively retreat several paces, silenced by fear. "Chen Fan." Wang Dabiao pointed at the scattered catch and then at Chen Fan, his voice muffled beneath the bandages yet laced with an unmistakable tyranny. "You brat, will pay for the injuries inflicted on my son and me. As for the fish on your boat, they now belong to the Wang family." Behind him, Wang, who immediately joined in the bluster. "Exactly. Why should the fish of Longwang Village be monopolized by you alone? Consider these fish compensation for the harm done to us." This father-son duo displayed an utter lack of shame. Their eyes turned red with envy upon seeing Chen Fan return with a bountiful haul. Unable to forcibly seize the catch, they resorted to this brazen tactic of claiming the spoils. In their eyes, no matter how formidable Chen Fan might be, he was ultimately but one man, while they had nearly 10 robust men on their side. Moreover, Brother Scar-Lu's men were already on their way. Today, they were determined not only to regain their pride, but also to fill their pockets to the brim. The villagers on the shore were filled with indignation, yet dared not voice their anger, although they despised the actions of the Wang family. The sight of their intimidating weapons silenced any dissent. Old Sun trembled with rage as he stepped forward, pointing at Wang Dabiao and shouting, "Wang Dabiao, have you no shame? These fish were caught by Fan through his own efforts. How can they belong to your family? Old fool, do you think your words hold any weight here?" Wang Hu glared, advancing to shove Old Sunday. However, before his hand could touch Old Sun's clothing, a large hand like an iron claw seized his wrist. It was Chen Fan, who had silently approached the shore. Upon meeting Chen Fan's cold gaze, Wang Hu felt his legs weaken, the fear of the previous day rushing back. "Let go of my son," Wang Dabiao shouted in fury, raising his stick to strike Chen Fan's head. A chorus of gasps erupted around them. Chen Fan did not even glance at him. Instead, he gripped Wang Hu's wrist and forcefully swung him forward. Poor Wang Hu was once again used as a human punching bag by his father, and with a resounding thud, the stick struck his back, prompting a pained scream to escape his lips. Seizing the moment while Wang Dabiao was momentarily weakened, Chen Fan acted swiftly. He released Wang Hu and stepped forward, his movements as swift as a phantom. This time, he did not throw a punch. Instead, he raised his palm high. With a sharp crack, a resounding slap echoed throughout the entire dock. Wang Dabiao's massive form spun like a top, whirling around twice and a half before collapsing to the ground, utterly dazed. The flesh on his already bandaged face swelled visibly, transforming it into that of a pig's head. One slap, merely one slap, had rendered this village tyrant senseless. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Everyone was stunned by Chen Fan's clean and decisive slap, which brimmed with utter humiliation. "What are you all standing there for? Attack! Kill him!" Wang Dapiao yelled hysterically at the group of ruffians behind him. The 7 or 8 village thugs exchanged glances, although they felt a pang of fear. The sheer number emboldened them. With a rallying cry, they brandished their clubs and charged at Chen Fan. "Come at me." Chen Fan's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smirk. Today, he intended to thoroughly trample this father-son duo into the mud before the eyes of the entire village. He advanced rather than retreating, like a ferocious tiger plunging into a flock of sheep. What unfolded next would be etched in the memories of all present villagers for eternity. They witnessed Chen Fan's figure weaving effortlessly through the flailing clubs, akin to a butterfly dancing through flowers. Despite the apparent ferocity of the ruffians, they could not even graze the hem of his garment. Bang! One thug was kicked squarely in the chest, soaring backward and toppling a basket of fish. Crack! Another thug's wrist was broken with a casual motion, producing a chilling sound of bone fracturing. Bang! 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 In less than a minute, all 7 or 8 aggressive ruffians lay sprawled on the ground, nursing broken limbs and wailing pitifully, their combat effectiveness utterly extinguished. Meanwhile, Chen Fan stood unscathed in the center. Not even a wrinkle in his attire. He brushed off non-existent dust from his hands and approached the now dumbfounded Wang Dapiao and his son, step by step. "Do you still want my fish?" he asked, looking down at Wang Dapiao, who sat paralyzed on the ground. Wang Dapiao gazed at his groaning subordinates, then at the youth before him, who resembled a demonic deity. At last, the last vestiges of his ferocity and hope crumbled into dust, replaced by an overwhelming tide of fear. He was terrified, truly terrified. He had no doubt that if he dared utter a word of defiance, this harbinger of doom would not hesitate to end his life. And no more. Wang Dapiao's voice trembled like leaves in the wind. "The fish is yours, all yours." Thud! Beside him, Wang Hu, without a moment's hesitation, crumpled to his knees, fervently knocking his head against the ground before Chen Fan. "Brother Fan, Master Fan, I was wrong. We were truly wrong. Please spare us. We won't dare again. We won't dare again." Seeing his son kneeling, a flicker of struggle crossed Wang Dapiao's swollen face, but ultimately, the instinct for survival triumphed over his absurd pride. He painstakingly shifted his body and, in a humiliating fashion, followed suit, kneeling down. The moment Wang Dapiao, The village tyrant who had reigned in Longwang village for decades bowed in disgrace. An eerie silence enveloped the entire dock. All the onlooking villagers felt their worldview shattered. They gazed at the young man, standing tall like a javelin, his indifferent gaze casting down upon the Wang family. Any trace of disdain or sympathy had vanished from their hearts, replaced instead by a profound reverence that emanated from their very souls. The heavens had shifted. From this day forth, the skies over Longwang village would likely bear the Chen surname. Chen Fan paid no heed to the complex expressions of those around him, nor did he glance at the father and son duo beneath him, who had been stripped of all dignity. He was not a bloodthirsty individual. To utterly dismantle the Wang family's authority before the eyes of the entire village and trample it into the mud was sufficient for him. He turned to the eager fishmongers and villagers, proclaiming in a clear voice, "Dear fellow villagers and fishmongers, I, Chen Fan, fish solely to earn a living. Those wishing to purchase fish may come forward now. Prices are negotiable, but there is one rule." His voice paused, sweeping over the crowd with an undeniable air of authority. Form a line, no pushing. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously chaotic throng transformed into a well-organized queue. Those fishmongers, typically accustomed to clamoring for their positions, now stood obediently in a long line. After all, if even the butcher Wang had been brought to his knees with a single slap, who among these small fry would dare to provoke Chen Fan? The ensuing scene was one of remarkable harmony and fervor. The ribbon fish Chen Fan had caught were of exceptional quality and considerable size, and they were snapped up almost as soon as they were weighed. In less than an hour, the mountain of over 5,000 pounds of ribbon fish had been sold out. Chen Fan's pockets swelled with a thick wad of cash, nearing 40,000 yuan. In a single day, with 2 outings to sea, his total earnings exceeded 340,000. This was something he had never dared to dream of before. As the last fishmonger contentedly departed with his catch, only Chen Fan remained at the dock, accompanied by the venerable son Laonian, who gazed at him with admiration. Chen Fan extracted a substantial stack of bills from his earnings, at least 3,000 yuan, and handed them to son Laonian. "Grandfather son, thank you for your hard work today. Please take this money for tea." No, that is not permissible." Son Laonian's face flushed instantly, his hands waving like a rattle. "I did nothing today. I merely accompanied you to broaden my horizons. How can I accept your money?" "Take it," Chen Fan insisted firmly, pressing the cash into his son Laonian's hands. "You are respected in the village, and your presence on my boat today was a tremendous honor for me. This money is rightfully yours." He understood that had it not been for son Laonian accompanying him to sea and returning to vindicate him, no matter how many fish he caught, he would merely be seen as a lucky boy in the eyes of the villagers, devoid of the mythic aura he now possessed. This favor he had to acknowledge. Son Laonian looked at the money in his hands, and then into Chen Fan's sincere eyes, finally relenting. He nodded heavily, his old face filled with emotion and satisfaction. "Good lad, you have a bright future ahead. You surpass your father in ambition." After bidding farewell to son Laonian, Chen Fan selected a dozen of the largest and fattest ribbon fish from his catch and bound them with straw rope. He carried the fish as he traversed the village. Returning home, in the courtyard, the father and son who had knelt there were long gone, their absence palpable. The few injured ruffians lay on the ground, removed at some point, leaving behind only a scene of chaos and faint traces of blood. "Brother, you're back." His sister, Chen Shui, rushed out from the house upon hearing the commotion, her little face alight with excitement and admiration. "You were so impressive just now. What's so impressive about it?" Chen Fan chuckled, playfully ruffling her nose. "From now on, no one will dare to bully us." He gestured towards a fish. "Here, take these and share them with a few neighbors." He understood that to establish a true foothold in the village, it required not only authority, but also kindness. "All right." Chen Shui beamed as she eagerly accepted the fish and skipped away. Chen Fan then stepped inside, rummaging through a pile of fishing gear in the corner until he unearthed a small net bag. It contained a few sizable treasures he had hastily pried from the stone wall of the sea trench while fishing the previous night. At the time, he had simply tossed them into the live well of his boat without a second thought. He emptied the contents of the net bag onto the stone table in the courtyard. With a soft thud, 3 shells larger than an adult's palm tumbled out, their deep brown exteriors adorned with seaweed and tiny parasites. Yet upon seeing these shells, Chen Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Abalone, while once of the most extraordinary black gold variety, Such wild abalone commanded prices by the head in the market. For these three, the value was easily in the 5-digit range for each. Collectively, they promised several tens of thousands in revenue. A delightful surprise. He carefully picked up one of the largest. Its weight and the firm, bouncy texture of the abalone flesh attesting to its exceptional quality. As he gazed at this exquisite abalone, the gentle, slightly timid face of Li Xiaoying, along with her hands, roughened by years of toil, surfaced in his mind. A thought blossomed in his heart. He took the largest black gold abalone and set aside 10,000 yuan from the day's fish sales, placing it in a plastic bag. Then he exited the courtyard, approaching the neighboring, even more dilapidated gate. He raised his hand and gently knocked. Soon, the gate creaked open, revealing Li Xiaoying's head peeking out. Upon seeing Chen Fan, her gentle eyes flickered with a mix of joy and nervousness, her cheeks flushing involuntarily. Fan, do you need something? Her voice was soft, tinged with uncertainty. Chen Fan looked at her and handed over the items without hesitation. Sister-in-law, I made a bit of money today. His tone was casual, as if performing the most ordinary act. Take this 10,000 yuan to buy some treats for Xiaoya, Li Xiaoying's daughter, and a few new clothes. And this abalone, I just pulled it from the sea. It's a great tonic. You should take it to nourish yourself. Li Xiaoying was utterly taken aback. She gazed at the thick wad of cash in Chen Fan's hand and the enormous abalone, a creature she had never encountered in her life, rendering her utterly dazed and her mind blank. No, this cannot be. Fan, this is absolutely unacceptable. Regaining her composure, she shook her head vigorously, retreating repeatedly, exclaiming, I cannot accept your money, let alone such a valuable item. Please take it back. This is worth 10,000 yuan, and such a large abalone. This is far too precious. Sister-in-law, listen to me. Chen Fan stepped forward, unyieldingly shoving the money and abalone into her arms. He looked deeply into her eyes, his expression grave. Sister-in-law, during the most challenging times for my family, it was you who lent us a helping hand. When my father first passed away, and we could barely afford a meal, it was you who secretly brought us half a bag of rice. When my mother fell ill, you sacrificed our only laying hen to send us food. He paused, his voice growing hoarse. I have etched these acts of kindness in my heart. In the past, I lacked the means to repay you. Now that I am capable, if I were to allow you to continue enduring hardships alongside us, then what sort of man would I be? Listening to him recount those long-forgotten memories, Li Xiaoying felt her eyes welling up with tears. She had not anticipated that the seemingly insignificant gestures she had made were so vividly remembered by this young man. However, this was simply too much. Clutching the heavy items in her arms, she felt as though she was embracing a raging fire, leaving her at a loss. Not too much, Chen Fan replied, a warm smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Sister-in-law, why the formality between us? From now on, your affairs are my affairs. After saying this, lest Li Xiaoying refuse again, he turned to leave. Hey Fan, Li Xiaoying called out, clutching the items tightly, hurrying to stop him. Chen Fan paused and turned back to look at her. There she stood in the golden glow of the setting sun, her delicate features adorned with tears, yet her lips struggled to curve into a smile warmer than the evening light. Summoning the greatest courage she had ever mustered, she asked in a voice filled with emotion, slightly tremulous yet resolute, Fan, would you like to come to my house for dinner tonight? Confronted by Li Xiaoying's tear-brimmed eyes, sparkling with courage beneath the sunset, Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. From her softly spoken, quivering invitation, he discerned the most genuine and heartfelt emotions a woman could offer. She was a kind-hearted woman, clumsily and cautiously expressing her gratitude and reliance in her own way. A warmth surged within Chen Fan. Yet, he smiled gently, shaking his head softly. Sister-in-law, it's too late today, and I'm quite exhausted. His voice was tender, carrying a tone of understanding that was hard to refuse. Perhaps another day, on another occasion, I will catch the freshest fish and personally cook a meal for you and Xiaoya. He knew that the time was not right. For both him and Li Xiaoying, growing too close emotionally at this juncture would be premature. He had far too many troubles to resolve, and he did not wish, nor could he afford, to entangle this kind woman in his tumultuous circumstances too soon. Upon hearing Chen Fan's gentle refusal, Li Xiaoying's gaze dimmed instantly. However, she quickly masked her disappointment, forcing a smile as she nodded, her voice regaining its timid quality. All right then, Fan, do rest early. With that, she turned and closed the courtyard gate. Chen Fan lingered at the door for a moment before returning home. The night passed in silence. Early the next morning, he was roused from slumber by a cacophony of noise outside the courtyard. He opened the window to find a crowd of villagers gathered at his doorstep, clustering in small groups, their expressions a complex mix of curiosity and trepidation. Among them, he immediately spotted Wang Hu, his face bruised, yet his eyes brimming with resentment. Chen Fan furrowed his brow slightly. What mischief were this father and son concocting now? Ignoring them, he proceeded with his morning routine, washing up and having breakfast. After his meal, he grabbed his tools, preparing to head to the docks, as usual. Yet, the moment he pushed open the courtyard gate, a cacophony of roaring engines, wild and violent, pierced the tranquil atmosphere of the small fishing village, approaching like an enraged beast. The sound was so loud and penetrating that it instantly drowned out the crashing waves, the wind, and the murmurs of the villagers. All eyes instinctively turned towards the village entrance. There, on the narrow, muddy path, a fiery red silhouette, sleek, with lines of fluid grace and an exquisite industrial elegance, was hurtling towards them with a speed that seemed incongruous with the road conditions. A Ferrari, a red Ferrari, its body akin to a burning flame, its low chassis almost kissing the ground, and the prancing horse emblem at the front. Everything about it struck the villagers like a heavy hammer from another world. My goodness, what kind of car is that? Is it a sports car? I've seen it on TV. What million? How could such a vehicle possibly come to our desolate fishing village? The villagers were in an uproar. In their lifetime, they had scarcely encountered even a BMW or a Mercedes, let alone this legendary pinnacle of sports cars. Under the astonished gazes of all, the red Ferrari executed a stunning drift, splattering mud everywhere, before coming to a precise halt right at Chen Fan's doorstep. Its ostentatious presence starkly contrasted with the dilapidated houses and muddy roads, creating a visually striking, absurd, and shocking tableau. The car door opened slowly, akin to the wings of a butterfly. A delicate, fair foot clad in silver high heels emerged first, gently touching the muddy ground. Following that, a statuesque woman in a white professional suit stepped out from the vehicle. It was Su Wanqing. At the moment she appeared, it felt as if the entire world's attention converged upon her. Her ethereal and noble demeanor, coupled with a visage so exquisite it seemed almost unreal, caused every man present to involuntarily hold their breath, while every woman felt a pang of self-consciousness. Amidst the crowd, Wang Hu's gaze became fixated the moment he laid eyes on Su Wanqing. However, a wave of intense jealousy and resentment soon surged within him. He recognized this woman. She was the one who had spent 300,000 yesterday to purchase Chen Fan's meager catch. Instantaneously, he concluded that Chen Fan, the good-for-nothing, must have resorted to trading on his looks to ensnare this wealthy woman. A mere gigolo. Wang Hu cursed malevolently in his mind. Yet even if he had tenfold the courage, he would not dare to voice such thoughts in Su Wanqing's presence. Su Wanqing paid no heed to the astonished, envious, and greedy gazes around her. Her cold, discerning eyes, akin to an innate radar, swept across the assembly before honing in on Chen Fan, who stood at the entrance. With each step she took in her high heels, disregarding the filthy mud beneath her feet, she approached him. A fragrant concoction of high-end perfume and subtle floral notes wafted into Chen Fan's nostrils. "Are you Chen Fan?" Su Wanqing inquired, her voice as crisp and melodious as her appearance, tinged with a hint of condescension. Indeed, Chen Fan nodded, astonished. He had anticipated that the woman who had purchased his prized fish at the dock yesterday would personally drive to his humble abode today, especially in such a flamboyant Ferrari. It seemed he had underestimated her financial prowess. "Your fish is exceptional," Su Wanqing praised, her tone carrying an air of superiority. "The flesh is tender and imbued with a unique energy, unlike any top-tier ingredient I have encountered before." She paused, her striking eyes locking onto Chen Fan's, and stated directly, "I am here today to discuss a long-term collaboration." "Collaboration?" Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. "Precisely," Su Wanqing affirmed, her voice resolute. "From now on, all the premium seafood you catch must be sold exclusively to Tianxian Pavilion. I will offer you a price 30% above the market rate. What do you think?" Her demeanor exuded formidable confidence, as she believed no one could refuse such an offer. An increase of 30% above market value would be a tremendous boon for any fisherman. Yet, Chen Fan merely smiled, neither immediately agreeing nor declining. He gazed at the imposing woman before him and slowly inquired, "Surely, Ms. Su did not drive a Ferrari all the way to my modest fishing village solely to discuss a preferential purchasing agreement?" A flicker of surprise crossed Su Wanqing's eyes. She had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary fisherman possessed such sharp insight. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to reveal her true purpose for the visit. Looking intently at Chen Fan, her expression turned unusually earnest and grave. "The preferential purchasing agreement is merely the foundation." She paused momentarily, articulating each word with precision. "What I truly wish to know is whether you can still procure the golden-backed flounder of such exquisite quality as the one from yesterday." As Su Wanqing posed her question, her heart raced uncontrollably. The majestic fish had left her utterly astounded, far exceeding Chen Fan's expectations. As the proprietor of the most prestigious seafood restaurant in Donghai City, she had indulged in countless culinary delights. Yet, the golden-backed flounder, meticulously prepared by her elite culinary team, delivered an unparalleled flavor and an extraordinary energy that utterly transformed her culinary understanding after more than 2 decades. Her grandfather, a retired business magnate, had tasted but a morsel of the fish and exclaimed with fervor, "Such a fish belongs in the heavens. Rare is the occasion to encounter it on earth." He asserted that if Tianxian Pavilion could feature such a premium ingredient as its exclusive signature dish, it would undoubtedly rise to the pinnacle of the national culinary scene within 3 years. It was this very endorsement from her grandfather that compelled her to drive to this remote fishing village today. She fixed her gaze intently on Chen Fan, seeking even the slightest hint of information in his eyes. Yet, his response once again defied her expectations. In the face of her intense scrutiny and hopeful anticipation, Chen Fan neither boasted nor appeared the least bit troubled. He merely smiled subtly and, with an air of casual nonchalance, retorted, "How much do you desire?" His tone was as unremarkable as if he were inquiring whether she preferred cabbage or radishes for dinner. For the first time, her composed, serene eyes reflected a tumultuous wave of emotion. She was taken aback. She had envisioned countless possible responses from Chen Fan. He might have said that such a regal fish was a rare find, contingent upon luck. He could have mentioned that he knew where to procure it, albeit at great risk. He might even have raised the stakes, proposing stringent conditions. However, she never anticipated that he would respond with such an effortless tone, as though plucking vegetables from his own garden. How could this be possible? Did he perceive that centuries-old fish as mere cabbage? In an instant, a thought surged uncontrollably in Su Wanqing's mind. He must be boasting. This young man surely understood her craving for that fish and was deliberately posturing to inflate his worth. With this realization, the flicker of hope that had ignited in her eyes extinguished, replaced by a subtle blend of disappointment and disdain. She harbored a profound aversion to men who lacked genuine skill and resorted only to opportunistic tactics. Although her expression remained largely unchanged, the fleeting glimmer of contempt in her gaze did not escape Chen Fan's keen observation. Amused, Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He recognized that this elevated female executive was clearly skeptical of him. It seems Su was not inclined to trust me. Chen Fan chose not to confront her disbelief directly. Instead, he merely shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "It's not a matter of trust." Su Wanqing's tone regained its initial coldness and detachment as she calmly remarked, "I am merely a merchant, believing only in the facts I witness with my own eyes. Words alone hold no weight." "Very well," Chen Fan replied with a smile. Having anticipated her response, he turned, retrieved his fishing gear and net from the courtyard, then glanced back at the still-dazed Su Wanqing, raising an eyebrow. "Then I must trouble you, Miss Su, to accompany me out to sea and witness it for yourself, shall we?" Half an hour later, at the dock of Longwang Village, an astonishing scene unfolded that nearly caused the villagers' eyes to pop out in disbelief. On his dilapidated, rust-stained fishing boat, the set sail, sat an exquisite beauty clad in a Chanel suit and adorned with silver high heels, exuding an aristocratic elegance akin to that of a princess. Seated in the cramped, swaying cabin filled with the pungent scent of fish, Su Wanqing surveyed the grimy surroundings, then glanced at her pristine white ensemble, her delicate face already frozen in frostiness. She felt utterly mad for having inexplicably agreed to join this rustic fellow on his rickety vessel, which seemed on the verge of disintegration. Her luxurious red Ferrari, worth millions, arrogantly parked at the dock, created a striking contrast against the surrounding weathered fishing boats and drying nets, evoking a sense of magical realism. "Steady yourself," Chen Fan remarked, noticing her aloof expression, suppressing a chuckle before abruptly pushing the throttle. Vroom! The old diesel engine roared to life. The boat jolted violently, and it set sail towards the vast azure sea. The sudden turbulence caught the unprepared Sue wonking off guard, nearly causing her to lose her balance. She quickly grasped the cold railing of the boat, a flash of embarrassment and annoyance crossing her face as she shot a glare at Chen Fan's back. This rascal was certainly doing it on purpose. Chen Fan paid no heed to her accusatory gaze. Steering the set sail, he navigated directly to the rocky coastal area where they had captured the ribbon fish the previous day. "Why have you brought me to this desolate stretch of rocky sea?" Sue Wonking frowned, surveying the barren waters devoid of life. "What fish king could possibly exist here? Who said I intended to catch a fish king?" Chen Fan turned off the engine, leaning against the railing, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "Miss Sue, if we are to collaborate, you must allow me to demonstrate my capabilities first." From the cabin, he produced 2 exquisite black gold abalones he had casually pried off the previous day, tossing them onto the deck before her. "Now, what do you think these abalones would fetch in your Tianxian pavilion, Miss Sue?" As her eyes fell upon the 2 abalones, each larger than her face, Sue Wonking's cold gaze widened in shock. As the owner of a top-tier seafood restaurant, her understanding of ingredients surpassed that of the average person. She instantly recognized them as the rarest wild 3-headed abalones, long extinct in nearby waters. Such specimens would command 6-figure sums at international auctions. Yet here was this rustic lad, casually discarding 2, as if they were refuse. The voice of Sue Wanqing trembled ever so slightly in disbelief. "Where did you acquire this?" Chen Fan did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, he gestured toward the tumultuous sea beneath their feet. Then, before her astonished gaze, he performed an unforgettable act. He removed his shirt, revealing a physique that, while not ostentatious, exuded a graceful and streamlined muscularity. He then picked up an oxygen tank, which was a mere backup and would likely go unused, donned a diving mask, seized a crowbar, and flashed Sue Wanqing a radiant smile. "Ms. Sue, please wait for 10 minutes. With that, he plunged headlong into the deep blue waters, leaving behind a colossal splash and a completely stunned ice queen of a CEO. What was he intending to do? Was he truly going to pry abalone from the rocky depths of this forbidden zone with his bare hands? Sue Wanqing felt her worldview being relentlessly and repeatedly overturned by this young man named Chen Fan. Instinctively, she approached the edge of the boat and peered down. The water, though clear, only allowed visibility of 7 or 8 meters, and she could not discern Chen Fan's figure at all. Time ticked away, and with each passing moment, Sue Wanqing's heart hung in suspense. Although she harbored no particular fondness for Chen Fan, she certainly did not wish for him to perish in the sea. Just as her anxiety began to mount, and she contemplated using the ship's intercom to call for rescue, a sudden splash erupted beside her. A figure, akin to a graceful dolphin, burst forth from the water. It was Chen Fan. He grasped the boat's railing and effortlessly vaulted aboard, removing his diving mask. The once empty net bag in his hands was now bulging with its remarkable contents. With a thud, he casually tossed the net at Sue Wanqing's feet. The bag's opening flared wide, and out rolled a dozen or so abalone, each larger than the 2 he had caught the previous day, adorned with fresh seaweed, and they spread across the entire deck. The spectacle was so grand that it could have caused any top chef to faint from excitement on the spot. Sue Wanqing was utterly dumbfounded. She stared blankly at the deck, now covered with exquisite abalone capable of causing a market sensation, then looked at the young man before her, drenched and dripping with water, yet wearing a playful smile. Her mind went completely blank. 10 minutes. In fact, even less than 10 minutes. He had retrieved ingredients worth possibly over $1 million from the depths considered off-limits by all fishermen. This was not fishing. This was not diving. This was quite simply a miracle. For the first time, her normally composed and proud countenance displayed an expression of sheer shock, as if she had seen a ghost. Chen Fan shook the water droplet from his hair, delighting in her adorably stunned expression. He approached her, slightly bending down to meet her astonished gaze, his lips curling into a charming smirk. With a voice imbued with magnetism and a hint of playful mockery, he softly inquired, "Miss Su, do you still think I am boasting?" His teasing tone echoed like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring the turbulent waves in Su Wanqing's heart once more. She beheld the youthful visage before her, where deep-set eyes shimmered with an unprecedented blend of confidence, mystery, and a touch of jest. The dampness of his presence, intermingled with a faint scent of salty sea air and an unmistakable masculine allure, infiltrated her senses, causing her usually calm heart to race uncontrollably. Boasting? Su Wanqing's mind went blank. If this miraculous scene were merely a fabrication, what could possibly be real in this world? For the first time, a vivid blush, akin to a fiery sunset, graced her face, which had always maintained an air of coldness and pride, all because of a man. Instinctively, she took a half-step back, creating a more comfortable distance to mask her inner turmoil. Forcing herself to avert her gaze, she could not bear to meet Chen Fan's penetrating eyes. Cleared her throat awkwardly. She attempted to regain her composure and the dignified authority befitting a female executive. "I admit, I underestimated you." Her voice, no longer imbued with the previous chill and superiority, carried a subtle softness that even she had not recognized. Amused by her facade of composure, with her ears flushed with embarrassment, Chen Fan decided to refrain from teasing her further, sensing that the moment had arrived. "Ms. Su, shall we discuss the collaboration now?" Straightening his posture, he adopted a more neutral tone. "Yes." Su Wanqing inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the shock and unusual emotions within her, her gaze sharpening with the acumen of a seasoned businesswoman. "Name your price." She understood that, having witnessed Chen Fan's extraordinary ability, her prior proposal, which was 30% above market value, had become a mere jest. The initiative had now entirely shifted to this young man before her. "Pricing is negotiable." Chen Fan did not immediately present an exorbitant demand. Instead, he gestured toward the exquisite abalone writhing on the deck. "However, before we discuss prices, I have a small request." "Go ahead." "I require a formal, legally binding exclusive supply contract," he stated, looking directly into her eyes with deliberate clarity. "The duration should be at least 1 year, and I will need a deposit." "A deposit?" Su Wanqing's brows furrowed once again. "How much do you require?" In her view, this was yet another unreasonable demand. In commercial partnerships, especially with suppliers, transactions typically follow a pattern of goods first, payment later, or monthly settlements. It is quite rare to encounter a precedent for advance payments. "Not many." Chen Fan extended a finger. 1 million? Su Wanqing speculated. Given Chen Fan's demonstrated capabilities, this figure, while somewhat high, was still within her realm of acceptance. However, Chen Fan slowly shook his head. 10 million. What? Even though Su Wanqing had mentally prepared herself to be taken advantage of, she could not help but exclaim upon hearing this figure. 10 million. This is utterly insane. This is no longer an advance payment. It is nothing short of outright robbery. Chen Fan, you are going too far. Su Wanqing's delicate features instantly turned icy, her gaze sharpening to an unparalleled intensity. A 10 million advance? This was impossible. No company would agree to such an outrageous condition. Is that so? Chen Fan replied with an air of nonchalance. He crouched down, casually picked up the largest black gold abalone, weighed it in his hand, then looked up at her and spoke deliberately. "Miss Su, you are an astute individual. You should be more aware of the value of these items than I am." He gestured towards the strewn abalones. "With just these on deck, bringing in 1 million or 2 in the international market would pose no challenge, would it?" Su Wanqing remained silent, tacitly acknowledging his point. "What if I told you that I could consistently supply you with a golden-backed, large yellow croaker of yesterday's quality every month?" Chen Fan dropped yet another bombshell. Su Wanqing's pupils dilated sharply. A stable supply every month. If what he said was true, what would that imply? It would mean that Tianxian Pavilion could possess a continuous supply of a culinary treasure capable of shaking the entire gourmet world. Moreover, there are even higher-grade ingredients than these abalones, rarer seafood than that fish king. A mysterious smile curled at the corners of Chen Fan's lips. "As long as Ms. Su desires it, anything that can be found in these waters, I can procure for you." His voice was soft yet imbued with an irresistible allure. "Do you think my unique, stable, top-tier supply capability warrants an advance of 10 million as a gesture of good faith?" Su Wanqing fell into a profound silence. Her astute business acumen was racing through calculations. She was assessing, evaluating the authenticity of Chen Fan's assertions, weighing the risks and returns of this investment. The risks were considerable. 10 million, while not crippling for Tianxian Pavilion, was far from a trifling sum. If Chen Fan was merely boasting or intended to abscond with the funds, that money would be a sunk cost. However, the potential returns, if Chen Fan's claims were indeed valid, could be immeasurable. Tianxian Pavilion would firmly secure its position at the pinnacle of the national culinary scene. It could even evolve into a legendary entity on a global scale. This was a gamble. The stakes were 10 million. And on the other side of the table sat this enigmatic young man before her. Su Wanqing's gaze lingered on Chen Fan's calm and confident visage for a full minute. Ultimately, a flicker of unprecedented determination and madness flashed in her cold, beautiful eyes. She had made her gamble. Very well. I accept your terms. She looked at Chen Fan, enunciating each word with precision. A 10 million yuan advance payment, along with a 1-year exclusive supply contract. However, you must also agree to one condition. Please, proceed. Chen Fan anticipated that the matter would not be so straightforward. Throughout this year, all the valuable marine products you capture, every single one, must be exclusively supplied to Tianxian Pavilion. You are prohibited from selling to any third party. Su Wanqing's tone left no room for debate, and furthermore, the pricing must be at my preferential quotation. Should you find it unsuitable, we can negotiate, but under no circumstances are you to bypass me and sell to others. What she sought was complete and absolute monopoly. Deal. Chen Fan smiled, for this condition aligned perfectly with his desires. What he currently lacked was a stable, reliable, and powerful channel for distribution, and Su Wanqing, along with the formidable Tianxian Pavilion, was undoubtedly the best choice. To ensure accountability, she acted with remarkable decisiveness. Taking out her phone, she dialed the company's legal department and, before Chen Fan, articulated the contract's various terms clearly and unambiguously. 15 minutes later, a meticulously worded formal electronic contract was sent to her email. I don't have a printer on my ship. Chen Fan shrugged. Not necessary. Su Wanqing promptly handed her phone to him. Signing the electronic version holds the same legal weight. Chen Fan accepted the device, gazing at the exorbitant contract on the screen, one that could alter the course of his life. With no hesitation, he inscribed his name in a flourish on the signature line. At that moment, the tension that had tightly gripped Su Wanqing's features slowly melted away, revealing a genuine smile of relief. Her smile was like an ice mountain thawing, a snow lotus blooming, breathtakingly beautiful, momentarily leaving Chen Fan entranced. Pleasure to cooperate. Su Wanqing extended her delicate, soft right hand. Pleasure to cooperate. Chen Fan reciprocated, gently grasping her hand. Their palms, one warm and strong, the other soft and cool, evoked a peculiar sensation at the moment of contact. Su Wanqing swiftly withdrew her hand, opened her mobile banking app, and began the transfer in Chen Fan's presence. Soon, his battered old phone, with a cracked screen, received a notification that would cause any ordinary person to experience instant shock. Your savings account, ending in XX, has received a deposit of 10,000 yuan on the XX day at XX. The current balance is 10,080,000 yuan. Staring at that long string of zeros, Chen Fan felt his breath catch for a moment. He, Chen Fan, had transformed within a single day from a destitute young man begging for 200,000 yuan for surgery into a millionaire. Very well. Now, we can discuss the pricing of these abalone on the deck, shall we? Su Wanqing's voice pulled him back from the immense shock he had just experienced. Observing the exquisite abalone scattered across the floor, Chen Fan glanced at Su Wanqing, whose demeanor was all business, and a playful impulse surged within him. He flashed a bright smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, and in an annoyingly cheeky tone, he declared, "General Manager Su, these abalones are not for sale." Not for sale. As Chen Fan's casual words floated into the air, Su Wanqing's face, which had just blossomed into a radiant smile upon signing the contract, instantly froze. The atmosphere seemed to thicken at that moment. Her beautiful eyes gradually narrowed, exuding a hint of dangerous coldness. Gazing at the seemingly innocuous young man before her, she felt her blood pressure rapidly rise and fall like a roller coaster in a matter of seconds. Chen Fan, her voice regained an icy tone that kept others at bay. Even tinged with a hint of gritted teeth, Are you toying with me? She began to doubt whether she had been momentarily deranged to have signed a contract worth millions with such a capricious and unreliable person. Of course not. Chen Fan's smile remained radiant. General Manager Su, please do not misunderstand. A contract is a contract, and business is business. Since I have signed, I shall certainly adhere to it. The reason I say these abalones are not for sale is that he paused, picked up the largest abalone, waved it in front of Su Wanqing, and earnestly stated, because they're a gift for you. What? Su Wanqing was completely taken aback, her intelligent mind momentarily short-circuiting for the first time that day. You're giving this to me? All these abalones worth over $1 million, just like that? Consider it a token of our cooperation. Chen Fan shrugged, speaking nonchalantly, as if he were offering not a fortune in gold, but merely a basket of worthless potatoes. From now on, we shall be partners. Surely, Yuan-Ti refused this small token, General Manager Su? Su Wanqing stared at him in a daze, then glanced at the scattered abalones, momentarily at a loss for words. The heart that had hardened through the vicissitudes of business was unexpectedly jolted by Chen Fan's sudden, unorthodox display of generosity, reminiscent of a domineering CEO. This man was simply too unpredictable. At times, he was as cunning as a fox, and at others, he exuded the gallantry of a rugged hero. His complex aura, a blend of rustic simplicity and keen insight into human nature, sparked a sense of curiosity towards him for the very first time. After a long pause, she finally regained her composure, her voice unconsciously softening a touch. This is far too valuable. No reward comes without effort. Stop. Chen Fan raised his hand, interrupting her, his gaze turning exceptionally serious. General Manager Su, this is not a matter of unearned rewards. I, Chen Fan, believe in a clear distinction between gratitude and resentment. Yesterday, at the moment when I needed funds desperately to save my mother, it was you who purchased my prized fish for 300,000. I have etched this kindness in my memory. Thus, today, you must accept this boatload of abalone. We are now even. From this point forward, we shall be equal partners in this venture. Listening to his resolute words and sensing the undeniable sincerity and pride in his tone, a tempest of emotions surged within Su Wanqing. She gazed at the young man before her. Though clad in tattered attire, his posture remained unwaveringly erect. For the first time, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in her cool eyes. Very well. This time, she did not refuse, but instead nodded emphatically. Chen Fan, I am honored to call you my friend. On the journey back, the atmosphere aboard the ship transformed into one of harmony. Su Wanqing was no longer the aloof and imperious ice queen. She even shed the high heels that hindered her movement, revealing her delicate, flawless feet. With genuine interest, she observed Chen Fan as he meticulously arranged the abalone, occasionally inquiring about marine life. Chen Fan, in turn, delighted in sharing obscure knowledge gleaned from his ancestral heritage, information that even marine experts might not possess. Their exchange was marked by an unspoken rapport. Upon the return of the ship to the dock of Longwang Village, the villagers, who had been waiting on the shore, were taken aback to see Su Wanqing truly returning from the sea with Chen Fan, their camaraderie evident. Their astonishment was palpable, especially in the case of Wang Hu, whose jealousy ignited upon witnessing Su Wanqing's bare, flawless feet and the subtle, genuine smile gracing her face. He was convinced that something scandalous had surely transpired during their outing. Chen Fan paid no heed to the astonished and envious gazes. First, he assisted Su Wanqing in carefully transferring the exquisite abalone onto her ostentatious Ferrari. By the way, you should consider replacing that vessel, she stated, pointing at the dilapidated ship with an authoritative tone. Tomorrow, I shall have a brand new, well-equipped small fishing boat delivered to you as a token of my gratitude. With that, without waiting for Chen Fan's refusal, she elegantly entered the car, and with a roar of the engine, she departed, leaving behind a bemused Chen Fan and a group of villagers splattered with mud, watching the Ferrari vanish into the distance. Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. This woman truly possessed a charming audacity. Upon returning home, his sister, Chen Shui, bounded towards him like a joyful bird. Brother, you're back. Yes, Chen Fan replied, his heart softened by her vibrant smile. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Shui, where's your phone? Huh? It's charging in my room, Chen Shui replied, puzzled by her brother's inquiry. Bring it to me, please. Though confused, Chen Fan obediently dashed upstairs to retrieve her phone. It was a domestic, no-name smartphone that had seen years of use, its body worn and battered beyond recognition. With the screen marred by a web of cracks, Chen Fan held it in his hand, attempting to operate it, and the sluggish response made him furrow his brow in concern. Yet, despite its decrepit state, his sister cherished it as if it were a precious gem, even hesitating to use too much data for her online classes. A wave of mixed emotions, heartache and guilt, washed over Chen Fan. Without a word, he grasped his sister's hand and strode out. "Brother, where are we going?" Chen Fan asked, bewildered by his sudden determination. "To the town," Chen Fan replied with unwavering conviction. "I'm getting you a new phone." "What? No, you don't have to, brother." Chen Fan protested, struggling against him. "This one still works. And besides, phones are so expensive. Is anything more valuable than my sister?" Chen Fan shot her a glance, his tone authoritative, yet his eyes filled with affection. "Listen to me. Today, not only will I buy you a new phone, but also a new computer and new clothes. We'll buy whatever we want." Amidst her astonishment and delight, Chen Fan hailed a three-wheeled motorcycle taxi at the village entrance, and half an hour later, they arrived at the largest mobile phone store in town. Overwhelmed by the dazzling array of the latest smartphones, Chen Fan hesitated, clutching her brother's shirt, too timid to approach. "Which one do you like?" Chen Fan inquired. "They're all too expensive," Chen Fan replied, sticking out her tongue. Without further ado, Chen Fan walked straight to the most expensive display case. Pointing at the latest pink smartphone within, addressing the eager sales assistant, he declared grandly, "This one, along with that latest model laptop next to it, please package them together." "Certainly, sir." The sales assistant's eyes sparkled with excitement. As the pristine phone and laptop were placed before them, Chen Fan felt as if she were in a dream. Just as she was about to play with her new phone, a voice filled with surprise and disbelief suddenly resonated behind her. "Chen Fan, is that really you?" The voice pierced Chen Fan's ears like a venomous needle, causing his smile to freeze in place. He recognized it all too well, so familiar that even if it turned to ash, he would still know it. Slowly, he turned around. Indeed, not far behind him stood a flamboyantly dressed young woman, clad in a form-fitting dress, her face adorned with heavy makeup, and a brand-new handbag at her side. It was his ex-girlfriend, Li Wan, who had callously discarded him just days ago outside the hospital for money, subjecting him to her relentless humiliation. Beside Li Wan stood the pampered rich heir, Wang Kai, who was impatiently fiddling with his phone, clearly disdainful of shopping in such a small-town mobile store. Their gazes locked. In Li Wan's eyes, a fleeting surprise at the reunion was quickly supplanted by a profound sense of astonishment and greed as her gaze fell upon Chen Fan's sister. Chen Fan and the brand-new, pink, latest model of the smartphone she held, along with the unopened packaging of a laptop beside her. "Chen Fan." Li Wan's eyes fixated on the phone, her voice tinged with a hint of disbelief. "Where did you acquire the funds to purchase these items? This must amount to over 20,000 yuan. Have you engaged in some illicit activities?" Her tone feigned concern, yet the jealousy and suspicion gleaming in her eyes were unmistakable. In her view, someone as impoverished as Chen Fan could not possibly amass such a sum in just a few days. The only plausible explanation was that he had strayed onto a dubious path. Beside her, Wang Kai finally lifted his head. Upon spotting Chen Fan, he momentarily froze, only to be followed by a smirk filled with condescension and superiority. "Oh, who do we have here? Isn't this the pauper I flung a wad of cash at?" Wang Kai's voice dripped with sarcasm, deliberately raising his tone to attract the attention of nearby customers and sales staff. "So, did the tip I gave you suffice for you to indulge in such luxuries? Or have you finally decided to unplug your mother's breathing machine to fund your sister's phone?" His words were laced with malice. Chen Fan's already pale face, upon seeing Li Wan, turned ghostly white. Instinctively, she hid behind her brother, clutching the hem of his shirt. However, to everyone's astonishment, Chen Fan's expression remained devoid of anger in the face of such vitriolic humiliation. He didn't even furrow an eyebrow. Instead, he calmly and indifferently regarded the pair before him, akin to observing two inconsequential ants. This utter disregard ignited a surge of discomfort in Wang Kai, who thrived on being the center of attention. "What's the matter? Lost your tongue?" He stepped closer, jabbing his finger into Chen Fan's chest, boasting, "Listen here. I warn you to keep your distance from our Wanner. She is mine now, not someone of your impoverished status." Li Wan crossed her arms, a smug expression adorning her face, as she chimed in. Did you hear that, Chen Fan? We no longer inhabit the same world. Out of respect for our past, I advise you to return those items that do not belong to you and use the money for your mother's medical treatment. Don't pretend to be something you're not. It's pointless. Her words, seemingly a counsel, were steeped in arrogance and superiority. Nevertheless, Chen Fan continued to disregard them. He merely turned to the sales associate, who had long been drawn by the commotion, and asked calmly, "Excuse me, may I proceed to check out?" Oh yes. Right this way, sir." The young sales associate, as if awakening from a dream, nodded eagerly, leading Chen Fan to the cash register. This decisive dismissal stung Wang Kai and Li Wan far more than any biting retort could have. "Show off. Let us see how you intend to pay." Wang Kai sneered from behind. Li Wan crossed her arms, a look of anticipation adorning her face. She could hardly believe that Chen Fan could truly produce over 20,000 yuan. Clearly, he was merely putting on a fade, suffering for the sake of appearances. Soon, the cashier scanned all the items. "Good day, sir. Your total comes to 23,899 yuan. Will you be paying by card or via mobile payment?" "By card," Chen Fan replied, extracting an ordinary savings card from his pocket and handing it over. Is there even any money in that card?" Wang Kai sneered from behind. The corners of Li Wan's mouth curled into a mocking smile. She had already prepared herself to revel in Chen Fan's inevitable embarrassment when his card failed to process. However, in the next moment, a clear notification sound of a successful transaction chimed from machine. A receipt was slowly printed out. "Sir, it's all set. Please sign here." The entire process flowed seamlessly, without a hint of interruption. The mocking expressions on Wang Kai and Li Wan's faces froze instantaneously, as if they had been choked into silence. Could it be that he truly had money? At that moment, Wang Kai's phone rang in his pocket. Flustered, he answered, seemingly a call from his father. "What? Dad, our company's financial chain has collapsed. How can this be? The Sihai Group has been maliciously acquired by a mysterious individual." Wang Kai's complexion turned as pale as a ghost, his voice trembling with fear. After hanging up, he appeared utterly lost, as if the sky had fallen upon him. Chen Fan signed the receipt, reclaimed his card, and then handed the brand-new phone and computer to his sister. Throughout this exchange, he did not cast a single glance at the couple. "Let us go," he said, taking his sister's hand and turning to leave. Just as he brushed past Li Wan, she finally emerged from her shock and regret. Grasping at the last thread of hope, she suddenly seized Chen Fan's arm. "Chen Fan." Her voice trembled with an unrecognized urgency and pleading. "Have you struck it rich? Please, let me explain. That day, I was only saying those things to provoke you. Deep down, I still care for you." Her words tumbled out in a frantic rush, filled with incoherent distress. Regret washed over her. Upon witnessing Chen Fan's calm demeanor as he effortlessly swiped away over 20,000 yuan, an indescribable remorse, akin to a venomous serpent gnawing at her heart, engulfed her completely. She realized she might have cast aside a lottery ticket of immeasurable value. Chen Fan halted his steps. Slowly, he pried apart Li Wan's fingers that clutched his arm. Turning around, for the first time, he looked directly at the woman he had once cherished for 5 years. His eyes held no anger, no resentment, nor even a flicker of emotion, only a profound stillness, as if regarding a stranger. "We are no longer from the same world," he stated, leaving those words hanging in the air before turning away, taking his sister's hand and disappearing through the entrance of the mobile phone store. Only Li Wan remained, standing in a daze, gazing at her empty hands as silent tears cascaded down her cheeks.